returning against time, protecting loved ones with the power of 6 paths. After extreme destruction and nothingness, the dizziness of tearing through time and space. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara, bearing the power of 6 paths and hiding the Rinnegan in his eyes. At the peak of power and endless loneliness, he was torn through time and space by an invisible force. The surrounding brutal battlefield faded away, replaced by the unforgettable forest battlefield in his memory. The wind carried the roar of ninjutsu clashes, chakra surged violently, and Madara suddenly opened his eyes. His aura suddenly converged, suppressing the vast 6 paths power deep within his meridians. The Rinnegan that should have appeared was deliberately hidden, leaving only the usual Sharingan state without any trace of abnormality. What came into view was his younger self and Hashirama Senju locked in combat, while not far away, the only weak point in his life, his younger brother Izuna Uchiha, was fighting desperately against Tobirama Senju. Izuna's blade barely blocked Tobirama's flying thunder god blade, his chakra completely depleted, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Breathing rapidly yet still stubbornly resisting with Uchiha's pride. Tobirama's eyes were cold as ice, his blade already charged with a fatal strike about to pierce Izuna's heart in the next second. This was the nightmare that could never be erased from his life, the beginning of his fall into endless darkness, the root of his complete break with Hashirama. Without time to think, Madara's chakra flowed imperceptibly. With extremely fast taijutsu, his body turned into a blur, speed far exceeding the peak of this age, yet deliberately suppressing all the pressure of 6 paths power, letting no one notice the anomaly. At the moment when Tobirama's blade was about to touch Izuna's neck, he reached out and firmly grasped Izuna's wrist, pulling his younger brother behind him with steady force. Using his body to firmly protect him, he raised his hand to lightly block Tobirama's attack with the blade of his sword, easily deflecting it. "Brother." Izuna looked up in astonishment, feeling that today's Madara was unusually different. His aura was terrifyingly calm, without the previous ferocity in battle, instead carrying an unquestionable determination. But those eyes were still the familiar Sharingan, showing no sign of abnormality. Madara did not turn around, his fingertips slightly tightening, feeling the real warmth of his younger brother behind him, suppressing the surging regret and fear in his heart. The loneliness of the Fourth War, the pain of losing everything, the absurdity of being manipulated, all turned into the obsession of protection at this moment. This time he would never let Izuna die before his eyes. No clan grudges, no victory or defeat could compare to his brother's life. He did not say another word, nor did he look at Tobirama across from him. He just firmly protected Izuna and turned to walk toward the Uchiha clan grounds, directly interrupting the battle with Hashirama without any hesitation. Hashirama Senju, who had been fiercely fighting with Madara, froze instantly, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes full of heavy doubt and solemnity. He knew Uchiha Madara too well. Madara's pride was etched in his bones. Even in a bitter fight, he would never give up mid-battle and leave rashly, especially at a critical moment. This was not something Madara would do. In the moment when Madara saved Izuna, Hashirama clearly sensed an extremely subtle yet vast chakra that made his heart pound, fleeting away. That power did not belong to this era, deep, vast, with an indescribable pressure. But it was instantly hidden, leaving no trace. The Madara before him no longer had the deep hatred for the Senju clan nor the paranoid competitiveness. Instead, he revealed a weary yet relieved look after experiencing many hardships. And an unprecedented extreme desire to protect Izuna. It was Madara, truly Uchiha Madara, with no difference in bloodline, aura, or physical appearance. But it was not the Madara he knew, the paranoid, competitive, hate-filled Uchiha Madara. It was as if he had experienced something unimaginable, and had completely changed. Hashirama stood still, not pursuing, just staring intently at Madara's retreating back. A strong premonition rose in his heart. The future of the ninja world and the lifelong intertwined fate between him and Madara seemed to be heading for a completely different turning point. Madara protected Izuna all the way, silently returning to the Uchiha clan grounds. Only after stepping into safe territory did he release his grip on Izuna's hand, turn to carefully examine his brother's injuries, and slowly breathe a sigh of relief after confirming there was no life-threatening danger. He walked to his own residence, sat down alone, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the dormant 6 paths power within him, and the Rinnegan hidden deep in his eyes. This time he did not reveal any power beyond the era, he just protected the most precious person to him. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind: Izuna's death, clan conflicts, the break with Hashirama, building Konoha and then destroying it, the endless battles of the Fourth War. All the obsessions and hatred of his life completely loosened at this moment of seeing Izuna safe and sound. In the past he thought the peace Hashirama pursued was an illusory fantasy. He believed only by absolute power, by the rule of the Uchiha, could he protect the clan and console Izuna's soul. But after losing everything at the end of the Fourth War, he saw the vanity of endless strife, realizing that his whole life had been trapped in a cage of hatred. Now Izuna is alive, none of the tragedies have happened. He has the power to rewrite everything, but he doesn't need to reveal it hastily. He sat there for the first time, truly calming his mind, seriously thinking about the ideal that Hashirama had always upheld. Building Konoha, letting the Uchiha and Senju join hands, stopping the war in the ninja world so that children no longer suffer the pain of war. Perhaps Hashirama's ideal was never wrong. The mistake was his former self, blinded by Izuna's death, clouded by hatred, stubbornly denying everything, taking a completely opposite path, ending up with nothing. This time he would not let Izuna suffer any harm, nor let the Uchiha fall into despair. He would hide all his secrets, and as the head of the Uchiha clan face Hashirama and the conflict between the two clans anew. Building Konoha might indeed be the best way to protect loved ones and the clan. The wind gently blew outside the window. Madara slowly opened his eyes, the Sharingan in his eyes swirling calmly without the previous ferocity, only a firm heart of protection. His story with Hashirama and the future with Izuna will finally take a new path, and this time rewind. In the wooden house of the clan compound, sunlight streamed through the window lattice, falling on Ban's shoulders, dispelling some of the accumulated chill of years. He gently rubbed the handle of his sword with his fingertips, the trembling breath of his younger brother Quan Nai when he had just saved him still echoing in his mind. The six paths power within his body was like a sleeping dragon firmly sealed by a will far beyond this era. Only the ordinary chakra of the Uchiha clan flowed through his meridians, calm and without a single ripple. When Quan Nai finished treating his wound and pushed the door open, what he saw was his brother acting so unusually. In the past, even when Ban sat quietly, his body was surrounded by an aloof hostility, his eyes filled with obsession for war and hatred for the Senju clan. But now all the sharpness in his expression had faded, leaving only a deep calm. Even the hand holding the sword had loosened. "Brother, what happened to you just now?" Quan Nai walked up to Ban, his voice still carrying lingering shock. "You suddenly stopped the fight with Zhu Jian and protected me so urgently. You've never done that before." Ban looked up at his younger brother. The young man's brows were still sharp, his eyes full of trust and dependence on him, not yet having experienced that fatal calamity. He had not yet been shrouded by the shadow of death. Ban's heart softened, and his tone was gentle, even he himself not noticing. "Nothing, I just suddenly realized that some victories are far less important than the people by your side." Quan Nai was taken aback, clearly not fully understanding these words. In his understanding, his elder brother Uchiha Ban was the pride of the clan, an undefeated war god on the battlefield, and someone who valued clan honor and victory above all else. He had never spoken such words belittling battle. But looking into his brother's calm eyes, he ultimately did not ask more, only nodded firmly. "No matter what decision you make, brother, I will follow you." Looking at Quan Nai's determined appearance, the will to protect in Ban's heart grew even stronger. He knew that the war between the two clans would not stop because of one early departure. The feud between the Senju and Uchiha had entangled for generations, deeply rooted. Ending the war completely would not be easy. But this time he was no longer a avenger driven by hatred, but a clan leader holding the power to rewrite fate and harboring the obsession to protect. In the following days, Ben changed his usual aggressive combat style, ordering the Uchiha clan to shrink their defensive lines and no longer initiate frontal attacks against the Senju clan. This decision caused an uproar within the clan. The clan elders came one after another to advise against it, their words full of confusion and urgency. In their view, the Uchiha were powerful. Only by pressing forward can we completely suppress the Senju clan and win final victory. Clan leader, our morale is high now. If we retreat, the Senju will only become more aggressive. Lord Quan Nai is still injured. We should seize the opportunity to attack and avenge him. Facing everyone's doubts, Ban did not waver in the slightest. He sat upright in the clan leader's seat, his eyes steady and dignified, without using any of the six paths power. Using only the absolute prestige of the Uchiha clan and an unquestionable tone, he suppressed all opposing voices. "From today, all military actions follow my orders. Anyone who attacks rashly will be dealt with according to clan rules. Compared to meaningless slaughter, protecting every Uchiha clan member is the top priority." His words were calm yet carried an irresistible power. Everyone looked at the clan leader, who was so different from before. Though full of doubts, they ultimately did not dare to disobey. Only Quan Nai stood by Ban's side, silently supporting his brother's decision. He could feel that every choice Ban made was to protect the Uchiha, to protect him. In the Senju clan's camp, Qianshou Zhu Jian had never been able to let go of his doubts. Since the day Ban left without warning, the Uchiha clan had been acting abnormally, avoiding battle everywhere, as if they had completely sheathed their claws. He sent scouts many times but could never find anything unusual. Ben was still the same Uchiha Ban, acting steadily, leading the clan. Yet the change deep in his bones made him increasingly uneasy. "Fei Jian, what do you think is wrong with Ban?" Zhu Jian sat in the tent frowning, looking at his brother beside him. That day when he saved Quan Nai, that hidden chakra, I still can't forget it. It was too vast, not a power that should exist in our era. And he suddenly avoids battle completely, unlike his style. Qianshou Fei Jian tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes cold, still carrying vigilance against the Uchiha. No matter what he is plotting, the Uchiha avoiding battle is not a bad thing for us. But Ban's thoughts are unpredictable, we must be on guard. He must be planning something. I always feel that he is not plotting a conspiracy. Zhu Jian shook his head, the image of Ban's departing back appearing in his mind. That weariness and relief were not fake. I can sense it. He has changed, as if he has let go of something. Zhu Jian always believed that both of them longed to end the chaotic world and bring peace to the ninja world. But the former Ban, blinded by hatred, never wanted to accept his ideals. They fought again and again, eventually drifting apart. But now Ban's change rekindled the long-dormant hope in his heart. A few days later the two clans met again at the border. The Senju clan's forces stood in orderly formation. Hashirama walked out slowly, his gaze fixed on Ban across from him. Ban held Quan Nai's hand and walked slowly to the front. He did not activate his chakra or ignite the will to fight as he used to. He just looked calmly at Hashirama and said in a voice that clearly reached the entire battlefield. Hashirama, let's talk. At these words the whole field buzzed with shock. Both Uchiha and Senju clansmen were stunned. No one had expected that Ban, who had always been irreconcilable with the Senju, would take the initiative to propose a truce. Quan Nai was startled, instinctively tightening his grip on Ban's hand, his eyes full of confusion. In his understanding, a truce was impossible. The hatred between the two clans was deeply rooted in their bones, only battle could decide the outcome. Ban gently patted the back of his younger brother's hand, giving him a reassuring look, then stepped forward and walked alone toward the center of the battlefield. Hashirama's heart trembled, then his eyes lit up. Without hesitation he followed suit, walking alone toward Ban. The two stood facing each other with their clans behind them and the fate that had entangled them for a lifetime before them. Ban, what do you want to talk about? Hashirama's tone carried both expectation and caution. Ban looked up at him, his eyes clear, without a trace of hatred or obsession. Let's talk about ending this war. Let's talk about the true peace that we have both always wanted. Hashirama trembled all over, looking at Ban in disbelief. You finally agree with my ideals. The former me was trapped by Quan Nai's death, blinded by hatred, and thought your ideals were nothing but empty fantasies. Ban spoke slowly, his voice calm but resounding. But now I understand. In this chaotic world, only by joining hands can the two clans truly stop the conflict. Building a village where Uchiha and Senju no longer fight, where all clan members can live in peace. This is not a fantasy. He paused, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. The six paths power still dormant inside him, but the clarity gained through life and death made his words carry extra weight. In this life I don't want absolute rule, I don't want victory or defeat. I only want to protect Quan Nai, protect the Uchiha clan, and also see what the peace you speak of really looks like. Hashirama looked at Ban before him, his eyes growing slightly hot. He had waited for these words for too many years. From their youthful friendship to battlefield opposition, he had never given up wanting to pull Ban out of the cage of hatred, wanting to create peace together. Now finally they had arrived. Good. Good. Zhu Jian said good, twice, his voice trembling with excitement. Ban, let's build Konoha together, build a home for all ninjas, no more war, no more parting in life and death. Sunlight fell on the two of them, dispelling the smoke and chill of the battlefield. The former rivals, entangled for a lifetime in this reverse time, finally let go of past grudges and stood side by side toward the same goal. Quan Nai stood at the front of the clan, watching his brother talking with Zhu Jian. The confusion in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of peace. He suddenly understood that all of his brother's changes, all his unusual behavior were for protection. Protecting him, protecting the clan, protecting a peace they had never had. In the formation, Ban felt his younger brother's calm gaze behind him and felt the six paths power peacefully dormant inside him. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The power of the Rinnegan, the peak of the six paths, was no longer a weapon to conquer the ninja world for him. On this journey back in time, he had abandoned ultimate destruction and illusory obsessions, using this power beyond his era as a shield to firmly protect his loved ones and all the tragedies that had not yet happened. The prelude to the peace talks between the two clans had begun. Without the fierce battles of the past, without the hatred that would never end, Ban as the Uchiha clan leader negotiated step by step with Hashirama, resolving the generations-long feud and bridging their differences. Occasionally in secret he would use a trace of barely detectable chakra to smooth over conflicts between the clans and resolve hidden murderous intentions, but he never revealed this extraordinary power. He was still that dignified Uchiha clan leader, but there was no more hostility in his eyes, only tenderness for his family and determination for peace. Under his protection, Quan Nai grew up safely, no longer experiencing life and death calamities, and worked with him for the future of the Uchiha and the peace of both clans. Months later, the founding ceremony of Konohagakure was officially held. Hashirama stood on the platform announcing the birth of Konoha with great spirit, declaring the beginning of peace in the ninja world. Ben stood by his side with the safe Quan Nai beside him, watching the cheering clansmen below, watching faces no longer shrouded by war, his heart clear and pure. Wind blew across the land of Konoha, carrying the scent of new life. Ben raised his hand, lightly brushing over his Sharingan, feeling the six paths power peacefully sleeping in his meridians, his heart full of certainty. This time there was no grief of losing a loved one, no illusory obsession of a lifetime, no tragedy of being manipulated. With the weariness of returning through time and the six paths power hidden deep in his heart, he protected the most precious person in this life, rewrote the doomed fate, and joined hands with his former rival to embark on a true journey of peace. In the years to come, he was no longer the avenger trapped in darkness, but only the elder brother of Uchiha Quan Nai, one of the founders of Konoha, and the guardian of this hard-won peace. With the establishment of Mu Yi and all matters gradually settling, Ben withdrew the six paths power from his body and worked alongside Zhu Jian as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Yet recently a stubborn doubt had been coiling in his heart. The way Qianshou Zhu Jian looked at him was simply too abnormal. In the past their gazes had always been straightforward, whether it was the fervor of youthful camaraderie, the sharpness of battlefield confrontation, or the stubborn earnestness when persuading for peace. But now Zhu Jian's gaze was always wrapped in an inexplicable softness, lingering on him without shifting, devoid of battle intent or estrangement. Instead, it carried a kind of lingering focus that bordered on tenderness. Every time their eyes met, a subtle unease crept over him, yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. He deliberately avoided being alone, but could not withstand Zhu Jian's presumptuous familiarity. That day, after handling the trivial matters of village infrastructure, Zhu Jian without a word pulled him toward the hot spring at the back mountain, laughing heartily. Ben, after so many days of hard work, let's relax in the hot spring together. In our early years we did this often. Ben initially wanted to decline, but considering the newly stabilized peace between the two clans and unwilling to create rifts due to unwarranted distance, he eventually agreed. The hot spring was filled with steaming mist, the scalding water reaching his chest, dispelling the fatigue from his body. Ben deliberately chose a spot far from Zhu Jian, leaning against the rock wall with eyes closed to rest, hoping only to end this solitude as soon as possible. But before long a soft splash of water sounded beside him, and Zhu Jian unexpectedly moved directly toward him. The distance of several meters was instantly closed, so close that he could smell the faint scent of grass and trees on the other. Ben snapped his eyes open. His Sharingan rotated imperceptibly beneath his gaze, his chakra silently tensed, his fingers instinctively curled, and his body instinctively recoiled slightly without a sound. Ben, your whole body is so tense. Is the hot spring too hot? Zhu Jian started speaking on his own, and without warning extended his hand, his palm directly pressing against Ben's forearm. The rough fingertips inadvertently brushed against the warm skin, a touch that brooked no refusal. A fine chill shot up from his spine to the top of his head. Ben's whole body stiffened abruptly, and he jerked his arm back, discreetly avoiding the touch, his brows furrowing even tighter. He did not rebuke, but silently moved another half-step back, reopening the distance between them. His hand submerged in the water, clenched tightly, suppressing the inexplicable irritation and wariness in his heart. Throughout his life he had been proud and domineering, never liking others to touch him intimately. Even when he was young and interacted with Zhu Jian, there had never been such boundary-crossing closeness. Moreover, Zhu Jian's current gaze, with its straightforward tenderness, and the touch lacking any sense of propriety, made him utterly uncomfortable. Yet this strangeness was beyond words, he could only express his resistance through silence and distance. Zhu Jian, however, seemed oblivious to his rejection. Seeing a small maple leaf on Ban's shoulder, he reached out again to brush it off. There's a leaf on you. Let me remove it. Ben sidestepped again, his movements swift and decisive. His gaze remained heavy with confusion, but now carried a hint of coldness. Yet he never uttered a harsh word. He simply stared fixedly at Zhu Jian, his eyes sweeping over the undisguised intimacy in the other's gaze, and the confusion in his heart grew deeper. The Zhu Jian before him was still the Qianshou clan leader who was wholeheartedly dedicated to the peace of Mu Yi, yet this extraordinary concern for him and the boundaryless proximity were completely unlike the past. He had experienced the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes, witnessed the cruelty of war, tasted the pain of losing loved ones, yet he had never encountered such a situation. He could not fathom Zhu Jian's thoughts, and only felt an awkwardness that permeated his entire being. Amid the swirling steam, Ben no longer had the heart to stay. He slowly stood up, reached for his clothes beside him, and draped them over his body with movements that were both brisk and distant. He did not look at Yujian, but spoke lightly, his tone flat and devoid of emotion yet carrying clear distance. I'm going back first. Without waiting for Yujian's response, he strode out of the hot spring, his back straight and his step steady, but his clenched fingertips betrayed the strangeness in his heart. Yujian's call came from behind, but he did not turn back. The doubt in his heart only grew more intense. What was the reason for all of Yujian's abnormal behavior? He lowered his head and glanced at his forearm that had been touched. That strange sensation still lingered. In the end he suppressed his bewilderment, silently resolving to keep his distance from this man in the future. Konoha village had just taken root in the smoke of the Warring States era, with everything in ruins. The reconciliation between the Uchiha and the Senju finally brought a semblance of stability to this land. Yet in Uchiha Izuna's heart this stability always carried a suspended blade, and the blade's edge pointed directly at Senju Hashirama and at his brother Uchiha Madara, who harbored no guard against him. Madara had always cherished Izuna above all else. Growing up together, his younger brother was his sole vulnerability in the chaotic world, and he indulged him with endless affection and compliance. But now, with the village newly established, a myriad of pressing matters weighed on his shoulders. As the Uchiha clan leader, he had also pledged with Hashirama to build Konoha together. He had no choice but to meet frequently with Hashirama to discuss the village's structure, the integration of the two clans, and the resettlement of the villagers, each matter vital to the village's survival, leaving no room for error. In Izuna's eyes, however, this busyness took on a different hue. He harbored a deep-seated resistance to Senju Hashirama even after the truce. The bloody vendetta of the past had never truly faded, and he always believed Hashirama's gentleness to be a mere facade. His brother's frequent interactions with that man would eventually lead him into a trap, even plunging the Uchiha clan into danger. Seeing Madara adjust his robes once more, clearly about to visit Hashirama, Izuna could no longer hold back. He stepped forward quickly and grabbed Madara's sleeve. Looking up with a face full of grievance and discontent, his Sharingan tinged with a faint scarlet. "Brother, can't you stop going to see Senju Hashirama? Can't the village matters wait a little?" Madara looked down at his brother's sulking face, his tense features instantly softening. He reached out and gently ruffled Izuna's hair, his voice filled with unmistakable tenderness and a hint of coaxing resignation. "Izuna, be good. The village has just been founded. There are too many things that Hashirama and I must decide. Once this busy period is over, I'll be with you, alright?" "No." Izuna shook his head, stubbornly tightening his grip on the sleeve, his voice carrying an urgent obstinacy. "Senju Hashirama doesn't deserve your trust. Brother, you're too easy on him. I'm worried about you." Madara let out a soft sigh, gently smoothing the furrow between Izuna's brows as he explained patiently. "I know your concerns, but my pact with Hashirama is for the Uchiha, so that we never have to suffer the chaos and slaughter of the past again. Rest assured, your brother has a plan. I won't let you or the clan suffer." His tone remained gentle, full of indulgence without a hint of reproach, even as Izuna made an unreasonable fuss. But the matters at hand were urgent, so he could only pat Izuna's hand lightly, and said softly, "Wait for me to come back. I'll bring you your favorite snacks. Stay here and behave." With that he turned and left. Even though he noticed Izuna's displeasure, he dismissed it as a momentary tantrum, never imagining that Izuna would go to extremes. Madara's absence stretched for most of the day, and he did not return to the residence until late at night, dragging his weary body. The days of prolonged toil had left him exhausted both physically and mentally. Thinking of how he had neglected Izuna during the day, he felt a twinge of guilt. After a simple wash he lay down, and fell into a deep sleep, utterly defenseless. In the dead of night the door was gently pushed open and Izuna crept to the bedside. He stared at his brother's sleeping profile, his eyes filled with conflict. Yet the thought of Madara spending all his time around Hashirama made his unease overpower everything else. He clenched his palms, produced a pre-prepared chain wrapped in soft cloth, careful not to let the metal chafe Madara's skin, and cautiously wound it around his brother's wrist, gently locking it to the wooden post at the head of the bed. The click of the latch was barely audible, and it did not disturb the sleeping Madara in the slightest. Izuna crouched by the bedside, his fingertips lightly brushing the locked wrist, and muttered softly, "Brother, don't blame me. I just don't want you to keep going to him. Once you promise me, I'll unlock it." He kept vigil by the bed, his heart full of anxiety, both afraid of Madara's anger and steadfast in his own decision, and did not sleep a wink all night. As dawn broke, Madara slowly opened his eyes. When he tried to lift his hand, he felt a gentle restraint around his wrist. He paused for a moment, then looked down at the wrist locked to the headboard, yet instead of getting angry, his drowsy eyes instantly cleared, and he first looked toward the bedside. There he saw Izuna with red-rimmed eyes and a face full of nervousness. Madara showed no sign of anger. He merely let out a resigned sigh, his voice still brimming with affection and a hint of helpless amusement. Izuna, did you lock me up just to stop me from seeing Hashirama? Izuna felt a pang of guilt under his brother's gaze, but he still stiffened his neck and looked up with firm eyes. Yes. Brother, if you don't promise me, I won't unlock it. Madara looked at his brother's stubborn expression, feeling no resentment in his heart, only resignation and indulgence. He gently shook the locked wrist, his voice soft enough to drip with tenderness, devoid of any clan leader's authority, filled only with the spoiling of his younger brother. You're really my little treasure. Unlock it first, and we can talk about anything slowly. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a glow on the two of them. Madara showed no reproach at all, his eyes full of doting indulgence for his brother, while Izuna basked in that favoritism. Quan Nai pressed his lips together, still refusing to relent, his fingertips tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. His Sharingan eyes stared fixedly at Ban, carrying a stubborn petulance, yet also concealing a hint of unease, fearing his elder brother might truly grow angry. He knew his elder brother had always doted on him, but locking him to the headboard like this was ultimately overstepping boundaries. Yet whenever he thought of Ban going to meet Senju Jijian, he could not rest easy. After all, last time Senju Jijian had. Ben looked at his younger brother's tense face, the helplessness in his eyes deepening. Instead of struggling, he softened his tone and coaxed gently. Alright, stop throwing a tantrum. Your wrists are being chafed like this, don't you feel sorry for yourself? He deliberately moved his wrists slightly. Although the soft cloth wrapped around the chain did not abrade the skin, being bound like this was still uncomfortable. Quan Nai heard this, and his gaze instinctively fell on Ban's wrist. Seeing the faint skin beneath the soft cloth, his heart softened halfway, but his mouth still refused to yield. Then, elder brother, promise me you won't go looking for Senju Jijian all day. It's not that I go to him all day. It's village affairs that need to be properly discussed. Ben explained patiently, reaching out to touch Quan Nai's face, but the chain held him back, allowing him only half an inch of movement. Quan Nai, my original intention in establishing Konoha was to ensure that you and the Uchiha clan would never again have to live a life on the edge of a blade, never again endure the terror of constant battle. Only by joining forces with Jijian can we secure this peace. Do you understand? Quan Nai lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. In his heart he was not entirely oblivious to Ban's intentions, but his ingrained wariness of the Senju clan was deeply rooted. He looked up, his eyes carrying a hint of grievance. I know you want to protect the clan, but Senju Jijian isn't worth your complete trust. I'm afraid you'll suffer, afraid you'll get hurt. Since childhood his elder brother had always protected him. In the chaos, Ben always shielded him from behind, taking all the dangers for him. Now it was his turn to worry about his elder brother. He just wanted to keep Ben where he could see him, not let him fall into any unknown danger. Ben looked at his younger brother's reddened eyes, and his heart instantly melted into a pool of water, all anger gone. Whether in his past life or now, Quan Nai was always so delicate. He let out a soft sigh, his tone extremely gentle. I promise you I will always put the Uchiha and you first. I will never put myself in danger, nor let the clan suffer any injustice. Is that acceptable? He had never made such a humble promise to anyone before. Only for Quan Nai was he willing to set aside all pride and go to any lengths to accommodate. Quan Nai stared at Ban's eyes, seeing the unreserved affection and seriousness in his elder brother's gaze. After a long standoff, he finally relaxed his grip. He took out the key from his chest, reluctantly moved to the bedside, crouched down to unlock the chain, and muttered softly. Then big brother must not lie to me. If you hide things from me and go to him again, I'll lock you up next time. Alright, I'll do as you say. Ben smiled in agreement. As soon as his wrists were free, he immediately reached out and pulled the young man into his embrace, patting his back gently, his tone full of affection. I neglected your feelings. From now on, no matter what I do, I'll tell you in advance. I won't let you worry, okay? Pressed against Ban's chest, listening to the steady beat of his elder brother's heart, all of Quan Nai's unease and stubbornness vanished instantly. He obediently leaned against Ban's chest, hugging his elder brother tightly, and said in a muffled voice, As long as big brother is well. Sunlight gradually filled the room, dispelling the chill of the night. Ben gently stroked Quan Nai's hair, his heart full of indulgence for his younger brother. He naturally understood Quan Nai's thoughts. This obsessive protection was entirely born of reliance and care. As for the discussions with Jijian, he had his own measure. He would maintain the village's peace while firmly protecting his younger brother and the Uchiha clan. Still, this Jijian was indeed strange. As the dust settled, Ban leaned against a broken stone pillar, his consciousness drifting in and out, involuntarily recalling the bizarre and unusual behaviors of Qianshou Zhujian ever since his rebirth. He had thought that upon returning to life everything would revert to its original form. He would still be that Uchiha clan leader locked in rivalry with Zhujian, both foe and friend. They would argue as usual, clash over the ideals of clan and village just as before. Yet, from the moment he met Zhujian again after returning from the Pure Land, Ban had sensed something amiss. The first thing that felt off was his eyes. In the past, when Zhujian looked at him, his gaze burned with the heat of a worthy opponent, the earnestness of wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder, the stubbornness in disputes, and the chagrin of defeat. But after rebirth, Zhujian's eyes always held an indescribable tenderness and caution, as if laden with too many unspoken emotions, affection, guilt, and a hint of fear of loss. On the day Ban first landed, Zhujian rushed to him immediately, his hands trembling, blurting out, "Ban, I finally waited for you." At the time, Ban thought he was simply overwhelmed by their reunion, and didn't dwell on it, coldly scolding him for losing composure. Now looking back, those words were not the sentiment of a rival reunited, but rather an obsession long suppressed. Bit by bit the anomalies surfaced. In the past, when they argued, both would shout until red-faced, and Zhujian would at most scratch his head, retort defiantly, or act spoiled to make peace. But after rebirth, whenever they argued, as soon as Ban's expression darkened, Zhujian would immediately rein in his edge, stop debating, and only coax softly, all right, whatever you say, don't be angry, okay?" Even in their usual bets of victory and defeat, Zhujian would let him win at every turn, deliberately leaving openings despite their equal strength, allowing Ban to claim victory. At first, Ben thought Zhujian was yielding out of gratitude for his rebirth, but after repeated instances it felt unnaturally deliberate. There were also those untimely, overly familiar gestures. In the past, though Zhujian was easygoing, he knew his boundaries, at most patting Ban's shoulder or dragging him for drinks and conversation. But after rebirth, Zhujian would instinctively reach out to touch him, brushing dust off his shoulder, deliberately grazing his fingers when handing over tea. During walks he would unconsciously slow his pace to match Ban's rhythm. Even that time in the Daimyō mansion, when Ban said in anger, "Can you be my dog?" it was meant as a sharp remark, yet Zhujian agreed without a second thought. Now Ban realized it wasn't simple straightforwardness, it was that no matter what he said, Zhujian would comply and yield. Stranger still, Zhujian always knew things no one else could possibly know. He would occasionally mention sights from the Pure Land or the obsessions of his past life before death. Others could not understand, but Zhujian's eyes would dim, and he would softly echo, even revealing unspoken thoughts Ban had never shared. When Ban's hidden ailment flared up, something he never mentioned to anyone, Zhujian would always sense it, immediately prepare medicine in advance, and urge him to rest, his care exceeding normal bounds. Ben also recalled the reactions of Qian'ai and Feijian. In the past they only feared each other's clans, but after rebirth Qian'ai would always watch Zhujian warily, and privately warn him, "Brother, the way Zhujian looks at you is wrong." Feijian had also repeatedly admonished Zhujian to keep his distance, and not overstep. At the time Ban dismissed their concerns as overthinking, but now understanding dawned. The evening wind swept by, scattering his thoughts. Ben clenched his palm, a doubt stirring in his heart. What was wrong with Zhujian? Could it be that Zhujian had also been reborn? Or had he witnessed everything after Ban's death, only to return with deep guilt and longing, becoming this cautious, this accommodating? Countless questions tangled in his mind, stirring in the proud and aloof Ban a feeling he could not quite grasp. The village assigned Uchiha Madara to the Daimyo's mansion on a confidential mission, officially citing it as a guard duty. In truth, the Daimyo had specifically arranged it, to have the aloof Madara accompany the mansion's princess for a few days of leisure, thereby easing the relations between the village and the Daimyo's estate. Madara was reluctant to accept, but it was an official commission from the village, so he suppressed his displeasure, and set off. The Daimyo's mansion was adorned with ornate carvings and exquisite gardens. The princess, lively by nature, had long heard of Uchiha Madara's renown, and was struck by his cold, noble bearing. A mischievous idea came to her, and she dragged Madara and Senju Hashirama, who happened to be visiting the mansion on official business, into a game of truth or dare. Nearby, Tobarama, who had come to verify official documents, and Izuna, who had come specifically to see Madara out of concern for his elder brother, sat quietly on the veranda watching the two. After several rounds, Madara, plagued by poor luck, finally found himself at a disadvantage, drawing a dare. The princess's eyes lit up, a sly smile curling at her lips as she casually set the challenge. The punishment for the dare is to say to your best friend, "Can you be my dog?" As her words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted subtly. Madara's face darkened, his aura turning icy, instinctively wanting to refuse. But the rules of the game, coupled with the need to respect the daimyo's household, forced him to swallow his pride. He turned awkwardly to Hashirama, who was laughing heartily beside him, and gritted out the words, Can you be my dog?" He was cornered, his tone laced with irritation, wanting only to get this absurd punishment over with. Unexpectedly, Hashirama, ever straightforward and blunt, completely missed Madara's embarrassment, taking it as a playful joke between friends. Without a second thought, he slapped his thigh. Grinning, he said, "Sure. Madara, forget being a dog, I'd be anything for you." At these words, the courtyard fell into a dead silence. Madara froze entirely, the tips of his ears flushing red. Furious and embarrassed, he wished he could summon Susanoo on the spot. He had only been forced to complete the punishment, never expecting Hashirama to actually agree, and now this man had accepted without hesitation, as if deliberately humiliating him in public. Madara clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and said coldly, "Senju Hashirama, do you even know what you're saying?" Meanwhile, Izuna, watching from the veranda, was instantly enraged. He shot to his feet, his scarlet Sharingan flaring open, a surge of murderous aura swirling around him. In Izuna's eyes, his elder brother was the pride of the Uchiha clan, a towering and mighty figure of utmost dignity. For him to utter such words and for Hashirama to accept them without a shred of restraint was nothing short of an insult to his brother. "Senju Hashirama, how dare you?" Izuna strode forward, glaring at Hashirama with icy fury. "My brother's status, how could you treat him with such a frivolous joke?" His fingers trembled with rage. If not for the constraints of the daimyo's mansion, he would have already attacked. On the other side, Tobirama's face was as dark as a bottomless pit, exuding a piercing chill. He valued the dignity of the Senju clan above all else, and Hashirama's reckless, unconditional acceptance of such an absurd demand was a disgrace to the entire Senju name. Tobirama stepped forward slowly, his eyes behind the glasses filled with cold contempt, his voice as frosty as ice. "Brother, you have lost all sense of propriety. How could you so casually agree to such a degrading joke, disregarding the Senju clan's honor?" In an instant, the courtyard bristled with tension. Izuna glared at Hashirama, defending his brother's dignity. Tobirama rebuked Hashirama for his lack of regard for the clan. Madara, caught in the middle, was both mortified and furious, trapped in an impossible situation. The princess, who had started it all, sensed the change in atmosphere and restrained her smile, looking uneasy. Only then did Hashirama belatedly realize he had said the wrong thing. He scratched his head, looking sheepish. "I was just joking with Madara. I didn't expect you all to get so angry. How can you joke about such things?" Izuna snorted coldly, his anger still not subsided. Madara took a deep breath, suppressing his mortification, and said coldly, "Let this end here. The game is over." He had no desire to dwell on this absurd farce any longer, wanting only to finish the mission and leave the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo, hearing of the commotion, hurried over to mediate, smiling and coaxing the group until the tense atmosphere finally eased. But in the following days, Izuna kept a constant watch on Hashirama lest he tease Madara again. Tobirama repeatedly reminded Hashirama to mind his boundaries. And whenever Madara saw Hashirama, he was reminded of the debacle, his face turning cold. In his past life, how had he never noticed that Senju Hashirama was so fond of joking? Within the Uchiha clan's residence, the atmosphere was even more stagnant than the winter wind. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sat side by side on the tatame, both wearing expressions of utter despair synchronizing their movements as they tidied their disheveled clothes. The fierce struggle moments ago had already drained their strength, and their fingers carried a hint of impatience. They smoothed the crumpled collars that had been forcibly pressed down, then raised their hands to gradually push back the scattered bangs that had been completely lifted from their foreheads. Concealing the Sharingan that faintly glistened with bloodshot eyes, they tried to salvage the last shred of dignity. Half an hour ago, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had set foot in the Uchiha residence without warning and came straight to the point, demanding to examine the eyes of the two brothers. Madara was the first to refuse in fury. His crimson Sharingan instantly flared, the three tomos spinning rapidly, and his chakra surged abruptly as he barked for them to leave. Izuna stood close behind his elder brother, his gaze cold and sharp, his hand already resting on his ninja tool pouch, refusing to yield an inch. In their view, the Uchiha's ocular power was a clan secret, and their ultimate trump card. There was no way they would allow the Senju brothers, their sworn enemies by birth, to investigate freely, especially with such a forceful attitude. However, Hashirama, though appearing simple-minded, was exceptionally resolute. He firmly held down the furious Madara. His strength was so great that even the inherently defiant Madara could not break free. His tone carried an unyielding seriousness. "Madara, I know you're angry, but recently you and Izuna have been using the Sharingan too frequently. The drain on your ocular power is excessive. If this continues, your eyes will face serious problems. Tobirama and I must help you check." Tobirama stood on the other side, calmly restraining Izuna, who wanted to assist. His movements were crisp and clean, with no unnecessary tugging, yet he rendered Izuna completely immobile. He lifted his eyes and swept over the undeniable fatigue and bloodshot streaks in their eyes. His tone was flat but struck the core. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha inherently carries the risk of ocular power backlash and optic nerve damage. You too have been frequently activating your ocular power recently. The bloodshot whites of your eyes and the blurring of your vision, haven't you noticed yourselves? Blind resistance will only make things worse. Madara and Izuna had never been subjected to such suppression. They struggled and resisted with all their might but ultimately could not overcome Hashirama's monstrous strength and Tobirama's precise containment. The two were firmly pressed down at the edge of the tatame. The bangs on their foreheads were completely lifted, exposing their once sharp eyes to the Senju brothers' gaze. At this moment the whites of their eyes were covered in red bloodshot streaks, their pupils carried a faint hint of unfocused dispersion, and even the rotation of their Sharingan Tomo had become somewhat sluggish, a complete picture of fatigue from excessive ocular power consumption. Hashirama crouched down, his expression solemn. He gathered gentle wood-style chakra at his fingertips, carefully approaching Madara's eyes and softly probed the meridians beneath the eyes, afraid that excessive force might worsen the damage. The chakra flow is severely obstructed and the optic nerves have already sustained minor damage. If you continue to force the use of the Sharingan, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hashirama's voice was filled with concern, entirely devoid of his usual cheerfulness. Madara, we want to protect Konoha, not harm you. Meanwhile, Tobirama took out a chakra detection device he had developed, precisely measuring the ocular power depletion in Izuna's eyes, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He spoke no unnecessary words, but his movements were exceptionally meticulous, avoiding all sensitive nerve pathways. He recorded the ocular power depletion in Izuna's eyes one by one. In his cool and composed features there was the professionalism and rigor unique to a physician, completely setting aside the clan's enmity. The entire examination process was not long, but it felt unbearably torturous for Madara and Izuna. The proud Uchiha brothers being pinned down and unable to move, allowing their enemies to examine their eyes. This was already a great humiliation. Only when Hashirama and Tobirama released their grip did the two abruptly sit up. Their first action was to tidy their disheveled appearance. Madara pursed his thin lips, his face dark enough to drip water, and forcefully smoothed the wrinkles on his collar. He fiercely flicked his bangs back over his forehead, concealing the Sharingan still blazing with anger, yet he could not refute the Senju brothers' words. He could clearly feel the increasing soreness and stinging in his eyes, the true pain brought by the backlash of ocular power. Izuna's expression was equally unpleasant. His fingers repeatedly rubbed the pulled collar, and his cold gaze glared at Tobirama, who was packing up the detection device, but he no longer shouted as he had earlier. He turned his head away, avoiding Tobirama's gaze, raised his hand to comb his messy bangs back into place, but the tips of his ears flushed slightly, filled with a sense of hopeless resignation. Hashirama looked at the two brothers' awkward demeanor, scratched his head, and tried to ease the atmosphere. Madara, Izuna, the examination results show that the ocular power depletion is too severe. You must reduce the use of the Sharingan from now on. I'll have Tobirama prepare some soothing eye drops. Use them daily and you'll gradually recover. Tobirama looked up, handed over the paper with the recorded instructions, and said in a still flat tone, "Apply once in the morning and once in the evening at the corner of the eye. Absolutely refrain from activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. If you disobey, you will go blind in the future, and no one can save you." Madara took the paper, his fingers clenching tightly. He raised his head to meet Hashirama's sincere gaze, then glanced at Tobirama's calm expression. The rebuke that had risen to his lips finally swallowed back down. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting light on the four of them. Former mortal enemies on the battlefield now, due to a pair of ocular ailments, coexisted in such an awkward yet peaceful manner. Madara and Izuna tidied up the last trace of dishevelment, still maintaining their proud and aloof demeanor, but in their hearts a strange feeling finally stirred. They still harbored hostility toward the Senju brothers, but they could not deny that the forceful concern just now was truly for the sake of their eyes. The warm sunlight of Konoha filtered through the carved window lattice, falling in scattered fragments onto the edge of the bed. The atmosphere in the room seemed tense and strained, but beneath it lay an undercurrent known only to Uchiha Madara. On the bed, Madara raised his hand, leisurely smoothing out the rumpled front of his robe from the earlier struggle, then adjusted the disheveled bangs on his forehead to conceal the look in his eyes. His face wore an expression of forced submission and utter despair, yet hidden in his eyes were traces of amusement and a barely suppressed anger. He had been reborn and returned with the power of the six paths and the full strength of his dojutsu lying dormant within him, his body brimming with dense chakra. The so-called depletion of dojutsu and hidden ocular ailments were utterly insignificant to him. It was all a deliberate pretense from start to finish. He himself was perfectly fine. What truly concerned him was his younger brother beside him, Uchiha Izuna. Izuna had been frequently activating his Sharingan in battle over the past few days, overexerting his dojutsu. The stinging pain in his eyes and blurred vision were genuine symptoms. But Izuna was proud and stubborn, always hostile toward the Senju clan. If Madara outright refused the examination by Hashirama and Tobirama, Izuna would surely follow suit, ultimately delaying treatment for his eye condition. Helpless Madara went along with the flow, feigning rage and struggling, playing along with this act so that Tobirama and Hashirama could examine Izuna's eyes without worry. But at this moment Madara's mind was filled with the memory of the examination, and the more he thought about it the angrier he became. Originally he had only intended to let Hashirama probe his eyes with gentle would-release chakra, secretly adjusting his own chakra to create a false appearance of ocular chakra disorder and optic nerve damage, easily fooling the simple-minded Hashirama. But unexpectedly Hashirama's hands were far from proper. While one hand approached his eyes to examine the condition, the other quietly slipped around his waist. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, firmly holding him in place on the bed, ostensibly to prevent him from struggling and disrupting the examination, but in reality it was clearly taking advantage of the situation. At the thought of the warm touch on his waist, Madara's brow furrowed sharply and his aura plummeted, the fingertips gripping his robe turned white. He had to hold back his anger, earlier constrained by the need to continue the act and not delay Izuna's treatment. He feigned a few struggles without lashing out, but now recalling it he found it unforgivable. Beside him Izuna was completely unaware of his brother's thoughts. He was lowering his head, meticulously smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes and carefully combing his disheveled bangs back into place, looking both aggrieved and helpless. Earlier he had genuinely resisted Tobirama's examination, struggling with all his might, but was ultimately subdued by Tobirama's swift moves. Not only was his appearance disheveled, but he also allowed his arch-rival to probe the secrets of his eyes. Now he was filled with shame and vexation. On the other side Tobirama was lowering his head to record the actual data of Izuna's dojutsu depletion, his cold brows and eyes exuding the professional rigor of a physician. He had not seen through Madara's disguise at all, nor did he notice the fury Madara was holding back. He meticulously checked the nerve damage and chakra stagnation in Izuna's eyes. His expression focused, his presence cold and aloof. Soon Tobirama finished writing the medical instructions and handed over 2 neatly separated prescriptions, saying in a flat tone, "Apply the medicine on time, morning and night, and rest. Absolutely refrain from activating the Mangekyo Sharingan in the near future. Izuna's dojutsu depletion is more severe. There is already mild irreversible nerve damage in his eyes, requiring exceptionally strict rest." Madara reached out to take the prescriptions, his gaze first landing on Izuna's portion. After confirming the dosage was appropriate, and the treatment plan was sound, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he recalled the sudden touch on his waist, and his cold eyes swept over to Hashirama, who still wore a naive, oblivious expression. He sneered coldly. "I understand." Hashirama thought Madara was still upset about the forced examination, so he scratched his head with a smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. Little did he know that Madara was already plotting to settle the score with him afterward. Acting for Izuna's sake was acceptable, but taking advantage of the situation was something he would not let slide. The act staged solely for Izuna's treatment quietly came to an end. No one knew that beneath Madara's feigned indifference lay concern for his brother, along with the awkwardness and anger from being taken advantage of by Hashirama. When Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, the familiar eaves of Konoha greeted him, sunlight filtering through the cherry blossom trees of the Uchiha compound and falling upon his palm with an unreal warmth. The Uchiha clan was securely rooted, yet the news recently arrived from Senju and Uzumaki left a persistent seed of doubt in Madara's heart. Senju Hashirama, the man who had built Konoha alongside him, had quietly annulled his engagement to Uzumaki Mito. In his past life Hashirama had married Mito to solidify the alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan for the sake of what he called the village's greater good. Madara had watched coldly, seeing it as yet another testament to Senju Hashirama's willingness to sacrifice everything for so-called peace, leaving only a frigid detachment in his heart. But in this life nothing had yet reached that point. The engagement was dissolved without warning, leaving him unable to fathom Hashirama's intentions. What surprised him even more was that at dusk Senju Hashirama personally sent someone to invite him, claiming he had prepared sake and wished to share a quiet drink alone. Uchiha Madara's fingers traced the hilt of his sword. Reborn into this life, he was no longer the impulsive Uchiha leader blinded by hatred and obsession from his past existence. He had seen through Hashirama's stubbornness and paranoia and understood that this seemingly gentle man, once set on a path, would act without regard for consequences. This invitation reeked of ulterior motives. Yet he went anyway. First, he wanted to know what Hashirama was plotting. Second, deep in his heart, a stubborn fixation he himself refused to acknowledge drove him closer. In their past lives they had gone from standing shoulder to shoulder to bitter enemies ending in mutual ruin. Reborn, he wanted to see, without clan conflicts or ideological clashes, what Hashirama truly felt for him. The meeting place was Hashirama's residence. No one else was present, only a stone table with a flask of sake, 2 ceramic cups, and a kettle warming over the hearth. The atmosphere was conspicuously quiet. Hashirama was already waiting dressed in a simple yukata. His usual cheerful smile was subdued and his gaze at Madara was deep and complex, carrying a barely perceptible tension. "Madara, you came." Madara gave a faint acknowledgement, and sat across from him. His eyes swept over the sake flask and with a slight twitch of his nose he clearly detected the faint trace of knockout drugs mixed into the liquor. The dosage was light, the technique clumsy. With an Uchiha's keen senses he noticed it almost instantly. Seeing Madara motionless, Hashirama poured himself a cup, then reached for the other glass, his voice slightly unnatural. "I finally have some free time, so I wanted to share a drink with you and talk about the village." Madara sneered inwardly at his awkward pretense but did not expose him. He wanted to see what Senju Hashirama was scheming by setting up this elaborate trap. Before Hashirama could act, Madara took the empty cup himself, lifted the flask and slowly poured the drugged sake into his own glass. The liquid was clear, indistinguishable from ordinary sake. He raised the cup, his eyes meeting Hashirama's, a gaze filled with panic and urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Madara tipped his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, carrying the faint bitterness of the drug. He set down the cup with a calm expression, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as if nothing had happened, and looked at Hashirama. "If you have something to say, just say it." Hashirama clearly hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. He froze, opened his mouth, but no words came out. The drug took effect quickly. Within moments a heavy drowsiness washed over him, his limbs grew weak and his vision began to blur. Madara let his eyelids droop, his body swayed slightly, and he deliberately relaxed all tension, feigning unconsciousness, as he slowly slumped onto the stone table. He could clearly feel the person beside him rise instantly and approach with quick, careful steps, completely unlike Hashirama's usual boisterous manner. Hashirama reached out, gently supporting his shoulder, his fingers trembling slightly as he tentatively touched Madara's cheek. Only after confirming he was truly unconscious did he carefully lift him into his arms. Hashirama's embrace was warm, his hold gentle, as if afraid of causing pain. He walked with the lightest steps, carrying Madara into the inner bedroom. Madara kept his eyes shut, his body limp, pretending to be utterly helpless as he let himself be maneuvered. He felt himself gently lowered onto a soft bed, followed by a series of faint rustling sounds. A cool rope lightly encircled his wrists, looping around the headboard, not too tight but enough to restrict his movement and prevent easy escape. Then came a delicate sensation around his ankles, some kind of metal anklet that clicked softly around his bones, not constricting yet firmly locked, carrying an unyielding sense of confinement. Finally a soft red silk was gently draped over his eyes, blocking out all light, plunging him into a dark crimson void. With sight lost, his other senses sharpened immensely. He could hear Hashirama's slightly rapid breathing, feel him standing by the bed, his gaze burning upon Madara with an intensity that was almost palpable, a mixture of greed, obsession, and long-suppressed tenderness. Madara's heart involuntarily tightened. He had always known Hashirama valued him, but he never imagined that this man so devoted to the village would resort to such extreme measures to trap him by his side. He remained motionless in his feigned unconsciousness, allowing himself to be bound and restrained. Reborn, he had planned for the clan, for peace, but never for this entanglement with Hashirama. Now, with red silk covering his eyes, hands and feet, bound, lying in Hashirama's bedroom and breathing in the scent of the man pervading the room, Madara felt no anger, only a complex, profound stillness. He wanted to see what Senju Hashirama, having gone to such lengths to bind him here, intended to do next. Uchiha Madara was bound upon the bed, a red rope covering his eyes, cutting off the surrounding light and shadow, but unable to block that familiar yet irritating presence. His entire body was tense, his chakra suppressed and unusable, unable even to turn over. He could only wear a cold expression, emanating a defiant aura of resistance, yet he did not utter a word of reproach. Senju Hashirama sat by the bedside, his fingertips gently brushing against Madara's trembling eyelashes, his voice lowered to a whisper, carrying a stubborn tenderness. "Madara, I know you're awake, but you must listen to what I have to say." A muffled snort escaped Madara's throat, full of disdain, yet he remained silent, as if in silent resistance. Hashirama, however, paid no heed to his attitude. His fingers slowly moved downward, brushing over the faint marks left by the ropes on Madara's skin, his movements, so gentle they were almost cautious. "I know you hate being restrained, hate that I keep you this way, but I truly have no other choice. From the moment we met by the river in our youth, you stood on a rock, your eyes shining brighter than the sunlight. At that time I thought that if I could stand by your side in this life it would be enough. Later we dreamed together, wanted to build a village to let everyone live in peace. Back then I thought we would walk on together forever." His voice was deep and sincere, each word striking Madara's heart. But later opposing stances clan conflicts we faced each other with blades time and again. Every time I threw a punch I was afraid of hurting you, every time I saw you injured it hurt me more than if I had been struck myself. Others say I fight for the peace of the shinobi world for the Senju clan. But only I know that in striving for this world and guarding this peace in the end I just want you to stand steadily by my side. Hashirama leaned down, his warm breath enveloping Madara, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. I love you, Madara. It's not the mutual admiration between rivals nor the concern of close friends. It's the kind of love that wants to keep you by my side, to monopolize your gaze, to spend a lifetime with you. I love your pride, your strength, the defiance in your eyes that never bows, and the tenderness hidden beneath your coldness. I have seen you decisive on the battlefield, seen you risk everything for the Uchiha, and seen the vulnerability you occasionally show. I love every side of you. I know you are proud, unwilling to bow, disdainful of such romantic attachments, but I cannot control myself. Watching you turn away time and again, coldly glaring at me, pushing me away again and again, I'm going mad. I'm afraid of never being able to hold on to you, afraid that we will only be eternal opponents in this life, afraid that in the end I won't even have a chance to say I love you. His fingers gently grasped Madara's wrist, the force light yet carrying an unyielding obsession. I don't care if you call me paranoid, I don't care if you hate me. I just want to say all these words to you. I have loved you for decades, from the ignorance of youth to the leadership of a clan. This feeling has never changed. I can abandon everything, the position of Hokage, the glory of the Senju, as long as you are willing to look back at me and stay by my side. Madara, stop running away, stop pretending you don't care, stop pushing me away with coldness. I love you deep in my bones, etched into my soul. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, I only want to be with you. The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Madara's eyelashes trembled violently, and beneath the red robe covering his eyes emotions he had never felt before surged. His once impenetrable heart, under this passionate and obsessive confession, gradually cracked open, no longer able to be completely ignored. He remained silent, but no longer struggled, allowing Hashirama to hold his wrist, listening to the feelings hidden for half a lifetime, quietly leaving its mark in the silence. Bound by a red rope that wrapped around his eyes, Ban was tied to the bed, listening to Zhu Jian's fervent confession. His entire body stiffened abruptly. He had been reborn. In his previous life he had lost too much, broken ties with Zhu Jian, lost Quan Nai, and plunged himself into an abyss of darkness, ultimately ending in utter devastation. In this life he had meticulously schemed joining forces with Qianshou Zhu Jian to establish Mai. The Uchiha had found a stable foothold, Quan Nai was alive and well, and Qianshou Fei Jian remained as sharp and vigilant as ever. Everything was heading toward a stability he had never known, yet the one thing he had not anticipated was that Qianshou Zhu Jian harbored such feelings for him. Memories of his past life surged forth, the misunderstandings, the suspicions, the regrets, intertwining with the tenderness at his ear, making his chest tighten and his breathing lose its rhythm. He had lived 2 lifetimes proud throughout, never imagining that the man who had stood beside him to build Mai concealed such deep and obsessive affection. But reason swiftly returned. They were no longer the boys who played by the river, they were the founders of Mai, the clan leaders of the Uchiha and the Senju. The 4 clans had just pledged allegiance, the village's foundation was unsteady, and the slightest disturbance would reignite the flames of war. Ben forcibly suppressed his panic, and shouted sternly, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. How dare you! He tensed his spine, his tone cold and hard. What are we now? At the dawn of Mai's founding, the Senju and Uchiha have just ceased hostilities. I am the Uchiha clan leader, and you are the master of Mai. How can you harbor such absurd thoughts? He deliberately invoked their identities and the greater good, every word a line drawn in the sand. The red rope hid all his panic, leaving only his defiance. If Quan Nai or Fei Jian were to learn of this, they would never let it go. When the time comes, the conflict between the clans will reignite, the village will fall apart. Can you bear the consequences? His words spoke of righteousness, but his heart was a turmoil. He feared Quan Nai would act out of concern for him, and he dreaded Fei Jian's sharp eyes seeing through everything, stirring up endless storms. In his rebirth all he sought was peace, but Zhu Jian's confession shattered that tranquility. Zhu Jian, however, was silent for only a moment before the aura of wood and greenery closed in. Before Ban could speak again, a hand gently pressed his shoulder, and warm lips without warning covered his, silencing all his reprimands and concerns. The kiss carried years of repressed urgency and tenderness, neither too light nor too heavy, yet filled with an unyielding obsession that struck Ban to the core of his being. Ban's body went rigid, his bound hands clenching tightly. His chakra stirred but was suppressed, making even his resistance seem feeble. The warmth of lips and teeth was both familiar and strange, the regrets of the past life, the stirrings of this one, the positions of the 2 clans, his brother's safety, the village's future. all thoughts tangled into a chaotic knot in that moment. He should have been enraged, should have broken free, should have lashed out with the sharpest words. But his body inexplicably froze. Xu Jian pulled back slightly, breathing heavily, and murmured against his lips, low and resolute. I can bear the consequences. I built my so that I could stand by your side in peace. I care nothing about status consequences or the censure of the clans. Whether Fei Jian opposes or Quan Nai blocks me, even if the entire ninja world disapproves, I will never let you go. His fingers softly traced the marks left by the red rope on Ban, his tone gentle yet stubborn. In this life I have finally stood beside you, finally kept you safe. I will never let go again. Beneath the red rope, Ban's eyelashes trembled violently. The emotion surging in his heart nearly broke through the disguise of his pride. He had returned from rebirth intending to remedy all regrets, but he never expected that what would strike him first was Qianshou Xu Jian's love hidden for 2 lifetimes. The lingering warmth on his lips burned, and every word at his ear pierced his heart. Outside the window, the faint sounds of Quan Nai and Fei Jian arguing in the courtyard reached him, familiar and reassuring. Yet on the bed between the two of them raged a love tribulation unknown to anyone else. Ben opened his mouth to curse again at the absurdity, but the words that came out were barely a whisper of breath. This time he did not struggle hard. Perhaps even he had not realized that the heart frozen for 2 lifetimes had already begun to thaw quietly in this gentle yet dominating confinement. Senju Hashirama's confession, and that single kiss shattered every shred of his composure into pieces. Madara had never been so flustered before. He had never feared the bloodshed on the battlefield, never retreated from the death match with the Senju clan, and even in the face of death he had remained proud. But now, bound to the bed, listening to the burning passion of the other's words, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, he was panicked for the first time. He was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, one of the founders of Konoha. His status was unequivocal, allowing no room for personal feelings. Izuna was still alive, his most beloved younger brother. If he ever learned of this entanglement with Senju Hashirama, he would surely fight Hashirama to the death, even risking reigniting the war between the 2 clans. And Tobirama Senji, needless to say, was already wary of the Uchiha, and kept a constant guard on him. If discovered, he would certainly seize the leverage and thrust the Uchiha into the storm. Konoha had just been founded with countless things to rebuild. The grudges between the 2 clans had not yet dissipated. The slightest misstep would undo all their efforts and lead to rivers of blood. Madara understood these consequences better than anyone. Yet what unsettled him more than all of this was the turmoil within his own heart. The regrets of the past life, the warmth of this life, the bonds of youth, the stirring of the present, all churned together, suffocating him. He desperately tried to maintain the pride of a clan leader, to scold with a cold face, to push everything away. But his body refused to obey, and he could not even utter a complete reprimand. You! Madara's voice trembled for the first time, no longer cold and sharp as before, but laced with a barely perceptible panic. Let me go. Hashirama, stop messing around. Even he himself did not notice that his tone had lost all conviction, leaving only flustered surrender. He dared not even think about whether deep down he was resisting or anticipating. Sensing his stiffness and trembling, Hashirama gently brushed his fingertips across his cheek, his movements tender beyond words. Madara, I'm not messing around. I know what you fear. You fear hurting Izuna, you fear Tobirama's retaliation, you fear the 2 clans will clash again, you fear destroying Konoha. But I promise you, I will protect you, protect the Uchiha, protect Konoha. I will bear all the consequences, and I will shield you from all the criticism. Madara's heart tightened. Beneath the red blindfold his eyelashes trembled violently, panic almost spilling over. He had never feared these things. He feared that he would sink into this, that he would abandon all his pride and stance, that this forbidden affection would destroy the hard-won peace he had finally obtained. He feared even more that, reborn as he was, he would ultimately fall into the same man's hands. Don't say another word. Madara struggled violently, red marks forming on his bound wrists, his voice filled with panic. We are brothers, comrades in arms, clan leaders of 2 families. There can never be anything between us. Absolutely impossible. The more he emphasized, the more he exposed his inner agitation. The usually calm and aloof Uchiha Madara was now like a bewildered youth, barely able to maintain his mask. But Hashirama did not stop. He leaned down and kissed him again, gently yet firmly, swallowing all his panic and resistance. Nothing is impossible. Hashirama pressed his lips against his voice low and persistent. Madara, stop running. You have feelings for me too, don't you? That single sentence struck the deepest hidden corner of Madara's heart. He froze instantly, his struggles ceased, and he was completely stunned. Panic, helplessness, palpitation, struggle, all emotions intertwined, crushing him until he could barely breathe. Outside the window the voices of Izuna and Tobirama drifted in not far away, and they could enter at any moment. Once discovered the consequences would be dire. But on the bed the warmth of lips and teeth was scorching and the sincerity in his ears was genuine and blazing. Madara was completely disoriented. He had been proud for 2 lifetimes, strong for 2 lifetimes, in control of everything for 2 lifetimes, yet at this moment overwhelmed by Senju Hashirama's love he had discarded his armor, and had not even the strength to resist. He closed his eyes, the red blindfold tightly covering his gaze, hiding all the panic and wavering within, but unable to stop his heart, which had long since lost control and was wildly pounding. In this life he had thought he could rewrite his fate, but never expected that the first thing to spiral out of control was himself. The moment his chakra was completely sealed, Uchiha Madara knew he was done for. Not in battle, not in a scheme, but at the hands of the one person he should never have fallen for, Senju Hashirama. His wrists were bound behind his back with a rough yet harmless red cord, the touch warm, constricting without pain, yet it rendered him utterly immobile. His usually stern and cold robes were disheveled, the aura that once commanded the shinobi world now completely dissipated. He was forced into someone's embrace, pressed against a tree trunk with no room to turn away. Madara tilted his head slightly, jaw tight, lashes trembling violently, eyes squeezed shut, refusing to open even a crack. He dared not look. The moment he opened his eyes he would meet Senju Hashirama's gaze. Too blazing, too direct. Those eyes held too many emotions he dared not explore: determination, scorching desire, relentless resolve, and a thick, unbreakable concern. Each one made his heart race with panic. He feared that one glance would make him unable to hold back. Unable to resist, softening, to concede, to cast aside all the principles, pride, and stance he had held for half a lifetime, and let this man lead him by the nose. Senju Hashirama, stop fooling around and let me go. Madara's voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. His usually cold magnetic tone now tinged with a hint of panic, the final syllable tightening. He struggled to maintain the composure of the Uchiha clan head, but the faint redness of his ears betrayed the turmoil within. The person behind him did not release him as he wished, but instead drew closer, warm breath brushing the side of his neck, carrying a tingling heat. Senju Hashirama's voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of grievance and stubbornness, each word striking Madara's heart. But I don't believe that when you open your eyes they will still be empty, without a trace of me. Uchiha Madara. Help. Right now he only wanted to break free, jump up and pin this Senju Hashirama to the ground for a thorough beating. Did this man even know what he was saying? Such words, such tones, such eyes, how could they belong to the towering world-minded god of shinobi? How could he be the rival who had fought and battled with him for half a lifetime? He was clearly nothing but a shameless scoundrel deliberately toying with his heart. Madara's heart roared wildly, but on the surface he could only maintain a frozen expression, teeth clenched, forcibly suppressing the anger and chaos within. He had lived so many years, fought on battlefields, looked down upon the world, but never had he felt so shattered as at this moment. His chakra sealed his body, bound, unable to flee, unable to break free, unable to curse, unable to strike, yet the other party was using such gentle yet stubborn words to pierce his hard shell bit by bit, stirring up all his emotions. He fumed inwardly, almost certain this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. The so-called accidental sealing of his chakra, the careless binding with the red cord, all excuses. With Senju Hashirama's strength, how could he make such a low-level mistake? It was clearly premeditated, deliberately trapping him by his side, deliberately entangling him in this way. The more Madara thought, the angrier and more confused he became. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind, a fact that made his heart race. After the founding of Konoha, Senju Hashirama had a wife, though not at present. She was the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido. Gentle and strong, dignified and steady, she was Senju Hashirama's lawfully wedded wife, recognized by all of Konoha as the first Hokage's wife. And now he was trapped in Senju Hashirama's arms, bound with a red cord, treated with such ambiguous intimacy. What did that make him? A ridiculous and piercing word surfaced, uncontrollably. Mistress. The moment this thought emerged, Uchiha Madara stiffened, his face turning even more grim, a surge of strong resistance and shame welling up inside. Who was he? He was Uchiha Madara. The pride of the Uchiha clan, the powerhouse who looked down upon the shinobi world, the Madara who would rather be shattered than compromised. He had been proud and arrogant all his life, towering and indomitable, even if he had to contend with Senju Hashirama, fight him, and be locked in an endless struggle. He had never imagined that he would fall to such a low, that he would become someone who destroys another's marriage. Absolutely not. He couldn't even think about it. No matter how mad, how obsessed, how inextricably bound to Senju Hashirama, he would never do such a disgraceful thing. A thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind: what if he got rid of Uzumaki Mido first? The moment this idea emerged, Uchiha Madara himself was startled, suddenly frozen. What was he thinking? Get rid of Uzumaki Mito. Why did such a thought even occur? Just because he didn't want Senju Hashirama to belong to another. Just because he couldn't bear to see them as a harmonious couple. Just because of that possessiveness deep in his heart, which he himself refused to acknowledge. Madara's heart tightened, a wave of utmost complexity swept over him. Panic, shame, anger, and a trace of bitterness he himself refused to admit. He should have loathed this relationship, should have broken free immediately, should have rebuked Senju Hashirama for his impropriety, should have drawn a clear line and never interacted again. But his body was more honest than his mind. He didn't truly struggle with all his might, didn't steel himself to speak the cruelest words, didn't sever this bond completely. His bound wrists moved slightly, but only a gentle tug, more like a feigned resistance. His closed eyes still dared not open. He feared that once he opened them he would see Senju Hashirama's face, those eyes filled with his reflection, and then all his resolve, all his pride, all his principles would collapse entirely. Senju Hashirama seemed to sense the stiffness in his body, sighed softly, and moved even more gently. His warm fingertips carefully brushed over Madara's wrist where the red cord had left faint red marks, his voice tender enough to drip. Madara, don't hide from me. I know you have me in your heart. Don't let those rules and identities trap you. Uchiha Madara bit his lip, his heart both angry and chaotic, so shattered he almost wished to vanish on the spot. He hated himself for not being decisive enough, for not being able to let go, for knowing he shouldn't, yet still retreating step by step under this man's gentle assault. The red cord bound his body, the seal locked his strength, but what truly trapped him was never these. It was Senju Hashirama himself, this bond that had entangled them for half a lifetime, and the deepest, most reluctant part of his heart, the inability to let go. He closed his eyes, his red body tense, neither daring to look nor respond, only roaring in his heart over and over. Senju Hashirama, you bastard! Do you even realize that you are pushing me to a point of no return? And I, it seems, have long been at that point. Now Izuna is still here. I should. Don't even think about it, calm down. Reality and reason, like two tightening nooses, coiled around Uchiha Madara's nerves, each inch screaming in madness, each second threatening to snap. The village of Konoha had just been founded with 100 tasks awaiting, clan affairs, the balance of the shinobi world, future plans, all pressing down on his shoulders. His mind was already fraught, and now it was utterly thrown into chaos. His wrists were tightly bound with a red cord, and his chakra was completely sealed by Senju Hashirama's unique technique. He could muster no strength, not even summon the shadow of Susanoo. The Uchiha clan leader, who once surveyed the shinobi world with disdain, was now like a beast with its neck pinned, unable to move, escape, or dodge, unable even to utter a full threat. And that scene just now replayed in his mind, burning his ears numb, making every breath scorching hot. Senju Hashirama had leaned down and kissed him again. It was not a grazing accident in battle, nor a casual touch between brothers, nor some emergency blunder. It was a real, warm, forceful kiss filled with unmistakable intimacy and possession, lightly landing on the corner of his lips. Soft, warm, carrying the unique scent of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara froze, completely forgetting the rhythm of his breath, his mind blank save for that lingering warmth burning repeatedly. Senju Hashirama, have you lost your mind? His voice was hoarse, trembling in a way he himself didn't notice, still keeping his face turned away, eyes tightly shut, afraid to look, afraid to think, even more afraid to admit the panic and palpitation exploding in his heart at that moment. I'm not crazy. Senju Hashirama's voice was right by his ear, low and resolute, carrying a hint of tender triumph and a faint, barely perceptible seriousness. I'm clear-headed, clearer than ever. Clear-headed. Clear-headed, my ass. Uchiha Madara roared inwardly, almost cursing aloud. Oh my God, he really couldn't take it anymore. Did this man simply not know what he was doing? The words, "Your eyes are empty without a trace of me," were already devastating enough, now a direct kiss. Was he not satisfied with pushing Madara to the brink of collapse, chaos, and humiliation? He was Uchiha Madara, the proud to the bone Uchiha Madara. A towering figure, all his life decisive and relentless. When had he ever been trapped like this, drawn close, stirred until his composure shattered? The red cord around his wrists didn't hurt, deliberately left loose without drawing blood, yet the constant reminder of restraint pressed on him. He was now utterly powerless at this man's mercy. And what broke him more was that deep inside he screamed defiance, yet his body didn't truly struggle, even lost in a moment of trance with a shameful loosening he despised in himself. Reality slapped him hard, leaving him dizzy. Konoha was just established, the alliance between Senju and Uzumaki had spread far and wide. Senju Hashirama was to marry the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. It was almost certain. The entire shinobi world awaited this marriage to stabilize the situation. Uchiha Madara was no exception. In his eyes, Hashirama's engagement to Mito was a settled fact and necessity for the greater good and unchangeable arrangement. What was he now? At the dawn of Konoha's founding, trapped in the arms of the future Hokage, kissed, entangled with words bordering on confession. To put it bluntly, he was the one meddling in another's engagement. The other woman. The moment those two words surfaced, Madara felt a suffocating tightness in his chest, a mix of shame and fury, his pride shattered into pieces. He knew rationally. Senju Hashirama bore the burden of the Senju clan, and Konoha's great responsibility. The alliance with Uzumaki was the inevitable trend. He should not interfere, should not cross the line, should not harbor any improper thoughts. He should push hard, should scold the other awake, should turn and leave thereafter, keeping the boundaries, discussing only the village, not private matters. He should cut off all superfluous ties with a cold sneer, maintaining distance and propriety, as with fellow clan brothers. But emotionally, that single kiss had turned everything upside down, collapsing all calm self-control and principles. That kiss just now, too light, too hot, too piercing. Light as a probe, heavy as a brand, striking straight into the softest, most untouchable, decades-old hidden place in his heart. He dared not even recall the sensation. One recollection set his entire body on edge, his heart pounding wildly, even the sealed chakra seemed to burn faintly. "Let me go." Madara gritted his teeth, his voice already weak and lacking its usual cold harshness, only an uncontrollable panic. "This can't end like this." "Then it won't end." Senju Hashirama pressed even closer, his warm breath brushing Madara's neck, carrying a low chuckle. "Then I'll take full responsibility." "Who wants your responsibility?" Madara snapped back, the tips of his ears reddening to the point of bleeding, his mind a turmoil of anger and confusion, on the verge of being driven mad. His mind was full of that engagement, of Uzumaki Mito, of the reality that Senju Hashirama was about to marry. The more he thought, the more tangled and bitter he became, a nameless anger mixed with sourness. He truly wanted to jump up and beat this shameless Senju Hashirama to the ground. To knock some sense into him, and into himself. Reason told him over and over that they were partners and founding Konoha clan leaders, pillars of the village. They must not disrupt the greater plan with personal feelings, especially not when he was about to marry. Reality reminded him again and again the engagement was in place, responsibilities weighed, the whole shinobi world watched. This only made them a laughingstock, risking the hard-won stability between Uchiha and Senju. Yet deep down the emotion stirred by that kiss raged wildly. Screaming of resentment, of concern, of the fact that all these years of conflict and connection had never been false. He should hate, should rage, should sever everything completely. But precisely in that moment of being held and kissed, all his sharp thorns softened. He even discovered to his despair that what angered him most was not being bound, sealed, or kissed, but that he wasn't as resistant as he had imagined. And in the deepest part of his heart a small place quietly yielded, secretly longing for this long-lost burning closeness. "Don't come any closer." Madara's voice tightened, his threat sounding feeble. "Don't forget your engagement to Uzumaki Mito. What is this between us? What dignity is there?" He deliberately brought up the engagement both to remind Hashirama and to forcibly pull back his own crumbling sanity. Senju Hashirama, upon hearing this, let out a low laugh, his tone carrying a hint of understanding and certainty. His fingertips brushed lightly over Madara's reddening ear. "Engagement? Madara, do you really think I would agree to that marriage?" Madara froze, his heart skipping a beat. Yet he still dared not open his eyes, dared not look at Hashirama's expression, only taking it as nonsense, as deliberate provocation. His mind was still filled with the fixed perception, the alliance acknowledged by the entire shinobi world, the shackles of reality he could not break. Reason was still collapsing, reality still pulling, he knew nothing, dared believe nothing, only that one kiss had burned through all his disguise and defenses. Uchiha Madara, eyes closed, body tense, ears crimson, his mind filled with a single roaring cry. "Senju Hashirama, you bastard! Do you even know that this kiss of yours has shattered the pride, reason, and bottom line of my entire life?" The sensation on his lips still quivered with heat, as if Madara Uchiha was being pressed into a fire. That single kiss had already shattered the rationality he had maintained for half a lifetime into pieces. He was bound to Hashirama by a red rope, with his hands behind his back, his chakra completely sealed. The usual cold and arrogant demeanor vanished entirely, leaving only a palpable panic that he couldn't hide. All his life he had dominated the ninja world, always the one to overpower others, never being trapped in someone's arms, unable to move, and being flustered by straightforward burning words that made his heart race uncontrollably. He was almost certain that this guy was doing it on purpose. Deliberately sealing his chakra, deliberately binding him with a red rope, deliberately dragging him to this secluded place, deliberately kissing him, deliberately watching him fall apart and lose his composure. What infuriated him even more was that he should have lashed out in anger, should have turned hostile, but his body was so honest that it disgusted him. He didn't struggle desperately, didn't harden his heart to tear everything apart, only stiffly evaded, only fled in embarrassment, and even his harsh words sounded lacking in conviction. Konoha had just been established, and the situation was still unstable. Outside, everyone was spreading rumors that Hashirama Senju, in order to solidify the alliance, would surely marry Mito Uzumaki, the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki clan. This matter was almost a foregone conclusion, and even Madara Uchiha had tacitly accepted it. Whenever he thought of this, his chest felt tight and bitter. He was Madara Uchiha, the clan leader, a man of pride who would rather break than bend. How could he at this critical moment be entangled like this with someone who was already engaged? The word homewrecker popped into his mind, and Madara felt such shame that his scalp tingled, wishing he could slap himself on the spot. He even uncontrollably flashed a crazy thought: why not just get rid of Mito Uzumaki and break off this marriage? As soon as this thought came, he himself stiffened abruptly, and cursed himself for being a bastard. What was he thinking? How had it come to this? It was simply because he didn't want Hashirama Senju to belong to anyone else. This secret and domineering desire clashed wildly with his reason, tormenting his nerves to the point of breaking reality, and his bottom line crumbled layer by layer, leaving only chaos in his heart and eyes. But just then two unmistakably clear voices crashed in from outside the house, instantly freezing Madara Uchiha's blood in his veins. "Brother! Where are you? There are still matters in the clan to discuss with you." It was Izuna Uchiha, his voice carrying a hint of urgency, approaching from afar. "Big brother. There's a pile of village affairs waiting for your decision. Where have you gone to slack off again?" Tobirama Senju's cold voice followed with his usual impatience, and the footsteps grew closer. The two were on either side, clearly nearby, just a few steps away from the door. Madara Uchiha stiffened like a stone, his earlobes instantly turning bright red, his heart pounding wildly, almost breaking his ribs. The panic and collapse in that moment were 10 times more intense than when he was kissed just now. It's over. It's really over. If Izuna pushes the door open and sees him tied with a red rope held in Hashirama Senju's arms with remnants of the kiss on his lips, what would he think? His brother, whom he had always respected and trusted, the pillar of the Uchiha clan, was actually entangled like this with Hashirama Senju. Absurd and beyond the bounds. Izuna had always been wary of the Senju clan and feared Hashirama Senju. Seeing this scene, he would probably draw his sword on the spot and fight to the death with Hashirama. And in Izuna's eyes would there be disappointment, confusion, or even contempt? As for Tobirama Senju, needless to say, that man who always disliked him and regarded the Uchiha as the greatest threat, once he stumbled upon this scene, would only conclude that Madara had deliberately seduced Hashirama Senju, that he was the one undermining Konoha's stability, that he was shameless. At that time, suspicion, criticism, and rumors would instantly engulf all of Konoha. The hard-won peace between the Uchiha and Senju would shatter in an instant. He and Hashirama would become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Bound by a red rope, clothes slightly disheveled, posture ambiguous, kiss marks still fresh. All of this, once a crack of the door was opened, could no longer be hidden. "Hashirama Senju!" Madara's voice changed in panic, a low growl struggling more violently than ever before. "Izuna and Tobirama are coming. Let me go quickly. If they see us, it's all over." He no longer cared about his pride, his position, or his engagement. He only wanted to escape this deadly scene as soon as possible, and save the last shred of his dignity. But Hashirama Senju instead let out a low chuckle, gently tightening his arms, pulling him closer without any panic. "It's fine if they see us. I never planned to hide this forever." "You don't care, but I do." Madara was both anxious and angry, his eyes burning slightly. "Your engagement with Mito Uzumaki is still there. What are we doing like this? If this gets out, how can I face anyone?" At the mention of the engagement, Hashirama's smile deepened. He lowered his head close to Madara's ear, his voice low and clear, each word striking Madara's mind. "I already rejected that engagement long ago. From the very beginning, the only person I wanted to protect Konoha with and spend my whole life with was you." Madara froze, his entire body stiffening, even forgetting to struggle. Rejected. That marriage that everyone believed was certain, he rejected it. Before he could digest this earth-shattering news, Izuna's slightly puzzled voice came from outside. "Brother should be inside. I'll go in and check." Tobirama Senju's cold voice followed with impatience. "Big brother must be slacking off inside again. Let me see what he's up to." The next second, the door handle turned gently. Madara Uchiha felt ice-cold despair and shame instantly overwhelming him. There was only one crazy thought left in his heart: let the flames burn even more fiercely, burn this place to ashes. That would be better than having this scene discovered. The moment the door was fully pushed open, time seemed to be brutally severed. Madara Uchiha's entire body was taut to the point of pain, his wrists bound with red ropes, slightly pale as he curled up in Hashirama Senju's embrace, not daring to breathe too heavily. The lingering warmth at the corner of his lips still burned every inch of his skin, screaming with shame. He kept his eyes tightly shut, the tips of his ears flushed crimson, feeling as if all the pride he had held in this life had been trampled into the ground that day. Hashirama Senju, however, showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he raised a hand to smooth Madara's disheveled hair, his movements natural and intimate, so openly affectionate that Madara wanted to bite him on the spot. At the doorway, Izuna Uchiha and Tobirama Senju both stood frozen like two stone statues struck by lightning. The documents in Izuna's hand clattered to the floor. His usually gentle and protective eyes were wide as saucers, trembling from his brows to his lips. From childhood to adulthood, he had grown accustomed to his elder brother's cold, unyielding strength and invincibility. He had never seen Madara Uchiha so utterly vulnerable, bound by red ropes. Held in someone's arms, the corners of his eyes flushed, his voice barely concealing his panic. And that someone was Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju's usually composed face completely cracked. In those cold, sharp eyes that were always calculating and ever watchful of the Uchiha, a distinct blankness appeared for the first time. He had anticipated his elder brother being lazy, soft-hearted, or compromising for the sake of Konoha. But he had never imagined that he would hold Madara Uchiha in his arms, kiss him until he lost himself, seal his chakra, bind him with red ropes, and do it all so blatantly. The two of them stood there, their worldviews crumbling in silence, shattering into pieces that couldn't be put back together. Madara, feeling the weight of their stares on his skin, finally couldn't hold back and growled. "What are you looking at? Get out!" His roar finally snapped Izuna back to reality. The next second, the last shred of calm on Izuna Uchiha's face shattered completely, plunging from a brief moment of clarity into utter collapse. He jerked his head up, glaring at Tobirama Senju, who was still not fully recovered. His voice trembled, carrying a desperate, furious sob as he shouted, "Tobirama Senju! Look at what your brother has done!" Izuna was shaking all over, his finger pointing at Tobirama, his eyes slightly red with panic and fury. "He tied my brother up like this. And outside they're saying he's going to marry Mito Uzumaki. Now he does this. Can't you control your brother? Has he gone mad?" The more he thought, the more broken he felt, the more his heart ached. That was his most revered elder brother, the pillar of the Uchiha clan, the unyielding Madara. How could he be trapped like this by Hashirama Senju, treated so intimately, left so full of vulnerabilities? The more he thought, the angrier Izuna became. The angrier he got, the more he shouted at Tobirama Senju, hurling all his panic, grievance, and fury at the man before him. Tobirama Senju's brow twitched at the outburst. His mind, which had been frantically reconstructing his worldview, weighing the big picture, and analyzing pros and cons, was abruptly interrupted by this barrage of accusations. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock churning beneath his eyes, calmly adjusted his collar, and looked up at the bristling Izuna Uchiha. His tone was unnervingly steady, carrying a hint of carefree resignation. "How about we do one too?" The words hung in the air, plunging the room into dead silence. Madara's eyes flew open, and he turned to stare at Tobirama Senju in disbelief, forgetting even to struggle. Hashirama Senju was momentarily stunned, then let out a muffled laugh, tightening his arms around Madara. Izuna Uchiha stood frozen, his half-shouted words dying in his throat. He stared at Tobirama Senju, his eyes still rimmed with red, his lips moving soundlessly, his mind blank, completely short-circuited. One moment he was in a frenzy of collapse, accusing the other's brother of ruining his own, and the next the other casually dropped. "How about we do one too?" jamming all his emotions in his throat, unable to advance or retreat. Izuna was stunned. Completely stunned. He had imagined Tobirama Senju apologizing, defending himself, arguing coldly, pulling Hashirama away, or saying, "Think of the bigger picture." The last thing he expected was this. "How about we do one too?" What kind of answer was that? Had Tobirama Senju gone mad, infected by his brother? "Why, you, what nonsense are you talking?" Izuna's face flushed crimson in an instant, shifting from furious collapse to flustered indignation, his voice faltering. Who would want to do one with you? Are you insane?" Tobirama Senju remained calm, even lifting his chin slightly, his cool gaze sweeping over Madara and Hashirama's arms before landing on Izuna's reddened ear tips. His tone was dead serious. "Brother already set the precedent. Is he allowed to bind the Uchiha clan leader, but I'm not allowed to bind you? After all, if word gets out, two couples will be disgraced together. That's better than the Uchiha suffering alone." He spoke with clear logic and coherent reasoning, as if discussing village administration, yet the content was utterly scandalous. Izuna was left speechless, caught between anger, shame, and confusion, his mind completely stalled. A moment ago he had been heartbroken for his elder brother, shouting in rage. Now he was dragged into the mess himself, his worldview barely collapsed only to be forcibly rebuilt in the most absurd way. Madara, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. The overwhelming shame that had made him want to vanish on the spot was washed away by the unexpected exchange between the two. He looked at the bristling, speechless Izuna, then at the unnervingly calm Tobirama Senju, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Hashirama Senju let out a low laugh, resting his chin on Madara's shoulder, his voice gentle and triumphant. Tobirama has finally come around. Shut up! Madara gritted out, glaring at him, but the panic in his eyes had faded and the red on his ears now held a hint of resignation. A gentle breeze blew in from outside, stirring the chaotic air in the room. The atmosphere, which had been tense enough to solidify moments ago, was now thoroughly tangled into a different kind of mess by Tobirama Senju's absurdly calm proposal. Izuna Uchiha stood there, torn between shame and fury, pointing at Tobirama Senju, unable to form a complete sentence. Finally he managed to choke out, "You're impossible." Tobirama Senju's brow arched slightly. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, leaning in slightly to look at him. "Getting angry won't help. Brother has already gone all the way. Instead of being gossiped about later, why don't we settle things too? At least then the Uchiha and the Senju will truly become one family." His tone was calm, his logic impeccable, as if stating the most reasonable thing. Izuna's heart skipped a beat under his gaze. He turned his head sharply but still insisted. "Who wants to be one family with the Senju?" "It's already done," Tobirama Senju said flatly. "Brother bound your brother, I'll bind you, perfectly balanced." Madara watched the scene finally emerging from the depths of his shame and collapsed, letting out a resigned sigh. He had imagined that being discovered would bring catastrophe. Izuna drawing his blade, Tobirama turning hostile, the Uchiha and Senju clashing again, and himself never able to hold his head up again. But reality had veered off into a direction so absurd and ridiculous. The flames indeed raged more fiercely, yet they did not burn away his pride. Instead they consumed the rules, boundaries, identities, and positions that everyone had clung to, and the feelings that had been hidden too long, none daring to confess first. Hashirama Senju lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of Madara's lips again, murmuring softly, "This way no one has to hide anymore." Madara closed his eyes, ceasing to struggle, letting Hashirama hold him. The last remnants of his shattered and rebuilt sanity finally surrendered. So be it. If the flames must burn, let them burn thoroughly. After all, the rules of this world had never been able to confine him, Madara Uchiha, nor Hashirama Senju. Faint gasps still lingered on his lips as Uchiha Madara stiffened in Senju Hashirama's embrace, his body burning with a heat that threatened to consume him whole with shame. This shame was 1,000 times more unbearable than the regret of his previous life before death, than the despair of falling into the abyss. No one knew he was reborn. In his past life he carried the glory of the Uchiha, obsessed with power and domination, broke ties with Senju Hashirama, and personally planted the seeds of chaos in the world. In the end he met his end in loneliness and darkness. He thought that by being reborn he could grasp all the advantages, protect his clan, and preserve his pride. He would no longer be swayed by anyone or anything. He would be a calm controller, a silent strategist, an Uchiha Madara who stood above all. But he never expected fate to drag him back into the dust in such an absurd manner. He had deliberately avoided all weaknesses, deliberately distanced himself from Senju Hashirama, deliberately suppressed all emotions that should not exist, and deliberately pretended to be cold and aloof. He thought he had seen through human hearts, through bonds, through the emotions that make people weak, and believed he could firmly control everything. But in the end he still fell into Senju Hashirama's hands. He fell so completely, so miserably, so disgracefully. What suffocated him even more was that this most embarrassing, most out of control, most uncharacteristic scene was witnessed by two people. One was his most beloved and most unwilling to disappoint younger brother Uchiha Izuna. In his past life he failed to protect Izuna, watching his brother leave a pain he could never mend. After rebirth, he had strived desperately to shield Izuna behind him, to maintain the image of a powerful and reliable older brother in front of his younger brother, to make Izuna believe that following him would never repeat the same mistakes. But now Izuna stood at the door, watching him, bound by a red rope held in Senju Hashirama's arms, with lingering traces of a kiss on his lips. Even his breathing was panicked. The calm strength and dignity he prided himself on shattered in an instant. The shock and bewilderment in Izuna's eyes pierced his heart like countless needles. He dared not imagine what he, the all-powerful, ever-upright elder brother, had become in Izuna's eyes. The other person was Senju Tobirama. The one who in his past life had been at odds with him, schemed against him, despised his obsession the most, and was most wary of the Uchiha. Madara had never wanted to show weakness to him more than in this life. He had fought against him for a lifetime without ever losing the upper hand. He had never let Tobirama see even a trace of weakness. After rebirth he was constantly vigilant, step by step, afraid of being caught with any flaw. But now all his disguises were torn away. Calm pride, ruthlessness, strength. All those labels failed in an instant. Under Senju Tobirama's cold, sharp gaze he felt as if all his coverings were stripped away. Even the flicker of concern deep in his heart, the uncontrollable wavering, the weakness he despised himself, were all laid bare. Tobirama didn't need to say anything, just looking at him was enough to make Madara feel the utmost shame. He was a reborn one, carrying memories of the past, supposed to be the one in control of the whole situation. But now he was like an out-of-control child, losing all composure and dignity in front of the very person he should never have lost face before. The pain, regret, and remorse of his past life intertwined with the shame, panic, and helplessness of this moment, crushing him until he could barely breathe. He had already lived a second life, had warned himself thousands of times not to fall in love again, not to be weak, not to be bound by Senju Hashirama. But the warmth of their bodies, the mingling breaths, the touch of the red rope on his wrist, and the intoxicating security of Hashirama's embrace all mercilessly reminded him he had still lost. Lost to the person who had entangled him for 2 lifetimes, lost to the feelings he refused to admit, and even more lost to this absurdity that had been exposed in broad daylight, catching him off guard. Madara kept his eyes tightly shut, clenching his teeth to prevent any breath from escaping. The tips of his ears were red as if bleeding, his neck flushed with a thin pink, and even his fingertips trembled slightly. No one knew he was reborn. No one knew that his shame now was not just because of his current loss of composure, but also because, living a second life, he still couldn't escape fate, and still crumbled before the same person. Senju Hashirama's breath fell on his neck with a soothing warmth, but it only made Madara feel more ashamed. He turned his head slightly, his voice low and hoarse, barely audible, carrying a fragility he despised. "Don't look at me. Don't look at him with such eyes. Don't make him remember the pain of his past life and the loss of control in this one. Don't let him, the reborn one, fail to hold on to even the last shred of pride." In truth, the hatred he felt was still for Senju Hashirama not loving him enough in the past life, and for the sorrow of this world. Uchiha Izuna trembled with rage, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles on his cheeks stiffened. Never in his life had he been this furious nor this panicked. The towering, undefeated elder brother who had always protected him, Uchiha Madara, was now trapped in Senju Hashirama's embrace. Bound by a red rope, his clothes slightly disheveled, his gaze evasive and shameful, unable to look anyone in the eye. That was the brother he revered as a god, the one he would sacrifice everything to protect, yet now he was reduced to such a sorry state, caught red-handed by Izuna. It was all Senju Hashirama's fault. All of it was the Senju clan's fault. Flames of fury burned in Izuna's eyes. He spun around sharply, his gaze like a blade fixed on Senju Tobirama, who stood nearby. Each word dripped with suppressed rage and aggression. "Your brother's sins, you shall bear them. Face my wrath, Senju Tobirama." Before the words faded, he had already gathered chakra at his fingertips, his aura turning icy cold, ready to charge forward recklessly and settle the score with a fight first. He cared nothing for the greater good of the village, nothing for peace between the clans. Today he would avenge his brother, and give that absurd pair of Senju's siblings a thorough thrashing. Inside the room, Madara's heart tightened. He wanted to stop him, but the red rope around his wrist restrained him, leaving him helpless, frowning in anxiety. Hashirama, however, looked like a spectator enjoying the drama. He loosened his grip on Madara's arm and watched the doorway with amusement, as if it were none of his business. Tobirama remained standing where he was, cool and aloof, his expression calm, as if he had not felt the murderous intent radiating from Izuna. He watched Izuna's reddened eyes, his tense jaw, his trembling shoulders, watched the man who was clearly panicking. Yet he still forced himself to act fierce, to stand up for his brother. A trace of an indiscernible emotion flickered deep in Tobirama's eyes, too fleeting to catch. Izuna had already closed in his killing intent, like a blade aimed at Tobirama's face, ready to strike. No one expected Senju Tobirama to break the rules. He neither dodged nor drew his sword, nor did he assume a defensive stance. In the moment Uchiha Izuna rushed at him, Tobirama suddenly raised his hand, seized the back of Izuna's neck, exerted a slight force, pulled him forward, leaned down, and without a word kissed him directly. In an instant the whole world fell silent. Time seemed to be brutally severed. Izuna froze in place, his forward motion abruptly halted, the chakra at his fingertips dissipating, even his breath forgotten. His eyes widened in disbelief. Rage, bloodlust, killing intent, all shattered and vanished into nothingness under the unexpected warmth on his lips. The soft, slightly cool touch landed gently on his lips, light, brief, yet like a thunderbolt that struck his mind blank. Uchiha Izuna was bewildered. Did the Senju clan have a habit of kissing Uchiha members and teasing them? Tobirama released his hand, stepped back half a pace, and regained his cool, aloof demeanor, as if that kiss were as ordinary as brushing off a speck of dust. He looked at Izuna's utterly stunned face, and spoke calmly, his voice steady with no trace of panic. "Does this count as bearing the burden?" Izuna remained frozen, his lips slightly numb, his entire body as if under a spell. A moment ago he was enraged, ready to fight Tobirama to the death. The next moment he was kissed, and all his fury was trapped in his chest, suffocating him, flushing his cheeks from ear to neck, even his fingertips burning. Shame, shock, confusion, indignation, countless emotions churned together, overwhelming him. He wanted to curse, to roar, to charge again, but the lingering sensation on his lips was too vivid, reminding him of what had just happened. Tobirama's calm, sharp eyes stared at him without mockery, without scorn, only a straightforward sincerity that made Izuna's heart race. Inside the room, Madara watched with his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting his own embarrassment. For a moment he didn't know what to say. In all his life, through 2 lifetimes of dealing with the Senju brothers, he had never seen such an absurd turn of events. Hashirama let out a low chuckle, holding Madara's shoulder, his tone light. "Looks like Tobirama is even more direct than me." "Shut up," Madara gritted out, but his eyes were filled with complexity. At the doorway Izuna finally found his voice, but it trembled uncontrollably, anger and shame leaving him unable to speak properly. "Tobirama! You insolent!" "Why not?" Tobirama interrupted, his gaze unwavering. "My brother touched yours, I touched you. Fair enough. Who wants your fairness?" Izuna was so angry he could cry, but not from pain, rather from the kiss that had utterly shattered his worldview. He had come to confront and avenge his brother, but instead of venting his anger or fighting, he had dragged himself into this absurd blaze. Tobirama watched him, bristling and flustered, and a faint softness flickered in his eyes, too quick for anyone to notice. Some things he didn't need to say. Some feelings couldn't be explained by logic. Since his brother had already thrown everything into chaos, he would follow the turbulence, and lay bare the feelings he had hidden for so many years, all at once. Uchiha Izuna stood there trembling with rage, yet he could no longer muster any intention to fight. The fury had been shattered into pieces, leaving only overwhelming shame and panic. He looked at his equally humiliated elder brother in the room, then at the unnervingly calm Tobirama, and suddenly understood, this was not a situation that could be solved by fighting. His brother's mess had in the end to be shouldered by both of them in such an absurd way. Others only saw Uchiha Madara as frail, disheveled, and completely under control, his struggles feeble, his breaths laced with panic, as if he were truly at the mercy of Senju Hashirama, utterly powerless to retaliate. Only Madara himself knew that all of this was merely a facade. He was Uchiha Madara reborn, having long awakened the 6 paths body, his power far beyond the imagination of anyone in this world. In terms of strength, even the formidable Senju Hashirama was no match for him. In terms of strategy, he harbored an intricately meticulous plan, advancing step by step, calculating every heart and every turn of the times, even seeking to grasp fate itself in his palm. If he truly wished to break free, the red rope binding him would shatter in an instant. If he truly wished to resist, a single surge of chakra would send Senju Hashirama reeling. If he had truly hardened his heart, none of this absurd intimacy before him would have ever occurred. Yet he did not. It was not that he couldn't, it was that he was unwilling. It wasn't that he couldn't win, it was that he didn't want to fight. Throughout his life he had cut through thorns and made ruthless decisions, presenting himself as an unshakable clan leader before his people and a fearsome Ujira before his enemies. Before Izuna he was the ever-reliable elder brother, before Tobirama he was a rival who yielded not an inch. He had grown accustomed to toughness, to coldness, to hiding all vulnerability deep within his heart, to shouldering everything alone. Only before Senju Hashirama was he willing to shed all pretense and reveal that sliver of tenderness he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Only in front of Senju Hashirama did he not need to steel himself, scheme, remain vigilant at all times, advance with caution, bear the glory of the Uchiha, or carry the weight of a chaotic world. Only here could he cease to be the all-powerful Uchiha Madara and temporarily set aside the power of the 6 paths body. He could lay down the cunning of a reborn man, abandon all plans and ambitions, and simply be an ordinary person, held, cherished, and treasured at the center of someone's heart. This fragility was both feigned and genuine. Feigned was the powerlessness to resist, the passive submission, the flustered shame. But the willingness to sink into it, that was real. In his past life he resented Hashirama for not loving him enough, resented fate for being too cruel, and resented this world for not making room for them. Reborn into this life he could have avoided all the pain, could have been cold to the very end, could have followed his own plan step by step toward a predetermined conclusion. Yet when Senju Hashirama's arms once again enveloped him, when that familiar warmth and scent rushed over him, all his defenses, all his hatred, all his rationality came crashing down. It wasn't that he couldn't win, he simply didn't want to break free. It wasn't that he had no strength to resist, he willingly surrendered to the fall. Though possessing the power to control everything and the ability to rewrite destiny, he still chose to show weakness before this person, to appear disheveled, to be bound to lay bare his most vulnerable and shameful side without reservation. Izuna's anger, Tobirama's calmness, the gazes of those around, the stances of the two clans, the grand scheme of a chaotic era, all of it he temporarily set aside. He was simply tired. Tired of a lifetime of pretense, tired of a lifetime of scheming, tired of a lifetime of moving forward with hatred and obsession. Here with Senju Hashirama, he no longer had to be the indestructible Uchiha Madara, the reborn master of the bigger picture, or the Ashura that inspired fear in others. He could be weak, flustered, indulge, and allow himself to be held and loved without guilt. This fragility was his only retreat, the only tenderness he had dared to indulge in across 2 lifetimes. The red rope on his wrist loosened, the warmth of lips still lingering. Madara closed his eyes, concealing the surging emotions within. Senju Hashirama, you should know that I only pretend because I love you this much. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. No one knew that this seemingly weak and restrained person possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth, and harbored a plan to overthrow the ninja world. Nor did anyone know that he could resist but simply refuse to wake up. He willingly sank, willingly drowned, willingly set aside all pride and power in this fleeting warmth, becoming only Uchiha Madara to Senju Hashirama. The grand affairs of the world, the conflicts of the ninja realm, the hatred of 2 lifetimes, none could outweigh the reality of this one embrace. He had defeated everyone, yet willingly surrendered to Senju Hashirama alone. When Konoha was first established, affairs piled up like a mountain. Senju Hashirama had boasted that he would personally handle the matters, but the moment he sat down, his mind had already wandered far away. Predictably, after only reviewing 2 pages of documents, his gaze began to drift toward the window. Pricking up his ears at the slightest commotion from the Uchiha district, he immediately tossed aside his brush and made an excuse to slip out and find Madara, leaving behind a mess that fell entirely on Senju Tobirama's shoulders. He stood before the desk piled high with scrolls, his expression dark enough to drip with frustration. Facing the 2 before him, Uchiha Madara, who had just been worn down by his own brother, and Uchiha Izuna, who was gritting his teeth in anger, he rarely took the initiative to speak. We need to find a way to control him. Izuna immediately nodded. We must teach him a lesson. He's always abandoning his duties, throwing the affairs of both clans into chaos. Madara also frowned, his face full of disdain, muttering fool under his breath, yet knowing better than anyone that once Hashirama got caught up in his fun, he would toss aside the Hokage title and the greater good without a second thought. The 3 of them gathered, each with their own worries. Senju Tobirama rubbed his temples, analyzing calmly. My brother has weak willpower. Rules, task, pressure, clan persuasion, none of it works. He is impervious to all, responding only to one thing. He paused mid-sentence, a flash of insight lighting up his eyes. Tobirama looked up, his gaze fixed directly on Uchiha Madara, his tone as calm as if stating the most ordinary fact. Only you can control him. Madara raised an eyebrow. Me? I don't have the leisure to manage him. You don't have to manage him, Senju Tobirama said bluntly. You just need to lower your pride, say a few soft words to coax him into staying, and he won't run off. Madara was still processing. What do you mean? Senju Tobirama enunciated each word clearly. He responds to gentleness, not force. Just call him Lord Hokage, sweetly humor him a little, and he'll sit still for an entire day. The air froze instantly. The next second Uchiha Madara exploded. His sharp pupils constricted, fury surging to his head, his voice deepening with rage. What did you say? Me, Uchiha Madara. Lower my pride and sweetly call him Lord Hokage. Every word simmered with barely contained anger. He was the reincarnated Uchiha Madara, wielding the power of the 6 paths, someone whom the entire ninja world regarded with awe. In this life only others bowed to him, only he spoke coldly to them. When had he ever needed to coax someone? And with that soft syrupy tone, calling Senju Hashirama Lord Hokage. Absolutely preposterous. Senju Tobirama, have you lost your mind from a fire-style burn? Madara's chakra began to destabilize, his Sharingan faintly spinning. Want me to grovel before him? Impossible. He would rather fight 100 battles than stoop to such a humiliating act. Beside him, Uchiha Izuna reacted even more violently, exploding the moment he heard the suggestion. His elder brother was immensely proud. Even when facing Senju Hashirama, he was always tough on the outside and soft on the inside. When had he ever needed to lower himself to coax anyone? And to do so in such a fawning manner to accommodate that scatterbrained fool Senju Hashirama. Izuna was seething with fury. Without thinking, he slammed his fist hard into Senju Tobirama's cheek. A dull thud. What were you thinking? Izuna's eyes were fierce, his voice raging. You want my brother to coax yours. and sweetly call him Lord Hokage. Have you gone mad or stupid? Senju Tobarama's head snapped to the side, his mouth numb from the blow, yet his expression remained unchanged. He wiped it coldly, his tone still calm. There's no other way. My brother responds to this. I don't care what he responds to. Izuna trembled with rage. My brother will never do such a thing. Find another way. Madara stood nearby, his face dark, his anger unabated. Having him sweetly call Senju Hashirama Lord Hokage was worse than a direct stab to the heart. He could indulge in weakness in private, soften his heart in secret, shed his disguise only before Hashirama. But that was a secret between them, not a tool to be used as a restraint, nor something Senju Tobarama could so blatantly voice. Senju Tobarama, Madara's voice was ice cold. Say that again and I'll tear down this Hokage office right now. Tobarama met his gaze calmly. Tear it down, and your brother will still have to clean up the mess. You, Izuna was about to lunge again, but Madara grabbed him. Madara took a deep breath, suppressing the surging fury, and said through gritted teeth, word by word, don't even think about it. Me, Uchiha Madara, speaking softly to Senju Hashirama, and calling him Lord Hokage, that will never happen in this lifetime. He could indulge, could willingly fall into that man's hands, but that did not mean he would abandon all his pride for such a degrading act. Senju Hashirama could run off all he wanted, the mess could stay a mess. It was better than humbling himself to coax him. At worst he would personally drag that runaway fool back. He could resort to force but bow his head. Absolutely not. Uchiha Madara's forehead veins bulged with rage at Senju Tobarama's absurd proposal, his entire demeanor radiating an oppressive chill as his Sharingan faintly glinted with cold light. To sweetly and softly call Senju Hashirama Lord Hokage. It was nothing short of a profound humiliation. He, Uchiha Madara, reborn with the power of the 6 paths towering over the ninja world, would never, no matter how deep his affection, lower himself before others to coax that irresponsible fool. Senju Tobarama, if you utter another word I'll burn this office to the ground right now, Madara said coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Beside him Izuna was still glaring furiously at Tobarama, the earlier punch not having satisfied his anger. He longed to land a few more blows. How could his proud elder brother be subjected to such demeaning arrangements? Senju Tobarama rubbed his aching cheek, remaining composed as ever. There is no other way to make him attend to his duties properly. If you don't care about Konoha descending into chaos, then by all means pretend I said nothing. At those words Madara was momentarily speechless. He instinctively turned his head and gazed out the window. Not far away Senju Hashirama was crouched under a large tree in the courtyard, alternately teasing a bird and stroking the flowers and grass with not a trace of Hokage-like demeanor. A mountain of documents piled high on his desk, clan affairs awaiting his attention, yet he had simply slipped away to idle about, laughing with carefree abandon as if all the troubles of the ninja world had nothing to do with him. Sunlight fell upon his black hair, making him still appear like a boy who would never grow up, pure and passionate with no scheming in his eyes, no hatred, only simple joy. Watching him, Madara's anger inexplicably softened. He knew Senju Hashirama better than anyone. Seemingly strong and reliable, yet in truth naive in nature, with pitifully weak willpower, unable to sit still, prone to headaches when faced with tedious paperwork, and only ever exceptionally attentive and obedient when it came to Madara. In his past life this man was the same, spouting grand ideals about the village while unconsciously directing all his tenderness toward Madara. Reborn once more, he did not wish to repeat the same mistakes nor to end up in opposition because of misunderstandings and estrangement. If he truly allowed Hashirama to continue like this, state affairs would pile up, rumors would spread, Tobarama would be overwhelmed, clan relations would suffer, and in the end everyone would bear the burden. Madara silently withdrew his gaze, his expression still icy, but inwardly he had already relented. Coaxing him was not out of the question. But not now, and certainly not in public, sweetly calling him Lord Hokage. He, Uchiha Madara, would only bow his head in private in the dead of night for Senju Hashirama alone. By day he could be stern, stubborn, argue and quarrel, act indifferent, or even forcibly drag the man back to his desk. But at night, when no one else was around, and only they remained, whispering a few soft words to soothe him, yielding to his wishes, that seemed acceptable. After all, only Senju Hashirama would see it, only he would hear it, and no third person would ever know. It would not disgrace the Uchiha clan nor compromise his own pride. At the end of the day it was because of love. If he did not care, he would not bother whether this man ran away or loafed about, whether he worked or slacked off. He would not even lift his eyes to look at him, let alone coax him. Izuna, seeing his brother silent for so long, his face pale and flushed, tugged worriedly at his sleeve. Brother, don't listen to him, we never. Izuna, Madara interrupted calmly, his tone unreadable. He no longer looked at Tobarama nor paid heed to the bristling Izuna. He simply gazed at the carefree figure in the courtyard, letting out a quiet sigh in his heart. Ah well. In this life he was utterly trapped by Senju Hashirama. He cursed him as a fool, raged at his irresponsibility, resented his lack of resolve, yet when a decision had to be made it was always Madara himself who compromised first. Senju Tobirama was right. Only he could control Senju Hashirama. And he was willing to be bound by that man. I'll bring him back tonight, Madara said quietly, his voice low enough for only the two beside him to hear. As for the rest, it's none of your concern. Izuna froze. Brother, you don't mean to actually. Izuna, I know what I'm doing. Madara cut him off with a cold glance concealing the faint warmth creeping up his ears. He would never, as Tobirama had suggested, call him Lord Hokage in a sweet, cloying tone. At most when night fell he would lean close to his ear and in a voice only the two of them could hear softly say, please finish the paperwork properly. That was all. Senju Tobirama, seeing Madara's contradictory demeanor, instantly understood. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly before he quickly regained his cold expression. I hope you keep your word. Madara did not reply, merely gazing at the distant figure, still playing, his heart both tender and burning. Pride could be maintained, boundaries could be kept, and dignity could be upheld. But for someone he loved, an occasional concession was not a loss. After all, in the deep silence of the night no one would know. Let him in this life make an exception for this man just once. In the dead of night the Hokage mansion in Mai was dimly lit. Uchiha Madara sat alone under the corridor, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the hem of his clothes. After agonizing for half the night he finally gritted his teeth. During the day Senju Hashirama's documents piled up like a mountain, but he simply couldn't sit still. The moment he touched a brush he would get drowsy and would turn to cling to him. Senju Tobirama constantly wore a cold face and nagged. Brother lacks willpower. Brother ran away again. Brother dumped the government affairs on me again. Madara's ears were almost calloused from hearing it. To make that undisciplined fellow work obediently, and to shut up the meddlesome Tobirama once and for all. After much thought Madara's heart suddenly leaped, and an absurd yet extremely feasible idea popped into his mind. Seduction jutsu. He remembered that Naruto once used this technique to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. Having lived two lives he had always only known frontal crushing and overwhelming force. When had he ever used such an unorthodox, even shameful technique? Moreover, to use this method on Senju Hashirama, if word got out, Uchiha Madara's face would be thrown into the sea of the ninja world. But when he thought of Senju Tobirama's smug expression that said, "Only you can handle him," and remembered how that man, even after being punched by Izuna during the day, remained expressionless, and struck at his sore spots with every word, Madara's heart flared with anger. He wanted to solve the problem once and for all, to completely drive out this annoying and obstructive guy who was always watching them. Taking a deep breath, Madara retrieved a set of clothes he had never worn from the bottom of the cabinet. The fabric was form-fitting, the lines sharp, not like the loose shapes that concealed his figure in daily wear, but instead highlighting his form, every contour clearly visible. He stood before the mirror, the tips of his ears uncontrollably burning, even his fingers slightly stiff. This appearance, not to mention others seeing it, just taking one look at himself, he wanted to burn it on the spot. Just this once, Madara repeated to himself in a low voice, his tone fierce and reluctant, as if consoling himself. Only this time, once it's done, that's it. He planned to follow that bastard Tobirama's line of thinking, since Tobirama said that as long as he coaxed and softened a word Hashirama would be well behaved for a whole day, then he might as well do it thoroughly, using the most direct, most effective way that left Tobirama no room to interfere, to firmly tie the man to his documents. This would both cure Hashirama's laziness and shut Senju Tobirama's mouth so that he would never dare to boss him around anymore and never dare to come up with such disgraceful bad ideas. Chakra gently flowed, maintaining his form and aura. Madara suppressed the surging shame in his heart, trying to make himself look calm and natural. In this life he was proud to the bone, and used to being tough. Even if he took the initiative to bow his head, he had to choose a way that no one could criticize. Whether seduction or coaxing, it was all aimed at Senju Hashirama alone. As for Senju Tobirama, he wanted to make that man understand that some things were not for outsiders to meddle in. The night deepened, the shadows of the lanterns swaying under the corridor casting Madara's tense profile, yet the tips of his ears were noticeably red. In this life, in his previous life, he was mad with hatred. In this life he was sinking for love. He had already broken his own rules countless times. One more time seemed not unacceptable. Anyway, it's only this once. Anyway, it's only for this one night. Anyway, only Senju Hashirama can see it. Madara raised his hand and gently pushed open the study door. Inside, Senju Hashirama was indeed drowsy, propping his head on his hand, the documents before him untouched, looking as if he was ready to slip away at any moment. Seeing him come in, Hashirama's eyes instantly lit up, his fatigue vanishing, and he smiled foolishly. Madara! Madara stood at the door, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, forcing calm, and stepped closer step by step. In his heart he silently repeated just this once. Coax him to work obediently. Drive away that troublesome Senju Tobirama for good. As for the unwillingness to admit the desire to actively approach, he chose to ignore it for now. The midnight wind skimmed the eaves, stirring only a faint rustle. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna each lurked in the shadows, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the half-open door of the study from afar. Izuna was truly worried about his elder brother. The proposal Tobirama had made during the day had infuriated him so much that he had punched him, yet at night he saw Madara rise alone. His expression was peculiar, and ultimately Izuna could not rest easy, so he quietly followed. Senju Tobirama, on the other hand, was convinced that no one but Madara could handle his own older brother, and he wanted to see for himself whether this method would actually work. Thus he too hid in the darkness. The two were never on good terms, yet they stood close together, now either starting a quarrel. Their gazes were both fixed on the study. The next moment Uchiha Madara's figure appeared in the lamplight. He usually wore loose battle armor and robes exuding a fierce aura. Others only knew of his tall, upright posture and commanding presence, but never knew what lions lay beneath the garments. Tonight his form-fitting attire outlined the contours of his shoulders, back, waist, and abdomen, broad shoulders and a narrow waist with clean taut lines. Every inch of him bore the power forged through years of battle, not thin but charged with tension, both sharp and seductive. Uchiha Izuna's pupils contracted. He instinctively sucked in a breath and couldn't help but whisper in shock, "Wow, my brother's physique is amazing." Almost drooling. He had grown up by Madara's side, accustomed to seeing his elder brother armored and fighting, robes fluttering, but never in such a state. Startled, he nearly forgot he was hiding. If Tobirama hadn't reached out to stop him, he would have dashed out of the shadows. Izuna's cheeks flushed instantly. He covered his mouth, his heart pounding wildly, both shocked and ashamed. Only one thought remained in his mind: this is too much for my brother. Beside him Senju Tobirama remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping coolly over Madara in the room. His composure was still calm and indifferent. Hearing Izuna's exclamation, he replied flatly with a single word, his tone utterly devoid of emotion: "No." Izuna instantly turned to glare at him, lowering his voice in anger. "That's your reaction? That's my brother. Can't you show something else?" Tobirama glanced at him, his tone flat. "What else? Exclaim. Praise. Or lose composure like you?" He was naturally meticulous and restrained by nature, and since he spent his days studying forbidden techniques and government affairs, such matters never bothered him. Moreover, Madara was a battle-hardened powerhouse. His impressive physique was only to be expected. To Tobirama it was nothing worth making a fuss over. Izuna was left speechless, both angry and embarrassed. He could only continue staring into the room, thinking that his brother's appearance was far too alluring. At the same time he silently cursed Senju Hashirama for being so lucky, while also keeping a wary eye on the Senju Tobirama beside him, afraid that this man might take even a single glance at his brother and gain an advantage. Inside the study, Madara had already walked up to Senju Hashirama. Despite his highly seductive posture, his face was still tense, his ears tinged with red, forcing himself to stay calm. Senju Hashirama, who had been drowsy, instantly snapped awake at the sight of Madara. His eyes shone with surprise and he stood up from his seat, his voice filled with both shock and delight. "Madara. You tonight?" Madara didn't let him finish. He reached out and gently pressed his shoulder, pushing him back into his seat. His voice was extremely low, carrying a hint of subtle hoarseness. "Sit still. Finish the documents." Though it was a commanding tone combined with this attire and the proximity, it took on an inexplicable air of indulgence and coaxing. Senju Hashirama dared not say a word. He hastily nodded, grabbed his brush, and began flipping through the documents, moving with astonishing speed. The previous laziness and drowsiness vanished, and he wished he could finish all the paperwork in one go. Watching from the shadows, Senju Tobirama finally nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "It really works." Izuna, on the other hand, felt his cheeks burn. He turned away but couldn't resist stealing glances, his heart a tangle of emotions. That his elder brother would go to such lengths just to make that fool work properly was both embarrassing and frustrating. Senju Tobirama withdrew his gaze, his expression still cold. He merely uttered flatly, "The goal is achieved. Let's go." Izuna glared at him fiercely, then took one last look at his brother and sighed. He knew it was inappropriate to stay any longer, so he followed Senju Tobirama, silently retreating. But before leaving, Izuna couldn't help screaming inside, "My brother's physique is amazing." And that Senju Tobirama just said, "Oh. How completely unromantic." Meanwhile Senju Tobirama walked in the shadows, his fingers curling slightly. An image from a moment ago flashed through his mind unbidden. His face remained impassive, but deep in his heart he quietly repeated a thought he hadn't even noticed: Uchiha Izuna is so cute. The candlelight flickered within the room, casting long shadows of the two figures. Hashirama Senju, who had been drowsily nodding off, barely lifted his eyes at the sound of the door opening. The moment he saw Madara enter, he was instantly wide awake. He was about to habitually put down his brush and greet him, but the instant he took in Madara's attire he froze and placed his eyes fixed unblinkingly. Ordinarily Madara wore loose clan robes that covered him completely, revealing only his tall, cold, and rigid silhouette. Tonight, however, the clothing was utterly different. The fabric clung to his form, the lines were sharp and clean, the contours of his shoulders and waist were fully visible, and the lines usually hidden beneath his wide sleeves were now entirely revealed. This made his entire demeanor soften somewhat, yet it carried an undeniable oppressive presence. The candlelight fell upon his profile, illuminating the tips of his ears that were faintly red, yet his eyes still stubbornly maintained a cold hardness. Though he was the one who had actively approached, his steps carried a hint of unease. Madara. Hashirama stammered, his brush clattering to the floor, as he was jolted fully awake. Why are you dressed like this today? Madara Uchiha felt deeply uncomfortable under his gaze, his cheeks burning, but he forced himself to move forward, gritting his teeth, and saying coldly, "What is it? Not allowed?" Allowed? Absolutely allowed. Hashirama nodded quickly, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on him, his grin nearly splitting his ears. It's just a bit too good-looking. The straightforward compliment made Madara's ears burn even hotter, almost as if they were on fire. He had never felt so awkward in his entire life. He had actively used this method to keep him here, yet he felt so ashamed that he wanted to turn and flee. But at the thought of Tobirama Senju's matter-of-fact expression during the day, the endless pile of documents that would never be finished, and the words he had said to himself just this once, he forcibly suppressed his urge to retreat. He could not lose. He could not show weakness in front of Hashirama Senju. And he certainly could not let them laugh at him. Madara walked to the desk, pressed his hand against the edge, and leaned forward slightly, deliberately lowering his voice, carrying a hint of hoarseness he himself did not notice. Stop daydreaming. Finish reviewing the documents. He did not call out Lord Hokage in a sugary tone as Tobirama had suggested, just this one sentence, the tone not particularly soft, even carrying a hint of command. Yet to Hashirama's ears it was more effective than any sweet words. The person before him was so close, their breath clear, their attire utterly different from usual, and even their eyes hid a hint of uncomfortable tenderness. How could Hashirama resist? His mind went blank and he nodded repeatedly. I will review them now. I will finish them right away. He quickly picked up his brush and unrolled the scroll, but his gaze was not on the paper at all. He kept stealing glances at Madara, and every glance made him lose focus and grin foolishly. Madara stiffened all over, forcing himself to stand calmly by the side with his hands behind his back, his fingertips clenched tightly. Focus! He whispered in a low reprimand. Yes. Hashirama immediately sat up straight, but his brush paused on the paper for a long time without writing a single word. Madara, with you standing here, I find it a bit hard to concentrate. Madara gritted his teeth. Then you need to finish faster. He knew very well how absurd this outfit was, how unlike his nature. He was Uchiha Madara, reborn, wielding the power of the 6 paths. The entire ninja world had to make way for him. Yet now he was wearing form-fitting clothes, using this almost ingratiating way to keep his lover working. Who would believe it if he told them? But he was willing only for Hashirama Senju. The sound of 2 people's footsteps came from outside the window. Madara's eyes turned cold, instantly alert. He absolutely could not let Tobirama see this, or he would be at his mercy for the rest of his life. Almost by instinct, Madara stepped forward, reached out, pressed Hashirama's shoulder, pulled him slightly toward himself, and simultaneously turned sideways to block the view from the window. The movement was natural, yet carried an undeniable force. Hashirama was startled, then his heart raced. He simply thought Madara was actively approaching, and he felt as if he were floating, his face breaking into an even sillier grin. Madara, shut up and review your documents, Madara said in a low voice, his cheeks burning, but he deliberately leaned in and whispered so only the 2 of them could hear. Finish them and I'm yours. Those 5 short words were more effective than any talisman. Hashirama Senju's eyes instantly lit up with startling intensity, his focus sharpened, and his hand gripping the brush steadied considerably. He no longer daydreamed or stole glances, but buried himself in frenzied reviewing, his speed astonishing. Outside the window, Tobirama Senju stood for a moment. Inside, only the rustling sound of the brush over paper could be heard, quiet and efficient, with none of the usual signs of lazy slacking off. Tobirama's brow relaxed slightly, confirming that his elder brother was finally behaving. He turned and silently left, his footsteps gradually fading away. The troublesome person was finally gone. Madara let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly, and the shame and panic from before surged back up. That move of his had been almost desperate. The candlelight flickered and the room fell silent, leaving only the sight of Hashirama seriously reviewing, occasionally lifting his head to glance at him, his eyes filled with undisguised joy and cherishment. Madara stood by watching his focused profile. The awkwardness in his heart gradually faded, replaced by a sense of stability he had never felt in either of his two lives. He did not need sweet pet names, did not need to set aside all his pride, did not need to love in the way others dictated. He only needed to stand here, and this person would willingly settle his heart for him, be obedient for him, and shoulder everything for him. The regrets and resentments of the previous life in this moment were gradually filled. When the last scroll was closed, Hashirama Senju immediately put down his brush, reached out, and steadily wrapped his arms around him, his voice soft and gentle, full of satisfaction. "Madara, you are wonderful." Madara leaned in his embrace, his ears still burning, but he did not push him away. He only gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "Don't think too much. This is the only time. Just this once, to coax him into working to drive off Tobirama, just this one night." But the man in his arms smiled with certainty, tightened his arms, and whispered in his ear, "I know." But he also knew that some things once begun could never be stopped. The night was deep, the room warm, and the entanglement of 2 lifetimes in this night finally sank into complete surrender. The sky was just breaking dawn when the piercing sound of alarm sirens shattered the tranquility of Konoha. A frontline scout stumbled and crawled into the Hokage's mansion, his face pale, his voice hoarse. "Lord Hokage. Disaster. The land of earth and the land of water, allied with several other nations, have crossed the border and are invading en masse. The enemy forces number in the hundreds of thousands, and they are heading straight for Konoha." In an instant the entire Konoha was thrown into panic. The village recently established had yet to solidify its foundations, and the hearts of the various clans were not yet fully unified. Senju Tobirama mobilized troops throughout the night with documents and military orders piling up like a mountain, his face ashen and terrifying. Senju Hashirama had just set down his brush, not yet having time to exhale in relief when he heard the news. Instantly his expression turned serious, his aura plummeting to a chilly intensity. The usual carefree demeanor was swept away as he prepared to personally don his armor and head to the battlefield. "No need." A clear, steady voice came from the doorway. Uchiha Madara walked in slowly, already fully clad in battle armor, his red robe like blood, his black hair tied up. The softness and shyness of the previous night had vanished without a trace. Standing before them now was the Uchiha clan leader reborn, wielding the power of the 6 paths and commanding the awe of the ninja world. Last night he had stooped to cajole someone. This morning, facing external enemies, he instantly resumed his posture of looking down on the world, peerless and unmatched. "A mere bunch of clowns daring to invade our borders." Madara's tone was indifferent, as if he had not heard of hundreds of thousands of troops pressing in, but rather the nuisance of a few mosquitoes. Izuna followed closely behind, his eyes blazing with battle intent. "Nisen, I will fight alongside you." "No need." Madara raised a hand to stop him, his tone resolute. "These scum, I alone am enough." Before his words had even faded, his figure turned into a blur, rushing straight out of the Hokage's mansion and soaring into the sky. On the battlefield, the enemy allied forces were arrogant and self-assured, looking at Konoha's hastily assembled troops and letting out bursts of mockery and wild laughter. The ninja of the land of earth deployed thick earth-style barriers, while the ninja of the land of water gathered torrents of water. The ninjutsu of various nations intertwined, creating a grand spectacle as if they would trample Konoha in the next moment. But in the next instant the sky suddenly darkened. Uchiha Madara hovered in midair, his red robe fluttering. His Sharingan eyes rotated coldly in the morning light. With a single hand forming a seal, a towering flame ignited at his fingertips. Without any superfluous words, only a cold shout. "Great fire annihilation!" A roaring blaze erupted from his mouth, not ordinary fire style, but a hellish sea of fire infused with the power of the 6 paths, its range terrifying to the extreme. The flames swept across heaven and earth, pressing down on the enemy forces like a blanket. Wherever they passed, the air warped, the ground turned black, and even the moisture was instantly vaporized. The enemy's proud earth-style barriers were like paper before the flames, collapsing at the slightest touch. The torrents of water-style, as soon as they emerged, were evaporated into white mist by the intense heat. Screams, cries of surprise, and desperate shouts merged into one. The formation of the hundreds of thousands of allied troops shattered instantly. Wherever the sea of fire reached, not a blade of grass grew. The enemy camps near the front lines and their outposts were directly incinerated, along with the border cities of the enemy nations. Most of the city walls collapsed, reduced to ashes. The remaining enemy troops were terrified out of their wits, their will to fight completely shattered. They turned and fled in panic, crying out, "Demon! Monster!" caring only about saving their own lives. Madara hovered high above, coldly looking down at the chaotic scene below, his eyes devoid of any ripple. To him these people were nothing but ants. Not to mention their united invasion, even if they were several times more numerous, they were not worthy of his full power. Seeing that there were still scattered soldiers attempting to resist, Madara said no more. He spread his hands slightly. Susanoo. Crimson chakra surged wildly, and a colossal warrior's phantom materialized behind him with a thunderous presence. It was clad in armor, wielding a blade, its aura overshadowing the sky and sun, its oppressive might sweeping across the entire battlefield. Every ounce of chakra carried absolute power. The mere release of its aura made the earth tremble and the mountains roar. The remaining enemy troops were directly crushed by the pressure, blood flowing from their 7 orifices, unable to move. His invincible bearing was fully displayed. There was no stalemate, no fierce battle, no tactical maneuvering. One technique, great fire annihilation, burned half of the enemy's elite forces, and their border city, one Susanoo, intimidated the entire field, chilling all enemy nations. In just a short moment the formidable multi-nation alliance was utterly defeated with countless casualties, and no remaining power to resist. On the border line there was a dead silence. The Konoha defenders watched in stunned amazement. The tension that had gripped their hearts instantly relaxed, followed by sky-high cheers. Senju Hashirama stood at the village entrance, gazing at the red figure standing between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with both pride and a pang of tenderness. He knew Madara was strong, but he had never known just how strong he could be. Senju Tobirama stood nearby, his clenched fists slowly loosening, his tense expression finally softening. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes. He had to admit that in terms of battlefield intimidation and absolute power, Uchiha Madara was truly at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Uchiha Izuna looked at his elder brother's back, his eyes full of pride. This was his elder brother, the Uchiha Madara, who could always support everything and was invincible. High in the sky, Madara slowly dispersed the Susanoo. His red robe was untouched by dust. His gaze swept coldly toward the enemy nations, and he spoke in a chilling tone, his voice spreading in all directions. If you dare to invade again next time, it will not be as simple as destroying a city. I will flatten your entire nation. No one dared to retort, no one dared to accept the challenge. The remaining enemy soldiers scrambled and fled in panic, leaving behind only chaos and boundless fear. In the chaotic morning on the perilous border, Uchiha Madara, with only his own strength and 2 techniques, completely ended the war and stabilized Konoha's foundation. He returned to Konoha and landed before Hashirama. The fierceness on his body gradually faded, and he regained a bit of his usual demeanor. Senju Hashirama hurried forward, his voice tinged with lingering fear and concern. Madara, are you alright? Madara cast a glance at him, his tone light but with a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. A small matter. As for you, from now on focus on your work properly. Don't let Tobirama keep bothering us day after day. As for the earth-shattering power he had just displayed to him, it was merely a casual act. He was Uchiha Madara, these external enemies were not worthy of his full effort. The one who could truly make him lower his stance, sheath his edge, and willingly show weakness from beginning to end was only one person. The enemy forces were routed, the dust still unsettled when Uchiha Madara descended from the sky, not even a speck of dust on his crimson robe. The man who had just dominated the battlefield, shattering the earth with a single stomp, now landed with a slight restraint of his fierce aura. He glanced at Senju Hashirama without hostility, but with a touch of his usual awkwardness. Senju Hashirama stepped forward, reaching out to support him, but afraid of overstepping, his fingertips hovered in midair. His eyes were full of undisguised concern. Madara, with so many people just now, you alone? Before he could finish, Madara coldly interrupted. Only trash needs to be worried about. Izuna, watching from the side, twitched the corner of his mouth, inwardly ranting. He was obviously worried to death just now, but in front of Nii-sen he has to pretend nothing happened. Senju Tobirama stood behind with arms crossed, his expression still cold, but he had to admit, if Uchiha Madara hadn't suddenly intervened, Konoha would have suffered heavy losses today. Even if he and Hashirama had joined forces, they could never have achieved such effortless, instantaneous resolution. But Senju Hashirama would never believe he was fine. He knew better than anyone that the harsher Madara's words, the softer his heart, the more ruthless his strikes, the more he was protecting him and Konoha. This man could have stood by indifferently, could have followed his own plans and stayed out of it, yet every time at the most critical moment he stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. Hashirama looked at Madara, his gaze earnest and gentle. Suddenly he raised his hand and gently pressed it on Madara's shoulder. His voice was not loud but clearly reached every ear present. I know you are strong. But I still feel for you. Madara's ears imperceptibly warmed. He turned his head away, feigning impatience. Annoying. Hashirama laughed a frank and proud laugh. His voice rose slightly so that the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha clan members and Senju clan members who were still cleaning up the aftermath could all hear clearly. But all of you remember this. He looked at Madara's back, his eyes a mixture of possessiveness and tenderness, speaking each word with solemnity. My wife is not weak. It's not that Konoha needs him, it's that he is willing to stand up to protect me, to protect everything we want to guard. The word wife fell and the entire scene fell silent. Uchiha Izuna's eyes widened in shock, nearly splitting open on the spot. Huh! Senju Tobirama's eyelid twitched for once, his cold facade cracked and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Tobirama, who had always been cool-headed and meticulous, was struck speechless by this blunt, crude declaration. Madara himself whipped around, his eyes filled with shock, which was then replaced by overwhelming embarrassment. His chakra flared and even his Sharingan trembled. Senju Hashirama! What nonsense are you talking? Who is your wife? Just moments ago he had been a world-destroying invincible force on the battlefield, but in the next second this declaration made his cheeks burn with a mix of anger and shame. He nearly summoned Susanoo to burn this fool together. Yet Hashirama smiled unabashedly, utterly fearless. He reached out and took Madara's hand, his grip firm and unyielding. It's the truth. You lowered your pride for me, you coaxed people for me, you went to war for me, holding off hundreds of thousands of troops alone, burning through enemy cities with a single technique. Who would dare say you are weak? Only I dare to cherish you with all my heart. The surrounding ninjas held their breath, wanting to laugh but not daring, wanting to watch but not daring to stare. They could only lower their heads, pretending to be busy while their ears were all perked up. The Uchiha clan members bowed their heads, stifling laughter. The Senju clan members' eyes wandered. Izuna was so embarrassed his toes curled, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and turned coldly. I'll go handle the war report. If he stayed any longer he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself, and would throw these two disgraceful ones out of Konoha together. Madara, with his hands still held, was both angry and embarrassed, but he couldn't break free, nor did he truly want to. 2 lifetimes of pride, 2 lifetimes of toughness, 2 lifetimes of pretense, all shattered by that one sentence. My wife is not weak. He could face thousands of troops without changing expression, could destroy a city with one move without a ripple, could be cold and ruthless to the whole world, but he could not withstand such a straightforward and proud declaration from Senju Hashirama. Shut up! Madara gritted his teeth, but his voice had lost its murderous intent, leaving only a stubborn softness. Say another word and I'll go back to the Uchiha compound right now and never talk to you again. Okay, I won't say it. Hashirama immediately conceded, but held even tighter. But what I said is true. You are not weak at all. You just choose to soften before me. Madara fell silent, no longer struggling, letting himself be held. On the battlefield he was the invincible god of war, the terror of the shinobi world, the Uchiha Madara who could overturn everything with a raise of his hand. But before Senju Hashirama he didn't need to force himself to be strong, didn't need to be invincible, didn't need to be forever fearless. Some understood his strength, and some understood his softness. Some feared his power, and some cherished his sacrifice. The sunlight gradually dispelled the smoke of gunpowder shining on their intertwined hands. Madara let out a soft humph, but a faint warmth quietly rose in his eyes. At least he knows how to talk. Just this once I'll let it go. After all the whole world should know, he Uchiha Madara is overwhelmingly strong, not anyone's appendage, not anyone's weak point. Throughout my life I have been clear-headed, restrained, calculating, and thorough. From a young age I knew that my elder brother was the light, the hope of Chiensho, and the future of the shinobi world. He is kind-hearted, soft-hearted, and weak-willed, so I became ruthless for him, plotted for him, and guarded all the hearts and situations he could not attend to. The world says that I Chiensho Feijian am calm, rational, cold-hearted, and unapproachable. I have always demanded this of myself, never indulging, never showing weakness, never being swayed by personal feelings. Until I met Yuzhibo Chienai. He was the blade of the Yuzhibo, the most beloved younger brother of Ban, proud, sharp, hot-tempered, easily provoked, and quick to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. On the battlefield we were mortal enemies. Every encounter left no room for mercy, blades clashing, chakra colliding, our eyes fixed only on victory and the survival of our clans. Back then I regarded him only as a formidable rival, an opponent to be wary of. Countless times I thought that if the day came for our armies to meet in decisive battle I would not hesitate to deliver a killing blow. But Mai was founded, the war ended, and former enemies became kin. Swords and spears gave way to documents, and bloodshed gave way to negotiation. I thought all emotions would dissipate with the smoke of battle, yet I never anticipated that the intense antagonistic attention forged on the battlefield would quietly transform into something else. Day after day I buried myself in documents, handled government affairs, and cleaned up the mess left by my elder brother. I grew accustomed to calmness, to silence, to bearing everything alone. But whenever Uchiha and I appeared, all my peace was shattered. He would glare at me for ban, argue with me over the interests of the Yuzhibo, and even throw a punch at my face if I said something he disliked. He carried the full fire of youth. In the past I would retaliate with cold indifference, but later I began to grow accustomed to that collision. He was not so naive as my elder brother, nor as deep as Ban. His emotions were written on his face, his likes and dislikes, straightforward, fiercely protective, and stubborn, like an angry cat. Yet he possessed the purest of hearts. He protected Ban, guarded the Yuzhibo, and held fast to his own principles, clean and passionate. Often late at night, while handling official duties, I would recall his furious expression from the day, the profile of his face as he threw a punch, the firmness in his eyes when he defended his elder brother, and the worry he showed when Ban appeared vulnerable. A man so fiery on the surface, yet harboring the most delicate thoughts, always at odds with me, yet never truly delivering a fatal blow. My reason told me that personal feelings were useless, that emotions would only cause trouble. I was Chinsho Feijin, the pillar of Mai, and could not be bound by anyone. Yet every time I saw him my heartbeat would uncontrollably skip half a beat. When he raged at me I did not anger, when he argued with me I was willing to yield, when his fist landed on my face I even felt that was far more vivid than facing a pile of tedious documents. I had never felt this way toward anyone before. It was not reverence, not hostility, not duty, but a secret unspoken attention. Watching him worry for Ban, blush for Ban, and get angry for Ban, a bitterness I myself detested would arise in my heart. I knew we had been adversaries, stood on different sides, and had clashing temperaments. The world would never allow me to harbor such feelings toward Yuzhibo, Uchiha and I. So I concealed it well, using coldness as a shell, rationality as a disguise, and official business as a cover for every anomaly. Others only saw my indifference toward everyone, but I alone knew that my patience, my concessions, and my occasional indulgence were all given to him alone. My elder brother could openly be kind to Ban, could declare his feelings without reservation, could abandon everything to pursue tenderness. But I could not. I was Chinsho Feijin. I could not show it, could not indulge, could not allow personal feelings to affect me in the slightest. So I could only watch from afar, watch him argue, watch him make a scene, watch him protect his elder brother, and in the corners where no one could see quietly memorize every expression of his surprise at Ban's physique, his anger when defending Ban, his panic when worrying about Ban. Every appearance was etched into my heart. Verbally I only uttered a faint "oh," but inside 1,000 emotions surged. I had calculated every situation, every human heart, every rule and interest in my life, yet I never calculated that I would fall into the hands of a Yuzhibo, Uchiha and I. He is the sole anomaly in my calm life, the tenderness I dare not touch beneath my restrained exterior, the heartbeat that all my reason cannot suppress. I dare not say it, cannot say it, and will not say it. I can only bury it deep in my heart, hidden in the daily administrative affairs, hidden in the everyday confrontations, hidden in the monologues of lonely nights known to none. As long as he is safe, as long as he is at peace, as long as he can still fuss and quarrel before me, that is enough. As for this feeling, let it be buried forever in my heart, along with all my unspoken tenderness, to rot away in time. I am Chinsho Feijin, clear-headed all my life, restrained all my life, devoted to the greater good all my life. Only toward Yuzhibo, Uchiha and I am I willing to keep this one unknown exception. In truth, he is like a gloomy, possessive ghost. Do not blame him for only daring to say he loves you in dreams. Throughout his life, Hashirama Senju was in the eyes of the world the god of shinobi, the hope of the ninja world, a leader who bore everything with a smile, forever bright and magnanimous. He harbored a vision for the world, to create a village where all could live in peace, free from war, to end the bloodshed between the Senju and Uchiha, to grant every clan a tranquil existence. The world saw only his open-mindedness, his strength, his idealism, but never the struggles, the hesitations, and the unspoken feelings that plagued him in the dead of night. What he dreaded most was never an enemy, not war, not life or death, but Madara Uchiha. From the moment they met in youth, Madara had been the most extraordinary presence in his life. Together they dreamed of the future, vowed to build a village, fought back to back on battlefields, and stood shoulder to shoulder through countless days and nights. Hashirama understood Madara's pride, his solitude, his pain better than anyone. And he knew with utter clarity that his feelings for Madara had long surpassed brotherhood, alliance, and comradeship, transforming into a love so profound he dared not voice it. But he was Hashirama Senju, the Hokage of Konoha, the leader trusted by all clans. He could not love, dared not love, and must never speak of love. The century-old enmity between Uchiha and Senju, the piercing gazes of the world, the stability of the clans, all outweighed any personal desire. If he revealed his heart, it would not only ruin Madara's reputation and the Uchiha's standing but also shake the very foundation of Konoha. So he could only feign, concealing his pounding heart with carefree laughter, hiding deep affection under the guise of brotherhood, using phrases like "let's build the village together" and "let's protect Konoha together" as excuses to stay by Madara's side. By day he smiled with candor, his tone light, clapping Madara on the shoulder and calling his name as if he were merely a lifelong friend. But only he knew that every time he drew near, every time their eyes met, every time he saw Madara standing alone under the moonlight, his heart ached uncontrollably. He saw Madara's strength, his gentleness, and also the fragility hidden beneath that cold exterior. Madara would humble himself for Hashirama, would soothe others for his sake, would single-handedly hold back hundreds of thousands of troops, and unleash the great fire destruction to incinerate enemies. He could summon Susanoo to shake heaven and earth. All reverenced Madara's invincibility, only Hashirama ached for his pretense of strength. Others said Madara was domineering, ruthless, unapproachable. Only Hashirama knew that Madara was merely accustomed to wrapping himself in a hard shell, accustomed to bearing everything alone. He longed to protect Madara, to cherish him, to openly keep him by his side, but the shackles of reality were too heavy. Clan responsibility, reputation, righteousness, each one suffocated him. He dared not speak of love, dared not embrace, dared not make the slightest transgression. Only in the solitude of night, in dreams undisturbed, could he shed all identities and bonds. In dreams there was no Konoha, no clans, no war, no duty of the Hokage, no eyes of the world. He was no longer the god of shinobi, just an ordinary man. Madara was no longer the haughty Uchiha clan head, only the one he wished to treasure. In dreams he dared to hold Madara tight, to lower his head and kiss his brow, to pour out all the tenderness and longing suppressed for a lifetime, to whisper in his ear again and again, "I love you." The words he dared not speak while awake, the acts he dared not perform, the feelings he dared not acknowledge, all were freely released in dreams. He feared that once he opened his mouth he would destroy everything they had built so painstakingly, that once he drew close he would push Madara further into the abyss of loneliness, that this forbidden love would become the calamity of both their lives. So he could only hide his love in smiles and the silhouette of standing together, and promises of "I trust you and I'll be with you" in every instinctive defense and retreat. Do not blame him for only daring to say he loves you in dreams. It is not that he does not love, it is that his love is too heavy, outweighing ideals and life itself. It is not that he dares not, it is that he cannot. Once spoken it would bring utter ruin. It is not that he wishes not to be close, it is that he cherishes too much, so he chooses restraint to protect the other completely. In reality he was Hashirama Senju, a man who lived toward the sun, who was always open and upright, who lived for the world. Yet deep in his heart, in dreams known to none, he was merely a man who loved Madara Uchiha with all his soul, yet could only guard him with a lifetime of silence, never daring to speak. Those unspoken confessions, that tenderness he dared not touch, that deep affection buried in the depths of his heart, in the end could only be whispered softly to you in dreams. Uchiha Madara once again made Senju Hashirama furious. Earlier in the Hokage's office he deliberately knocked over the tea Hashirama had just brewed, splashing scalding liquid all over the other's pant leg, yet he laughed with a wide, bold grin, his tone dripping with provocation. "Senju Hashirama, you are nothing special." At that time Hashirama just looked at him, his eyes swirling with a gloom Madara had never seen before. Without saying a word, after the meeting ended, he grabbed Madara's wrist and dragged him all the way back to their residence. The door clicked locked. Madara was pressed against the cold floor-to-ceiling window glass, his back against the myriad lights of Muyi outside the window, while in front of him was Hashirama's oppressive presence tinged with anger. Seeing the other's darkened expression, Madara rarely softened his tone, yet still carried a hint of stubborn defiance, and whispered, "Sorry Hashirama, I was wrong." He thought such submission would make Hashirama relent, but he didn't expect the other's gaze to still fall heavily on him. His fingertips traced the red marks on Madara's wrist from being gripped, and after a long moment he slowly uttered a few words: "The Hokage's floor-to-ceiling windows, the mirror, the kitchen, the bathroom, the bed." Madara's heart tightened, his breath faltered for an instant, and his voice trembled involuntarily as he hesitated, and replied softly, I choose the bed." Hashirama raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his tone carrying a hint of mockery and unquestionable authority, and said calmly, "Who said you could choose? This is the order." As his words fell, Hashirama's kiss descended with a punishing force, biting into the side of his neck, leaving a deep purple mark. Madara let out a pained grunt, instinctively trying to push him away, but his wrist was pinned by Hashirama against the glass, unable to move. "Senju Hashirama, let me go." Madara's voice carried a hint of fury, but the ending uncontrollably wavered. "Are you crazy? This is our home." Hashirama's lips pressed against his ear, his scorching breath sweeping over his skin causing him to tremble. Madara, when you provoke me you should have thought about the consequences. Moonlight from outside the window streamed through the glass, casting the overlapping shadows of the two. Hashirama lifted the hem of Madara's clothes, and the slightly cool air touching his skin made him shiver, but the next moment Hashirama's scorching palm covered it, pressing and rubbing his waist with an irresistible force. Madara's body shuddered violently, his breath instantly disordered, and the strength he had been struggling with weakened, leaving him to let Hashirama do whatever he wanted on him. He turned his head away, not wanting Hashirama to see his flushed cheeks and moistened eyes, but Hashirama grabbed his chin and forced him to turn around. "Look at me." Hashirama's voice was low and hoarse, almost hypnotic, and his eyes swirled with an unbreakable possessiveness. "Madara, don't hide." Madara was forced to meet his gaze, looking at those eyes that were always gentle but now deep as the sea, reflecting his own disheveled and burning image. His heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth to say something but was blocked by Hashirama's sudden kiss. This kiss carried a punitive intention yet inadvertently softened its force. Their tongues tangled and teased, carrying a familiar cool scent, gradually eroding his sanity. Madara's arms unconsciously wrapped around Hashirama's neck, his fingers clutching his collar, letting himself drown in this kiss. After who knows how long, Hashirama finally released him, looking at his reddened lips and moist eyes, chuckled softly, bit his earlobe, and said, "Madara, you said earlier that you chose the bed." Madara's face instantly burned hot. He looked away, not daring to meet his eyes, but Hashirama gripped him tighter. "It seems you didn't understand." Hashirama lifted him horizontally, strode to the mirror in the living room, and placed him on the dressing table. The mirror behind clearly reflected the figures of the two. "It's not your choice, it's me taking you through." Hashirama's kisses trailed down his collarbone all the way to his chest, causing him to tremble. Madara's hands pressed against the cold mirror surface, watching in the mirror Hashirama burying his face in his neck along with his own flushed skin and disheveled hair. A wave of shame instantly engulfed him. He wanted to close his eyes, but Hashirama pressed his head. "Look!" Hashirama's voice carried a hint of a sigh. "Madara, look at your current state." Madara's breathing became more rapid, his body softer, and he could only let Hashirama lead him into the abyss. The scene in the mirror made him feel ashamed, yet he couldn't look away, so he bit his lip to keep from making any extra sounds. Seeing Madara like this, the smile in Hashirama's eyes deepened, but his movements became even more forceful, with unmistakable aggression gradually dismantling all his defenses. Madara's hands unconsciously gripped Hashirama's clothes, his fingernails digging deep into his back, leaving several red marks. "Senju." Hashirama. His voice carried a sob, yet also a hint of indescribable pleasure. "You, be a man." Hashirama chuckled lowly, bit his shoulder hollow, and said, "Now you know fear. When you were provoking me in the office earlier, weren't you quite arrogant?" Madara turned his face away, not wanting to respond, but was overwhelmed by Hashirama's actions, and could only let his own gasps and Hashirama's whispers intertwine in the silent night. From the mirror in the living room to the kitchen counter to the bathroom tiles, and finally Hashirama carried him towards the large bed in the bedroom. The bedding was pressed into deep creases, moonlight filtering through the curtain gaps, falling on the overlapping shadows of the two. Madara's hands pressed against Hashirama's chest, not to push him away but merely propping up in vain, his fingertips trembling. Hashirama leaned over him, his kisses trailing from his forehead downward with a gentle yet forceful strength, completely encircling him in his arms. "Madara," Hashirama's voice pressed against his ear with scorching heat, "don't anger me again, or else I don't know what I might do." Madara's eyes were moist, looking at Hashirama, and he nodded lightly, his voice a bit hoarse. "I understand." "Hashirama." Hashirama chuckled lowly and kissed his lips, drowning all the unspoken words in this gentle yet possessive kiss. The lights of Muyi outside the window remained bright, but the temperature in the room had long been heated to scorching by the breaths of the two. Madara Uchiha felt he was about to lose his composure. He had deliberately tilted his hand in the Hokage's office, spilling the freshly brewed hot tea onto Hashirama Senju's trousers, watching the other's expression freeze instantly. He lifted his chin and added a few provocative words, his heart brimming with the thrill of seeing the man lose his temper. He had anticipated Hashirama would frown, sigh, or even quarrel with him, but never expected that the man would without a word seize his wrist. Dragging him forcefully all the way back to their shared quarters, he turned and locked the door behind them. The room's light dimmed, and before Madara could utter a retort, Hashirama pressed him against the cold wall, a scorching breath enveloping him instantly. Before he could struggle, a kiss laced with suppressed anger descended heavily, not the gentle touch of usual days, but a punishing, lingering friction, stubborn and unyielding, claiming every inch of his lips. Madara instinctively turned his head to avoid it, but Hashirama held his nape firmly, forcing him to passively endure the overwhelming intimacy. From initial defiance and a desire to resist, he gradually lost his strength, his breathing becoming ragged and disordered. His lips were numb from the kiss, his entire being wrapped in Hashirama's scent. The feeling of being completely controlled unsettled him, yet inexplicably stirred a strange, indescribable heat. He wanted to push the man away, to hurl harsh words, but all sounds were stifled between their lips, leaving only fragmented, muffled groans that even he found weak. Madara had always been proud. Never even in front of Hashirama Senju had he been so utterly disheveled. He could wield his gun with invincible prowess on the battlefield, could coldly confront the entire shinobi world, yet in this intimacy he crumbled. His nose tingled, his eyes uncontrollably reddened, and physiological tears slipped down unbidden, splashing onto their intertwined hands, burning fiercely. He thought such entanglement would eventually end, that once Hashirama had his fill he would release him. Yet just as he grew limp and his consciousness began to blur, the man suddenly stopped. All sensations ceased abruptly, leaving only the lingering panic and pent-up emotions with nowhere to go. Madara shuddered violently, his already fragile composure shattering, his tears falling more intensely. It was not pain nor mere grievance, but the helplessness of being suspended midair, unable to advance or retreat, mixed with the disarray from the forceful kiss, all surging up, making him sob uncontrollably. He bit his lip, unwilling to show such vulnerability before Hashirama Senju, but his shoulders trembled uncontrollably, his voice thick with sobs, broken and full of despair. Hashirama Senju, what do you want? He turned his head away, his long hair tangled against his neck, tears wetting his cheeks. His once sharp eyes were now misty, devoid of any of the Uchiha leader's coldness, replaced by the dishevelment of a cornered man. He could not understand how a mere spilled cup of tea and a few provocative words had led to this. It was this man who had started it, who had kissed him without reason, who had thrown him into chaos, yet when he had finally softened, the man had abruptly stopped. Hashirama looked at Madara's reddened eyes and trembling lashes, his fingertips lightly brushing the tear tracks on his face. The gesture was not gentle, but carried a restrained force. He did not speak immediately, but leaned in his voice low against Madara's burning ear with an undeniable authority laced with a hint of resignation. Madara, when you provoke me, you should have known that the consequences are not yours to decide. Madara wept harder, his entire body trembling, lacking even the strength to retort. He felt only a deep ache, not physical, but a panic of being completely seized and exposed, shattering his proud shell piece by piece. He wanted to curse, to break free, but whenever Hashirama drew near he grew weak, his struggles turning into futile resistance. Tears blurred his vision, he could only bury his head, letting sobs be suppressed in his throat, yet they still escaped. He had been the one to provoke, to aim for the upper hand, yet in the end he was so broken by Hashirama Senju that he could not stop crying. And the man above him simply watched quietly, letting him vent, but his fingers always firmly clasped Madara's wrist, not allowing him to escape an inch. The room was filled only with Madara's intermittent sobs and their intertwined, slightly hurried breaths. Madara felt he had never been so disgraced, his pride crushed, his resistance dissolved, leaving only a heart full of helplessness and bitterness, mixed with a helplessness toward the man before him, all surging up with his tears. While here Uchiha Madara was being driven to his wits' end by Senju Hashirama, over there on Uchiha Izuna's side chaos had already erupted. His quarrel with Senju Tobirama had turned into a fierce, all-consuming battle of words, sparring over tactical philosophies, clan customs, past grudges, and trivial daily matters. Neither was willing to back down first. But the more they argued, the more it seemed to become addictive. Just a moment ago they were locked in bitter confrontation with cold, hard tones, yet the next second their gazes would meet, and they would stubbornly refuse to look away. Despite his sharp tongue, Izuna knew all too well that he had grown accustomed to Tobirama's composed yet caustic demeanor, and even secretly looked forward to their next quarrel. As they argued, the anger dissipated, but a tangled feeling of awkwardness clung to him. Even he couldn't tell whether this was hatred or something else far more chaotic and searing. A few days later, Konoha held a banquet to celebrate the village's peace and stability. Elders and elite ninjas from all clans gathered together, the venue brightly lit and filled with clinking goblets and lively chatter. The usual tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. After a few rounds of drinks, someone initiated a game of truth or dare, pulling everyone into the fun. The circle was small, but the atmosphere was boisterous. The bottle spun on the ground, wobbled to a stop, and pointed directly at Uchiha Izuna. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Izuna raised an eyebrow with innate pride and spoke coolly. "I'll take whatever you've got, just don't bore me." "Then truth," someone shouted with a laugh. "Among everyone here, who is the person you care about most and can't let go of?" As those words fell, the surroundings suddenly quieted and many eyes secretly drifted towards Senju Tobirama, who stood not far away. Izuna's cheeks grew warm, his gaze involuntarily dodged, but his mouth remained stubborn. "Naturally, my brother. Who else could it be?" The crowd naturally didn't believe him, but they dared not press further, merely laughing and letting him off. The bottle spun again, and this time it pointed at Senju Tobirama. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately urged, "Truth. Same question, who is the most special person you can't let go of?" Tobirama's expression remained cool, but his gaze involuntarily swept over Izuna, and his Adam's apple moved almost imperceptibly. He was silent for a moment, then evaded a direct answer, merely saying calmly, "The one I am meant to protect." Vague as it was, it only fueled more speculation. Izuna felt a tightness in his chest, his fingers curling slightly as he turned away, refusing to look at him, but the tips of his ears flushed red. After a few more rounds, the bottle stopped again before Izuna. This time the crowd gave him no chance to escape and directly shouted, "Dare! Go kiss the person nearest to you across from you." Izuna's head jerked up, his eyes meeting Senju Tobirama's. Somehow the two had ended up standing directly opposite each other, close enough to touch with a single step. The air froze instantly. The cheers took on an ambiguous tone, and gazes flickered back and forth between them. Izuna's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger. He gritted his teeth, wanting to refuse, but the crowd pushed and urged him until there was no room to retreat. He forced himself to step forward, lifting his eyes to meet Tobirama's deep gaze. His heart suddenly lost its rhythm. He wanted to push away, to mock, to curse the absurdity, but his body refused to obey. Tobirama looked at his reddened eyes, the tense line of his jaw, and those eyes that were both flustered and stubborn. He leaned in slightly first. There was no excessive movement, just a light touch like a feather brushing across the corner of the mouth, gone in an instant. Izuna stiffened, completely stunned, his face burning so hot he forgot to breathe. He stumbled back a step, his gaze darting away, his voice flustered and lacking conviction. "Senju Tobirama! You!" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the laughter of the crowd. Not far away, Madara watched his younger brother caught in this unprecedented flustered mess, and then glanced at Senju Tobirama, who appeared calm but had a hint of amusement hidden in his eyes. His mouth twitched. He turned to glare at Senju Hashirama, who stood beside him with an expression of utter self-righteousness. "All you're doing," Madara muttered coldly. Hashirama chuckled softly, reaching out to quietly take his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, his tone indulgent and doting. "Tit for tat." Uchiha Madara looked at his younger brother, still stubbornly defending himself, but with ears so red they seemed ready to bleed, then glanced at Senju Tobirama, who pretended to be calm but whose fingertips were subtly tightening. A vein pulsed on his forehead, and his voice was filled with frustration and disappointment. "They learn the bad things fast but not the good," he muttered coldly, his voice low but precise enough to reach the ears of the person beside him. Senju Hashirama tightened his grip on his hand, letting out a low laugh. His breath brushed against Madara's ear, carrying a mix of indulgence and teasing. "How can this be considered bad? It's clearly mutual affection." Madara's face grew warm. He abruptly pulled his hand back, glaring at him but not truly angry. Yet the thought that he himself had been so skillfully ensnared by this man, and now his own younger brother had followed suit, openly teased in front of everyone, stirred a feeling of awkwardness in his heart. The banquet's clamor continued. The bottle spun round after round, truths hiding, probing questions, dares wrapped in unspoken feelings. Izuna's face alternated between pale and red as the crowd teased him. Several times he wanted to lash out, but Tobirama subtly deflected the attention each time. Just a few days ago they had argued fiercely, neither willing to yield. Now, amidst the crowd's chants, even their exchanged glances carried an indescribable ambiguity. Madara watched this scene, his brow deeply furrowed, filled with a sense of helplessness. The Uchiha face is about to be lost. His clan had always been proud and cold, never reduced to being teased and having no strength to refute. Yet Izuna, though still sharp-tongued, had already lost his composure in action. Even the glare he shot at Tobirama lacked its usual sharpness, replaced by something more bashful and annoyed. "You started all this." Madara turned and laid all his dissatisfaction on Senju Hashirama. Hashirama didn't argue, merely smiled and took his hand again, this time holding it a bit more firmly, not allowing him to pull away. "I didn't teach them this," he said softly, his eyes full of tenderness. "It's just that some feelings can't be hidden." The flickering lamplight softened the contours of Madara's face. He turned his face away, no longer watching the commotion between Izuna and Tobirama, but he didn't pull his hand from Hashirama's grasp. After all, wasn't he himself the same? He had been the one to provoke first, yet in the end he was firmly caught, his pride shattered by the other's tenderness and strength. Now, watching his younger brother follow the same path, he scolded him for learning nothing good, but deep down he knew some entanglements from the very beginning were destined to be unavoidable. Yet he still refused to admit defeat. Madara lowered his voice, laced with irritation. "If you ever do this again, I won't let you off easily." Hashirama chuckled softly, his fingers gently stroking Madara's palm, his tone assured and doting. Alright, I'll listen to you. But both knew that some things once started could never be stopped. Just like Izuna and Tobirama, they argued and bickered, but they were already addicted, unable to separate. Senju Jujian stood at the brightest spot of the banquet, still clad in his Hokage cloak, which he had not yet had time to change. In his hand he held a half-full cup of wine, still cool, but his face had long lost its usual confident composure, replaced instead by a profound sense of helplessness. The world called him the god of shinobi, claiming he had quelled the chaotic era with one hand and built Konoha with the other, that nothing under heaven could ever trouble him. Yet he alone knew that between Uchiha Madara and his own brother Senju Tobira, he was the one caught in the most impossible dilemma. The banquet was held to celebrate the stabilization of the border. The entire village of Konoha was in jubilation. After several rounds of drinks, the crowd began to play truth or dare with boisterous enthusiasm. What had once been a lively occasion eventually turned into his own personal hell. His gaze first fell upon Ban. That man remained as flamboyant as ever, with his long hair casually tied back, an air of innate pride in his brows and eyes. Even amidst the clamor, he was still dazzling, impossible to ignore. But at this moment the tips of Ban's ears were faintly flushed, and the look he cast at Jujian carried a hint of awkwardness along with a trace of lingering languor. A few days ago he had been thoroughly disciplined at home by Jujian, though Ban still refused to yield verbally. His actions had already softened. Now whenever the occasional ambiguous glances from the crowd swept over him, he would glare at Jujian without making a sound, a look of embarrassment but devoid of real anger. Jujian's heart softened. Ban was his one and only lifelong friend, the comrade who stood shoulder to shoulder with him at the summit, the very reason he had willingly set aside hatred and built the village together. He could not bear to let Ban suffer the slightest grievance, nor could he stand to see him even a little unhappy. On ordinary days he could not even bring himself to utter a harsh word. He went along with everything, indulged, and spoiled him, terrified that the man would simply turn and leave if displeased. But on the other side, Senju Tobira and Uchiha Izuna were already in a chaotic mess. His own brother, usually calm and composed, meticulous and thorough in all things, lost all composure the moment he encountered Uchiha Izuna. A few days earlier the two had shut themselves in a room and argued fiercely, from tactical disputes to old clan grudges, from dawn till dusk, either willing to be the first to yield. Jujian had originally worried they might come to blows and quietly went to check, only to find the atmosphere bizarrely tense. Their words were icy, yet their gazes intertwined, and after the quarrel, instead of anger, there was something else. It seemed almost addictive. If they did not see each other for a day, they would find excuses to meet. When they met, they would argue. After arguing, they would both become awkward, unwilling to be the first to relent. At the banquet the wine bottle spun again and again, but each time it pointed precisely at the two of them. Izuna was forced by the crowd to choose there, his cheeks flushed red, his Sharingan almost bulging out. He cursed that it was boring, but his body remained frozen in place, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Tobira. And Tobira, usually cold as ice, took the initiative to step forward. Amidst the uproar he leaned in gently, and brushed his lips against the corner of Izuna's mouth. The movement was fleeting, but it immediately set the entire banquet ablaze. Izuna froze, then stumbled back, his voice trembling with shame and anger. Senju Tobira, you are too bold. But in that tone half was anger, half was confusion. There was no trace of the usual sharpness he showed toward enemies. Tobira merely glanced at him indifferently, then subtly stepped in front of him, shielding him from the crowd's jeers, seeming cold yet utterly protective. This scene instantly set Ban on edge. He turned to Jujian, his brows furrowed, his tone clearly displeased. Senju Jujian, look at your brother. What has he done to my brother? Where is the usual calm and rationality? To act so frivolously in public, it's utterly disgraceful. Jujian's head began to ache. On one side was his dearest friend, whose anger made his features sharp and cold. At the slightest misstep he would throw a tantrum and walk away. On the other side was his own younger brother, whom he had protected since childhood, who had finally set his heart on someone, Uchiha Izuna, and though he said nothing, his actions were unyielding, leaving no room for his elder brother to interfere. He wanted to soothe Ban's anger, saying that Izuna and Tobira were just young and playful, but seeing Ban's tense profile he knew that Izuna was his only brother, the Uchiha's bottom line. He could not disregard Ban's feelings. But when he turned to Tobira, his own brother shot him a cold look, clearly saying, "Mind your own business," determined to protect Izuna and also the feelings he refused to admit openly. Tobira was stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, no force could pull him back. Now that he was so devoted to Izuna, how could his elder brother tear them apart? Izuna, even more aggrieved and embarrassed, glared at Tobira but dared not really lash out. He could only stand there with reddened ears, looking thoroughly wrong. Ban saw this, felt for his brother, and his anger flared. He looked at Zhu Jian with even more discontent. Zhu Jian stood between the two, caught in a dilemma. Persuading Tobira was futile, comforting Ben only made him more aggrieved. On one side was his beloved friend, on the other his blood brother. One could not be scolded, the other could not be controlled. One was heartbroken over his brother's grievance, the other guarded his own feelings and refused to back down. He gave a bitter smile, raised a hand, and rubbed his temples. The world envied him for his status as the god of shinobi, envied his power, his friends, his harmonious family. But who knew that he too faced moments of utter helplessness? Quelling the chaotic era, conquering all clans, founding Konoha, each of these had been simpler than the present. No matter how perilous the battlefield, he could handle it with ease, but when it came to these trivial matters of the heart, he was trapped, unable to please anyone. Ben, don't be angry, Zhu Jian said, softening his tone, quietly reaching out to take Ben's wrist, his voice low and coaxing. They are young, their hearts are pure, they're just close friends, nothing will come of it. Close friends? Ben raised an eyebrow, his tone dangerous. Close enough to be intimate in public. Izuna is an Uchiha, how can you let your brother behave so recklessly? Just as he had soothed a few words, Tobira spoke coldly. Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Say no more. One sentence left Zhu Jian speechless. He looked at the four of them, himself and Ben, Tobira and Izuna, entangled in pairs bound by ties. One was awkward, the other indulgent, one was stubborn, the other protective. All were his closest and dearest, yet he was the one caught in the middle, the most troubled. The flickering lantern light cast his helplessness plainly on his face. What god of shinobi? What first Hokage? Between his dearest friend and his brother he was just an ordinary man, afraid of angering his friend, afraid of upsetting his brother, afraid of stirring up old grievances between Uchiha and Senju, and even more afraid that the hard-won peace might be disrupted by these romantic entanglements. Zhu Jian sighed softly and drained his cup. Well then? As long as they were all here safe and sound, staying by his side, what did this little dilemma matter? He tightened his grip on Ban's hand, his eyes full of tenderness and compromise. In the future he would just coax Ban a little more, keep a closer eye on Tobira, and protect Izuna a little more. As long as the four of them were well, as long as Konoha was stable, this predicament he gladly endured. Uchiha Madara felt as though he was about to be consumed by flames. Senju Hashirama's kiss landed on the side of his neck, searing hot, trailing down along his collarbone, causing him to tremble lightly. Just moments ago he had been sulking at Hashirama, defiantly saying, "Who wants to be like this with you?" Yet his body betrayed him, growing soft, and yielding, his strength to resist drained away. He leaned against the headboard, his clothes already pushed aside by Hashirama. The cool air touched his skin, only to be heated by Hashirama's body temperature, turning it scorching hot. Madara's hand pressed against Hashirama's chest, trying to push him away, but even his fingertips trembled. He could only let the other's lips wander over his skin, leaving behind deep purple marks. Hashirama. His voice was thick with heavy breathing, the trailing tone drifting, sounding unfamiliar even to himself. Don't hear. Hashirama merely chuckled softly at this, lifting his head to look at Madara, his eyes swirling with an overwhelming possessiveness, his tone tinged with teasing. Madara, you were quite bold, provoking me earlier, why are you scared now? Madara's face instantly flushed crimson. He turned away, unwilling to look at him, but Hashirama gripped his chin and forced him to turn back. Meeting those eyes, usually gentle but now as deep as the ocean, Madara's heart skipped a beat, and even his breathing faltered. Look at me. Hashirama's voice was low and almost hypnotic, his fingertips gently brushing over Madara's flushed cheek. Madara, don't hide. Forced to meet his gaze, Madara saw his own disheveled and burning reflection in those eyes, and shame washed over him instantly. He wanted to close his eyes, but Hashirama held his head in place, leaving him no choice but to watch as the other's lips descended again, landing on his chest, causing him to shudder. Why is this happening? Madara's voice carried a sob laced with helplessness. It's too much. His hands instinctively grabbed Hashirama's hair, nails digging deep into the other's scalp, yet Hashirama seemed not to feel it. His movements grew even gentler, yet carried an unmistakable aggression, gradually dismantling all of Madara's defenses. Madara's body turned increasingly limp, his breathing hastened, and even his struggles became futile pushes. He could only let his own gasps and Hashirama's murmurs intertwine in the silent night. Madara. Hashirama's lips pressed against his ear, his scorching breath sweeping across his skin, causing him to tremble. Do you know? Every time you smile at me I can't control myself. Madara's heart clenched violently, and tears slipped uncontrollably, falling onto their joined hands, burning with intensity. He was not unaware of Hashirama's feelings for him, just as his own bond with Hashirama had long been etched into his bones, impossible to sever. Yet he was stubbornly adamant, refusing to relent, deliberately provoking Hashirama time and again, watching him lose control, be gentle, and make compromises for him. I didn't. Madara's voice was thick with tears, broken and halting. I didn't mean to provoke you. Is that so? Hashirama raised an eyebrow, his fingertips lightly tracing his waist, causing him to shudder. Then what were you thinking when you smiled at me on the battlefield last time? Madara's face burned even hotter. He turned away, unable to meet his eyes. Of course he remembered. On that battlefield he had the upper hand, yet he deliberately smiled at Hashirama, watching the other momentarily lose his focus, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. But he also knew that from that moment on the way Senju Hashirama looked at him had changed, growing deeper, hotter, and more unsettling to him. Madara opened his mouth trying to say something but was silenced by Hashirama's sudden kiss. This kiss carried a hint of punishment. Yet inadvertently it softened in intensity, his tongue entwining and teasing, carrying the familiar crisp scent, gradually eroding his sanity. Madara's arms instinctively wrapped around Hashirama's neck, his fingers clutching at his collar, allowing himself to drown in this kiss. All the previous stubbornness and resentment were completely dissolved by this tenderness. After an unknown length of time, Hashirama finally released him, looking at his reddened lips and tear-filled eyes, letting out a soft laugh and bit his earlobe. Madara, do you know? I've long lost control of myself. Madara's body trembled violently, tears falling even harder as he looked at Hashirama. He understood. Hashirama's obsession with him, like his own bond with Hashirama, had long been beyond control. But he was still afraid that this burning passion would turn to ashes in the flames of war, like the peace pact they once made, afraid that in the end he would not be able to keep this person. Hashirama. Madara's voice carried a hint of unease. Will you always be here? Hashirama paused his movements at this, looking down at him, his eyes filled with an overwhelming tenderness. His tone was infinitely earnest. Madara, I will always be here. Whether in war or peace, in the past or the future, I will be by your side, never leaving. Madara's heart clenched violently, tears falling even harder. He looked at Hashirama, at those usually gentle, but now utterly serious eyes, and all his fear and anxiety instantly vanished. Hashirama's kiss descended again, tender yet with an undeniable force, pulling him completely into his embrace. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, spilling onto their intertwined figures, illuminating Madara's flushed cheeks and Hashirama's gentle gaze. Madara leaned against Hashirama's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling his tender touch, his fear and anxiety gradually fading, replaced by deep warmth and security. He lifted his head, gazing at Hashirama's gentle features, and couldn't resist leaning in to softly kiss his lips. Hashirama paused for a moment, then let out a low laugh, reaching out to press the back of Madara's head, deepening the kiss. Madara closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into Hashirama's tenderness. His tears had long ceased, leaving only a heart full of warmth and contentment. So this is what it feels like to be cherished so dearly by Senju Hashirama. So this is how all his pride and stubbornness crumble before Hashirama's gentleness. So this is how a bond once begun can never be stopped. Senju Hashirama, you bastard. But you are also the one who made me for the first time willingly lay down all my defenses and reveal my softest side. And you are the one who made me for the first time no longer fear the future, no longer fear loss, because I know you will always be here. I have no chance to resist simply because it is you. The dusk of Konoha had just crept through the streets, and the gambling house was still noisy and chaotic. The sounds of dice clattering, chips stacking, and boisterous voices spread freely in the cramped space. Hashirama Senju sat at the gambling table, his head drooping. His usually cheerful and relaxed brows were tightly knitted together, and he scratched his hair with his broad palm in frustration. The chips in front of him had long been lost completely, and even his last bit of private savings had gone down the drain. Lost again. He muttered in a low voice, his tone full of dejection. His shoulders slumped like a frosted eggplant, completely devoid of any dignity of the god of shinobi. He had originally thought to sneak into the gambling house while Madara Uchiha wasn't paying attention, to try his luck and maybe win some money to buy delicious food to bring back. But his luck was abysmal. He gambled from day to dusk, losing everything, and couldn't even think of an excuse to go back. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after finishing his administrative duties, Madara Uchiha waited for a long time without seeing Hashirama Senju return. At first he thought he was delayed by trivial village matters. But the longer he waited, the heavier his heart grew. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He knew Hashirama Senju's little tricks all too well. Usually he seemed carefree. In reality, he always thought of slacking off at every opportunity. Moreover, recently the other party had been acting mysteriously, leaving early and returning late, and always carried a faint scent of smoke and ships. Madara Uchiha's eyes darkened. In an instant a piercing cold aura emanated from him, and his chakra surged slightly, making the air around him seem to solidify. He hesitated no longer, following the faint elusive noise and heading straight toward the gambling house. At that moment the originally boisterous crowd in the gambling house suddenly seemed to hit a pause button. Then someone shouted, "Madara Uchiha is here!" The previously crowded crowd instantly erupted, scattering in panic to both sides, forcibly creating a spacious passage in the center of the once-packed gambling hall. Hashirama Senju was wallowing in dejection when he suddenly noticed the surrounding noise cease abruptly, and even the gamblers beside him had all fled in an instant. Leaving him alone sitting at the gambling table, he looked up blankly and glanced around in confusion. Huh! Where is everyone? Why did they all run away? What happened? As soon as his words fell, a figure icy and seething with towering rage appeared at the end of the passage. Madara Uchiha walked slowly, his crimson Sharingan locked coldly onto him. The oppressive aura he emitted made the entire gambling house tremble, and the air was thick with an overwhelming fury. Hashirama Senju's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the newcomer. His bewilderment instantly turned to terror. He subconsciously wanted to get up and flee, but before he could move, a powerful hand fiercely grabbed his collar from behind. The next second a crisp, resounding slap echoed throughout the gambling house. Hashirama Senju was struck hard across the face, the force causing one side of his cheek to flush red instantly. He was knocked sideways, his ears ringing. Hashirama Senju! Madara Uchiha's voice was icy cold with a long-suppressed anger. Every word seemed squeezed out between his teeth. As the Hokage neglecting official duties, you dare to sneak into a place like this to gamble. You have quite the nerve. Hashirama Senju covered his burning cheek, stunned by the slap. He looked at the furious Madara Uchiha before him. His lips moved, wanting to explain, but no words came out. He could only hang his head like a child who had done wrong. Bear my wrath, Hashirama Senju. Madara Uchiha gave him no chance to argue. He tightened his grip on his collar, and half dragged, half pulled him outward. Hashirama Senju stumbled behind him, not daring to resist. He could only hang his head and let himself be dragged. Along the way the people around were too scared to look up, not even daring to breathe. Madara Uchiha's fury showed no sign of abating. He dragged Hashirama Senju toward their residence, his steps steady, each carrying an indisputable authority. He glanced down at the dejected, silent Hashirama Senju behind him. His eyes were dark, his tone cold and harsh with a hint of disappointment. It seems I must give you a proper lesson. The evening breeze blew. Hashirama Senju shrank his neck, feeling the warmth of the palm and the anger from the other. He was both scared and regretful, but he knew that this time he had truly angered Madara. The days ahead would probably not be easy. The night was like a heavy ink-black cloth tightly shrouding the rooftops of Konoha. Even the cicadas outside the window carried a tinge of languid weariness. Their dwelling was so silent that only the crackling of the candle flames could be heard. Hashirama Senju sat at the table clutching half a piece of uneaten mochi, but his gaze was involuntarily glued to the figure in the center of the living room. Madara Uchiha had changed clothes. The bathrobe he usually wore only on the battlefield had been replaced by a black maid outfit adorned with lace trimmings. The hem barely reached above his knees, accentuating the slender elegance of his already long legs. A white apron was tied around his waist in a beautiful bow, and the ruffled collar curled slightly, creating an extreme contrast with his usual cold and stern demeanor. Hashirama Senju stared wide-eyed, the mochi in his hand dropping onto the table with a soft thud, the blush on his face refusing to fade. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. His heart raced like a trapped rabbit, pounding uncontrollably. Why would Madara suddenly wear this? Madara Uchiha clearly had no intention of giving him much time to react. He walked slowly to the sofa, raised a hand to adjust the hem of his skirt, and cast a faint glance with his crimson Sharingan. A hint of mockery laced his smile, yet it also held an undeniable authority. Had enough of looking. He spoke, his voice deeper than usual, wrapped in the languor of the night. Or perhaps, Hashirama, you rather like this outfit. Hashirama Senju snapped back to reality, his cheeks burning even hotter. He waved his hands frantically. No, it's not that I like it. It's just a bit unexpected. He stammered, his usual battlefield brilliance completely gone, like a schoolchild caught red-handed. Madara Uchiha said nothing more, merely turned and walked to the window, standing with his back to him. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a silver edge on the lace of the maid outfit. His silhouette appeared unusually fragile, yet exuded an aloofness that kept others at bay. Hashirama Senju swallowed hard, tentatively rose to his feet, and approached with steps as light as a cat. Madara, why did you suddenly wear this? Did I upset you during the day and you want to cheer me up with a different look? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. The initial panic gradually gave way to a flicker of joy. Perhaps Madara wasn't truly angry, just wanting to throw a little tantrum with him. But just as he reached 2 steps away from Madara Uchiha, a cold voice stopped him. Stop! Hashirama's steps halted, and the smile on his face froze for a moment. Madara Uchiha slowly turned around. The light in his Sharingan turned cold. He raised a hand to gently smooth the skirt, his tone carrying an undeniable distance. I just thought wearing this might help you remember something. But remember. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Hashirama's eager hand, and said word by word. Today you won't touch me. Hashirama's hand froze in midair, the joy in his heart instantly extinguished like being doused with cold water. He stepped forward, his voice soft with pleading. Madara, I admit I was wrong, okay? I'll never go to the gambling house again, never sneak off again. Please don't be like this, alright? He reached out to grab her wrist, but just as his fingertips were about to touch, an invisible current of chakra pushed them back. Madara Uchiha turned slightly, avoiding his touch. A flicker of barely concealed satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but was quickly veiled by coldness. He walked to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs. The skirt spread out like a blooming black mandala. So you know you're wrong? He raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? I shouldn't have gone to the gambling house behind your back, shouldn't have lost all the money, shouldn't have made you worry. Hashirama Senju lowered his head, his voice growing softer, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothes like a child waiting to be scolded. Seeing him like this, Madara Uchiha felt the anger inside him had already faded, leaving only a trace of helpless indulgence. Yet he insisted on putting on a stern front, determined to teach this troublemaking monkey a lesson. Is that all? He pressed, his tone still cold. Hashirama Senju looked up abruptly, his eyes glistening with tears and a hint of grievance. And I shouldn't have made you angry, shouldn't have made you think I'm unreliable. Madara, from now on I'll listen to everything you say. Don't ignore me and don't stop me from touching you. As he spoke, he tentatively edged closer, his gaze fixed intently on Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha turned his face away, avoiding his watery eyes, but a subtle ripple stirred within him. He was silent for a moment, then finally spoke slowly. Remember what you said today. He stood up and walked toward the bedroom. When he reached the doorway, he paused and turned back to look at Hashirama Senju, who was still standing in place. Moonlight fell upon him, the lace of the maid outfit shimmering faintly in the night. His voice drifted through the darkness, carrying a husky tenderness. Come in. Don't stand outside in the night breeze. Hashirama Senju's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. But when he reached the bedroom door, Madara Uchiha blocked him with an outstretched arm. No fooling around before bed. Madara's tone remained firm, but there was a hint of barely noticeable amusement in his eyes. If you dare to slack off again tomorrow, I'll deal with you. After saying this, he stepped aside but still didn't give Hashirama a chance to touch him. Hashirama pursed his lips, a little disappointed, but he knew Madara had already softened. He entered the bedroom, looked at the bedding laid out on the bed, then glanced at Madara standing by the bed. He couldn't help muttering, Madara, you actually look really good in a maid outfit. Before he could finish, Madara raised his hand as if to strike. Hashirama immediately shrank his neck and obediently slipped into the futon, but he still peeked up at him. The candlelight gradually faded and the night grew deeper. The bedroom was silent save for the rhythmic breaths of the two intertwining. Hashirama Senju closed his eyes, his mind replaying the image of Madara in the maid outfit from earlier. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He thought even if he couldn't touch Madara today, just quietly accompanying him like this was enough. And Madara Uchiha, standing by the bed, looked down at the half-face peeking out from the covers. The coldness in his eyes gradually melted, replaced by gentle tenderness. He gently raised a hand to tuck the corner of the quilt for Hashirama, his voice as light as a feather. Idiot! The Lantern Festival of Konoha arrived as promised. As dusk settled, the entire main street was illuminated by a sea of lanterns. Various lotus-shaped and rabbit-shaped lanterns hung from eaves and street corners. Layers of warm golden light wove together, dyeing the night sky with a tender lingering glow. Hashirama Senju held Madara Uchiha's hand, strolling leisurely through the crowd. The usually stern lines of his face softened in the lantern light. Madara, for once shedding his sharp aura, wore a light-colored kimono. His fingertips were wrapped in Hashirama's warm palm. He paused occasionally to admire the exquisite lanterns along the street. All traces of ferocity had dissipated, leaving only a rare moment of ease. They walked side by side, surrounded by the lively clamor of voices, children's laughter, and vendors' cries, a bustling, joyful scene. Hashirama was enthusiastically pointing at a giant dragon lantern in the distance, eager to drag Madara closer for a look, when suddenly a faint, muffled sound reached his ears. It was a suppressed soft a sound that was instantly swallowed by the surrounding noise, yet it pierced clearly into Madara Uchiha's ears. Madara's initially gentle gaze sharpened. His steps halted abruptly and his grip on Hashirama's fingers unconsciously tightened. He tilted his head, listening intently, his brows furrowed. That voice. It sounded exactly like his beloved younger brother Izuna Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, still unaware, laughed and tried to step forward, but Madara pulled him back sharply. He turned to look at the man beside him, only to see a flicker of shock and suspicion in Madara's scarlet eyes. The warmth around him instantly chilled. His usually gentle profile tightened and his voice, laced with uncertainty yet absolute conviction, said, "Hashirama, I think I heard Izuna's voice." That single sentence struck Hashirama Senju like a thunderbolt. The smile on his face froze instantly. His blood seemed to congeal and a cold sweat broke out on his back, soaking his clothes. He stood there drenched in sweat. He turned his head stiffly, his eyes darting nervously, his palms suddenly clammy. He stammered, trying to calm the situation. "And no, honey. You must have misheard. How could Izuna be here? And making such a sound?" Hashirama's heart pounded wildly. The first image that flashed through his mind was of his own younger brother Tobirama Senju. Those two little ones had never gotten along. They were constantly entangled in private, always hiding their affairs deeply. If Madara discovered that Tobirama had been laying hands on Izuna, with Madara's protective nature toward his brother, this lantern festival would turn into a battlefield, and the whole of Konoha would be torn apart. He forced himself to stay calm, raising a hand to rub Madara's forehead in an attempt to divert his attention. His voice trembled with barely concealed anxiety. "The street is so noisy, full of people and chaos. Izuna is surely at home right now. How could he be here? You miss him too much, you misheard." But Madara Uchiha paid no heed to his excuses. His frown deepened and his gaze fixed straight toward the direction from which the sound had come, a back alley separated by a narrow street. The wall was mottled, its details hidden by the shadows of the lanterns. He instinctively moved to step forward and investigate, but Hashirama held him back tightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bustling street, beneath the wall of that back alley, a different secret scene was unfolding. In the dim alley, hidden from all passers-by, Tobirama Senju pinned Izuna Uchiha firmly against the mottled earthen wall. His arms were braced on either side of Izuna, trapping him completely between his embrace and the wall, leaving no gap. Izuna's cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading from his ears to his neck. His usually sharp eyes were now misty with tears. A mix of anger and panic flickered in his gaze. He tried to struggle but was held fast by Tobirama, unable to move. He opened his mouth to curse, but his lips were immediately sealed by Tobirama's fierce kiss, a torrent of passionate kisses that came with irresistible force. That suppressed sound had been Izuna's instinctive reaction when caught off guard by the kiss. Tobirama's movements carried a possessive dominance. His fingertips tightened slightly as he pressed down on Izuna's wrists, deepening the kiss, shutting out all the noise from the alley entrance, and isolating them from the outside lanterns. He lowered his eyes, his gaze dark and intense, filled with obsession and tenderness for the person in front of him. Yet he did not slacken his hold, only loosening it slightly when the man in his arms gradually softened. Izuna gasped for air, his face flushed, his eyes dazed as he glared at Tobirama Senju. His lips were reddened from the kiss, and all his usual sharpness had vanished, leaving only a flustered heart and a mix of shame and annoyance. He wanted to curse, but his voice came out hoarse and broken from the kiss, unable to form complete words. He could only let Tobirama trap him in his arms, hiding in this deserted alley corner, concealing all their entanglement and emotions. Outside the alley, the lanterns still shone brilliantly, and the crowd still buzzed with noise. Madara Uchiha remained stubbornly determined to head toward the back alley, his suspicion undiminished. He was too familiar with Izuna's voice. Even the faintest sound could not be mistaken. Behind him, Hashirama Senju was already drenched in cold sweat, desperately clutching Madara's wrist, trying every trick to divert his attention, silently praying. He must not let Madara discover the two in the alley, or today would surely spiral into an uncontrollable chaos. The warm golden lantern light interwove, casting shadows on Hashirama's panicked face and Madara's tense, puzzled profile. And just beyond the wall in the alley was the lingering breath of unquenched passion and the tender closeness of two souls facing each other. A secret accident quietly pulling at the strings in the midst of the lively lantern festival night. Uchiha Madara did not pause his steps in the slightest. Dragged by the wrist by Hashirama, the suspicion in his eyes had long since turned into a cold sharpness. His Sharingan subtly rotated almost involuntarily, and the pressure radiating from his body made passers-by instinctively step aside. "I didn't mishear." He spoke each word deliberately, his tone unwavering. Shaking off Hashirama's hand, he strode toward the alley entrance. That was Izuna's voice. I could never mistake it. Hashirama Senju's heart leaped into his throat. Cold sweat soaked through his undershirt. In a panic, he lunged forward again to grab him, his arms wrapping tightly around Madara's waist. Inner thought, he must be dizzy by now. Pulling the man closer into his embrace, he plastered on a flattering yet flustered smile. His voice trembled. Madara, calm down. You really misheard. Look, the street is crowded, voices are all jumbled up. Maybe it just sounded like a child who happened to have a similar voice. While desperately holding him back, Hashirama cursed his own younger brother Tobirama Senju 1,000 times in his mind. Damn you, Tobirama. Of all people, why did you pick the Lantern Festival and so close to the main street to cause trouble? If Madara catches you, the Hokage will be torn apart by my own wife and my little brother on the spot. Uchiha Madara struggled against the embrace but couldn't move. His brows knitted tighter. Turning his head, he glared at Hashirama, his crimson eyes blazing with fury. Senju, Hashirama, let me go. Are you hiding something from me? Hashirama's heart raced. He dared not loosen his grip. Instead, he held Madara even tighter, burying his face against Madara's neck. Scrambling for an excuse. No, I'd never dare hide anything from you. I'm just afraid you'll bump into the crowd. We rarely get to stroll the Lantern Festival together. Don't let a little thing ruin the mood. As the two remained locked in a standoff at the street corner, the tension in the alley behind them had already reached its peak. Izuna finally managed to wrench himself free from Tobirama's grip, just enough to swing a fist at Tobirama's face, but the other man caught his wrist in return. Pinning it against the wall beside him, Izuna panted heavily, the blush on his cheeks still fresh. His eyes burned with a mix of shame and anger, and his voice dropped to a low growl dripping with hostility. Senju, Tobirama, have you lost your mind? This is a Konoha street. What if someone sees us? Especially if his brother found out. He dared not imagine the consequences. If Uchiha Madara discovered him entangled like this with the younger brother of his sworn enemy, he would tear Tobirama apart on the spot, and might even sever ties with Hashirama altogether. Senju Tobirama lowered his gaze, taking in the flushed corners of the man's eyes and the trembling lips. His own eyes darkened, yet he showed no sign of letting go. Instead, he leaned in slightly close to Izuna's ear, his voice low and laced with stubborn resolve. What if they do find out? I don't want to sneak around anymore. He had heard the muffled groan as well and knew that Madara nearby had likely noticed it too. But he showed no panic. Instead, he tightened his arms, shielding Izuna even more securely, and cast a glance toward the alley mouth. Confirming that no pedestrian had entered, he relaxed his hold slightly but still refused to let Izuna leave his range. Calm down first. Don't go out there. Tobirama's voice carried an unmistakable command. His fingertips gently traced Izuna's reddened wrist. My brother is already holding Madara back. Outside the alley, Hashirama was still frantically trying to placate Madara. He hurriedly grabbed a rabbit-shaped lantern from a nearby vendor and thrust it in front of Madara. Forcing the most ingenuous grin onto his face, Madara, look how lovely this rabbit lantern is. You've always liked these delicate little things, haven't you? Let's buy one and go watch the fireworks ahead, okay? He was using every trick in the book to divert Madara's attention, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was terrified that Madara would insist on entering the alley, causing the whole situation to spiral out of control. Uchiha Madara stared at his flustered face, then at the wobbling rabbit lantern. The suspicion in his heart only deepened. Hashirama's reaction was far too abnormal. Never before had he been so nervous, so incoherent. He was clearly trying to hide something. Madara slowly turned his head again, fixing his gaze on the dim alley. The coldness in his eyes intensified. With a sudden shove, he pushed Hashirama away. Without hesitation, he stirred his chakra, ready to use a jutsu to investigate. Madara, don't go. Hashirama was terrified out of his wits. He charged forward again, wrapping his arms around Madara, his voice now laced with desperation. I'm begging you, don't go over there. It really isn't Izuna. Just as they were locked in another stalemate, a faint rustle came from the alley. Senju Tobirama, holding Izuna, who had straightened his collar but whose face was still flushed, emerged from the other end of the alley, deliberately avoiding the direction where Madara and Hashirama stood. They quickly disappeared into the crowd. Only when the two familiar yet clandestine chakra signatures had completely faded away did Senju Hashirama finally let out a long, relieved breath. All the strength drained from his body, and his arms around Madara went limp. Uchiha Madara gazed at the empty alley mouth, then turned to look at the slumped, sweat-drenched Hashirama beside him. His brows were tightly knit, and though doubts lingered in his heart, he no longer insisted on pursuing the matter. After all, he chose to trust Hashirama to some extent, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe that his own brother would be entangled with someone he shouldn't be in a place like this. He gave Hashirama a cold glare, shook off his hand, and said in a sour tone, I'd better have misheard. Hashirama nodded frantically like a dog thumping its head. He quickly picked up the rabbit lantern, shoved it into Madara's hands, and with a placating smile pulled him deeper into the flowing crowd. Deliberately moving away from that alley, he made up his mind then and there to give Tobirama Senju a thorough thrashing once they got home. If that brat ever dared to be so reckless again, he would definitely not stop Madara from dealing with him. The myriad lanterns continued to shine brilliantly. Fireworks burst across the night sky, illuminating the figures of the two men. Yet beneath the seemingly peaceful atmosphere lurked Hashirama's lingering terror, and Uchiha Madara's unresolved doubts. Far away at the street corner, two silhouettes walked side by side, hidden among the crowd. One wore a cold face to mask his panic, the other with dark eyes held his companion's hand firmly. "I want to take a bath when we get back." "Yes, my dear wife. I'll have a shadow clone prepare it now." Senju Hashirama leaned against the edge of the desk, observing Uchiha Madara's profile as he bent over the documents, unable to suppress the peculiar unease stirring in his heart. He hesitated for a long while, but eventually couldn't hold back any longer, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance and tentative inquiry. "Ban, do you dislike me?" Uchiha Madara's hand holding the pen paused. He lifted his gaze towards him, his brows slightly arched as if he had not anticipated such a question suddenly being posed. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice outside, cascading upon Madara's cold yet sharp features, softening the usual ferocity, and adding a touch of gentleness. He slowly set down the documents in his hand, rose to his feet, and walked step by step towards Hashirama. "How could I?" His tone was flat, revealing little emotion, yet in the next moment Madara leaned in slightly, his cool lips brushing gently against the corner of Hashirama's mouth. It was merely the lightest, shallowest touch, so fleeting it felt like an illusion. Senju Hashirama stood frozen in place, his pupils slightly dilated, his cheeks rapidly flushing with a visible hue that spread from his face to his ears, even the tips of his ears burning intensely. He was stunned for a long moment before suddenly snapping back to reality. Gazing at the composed Uchiha Madara, who appeared as if nothing had happened, his heartbeat abruptly spiraled out of control, pounding against his chest like a drum. His Adam's apple bobbed, and the earlier grievance and unease were instantly replaced by a far more fervent emotion, his eyes roiling with amusement and possessiveness. His tone carried a triumphant danger. "And you brought this upon yourself?" Before Uchiha Madara could react, Hashirama reached out, seized his wrist, applied a slight force, and gently pulled him forward, then pinned him onto the spacious Hokage's desk. Documents scattered across the floor, a pen rolled away with a faint sound, yet no one cared. Hashirama leaned and closed his warm breath, ghosting over Madara's ear, carrying his unique scent. The once aloof Uchiha Madara, now pinned against the desk, slightly lifted his eyes to meet Hashirama's burning, earnest gaze, and a faint blush quietly crept onto his own ears. The office fell silent, leaving only the interwoven breaths of the two, and the occasional whisper of wind from outside the window. The pair who had always clashed were now in this confined space, enveloped in nothing but tenderness and unspeakable emotions. Hashirama gazed at the redness at the corners of Madara's eyes, his fingertips gently brushing his cheek, his voice low and tender. "From now on, don't let me overthink again." Uchiha Madara turned his face away but did not push him off. He merely let out a low hum, yet he could not hide the faint, barely perceptible curve at the corner of his lips. The edge of the desk pressed against his lower back, and Uchiha Madara instinctively furrowed his brow, yet he made no move to struggle. He looked up at Senju Hashirama, who was leaning over him, and in his usually cold and defiant eyes all sharpness had faded. Only a trace of surprise and faint agitation remained, the flush on his ears deepening, even spreading to his neck. Senju Hashirama's palm firmly gripped his waist, applying just enough force to hold him steady between the desk and himself. The eyes that had just been filled with aggrieved uncertainty now brimmed with scorching amusement and unconcealed devotion, their gaze locked onto Madara's face, tracing from his slightly pursed lips to the flushed corners of his eyes inch by inch, as if engraving the person before him into the depths of his soul. "Ban!" Hashirama's voice was low and husky, his warm breath entirely spilling onto Madara's lips, carrying a refreshing woodsy scent. "That just now doesn't count." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes slightly narrowed, carrying his usual pride yet lacking the former sharpness, replaced instead by a hint of reproach. "Senju Hashirama, you're pushing your luck." He spoke words of resistance, yet his body remained frozen in place, showing no intention of pushing him away. His fingertips unconsciously clenched the rice paper on the desk, knuckles whitening, betraying his inner tension. He had never imagined that the usually carefree Hashirama, who was always preoccupied with the village, could be so assertive and straightforward, nor had he expected to find himself so willingly trapped within his aura. Hashirama let out a low laugh, the vibration of his chest transmitted through their bodies, carrying a reassuring warmth. He lowered his head slightly, his forehead gently touching Madara's, his eyes deep and filled with a tenderness that belonged solely to him. "You started this from the moment you kissed me, Ban. You can't escape now." With those words he gave Madara no chance to retort, leaning down to gently press his lips against those cool ones. Unlike the fleeting touch just now, this kiss was gentle and solemn, carrying decades of accumulated feelings gradually overwhelming each other's reason. Uchiha Madara's eyelashes trembled softly. At first he was a bit stiff, but gradually he relaxed, instinctively lifting his hands to wrap around Hashirama's neck, responding passively yet obediently. The scattered documents still lay on the floor, and the wind outside gently blew into the office, stirring the papers on the desk, yet it could not dispel the lingering atmosphere within the room. Hashirama carefully tightened his arms, pulling the person tightly into his embrace, afraid of hurting him, his movements so gentle that they seemed out of character for his usually rugged demeanor. After an unknown length of time they slowly pulled apart, both breathing a bit heavily. Hashirama rested his forehead against Madara's, his eyes filled with unresolvable tenderness, his fingertips gently stroking Madara's flushed cheek. His tone carried both fondness and sincerity. "I have never disliked you, Ban. From our youth when we first met to now building Konoha together, my heart has always belonged only to you." Uchiha Madara turned his face away, avoiding his burning gaze, yet he could not hide the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. His voice was muffled but carried unmistakable emotion. "I know you're so long-winded." But the flushed cheeks and slightly disordered breath had already betrayed all his thoughts. Hashirama looked at his awkward and sundry demeanor, couldn't help but let out a low laugh, and once again pulled him tightly into his arms, his chin gently resting on the top of his head, filled with peace and contentment. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently bathing the two of them, intertwining their shadows. Before Madara could react, Hashirama leaned slightly, reached up to grasp his nape, and kissed him without hesitation. Madara's body stiffened, his hand gripping the brush tightened abruptly, ink dripping onto the scroll and blooming into a dark stain. At first he resisted, instinctively wanting to push away, but Hashirama's touch was gentle yet firm, his lips and teeth searingly warm. With a long-suppressed longing it gradually dismantled all his defenses. After all, he was the one he could never let go, the bond forged through founding Konoha side by side and enduring countless life-and-death battles. Madara slowly relaxed, tilting his head back slightly, responding passively. The Uchiha clan leader, usually decisive in battle, proud and cold, now shed all his sharpness, leaving only a tender heart. The study was utterly silent save for the interwoven breaths of the two. Sunlight lazily spilled over them, outlining this scene with extraordinary tenderness. Neither noticed the faint footsteps approaching from outside the door. Uchiha Izuna, carrying a stack of border patrol reports, walked side by side with Senju Tobarama. Both wore solemn expressions, one with ink-black hair falling to his shoulders and a piercing gaze, the other with neatly combed silver hair and a composed countenance. They were the most reliable deputies of their clans, reporting daily on important matters. "Elder brother should be discussing affairs with Lord Hashirama," Izuna murmured, his tone flat without a second thought. Tobarama nodded slightly, raising his hand to knock, only to find the door not fully closed, leaving a crack. Acting with caution, he gently pushed it to announce their presence. But that single push caused the door to swing open, revealing the scene inside without reservation. Before the desk, Hashirama Senju leaned over Madara Uchiha, the two locked in a deep kiss, their posture intimate and close. The two leaders, one usually dignified and domineering, the other cold and proud, were now completely immersed in each other's tenderness, with not a trace of their usual sternness. Time seemed to stand still. The reports in Izuna's hands fell to the floor with a clatter, his crimson Sharingan flickering uncontrollably as he stood frozen, his mind a blank. He had grown up relying on Madara, accustomed to his elder brother's strength and protectiveness, but had never seen him like this, gentle, lost in the moment. And the object of such intimacy was none other than Hashirama Senju from a rival clan. A wave of shock and awkwardness crashed over him, making his breathing stagnate. Senju Tobarama's face also turned grim, his golden eyes widening abruptly, his fingers almost crumpling the intelligence report in his hand. Always calm and composed, with a meticulous mind, he now felt his scalp tingle, a mix of shock, anger, and speechlessness, leaving him torn between advancing and retreating, wishing he could vanish on the spot. The sound finally startled the two inside. Hashirama and Madara broke apart abruptly, both turning to look at the doorway. Hashirama was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered. Instead of showing any embarrassment, he scratched the back of his head with a naive grin, as composed as if handling routine business. But Madara's face flushed from his cheeks to his ears, even his neck turning a faint red. He shoved Hashirama away, frantically adjusting his collar, his eyes filled with shame and annoyance, his aura plunging to an extreme low, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Being caught in such a private moment by his most beloved younger brother, and with Hashirama Senju of all people, even he, usually domineering and strong, lost all composure. He glared fiercely at the doorway, then shot a resentful glance at the oblivious Hashirama beside him. "Who told you to come in?" Madara snapped, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly, his usual authority diminished. Izuna barely snapped back to reality, bending down to hastily pick up the fallen reports, his cheeks burning. He dared not look up at the two inside, his tone stiff. "Elder brother Tobarama and I." Came to report on the patrol matters. Tobirama quickly composed himself, forcing a calm demeanor, placing the intelligence report on the small table by the door, his gaze drifting, avoiding eye contact with both Hashirama and Madara. His voice cold and awkward. The documents have been delivered. The remaining matters can be discussed another day. With that he ignored Izuna's reaction, grabbed his wrist, and almost fled, hurriedly stepping out of the study, and slamming the door shut behind them. Only when they reached the far end of the corridor did they stop, exchanging a glance that mirrored the same awkwardness and helplessness. After a long silence they both turned away, unwilling to speak of the shocking scene they had witnessed. Inside the study Madara heard the footsteps recede, his shame and anger boiling over. He raised his fist and punched Hashirama in the chest, though the force was light. Hashirama Senju! This is all your fault. Now that Izuna and the others have seen us, how can I ever show my face again? Hashirama took his hand, smiling with doting affection, showing no guilt. So what if they saw? Madara, we share a mutual understanding, there's no need to hide. He paused, leaning close to Madara's ear, adding in a low voice. Besides, Izuna and Tobirama might have already figured it out. Madara snorted, turning his face away, but the blush on his ears lingered for a long time. Outside the door Izuna and Tobirama stood side by side in silence, feeling that this encounter would become an unforgettable, awkward memory for the rest of their lives. Senju Hashirama, the tips of his sandals still damp with morning dew, burst into the Hokage's office building, clutching a wooden box lined with soft velvet. When he pushed open the door to Madara's office, the latter was in the middle of reviewing documents, with a brush in hand. Madara raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze sweeping over the swaying wooden box. Look, Madara! Hashirama placed the box on the desk and lifted the cloth cover with his fingertips. A small orange and white fur ball immediately rolled out. It was a kitten barely a month old, a tabby whose paws were smaller than Hashirama's fingernails. It nuzzled softly against his palm and let out a milky mew. Uchiha Madara frowned, a flicker of distaste passing through his golden eyes. The tip of his brush left a blot of ink on the scroll. He had always been fastidious about cleanliness. He loathed the thought of cat hair clinging to his clothes, the incessant mewling, and most of all the utter lack of intimidation in this soft, pitiful creature that clashed with his very aura. Senju Hashirama, are you that bored? Madara said coldly, tapping his fingers on the desk with undisguised impatience. Throw that thing out. Don't dirty my study. Hashirama's smile faltered. He gently scooped the kitten back into the box, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Madara, don't be like that. It's just weaned, so pitiful. I found it in the rain at the village gate and brought it back. Just try keeping it for a few days, I'm sure it'll be very well behaved. Madara turned his face away, refusing to look at the furball, his tones still cold. I won't keep it. Hashirama, if you can't bear to part with it, take it home yourself. Hashirama was about to plead further when voices came from outside the door. Elder brother, we're here to report on the border defenses. It was Tobirama and Izuna. He had no choice but to set the box aside for the moment, and rise to greet the two who pushed open the door. Izuna entered carrying a stack of scrolls, his gaze sweeping over the wooden box on the desk. His crimson Sharingan flickered slightly, but he said nothing, merely placing the scrolls on the corner of the desk. Tobirama cast a brief glance at the kitten curled up in the box, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly he wasn't fond of it either. After the four finished discussing business, Hashirama pretended he was going to take the kitten back to his own quarters, carrying the box out of the office. Madara remained seated, appearing to continue reviewing documents, but his ears were subtly perked, and from the corner of his eye he kept glancing toward the door. No one saw that once Hashirama's footsteps had faded, he immediately rose, walked to the desk, and crouched down to stare at the tabby kitten in the box. The little fur ball seemed to sense he meant no harm. It extended a tiny paw and pawed at the edge of the box, then let out another milky mew. Madara's Adam's apple moved. His face remained expressionless, but after a moment's hesitation his fingertips gently opened the lid of the box. The next second the tabby kitten shot out, and scrambled up his pant leg. Madara went rigid. Instinctively he wanted to raise his hand and shake it off, but the soft little body pressed against his leg, its furry touch brushing against his heart, and his movement froze. He slowly crouched down, and carefully lifted the kitten into his arms. The little tabby immediately curled into a ball, burying its head in the folds of his robe, purring contentedly. Its warm little belly pressed against his palms, soft as cotton. Madara's fingertips gently stroked the orange and white fur on the kitten's back. His movements were awkward but extraordinarily tender. His usually sharp features softened, the hard line of his jaw relaxed, and even the fierce aura around him dissipated by half. He sat down in his chair with the kitten in his arms, his chin lightly resting on its small head. In his eyes was a gentleness no one had ever seen before. His fingers slowly combed through its fur, movements so unhurried they were almost unbelievable. He had been so vocal in his rejection, yet in his arms he held the kitten tightly as if afraid it might be hurt or fall. Occasionally the kitten's claws scratched him, and he only frowned slightly. Instead of pushing it away, he gently patted its back and muttered under his breath, "Silly cat, go easy." But he did not know that at the back door of the Hokage's office building 3 figures were hiding behind the wooden pillars, watching everything clearly. Senju Hashirama leaned against the doorframe, an irrepressible smile on his lips, his eyes full of fondness. He quietly made a victory sign, looking smugly triumphant, as if to say, "I knew Madara would give in." Uchiha Izuna leaned against Senju Tobirama, his dark hair falling over his shoulders. His crimson Sharingan curved into crescent moons as he suppressed a laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly. Watching his usually domineering and aloof elder brother holding a kitten with such gentle tenderness, he found it both novel and amusing. He whispered to Tobirama, "Who would have thought? Big brother Madara can be this soft." Senju Tobirama stood at the edge, his silver hair stirring lightly in the morning breeze. Even his usually icy golden eyes held a trace of helpless amusement. He glanced at the two beside him, gave a soft cough, and lowered his voice. "Don't make a sound. Let him hold it." The 3 of them stood quietly at the back door, watching Uchiha Madara inside, seriously grooming the tabby kitten in his arms. Now and then he would lower his head to nuzzle the kitten's tiny head, his movements clumsy yet gentle. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees in the backyard, spilling onto Madara's crown and casting a warm edge around his cold silhouette, a stark contrast to the ruthless figure he cut on the battlefield. After some time Madara seemed to sense movement at the door. He abruptly looked up toward the back entrance. Hashirama and the other 2 panicked. Hashirama quickly shrank back. Tobirama reached out to cover Izuna's mouth just as he was about to laugh out loud. The 3 held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Madara frowned, stood up, walked to the back door, and slid the bolt open. The doorway was empty, only the rustle of wind through leaves. He looked around in confusion, found no one, and turned back to his study. He continued holding the kitten, but now there was an imperceptible warmth in his eyes. Meanwhile the 3 behind the door exchanged glances and smiled. Hashirama patted Tobirama and Izuna on the shoulders and whispered, "See? I told you Madara wouldn't throw it away." Izuna nodded, his eyes full of laughter. "I never expected big brother Madara to be so tough on the outside but soft inside. This tabby has found the right person." Tobirama shook his head helplessly, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Don't let on. Let him keep this tenderness to himself." The sunlight continued to fall. The tabby kitten slept soundly in Madara's arms, and Uchiha Madara, holding the little furball, gently stroked its fur, his face showing a softness that was not feigned for the first time. He did not know that his tenderness had been discovered. He only felt that the warm little ball in his arms had somehow dispelled the fatigue of days of administrative work. And the 3 outside, their hearts full of laughter, slipped away quietly, all knowing that from now on Konoha would likely have a new tale. The first Hokage adopts a cat, the Uchiha clan head hides it. Uchiha Ban had lived for so long, yet never had the word truth or dare felt so nauseating. It all started when the younglings of several clans gathered for drinks, reveling through the night. Senju Hashirama, his cheeks flushed red, clapped Ban on the shoulder and laughed, "Ban, let's play something fun too." The crowd jeered and dragged them both into the game. He had initially dismissed it but couldn't resist Hashirama's sparkling eyes and that light teasing remark, "Ban, you're not scared, are you?" Uchiha Ban could never withstand a provocation. He slammed the table on the spot and accepted. Who would have thought he'd fall victim to a simple draw of lots? The loser must wear designated clothes and do one thing for the winner. Senju Tobirama read the rules with undisguised schadenfreude, the paper in his hand nearly crushed by his chakra. Senju Hashirama smiled with an innocent face, shaking the slip in his hand. "Ban, a bet's a bet." Then he was pushed into a side room of the Senju clan and handed a set of clothes that felt soft and greasy. When he emerged from the room wearing a white dress and apron, white socks on his feet, the entire courtyard fell silent. Uchiha Setsuna's face flushed crimson as he turned away. Senju Tobirama held his forehead, looking as if he couldn't bear to watch. Only Senju Hashirama's eyes blazed with astonishment, his breath growing shallow. "Ban." Hashirama's voice trembled. He stood on the porch watching the young man awkwardly gather the hem of his dress, his long black hair falling over his shoulders, making the pure white maid outfit even more striking. Ban's brows were tightly furrowed, but the tips of his ears flushed unnaturally. His Sharingan swirled in their sockets, then he suppressed it with effort, clearly restraining the urge to unleash a great fire annihilation. "What are you looking at?" Uchiha Ban glared at him fiercely, but to Hashirama the glare was like that of an angry cat. Even the impatience in his voice softened. "If you keep looking, I'll..." Before he could finish, Hashirama reached out and grabbed his wrist. The young man's palm carried the warmth of years of wielding would release burning against Ban's fingertips. He almost pulled away, but Hashirama held him firmly. "Ban, you look beautiful." Hashirama's voice was low, tinged with the huskiness of alcohol and undisguised joy. "More beautiful than ever." Uchiha Ban's face flushed scarlet from the roots of his ears down to his neck. He struggled hard, but Hashirama pulled him into an embrace. His nose brushed against the scent of the other's neck, a fragrance of sunlight and grass mingled with faint wine. "Senju Hashirama. Let me go." He thrashed, but the hem of the dress hindered him, making his movements clumsy, like an eagle with its wings bound, stripped of all its usual sharpness. Hashirama let out a low laugh, tightening his arms around Ban, his chin resting on the top of the other's head, his voice brimming with triumphant tenderness. "No. Ban, a bet's a bet. You have to listen to me." The courtyard had long emptied, leaving only the lantern lights stretching their shadows long. Uchiha Ban, trapped in his arms, felt most of his strength drain away, and could only mutter a sullen idiot, but the red on his ears never faded. Later, no one ever knew what Senju Hashirama made Uchiha Ban do. All that was known was that night the lamp in the side room of the Senju clan stayed lit until dawn. The next day Uchiha Ban beat Senju Hashirama black and blue, but his eyes held no usual hostility, only an indescribable softness. And Senju Hashirama, looking at his own swollen face, smiled contentedly, and secretly hid a corner of the fabric from Ban's discarded maid outfit. When Tobirama discovered it, he scratched his head and laughed. "This is the first time Ban wore it for me, so of course I have to keep it." If Uchiha Ban ever found out, he would probably unleash a great fire annihilation on the spot and burn down the entire Senju house. By the time Uchiha Madara returned to his courtyard, the sun had already passed its zenith. The half-night spent at the Senju compound, coupled with being cramped beside Hashirama, had left his entire body stiff, and his temples were still throbbing. As he pushed open the door, he saw his younger brother sitting obediently on the porch, clutching a scroll of documents waiting for him. Izuna heard the sound and immediately looked up, his dark bright eyes reflecting Madara's figure. With a hint of concern in his voice, he asked, "Brother, you're back. Why do you look so pale?" Madara paused mid-step, and the taut lines of his shoulders unconsciously softened. He didn't answer, only grunted a faint then walked over, bent down, and ruffled Izuna's hair. His fingertips brushed lightly through the soft strands, a gesture so natural and familiar, carrying a gentleness that no one else had ever witnessed. He asked, "Have you been waiting long?" His voice had lost the cold hardness from the Senju compound, replaced by the unique warmth of an elder brother. Izuna shook his head, handing over the scroll. "Not long. It's just some clan affairs I wanted you to review." He paused, his gaze falling on the faint dark circles under Madara's eyes, and couldn't help adding, "Brother, did you not sleep well last night?" Madara took the scroll, flipping through a couple of pages. At the question, the tips of his ears flushed almost imperceptibly, but he kept a straight face and answered vaguely, "It's nothing, just some trivial matters." He placed the scroll on the low table by the porch, patted Izuna's shoulder, and said, "I'll go wash up first. I'll look at it later." "All right," Izuna replied obediently, watching his brother turn and walk into the room. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. His brother had always been like this, hard as iron to outsiders, even able to shut Senju Hashirama up, but when facing him, all the sharp edges would quietly retract. When Madara came out after washing up, Izuna had already brought a bowl of warm medicinal soup and a plate of the glutinous rice cakes he loved. "Brother, you've been consuming a lot of chakra lately, so I brewed you a calming herbal remedy. And I also made your favorite beanskin sushi." Madara looked at the dark murky soup in the bowl and frowned almost imperceptibly. He had never liked drinking these bitter concoctions since childhood, every time he had to pinch his nose and gulp it down. Izuna had long grown accustomed to this reaction. He immediately picked up a piece of rice cake and brought it to Madara's lips, smiling as he said, "Drink up quickly. After you finish, eat this cake and it won't be bitter anymore." Madara said nothing but obediently picked up the bowl and downed it in one go. The bitterness of the medicine spread across his tongue, and he instinctively wrinkled his brow. Izuna instantly stuffed the rice cake into his mouth. The sweet, sticky flavor immediately neutralized the bitterness. "Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you," Izuna said, watching his brother with cheeks puffed out like a cat stealing food, unable to suppress a laugh. As Madara chewed the pastry, seeing his brother's brows curved in a smile, the irritation and fatigue in his heart suddenly dissipated by half. He reached out and wiped a bit of pastry crumb from the corner of Izuna's mouth, his fingertips brushing gently over the soft skin. His tone was indulgent, a side he never showed to anyone else. "How old are you, still getting food all over your face?" Izuna stuck out his tongue, not retorting, but instead leaned in and reached out to straighten Madara's collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. He whispered, "Brother, don't overwork yourself. I'll help you keep an eye on the clan affairs. You should rest more. Madara paused, looking at his brother's earnest gaze. His throat felt a little tight as he replied. I know. He paused, then added. Come to me directly if something comes up. Don't shoulder it all alone. Izuna nodded vigorously. Then, as he had when they were children, he wrapped his arms around Madara's arm and leaned his head on his shoulder. Brother, you're the best. Madara's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, then relaxed, letting him hold on. Sunlight filtered through the leaves on the porch, falling upon them warm and cozy. He remembered when they were young, Izuna used to be like this too, always clinging to him, calling out, Brother, brother, as he followed behind. Whether he was training with a sword or handling clan affairs, whenever he turned around he would always see his younger brother's sparkling eyes. Back then he had sworn to protect Izuna for life, to ensure he would never have to struggle in the flames of war or wrestle with hatred like he himself did. Even when he later stood opposed to Senju Hashirama, even when the entire ninja world viewed the Uchiha as a scourge, he had never once thought of letting Izuna suffer even a hint of grievance. By the way, brother, Izuna suddenly remembered something, looked up, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Madara. Last time you promised me once you're done with this busy period you'd take me to the river to practice shuriken. Does that promise still count? Madara looked at his eager expression, his heart softening. Even though he was exhausted, he nodded. It counts. Tomorrow morning I'll go with you. Wonderful. Izuna's eyes crinkled with joy as he laughed. Then he couldn't help admonishing. Brother, you must get a good rest tonight. No more staying up late to handle clan affairs. Madara smiled helplessly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. I know, Izuna. Izuna playfully slapped his hand away but obediently helped him tidy up the scrolls on the low table, then laid out his bedding. As he had done when they were children, he sat by the bed watching him lie down. Madara watched his younger brother's bustling figure, and suddenly felt that if Izuna had still been by his side in his past life he would have had a reason to keep living. Brother, good night, Izuna whispered, tucking the blanket corners under him. Good night. Madara watched him tiptoe out of the room and closed the door, finally letting out a sigh of relief and closing his eyes. His world contained war, hatred, and the eternal rival Senju Hashirama, but it also held Izuna, the younger brother who needed his protection. To outsiders he was the cold, hard Uchiha clan head, but to Izuna he would forever be the older brother who indulged all his whims and shielded him from harm. All the tenderness and patience in this world he was willing to reserve for his little brother. Senju Hashirama was bent over his desk, fingers pinching a pen and paper, his brows slightly furrowed, yet his eyes couldn't hide a smile as he meticulously planned the May Day trip with Uchiha Madara. After much thought he decided to take Madara to the border valley where cherry blossoms bloomed, a secluded, quiet place perfect for the two of them to be alone, free from clan trivialities and the burdens of being shinobi, simply spending time together in peace. As the pen tip traced across the paper he secretly began to muse over another bashful plan: how to naturally kiss Madara. Madara was always tsundere and assertive, even a slightly intimate gesture felt awkward. If Hashirama made a rash move, Madara would surely shake him off, or even land a punch. Hashirama propped his chin on his hand, racking his brains, pondering whether to quietly approach while Madara was lost in the scenery, or seize a gentle opportunity. His mind was filled with Madara's cool, sharp features, and a smile unconsciously tugged at his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation for the time alone with him. So engrossed was he in the plan on paper that he didn't notice the soft footsteps at the study door, only vaguely sensed the familiar presence drawing near, the unique cool aura of Uchiha Madara. Hashirama felt a surge of joy, thinking Madara had come to ask him something. He was about to look up and speak but didn't detect the slightest hint of alcohol. Madara had drunk a specially made tasteless liquor, clear and crisp on the palate, releasing no trace of fumes. The ever-staid Madara never touched a drop of alcohol, so Hashirama never even considered that he might have been drinking. The next moment a warm body suddenly leaned against him, and a pair of arms, slightly feverish to the touch, gently yet stubbornly wrapped around Hashirama's neck. Hashirama froze all over, his hand holding the pen suspended in midair, the paper and pen slipping from his fingers unnoticed. Then a warm breath brushed his ear, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible heat. Madara's voice was soft, and dazed, stripped of his usual cool assertiveness, murmuring with a plaintive nasal tone, "Hashirama, I feel so awful." In that instant Hashirama's mind was as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly blank. The tips of his ears reddened visibly, followed by his cheeks and neck all flushing with a burning blush. He stood frozen, his breathing quickened, his face red and neck thick with tension, afraid to move lest he disturb the person in his arms. He had never seen Madara like this, stripped of all his tsundere and fierceness, like a defenseless kitten clinging to his neck, warm breaths falling on his ears, sending tingles across his skin. Madara usually wore a cold, distant demeanor, his features full of the pride of the Uchiha clan, his speech carrying an unyielding assertiveness. He had never shown such a soft, pitiful look, nor had he ever been this proactive in getting close to him. Hashirama's heart was pounding as if it might burst from his chest. He was frozen and at a loss, daring not to raise his arms to hug Madara back nor to move an inch, his ears filled with the sound of his own pounding heart. Only then did he belatedly realize that Madara was drunk. The ever-staid Madara who even preferred light tea had uncharacteristically drunk alcohol and gotten so intoxicated. Madara. Madara. Hashirama's voice was dry, stammering as he spoke. The warm contact pressed against him, Madara's cheek gently nuzzled his neck with drunken languor, and another pained murmur came, making Hashirama's heart soften at its core. All the meticulously planned trip and kissing ideas were thrown to the winds. His entire being was filled with this soft, dependent Madara. All the countless times he had imagined getting close paled in comparison to this sudden embrace and heartfelt murmur from Madara. Hashirama's tense body gradually relaxed, and he carefully raised his hands to gently support Madara's waist, afraid he might fall. His eyes were full of flustered tenderness, the blush on his cheeks lingering, the roots of his ears burning hot. The usually composed and resolute Senju Hashirama, in the face of this proactive yet soft Madara, completely lost his composure. His heart was full of concern for Madara and an undeniable infatuation. How could he care about any plans? He only wanted to soothe the suffering Madara and hold this rare precious tenderness firmly in his heart. Shu Jian's hand supporting Ban's waist trembled slightly, afraid that too much force might cause him discomfort, yet also fearful that too little might not hold up the weak figure. Ben, however, seemed boneless, leaning his entire body against him, his cheek buried in the crook of his neck, warm breath brushing over his delicate skin again and again, bringing waves of unbearable tingling that made Shu Jian's entire body tense up. "Where does it hurt? Is it dizziness?" Shu Jian lowered his voice, his usually loud and hearty tone now unusually soft, even carrying a trace of indulgence he himself was unaware of. He tried to tilt his head slightly, and could see Ban's reddened earlobes. His usually sharp phoenix eyes were now half-closed, eyelashes quivering softly, devoid of any past sharpness, entirely a picture of vulnerability and dependence. Ben didn't answer, only tightened his arms around the neck a little more, gently rubbing his nose against Shu Jian's neck with a hint of coaxing, and repeated in a muffled voice, "It hurts. I feel uncomfortable all over." He was naturally extremely handsome. His cool features, now tinged with intoxication, took on a soft and charming allure. His tsundere nature was completely subdued by alcohol, leaving only an unguarded softness. Shu Jian, looking at Ban like this, felt his heartbeat spiral out of control. The blush that had just faded a little instantly spread across his face again, even the back of his ears burning hot. The kissing plan he had carefully devised was now completely forgotten, his heart filled only with tenderness. He carefully rose to his feet, gently lifting Ban in a bridal carry, afraid of disturbing him. Ban obediently nestled in his arms, his hands still circling his neck, his head resting lightly against his chest, listening to his steady yet rapid heartbeat, and surprisingly became much calmer. Shu Jian carried him toward the soft couch in the study, his steps extremely light. The subtle scent emanating from Ban lingered in his nostrils. No trace of alcohol, only the cool herbaceous fragrance unique to the Yzibo clan mingled with his warm body temperature, extraordinarily reassuring. After gently placing Ban on the soft couch, Shu Jian was about to withdraw to pour him a cup of warm water to ease his discomfort, but Ban suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Ban furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with drunken confusion and reluctance, tightly clutching the hem of his clothes, his tone carrying a hint of aggrieved petulance. "Don't leave." Shu Jian immediately froze in place, looking at his reddened eyes and stubborn expression. His heart instantly turned into a pool of water. How could he bear to move even an inch? He quickly soothed him softly. "I'm not leaving. I'll just get you a glass of water and be right back." But Ban seemed not to understand. He still held on tightly, pulling him with all his might without explanation. Shu Jian, caught off guard, was pulled down and leaned forward. The distance between them instantly closed, so close that they could see the reflections in each other's eyes. Ban's breath fell entirely on his lips, warm and soft. Shu Jian's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body froze completely, his cheeks flushed crimson, and even his breathing stopped. Before him was the person he had longed for day and night. Ben, usually distant, tsundere, and strong-willed, was now looking at him with drunken eyes, lips slightly parted, utterly defenseless. He could feel the warmth of Ban's palm, could smell the scent on him, his heart pounding wildly, almost bursting out of his chest. The kiss he had painstakingly planned had become a possibility within reach at such an unexpected moment. Shu Jian's gaze unconsciously fell on Ban's lips, his throat tightening slightly. He subconsciously leaned in a little, but seeing Ban's confused and innocent expression, he forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and reluctantly pulled back a little. He dared not take advantage of Ban's drunkenness to cross the line. He could only suppress his surging emotions, and panic reached out to gently smooth Ban's furrowed brow and said in a voice so tender it could drip water. "Don't be naughty. Just lie down nicely. I'll stay right here with you and I won't go anywhere." Ban seemed to understand his words, slowly loosening his grip on his sleeve but still unwilling to let him leave. He reached out and gently grasped his wrist, closed his eyes and leaned back on the soft couch. His brow gradually relaxed and his breathing became steady, carrying the lazy drowsiness of intoxication. Xu Jian remained half-crouched beside the soft couch, letting Ban hold his wrist, motionlessly gazing at his sleeping face, his eyes filled with undisguised tenderness and indulgence. The blush on his cheeks never faded. Remembering Ban's proactive embrace and soft murmurs just now, his heart still fluttered with butterflies. The meticulously planned May Day outing and closeness plan had become insignificant in the face of this sudden drunken accident. At this moment for him, simply accompanying Ban quietly and cherishing this rare tenderness was already a joy that filled his heart. Feijian always says I devote my thoughts to trivial matters. He doesn't understand from beginning to end my notebook has been filled with only one person, Uchiha Ban. Flipping through the entire notebook, 9 out of 10 pages are filled with Ban's name. The remaining page contains Tobirama's grumbling about my obsession with Ban and neglect of clan affairs, which I casually jotted down in a corner. I always loved to write down everything about Ban. His brows and eyes, his pride, his contradictory demeanor, and his infuriating yet endearing denseness. Every stroke conceals an undeniable affection. Ban is always tsundere and stubborn. Even when he doesn't think that way, he insists on saying the most hurtful words. Worse still, he is incredibly dense, never understanding my overt or covert feelings. He always takes my sincerity as deliberate teasing or even unwarranted disturbance. Every time I see him feigning indifference, I can only pour my helplessness into my notebook. How can my beloved be so blind to genuine feelings? I remember it was a late night. After taking care of all clan affairs in the dead of night, I gazed at the moonlight outside the window, my mind filled with Ban's image. Unable to suppress the longing in my heart, I picked up the communicator and earnestly typed a message to Ban. "Ban, I miss you so much." After sending it, I held the communicator, eagerly awaiting his reply, my fingertips involuntarily tightening. Soon the communicator vibrated. I hurriedly opened it only to see Ban's cold reply, every word dripping with detachment. "A group message, right? Qianshou Zhijian, don't drag me into it." Seeing those words, I instantly let out a bitter laugh filled with helplessness. I quickly replied, each word exceptionally earnest. "I didn't send it to a group. I only sent this message to you alone." I thought such a straightforward explanation would make him understand my feelings. But to my great surprise, Ban's next message left me frozen in place. The anticipation in my heart felt like being gently splashed with warm water, not scalding but leaving only utter helplessness. He replied, "Oh, so you're only disgusting me alone. Don't give me that." I stared at the words on the communicator screen long without replying. I could only rub my forehead in helplessness, then turned to transcribe the entire conversation verbatim into my notebook. As my pen touched the paper, it was filled with a mix of laughter and tears. "Ban, ah Ban, how can you be so dense? I have never intended to please anyone deliberately, nor would I use such words to disgust anyone. This heartfelt longing from beginning to end belongs only to you. You always use your pride and coldness to wrap my sincerity outside, never willing to truly look. My feelings for you are never a joke nor deliberate disturbance." The notebook also records many small things about him. He complains that my rice balls taste terrible, but he silently eats all of them when I hand them over. He says he doesn't want to patrol the clan with me, yet he always quietly follows behind when I set off. He always says being with me annoys him, but whenever I encounter trouble he is always the first to appear. These contradictory tendernesses, he never notices them himself, but I see them all, remember them in my heart, and write them down stroke by stroke in my notebook. Feijian occasionally passes by and sees my notebook full of Ban. He always frowns and scolds me for neglecting my duties, saying that Uchiha Ban is not worth my attention. But he doesn't understand that feeling of having one's heart and eyes filled with a single person, that feeling of watching the others tsundere denseness yet still unable to resist drawing closer. The Ban in my writing is proud, powerful, and exceptionally dense. He will never understand my straightforward feelings, always taking my deep affection as deliberate teasing and my longing as unnecessary disturbance. I fill notebook after notebook with my thoughts. All of them are my concern for him and also a helpless tenderness towards his denseness. Closing the notebook, the moonlight outside the window remains gentle. I look at the conversation with Ban on the communicator, still filled with helplessness. When will my tsundere and dense beloved understand that all my initiative, all my longing, all my straightforwardness have always been directed only at him? It's not a group message, not disgusting. It's simply, "I miss you. It's just me only thinking of you." And this deep affection hidden in the notebook, I am willing to wait forever until the day he finally understands. Tobirama Senju fixed his gaze on the dent left by the flying thunder god Kunai on the wall, his chakra nearly solidifying at his fingertips. He tried 3 times. The high-pressure water stream from the water release struck the wall without even a splash. The freshly formed flying thunder god mark was absorbed the moment it touched the wall, leaving not even a trace of spatial fluctuation. Beside him, Izuna had grown impatient. The crimson eyes unique to the Uchiha clan churned with hostility, the flame chakra at his fingertips almost scorching his robe hem. Tobirama, if your ninjutsu were any use, we would have gotten out long ago. Tobirama paused, slipping the kunai back into his ninja tool pouch. The metallic clink echoed eerily in the dead silence. He swept his gaze across the bare walls. Not a single crack to be found. This place was like a deliberately isolated prison where every chakra attack was silently devoured, and even the prototype of his newly developed forbidden technique left not a single scratch on the wall. They had been trapped here for 3 days. Food and water had run out the day before, their lips were cracked, and dry, their throats parched and aching. And that door, which legend said would only open when conditions were met, remained a cold slab of stone on the wall, showing no sign of unlocking. It seems we have to follow its rules. Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze resting on Izuna with a hint of complexity. When he first entered, he had sensed the ancient curse mark lingering in the space, not to be broken by force but requiring a resonance of bonds, a forcibly bound connection between the two of them. Izuna froze for a moment, then flushed crimson as if scorched by fire. What nonsense are you talking? Don't pretend. Tobirama's lips curled into a sneer, his tone laced with undisguised impatience. You think I want this? If we drag this out any longer, we'll both die here without even the chance to face off against your brother and my elder brother. Do you want the Uchiha clan to live forever in the shadow of the Senju? Or do you want your brother to fight alone on the battlefield? Izuna's fists clenched so tight they cracked his nails, almost digging into his palms. He stared at Tobirama's emotionless eyes, a mix of anger and panic churning inside him. He knew Tobirama was telling the truth, but the thought of completing some bond resonance with this archenemy made him deeply uncomfortable. The Senju and the Uchiha, sworn enemies who had fought for generations, how could there be any bond between them? I won't do it. Izuna turned his face away stubbornly, but Tobirama grabbed his wrist. Tobirama's grip was astonishingly strong, yanking him onto the only bed in the center of the room, a hard wooden bed covered with coarse linen, the sole piece of furniture in the entire prison. You have no choice. Tobirama suppressed his surging emotions, his voice flat. Either do it now or die here together. Choose. Izuna struggled to rise, but Tobirama pinned him down by the shoulders. He looked at Tobirama's face so close now. Those usually calm, sharp eyes held a flicker of something he couldn't read, a mix of struggle and helplessness. Tobirama, you bastard! Izuna gritted his teeth, but when he saw the exhaustion flash in Tobirama's eyes, his resolve crumbled. He knew Tobirama was also at his limit. Both of them were nearing the end. If they delayed any longer, they would die here together. Tobirama said nothing more, merely leaning in. His movements were a bit awkward the moment his fingertips touched Izuna's collar. Both of them froze. Izuna's ears were burning red, almost bleeding, yet he stubbornly turned his face away, refusing to show weakness, as if sulking. Don't dawdle! He growled viciously, but his voice trembled involuntarily, his shoulders shaking slightly. Tobirama paused, then reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing him to meet his eyes. The slight coolness of his fingertips made Izuna's whole body stiffen. Izuna, don't look at me like that! Tobirama's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a trace of barely perceptible resignation. We're just breaking the deadlock. Izuna's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to retort, Tobirama's lips covered his. It was not a rough plunder nor a perfunctory gesture, but a tentative, gentle touch, yet it sent a jolt like lightning through both their bodies. Izuna's breath instantly became ragged, his struggles weakening. He let Tobirama's tongue pry open his teeth, exploring his mouth with cautious tenderness lingering inside. Relax. Tobirama's voice was husky with a roughness he himself didn't notice, his fingertips gently kneading the back of Izuna's neck as if soothing a spitting cat. Izuna's body went rigid, shame flooding over him like a tide. He wanted to pull away, but Tobirama held him firmly by the shoulders, rendering him immobile. He could clearly feel Tobirama's breath, as hurried as his own, and the warmth of the other's fingertips spreading along his skin. After what seemed like an eternity, when both their breaths had grown scorching, a faint sound came from the wall. The door that had been sealed for 3 days slowly swung open. Blinding light flooded in. Izuna squinted, instinctively turning his head to avoid Tobirama's gaze, his ears still tinged with red. He turned his back to Tobirama, straightening his clothes with trembling fingers, his voice muffled. Don't tell my brother! And don't tell your elder brother. Tobirama looked at the flushed nape of his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing. He said nothing, only nodding. He too didn't want anyone to know that he and Izuna Uchiha had shared such an embarrassing past in this prison. Izuna breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave, but as he reached the doorway, Tobirama suddenly grabbed his wrist. He looked back in confusion, meeting Tobirama's unfathomable eyes, which held a hint of playful amusement that made his heart skip a beat. Don't be in such a hurry. A smirk curled at the corner of Tobirama's mouth as he reached back and closed the door that had just opened. With a click, the lock engaged again. Izuna, your reaction just now told me otherwise. Izuna's pupils contracted sharply. Seeing the door shut again, he trembled with rage. Tobirama Senju! You tricked me! Tobirama stepped closer, cornering him against the wall. His warm breath brushed against Izuna's ear, carrying a dangerous edge. Who told you to be so cooperative? If you want to leave, you'll have to wait until I'm satisfied. Izuna stared at Tobirama's face so close, his crimson eyes swirling with shame and panic, but Tobirama leaned in and kissed him again. This time there was no awkwardness or hesitation, only an aggressive, irresistible tenderness that trapped him completely in this prison called archenemy, from which he could never escape. He heard Tobirama chuckle softly in his ear, a note of triumph in the sound. Outside the prison, the Senju and Uchiha were still locked in the flames of war across the ninja world. But inside this cage there was only the secret, scorching bond between the two of them. As the door clicked shut, Uchiha Izuna's pupils abruptly contracted. The Senju Tobirama, who moments ago had refused to grant even a shred of tenderness, now approached with an aggressive aura, as if he had become a different person entirely. Izuna found himself trapped between the cold wall and Tobirama's burning chest. His crimson eyes churned with shame and panic. He tried to push the man away, but his wrist was seized and pinned above his head. Senju Tobirama! Have you lost your mind? Izuna's voice carried a lingering hoarseness, the final syllables trembling, yet he still clung to the pride of the Uchiha. The door is open, what more do you want? Tobirama lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Izuna's reddened ear tip. His voice was low, laced with mockery. What do I want? Izuna, that's not what you were saying just now. He deliberately slowed his speech, mimicking Izuna's earlier broken sobs. Deeper, don't stop. Izuna's face flushed crimson, even the roots of his ears dyed a deep red. Shame surged over him like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him. He turned his face away, refusing to meet Tobirama's fathomless eyes, but the man caught his chin with his fingers, forcing him to look back. Look at me! Tobirama's fingertips lightly caressed Izuna's lower lip, where the red marks of their earlier kiss still lingered. Who was it that clung to my back just now, refusing to let go? And who was it that cried out so loudly, even forgetting to use their jutsu? Shut up! Izuna jerked his head aside to evade his touch, but Tobirama seized the opportunity to bite down on the soft flesh of his neck. A sharp pain shot through him, mingled with an unfamiliar tingling numbness, causing his entire body to tremble. He could barely stand. It hurts. His voice was tearful, stripped of all its usual fierceness. Tobirama paused for a moment, but did not release him. Instead, he gently licked the spot, leaving an ambiguous red mark. Now you know what pain feels like. That wasn't the case earlier. Izuna's body gradually softened. He leaned against the wall, allowing Tobirama to kiss his neck and collarbone, devoid of the strength to resist. He could feel Tobirama's hand sliding over his waist, sending a shudder through him, a sensation both strange and perilous, one that only Tobirama could evoke. Tobirama! Stop! His voice grew weaker, carrying a dependence he himself did not recognize. Tobirama lifted his head, gazing at Izuna's reddened eyes and moist lips. The mockery in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a complex emotion. He knew they were sworn enemies, an irreconcilable conflict between Senju and Uchiha. Yet at this moment, seeing Izuna with all his defenses lowered, he did not want to let go. Izuna! His voice was low and earnest. Don't even think about running away. Izuna froze for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet Tobirama's eyes. Those usually calm and sharp eyes now reflected his own image, carrying a seriousness he had never seen before. What do you mean? Izuna's heart skipped a beat, hardly believing his ears. Tobirama did not answer, simply lowering his head to kiss him again. This time there was no roughness, no mockery, only a gentle, steadfast kiss, as if trying to meld him into his very bones. Izuna's struggles gradually ceased. He allowed himself to be kissed, his breathing falling into disorder. Neither knew how long passed before they finally parted. Izuna leaned against Tobirama's chest, gasping for air. His cheeks were still flushed, but he no longer pushed him away. Once we get out of here, Tobirama's voice sounded by his ear, bearing a subtle tenderness. Stop thinking about opposing me. Izuna's body stiffened. He looked up at Tobirama, his crimson eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. He wanted to say they were sworn enemies, that it was impossible, but faced with Tobirama's earnest gaze the words refused to leave his lips. Just then a soft sound came from the wall again. The door that had vanished slowly reappeared. Tobirama looked at Izuna, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He released the hand that had been holding Izuna's wrist. "Go on. This time I'll let you go." Izuna hesitated, staring at the open door, then back at Tobirama. A strange reluctance stirred in his heart. He bit his lip, turned to leave, but paused at the threshold and glanced back at Tobirama. "Senju Tobirama." His voice carried a hint of awkwardness. "Don't you dare tell anyone about what happened." Tobirama looked at his reddened earlobes and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry. I'll only tell one person." "Who?" Izuna's heart tightened. Tobirama stepped closer, leaning in to whisper. "My brother. You wouldn't dare." Izuna's temper flared instantly. His face burning, he lunged at Tobirama, but the man caught him, pulled him into an embrace, and kissed him again. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the door, falling upon their entwined figures, quietly hiding this entanglement of sworn enemies in the shadows of the chamber. The atmosphere in the council chamber of the Five Kage summit was heavy with tension. On either side of the long table, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, sat at the head, his face still bearing that gentle, simple-minded smile. Senju Tobirama stood beside him, his brows tightly knit, exuding an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance, ever vigilant against the provocations of the other four Kage. At that time Konoha had just been established, and the Senju and Uchiha had only recently ended a century of war. Although the other four great hidden villages were forced to attend the summit by Hashirama's strength, each harbored ulterior motives, hoping to squeeze benefits out of Konoha. The Raikage was the first to slam his hand on the table, his fiery temper evident. "Senju Hashirama Kumogakure demands 3 iron mines on the border of Konoha, as well as an annual supply of 30% of your soldier pills. Do you agree?" Everyone expected Hashirama to deliberate carefully. After all, 3 iron mines were vital resources for Konoha, and 30% of the soldier pills was no small burden. But without a second thought, Hashirama waved his hand generously and laughed without guile. Sure. As long as we can live in peace, all of this is fine." Tobirama whipped his head toward his elder brother, disbelief deep in his eyes, his chakra fluctuating wildly. He gritted his teeth and whispered urgently, "Big brother. Those 3 iron mines are crucial to Konoha's military strength. We absolutely cannot give them away." But Hashirama waved it off, completely unconcerned. It's fine. These are trivial matters. Peace is the most important thing." Hearing this, the other four Kage's eyes lit up instantly. They hadn't expected this god of shinobi to be so easy to deal with, almost as if he would grant any request. The Tsuchikage then stroked his beard and spoke. "Iwagakure demands half of Konoha's tailed beast distribution rights, and you must assist us in building defensive fortifications without refusal." "No problem," Hashirama agreed without hesitation, not even a frown creasing his brow. The Mizukage added slowly. "Kirigakure wants Konoha's medical ninjutsu secret scrolls, as well as your elite ninja training methods. You wouldn't be stingy, would you?" "Of course not. We're all family. Mutual help is only natural." Hashirama agreed readily, his mind solely set on maintaining peace in the shinobi world, completely unaware that he was giving away Konoha's assets. The Kazekage was not to be outdone, firing off 4 or 5 excessive demands from resources and territories to jutsu inheritance, each striking at the core interests of Konoha. Yet Hashirama never hesitated. No matter what they said, he responded with a string of "Okay, no problem, whatever everyone says," accepting everything without exception. In no time at all, Konoha's territory, resources, ninjutsu and military strength had been largely carved up by the four Kage. The atmosphere in the council chambers shifted from initial confrontation to the four Kage secretly gloating, while Senju Tobirama's face darkened like a pot bottom, his chest heaving violently, trembling with rage. He had painstakingly planned for Konoha, calculating every step to protect the clan's interests, yet his own brother had simply agreed to everything, practically pushing Konoha into the fire. "Big brother. Snap out of it. They're taking advantage of your soft nature to squeeze Konoha dry." Tobirama clenched his fists, his voice barely containing a volcanic fury, his sharp eyes sweeping over the smug four Kage across the table, longing to strike down these greedy bastards who kept pushing their luck. But Hashirama remained bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. "But isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? These little things don't matter." "Little things?" Tobirama was rendered speechless by sheer exasperation. Staring at his brother's utterly guileless expression, he was both angry and desperate, yet utterly helpless. Seeing the four Kage about to make even more unreasonable demands, Tobirama could bear it no longer. He abruptly turned his head and roared toward the door of the chamber. "Close the doors. Release Madara." As his voice fell, the great doors of the council chamber slammed shut. Uchiha Madara, who had been waiting outside, strode in his entire being enveloped in a fierce killing intent. His crimson Sharingan slowly opened a bone-chilling murderous aura, instantly engulfing the entire hall. The four Kage who had been so smug moments before turned pale, instinctively holding their breath, their bodies tensed. Madara's cold eyes swept over the simple-minded Hashirama, then fixed on the trembling four Kage. His murderous aura surged, and he gritted his teeth in fury, his voice icy and laced with earth-shattering rage. Senju Hashirama, have you lost your mind? These scum overstepped their bounds, and you agree to everything like a dead man. He had been listening outside, unable to contain his fury. These people, relying on Hashirama's soft heart and easygoing nature, were squeezing Konoha worse than ever. Only that fool Hashirama, single-mindedly obsessed with peace, would give away the entire family fortune. Tobirama, seeing Madara's entrance, relaxed slightly. He turned a cold glare on the four Kage. Aniki is too easygoing, which is why you've been so brazen. Since my big brother can't bear to be harsh, let Uchiha Madara negotiate with you. Hashirama looked at the suddenly enraged Madara, then at the council chamber, where the situation had reversed in an instant. He scratched his head, looking a bit flustered. Just as he was about to mediate, a single icy glare from Madara silenced him. The four Kage, now facing Uchiha Madara with his overwhelming killing intent, had completely lost their earlier arrogance. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. They knew well that this Uchiha Madara, unlike the soft-hearted Senju Hashirama, was a true demon. If provoked, he would raze the entire summit to the ground. The benefits they had just extorted, not only would they never get them, but they might not even survive the encounter. The situation, which had been pressing hard on Konoha, was completely turned around by Madara's arrival. Tobirama finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his still bewildered elder brother with a mixture of exasperation and helplessness. Only Hashirama, staring at the furious Madara, murmured quietly, "But isn't peace very important?" Yet under Madara's even colder gaze he fell silent, completely unaware that his mindless agreement had nearly handed over the foundation of Konoha. The entire council chamber was left with only Uchiha Madara's icy murderous intent and the terrified expressions of the four Kage. This once one-sided five Kage summit was ultimately reversed by Madara's wrath, and Senju Tobirama was once again reminded that his elder brother's soft-hearted, easygoing nature could only be curbed by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara stood in the center of the council chamber, his crimson Sharingan sweeping across the room. His oppressive chakra, as tangible as a physical weight, made it difficult to breathe. The four Kage who had been smug moments before turned pale, sitting on their seats as if on pins and needles, not daring to utter a single gasp. The Reikage who had first spoken out clenched his trembling fists, but his usual fiery temper was gone. He forced himself to speak. "Uchiha Madara, we were merely discussing peace in the ninja world with Senju Hashirama. There's no need for you to be so aggressive." "Peace?" Madara sneered, his voice cold as ice. He strode slowly to the four Kage, his killing intent growing denser. "You think you're qualified to talk about peace? You take advantage of Hashirama's soft-heartedness and benevolence to push your luck, making exorbitant demands, trying to encroach on Konoha's interests. Do you really think the Senju and Uchiha are so easily bullied?" He raised his hand, gathering a faint wisp of chakra at his fingertip, and the air instantly filled with a destructive aura. "All the demands you just made are null and void. Konoha is willing to maintain peace in the ninja world out of magnanimity, not because we are pushovers. If this happens again, I don't care about any 5 Kage summit. I'll simply raze your hidden villages to the ground." His icy words struck the hearts of the four Kage like hammers. They saw the undisguised murderous intent in Madara's eyes and knew that this king of the Uchiha meant every word. The fearsome reputation Madara had earned by sweeping through the ninja world before the Valley of the End still circulated among the hidden villages. Compared to the gentle and peace-seeking Hashirama, Madara was the one who truly made the ninja world tremble. The Tsuchikage's face turned ashen, but he dared not retort, swallowing his anger. The Mizukage and Kazekage lowered their heads, no longer daring to mention any excessive demands. The Reikage let out a muffled grunt, but ultimately did not dare to flare up. In a brief moment, the situation, which had been one-sided with the four Kage freely demanding benefits, was completely reversed by a single sentence from Uchiha Madara. Hashirama stood by, watching Madara's full intimidation. He scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face, and whispered in persuasion, "Madara, don't be so harsh. Let's talk things over properly." "Shut up." Madara turned to glare at him, his eyes filled with a sense of disappointment. "If not for your foolishness agreeing to everything anyone says, Konoha would have been stripped bare by you. What else is in your head besides peace? Those lands, resources, and jutsu were earned through the blood and sweat of our clansmen. How can you just give them away? Senju Hashirama and you." Even in their usual disagreements, Madara had never been this furious. But this time Hashirama's reckless concessions had truly angered him. He and Hashirama had built Konoha together. Protecting the clan and the village was the bottom line. Yet Hashirama, for the sake of an illusory peace, was pushing away the very foundation of Konoha. Hashirama was left speechless by his scolding. He hung his head like a child who had done wrong, nervously twisting the hem of his robe. All traces of his authority, as the god of shinobi, vanished as he obediently listened to the reprimand, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Senju Tobirama stood by watching the four Kage humiliated, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yet when he saw his elder brother being so docilely disciplined by Madara, his expression remained grim, though he knew Madara was in the right. He stepped forward, his gaze cold as he addressed the four Kage, his tone brooking no argument. All the terms that were just discussed are null and void. Konoha can coexist peacefully with the other hidden villages on equal terms, but we will never compromise or concede core interests. If you lack the sincerity for peaceful negotiations, then this 5 Kage summit is over. Konoha is ready to face whatever comes. With Madara standing firm, Tobirama spoke with full confidence, completely shedding the helplessness he had felt earlier when facing his brother's mindless concessions. He knew all too well that his elder brother's soft heart was a weakness. Only Madara's strength could suppress these greedy individuals and also rein in Hashirama, who had no boundaries when it came to yielding. The four Kage exchanged glances, looking at the murderous Madara and the resolute Tobirama. They had no more schemes left, and could only nod in agreement to negotiate on equal terms, no longer daring to make any excessive demands. The subsequent talks changed completely. Hashirama sat obediently by the side, not daring to casually agree to anything. Whenever the four Kage raised a slight objection, Madara would shoot them a cold glare, and they would immediately fall silent. Tobirama methodically articulated Konoha's stance, fairly dividing interests, while maintaining peace and firmly guarding all of Konoha's bottom lines. A 5 Kage summit that had been fraught with peril, threatening to drain Konoha's resources, ultimately concluded successfully under Madara's forceful suppression. After the 4 Kage slunk away from the council chamber, only the 3 of them remained. Tobirama could no longer hold back. He walked up to Hashirama, his voice filled with rage and helplessness. "Brother, when will you ever learn to be more careful? They took advantage of your easygoing nature on purpose, bullying you. And you just agreed to everything without a thought. If we hadn't called Madara here today, who would bear the loss to Konoha? I just wanted everyone to be okay to stop the wars." Hashirama muttered in defense, but he couldn't meet Tobirama's eyes. His cheeks flushed with guilt. "War is better than handing over our village to others." Tobirama's chest ached with anger. He couldn't be bothered to reason with this stubborn fool any longer. He turned and walked away, but before leaving he threw out a final remark. "From now on, Madara must accompany you to every 5 Kage summit. Otherwise I will never allow you to attend alone." Only Hashirama and Madara remained in the hall. The atmosphere instantly grew quiet. Hashirama slowly sidled up to Madara, gently tugging at his sleeve. A placating smile spread across his face, and his voice was soft and conciliatory. "Madara, I know I was wrong. I won't agree to anything so easily again. Please don't be angry, okay?" Madara looked at him in this repentant posture, and most of his anger dissipated. Still he kept his face cold, shook off Hashirama's hand, and snorted. "Senju Hashirama, if there's a next time, I won't bother with you again." Though his words were harsh, he didn't actually turn and leave. Hashirama immediately broke into a smile, firmly grasping Madara's wrist, his eyes shining with joy. "I knew you were the best, Madara. Next time I'll ask you first. If you say yes, I'll agree. If you say no, I won't utter a single word." Watching Hashirama's carefree demeanor, Madara sighed helplessly and refrained from scolding him further. He had probably fallen for this fool for life. Madara was always driven to fury by him, yet he could never bear to truly abandon him. Time and again he cleaned up his messes, guarding the village they had built together, and guarding the foolish man whose heart was filled with nothing but peace. Returning to Konoha. The afternoon sunlight fell gently as Tobirama, Senju, and Izuna Uchiha walked side by side through the streets, an indescribably incongruous sight, yet within the harmonious atmosphere of Konoha it seemed oddly ordinary. Ever since the two clans ceased hostilities and jointly established Konoha, these former adversaries who had once clashed with murderous intent upon sight often found themselves traveling together on village affairs. At this moment Tobirama, clad in a simple dark blue ninja uniform, his silver hair neatly tied back, bore a cold countenance with the usual aloof detachment in his eyes. Clutching freshly organized village construction documents, he exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance, walking ahead in silence, utterly absorbed. Beside him Izuna Uchiha, dressed in the black Uchiha clan attire with long hair cascading down his sharp features, carrying the inherent pride of the Uchiha, occasionally glanced sidelong at Tobirama, the remnants of wariness toward his old foe still lingering in his eyes, yet he no longer drew his blade as he once would have. The two exchanged not a single word throughout their oppressive aura, making passers-by instinctively give them a wide berth. Villagers and shinobi alike fully aware that while these two were benefactors of the village, they were also notoriously incompatible, feared being caught in the silent confrontation between them. They had been ordered to inspect the progress of the new residential district on the eastern side of the village. Izuna, silent throughout, wished only to finish the task quickly and go their separate ways. No one expected that a sudden accident would shatter this tense calm. At the corner of the street, two little girls with pigtails clutching pinwheels were chasing each other, their laughter crisp and carefree. The younger of the two running too fast, her short legs unable to keep pace, her pinwheel wobbling precariously, focused solely on catching up with her playmate, completely oblivious to the two approaching figures. By the time the girl realized, she had already collided headlong into Tobirama Senju, her small body striking hard against his leg. The sudden impact caught Tobirama off guard. Absorbed in his documents, he lost his footing and staggered violently to one side. His instinct as a seasoned shinobi urged him to steady himself, but in his fluster he reached out for support, only to find Izuna Uchiha standing beside him. Izuna, startled by the sudden turn of events, furrowed his brow. Before he could react, Tobirama's tilting body pulled him off balance. Tobirama tried to steady himself, but his body uncontrollably fell toward Izuna. Izuna instinctively raised a hand to push him away, yet was a moment too slow. The next second a soft touch met his lips, a cool faint scent mingling with the subtle trace of smoke from his own self. Time seemed to freeze. Tobirama Senju stood frozen, his usually cold eyes wide with disbelief, the rigid expression on his face shattering completely. His lips were pressed firmly against Izuna Uchiha's, the softness palpable. His mind went blank, every thought halted, unaware even of the documents slipping from his grasp. Izuna Uchiha too was utterly rigid, his sharp eyes bulging in shock. The wariness in his gaze was replaced with sheer astonishment, and a deep blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. He forgot to push the man away, the unfamiliar sensation on his lips rendering him motionless. He held his breath, lost in extreme confusion and panic. Thought they'd done it before, so why be shy? The little girl who had collided with them, terrified by the bizarre and awkward scene, her eyes reddening, dropped her pinwheel and stood trembling, not daring to utter a word, fearing she might anger these formidable adults. The bustling street fell into a dead silence. Passers-by and shinobi alike stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the two embracing figures, their faces a mix of astonishment and cognitive dissonance. Everyone knew that Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha were the sharpest points of conflict between their clans, having fought countless times, each wishing the other dead. Such intimate contact was unimaginable, even standing close carried a murderous aura. But now they were kissing in public. This scene was more unbelievable than a tailed beast rampage in the ninja world. After what felt like an eternity, Tobirama was the first to come to his senses. As if touching searing charcoal, he pushed Izuna away abruptly and stepped back 2 paces. A rare flush crept across his cold face, his eyes darting in panic, unable to meet Izuna's gaze. His fingers trembled slightly as he stammered, "You." He opened his mouth to explain, but his mind was a blank, utterly at a loss for words. This accident was so sudden that he had no defense, only embarrassment and disbelief. Izuna snapped back to reality as well. He raised his hand and wiped his lips fiercely, his face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. His sharp eyes filled with panic and fury locked onto Tobirama as he gritted his teeth and hissed, his voice quivering. "Tobirama Senju! Did you do that on purpose?" Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation, and with his archenemy of all people now under the gaze of the crowd. Shame and rage surged within him, his chakra fluctuating wildly on the verge of erupting into violence. "It was an accident. That child bumped into me," Tobirama said, quickly regaining his composure, though he still avoided eye contact. He bent down to pick up the fallen documents, his fingers turning white from the grip, his clear voice carrying a hint of barely concealed unease. "Just an accident. No need to dwell on it." "Accident?" Izuna's chest heaved with anger. Glancing at the increasingly strange looks from the onlookers, he wished he could sink into the ground. Furious and embarrassed, he knew it truly was an accident, leaving him no grounds to attack Tobirama. The little girl nearby began to sob softly, finally snapping the two out of their awkward standoff. Tobirama frowned, withdrawing his oppressive aura, and looked at the girl, his tone softening. "It's all right. Don't run and play in the streets next time." Izuna also suppressed the turmoil within him, turned his face away coldly, and refused to look at Tobirama again, but the flush on his ears lingered stubbornly. The passers-by, observing the tense yet flustered pair, tactfully averted their eyes and pretended nothing had happened. But in their hearts a storm was brewing. This accidental kiss was destined to become the most shocking gossip in Konoha. Tobirama clutched his documents, his gaze darting away, and spoke first, his voice stiff. "Let it be. Never speak of this again." Without waiting for Izuna's response, he turned and walked away quickly, his steps hurried, lacking his usual calm composure. He only wanted to escape this excruciatingly awkward place. Izuna stood there watching his retreating figure, then touched his still tingling lips. His face alternated between pale and red. With a muttered curse, he too turned and strode away, but his hurried steps betrayed the unprecedented unease and agitation within him. The sunlight still bathed the lively streets, but the stunning scene just now was etched deep into the hearts of the onlookers. This sudden accidental kiss left an indelible mark, a blend of embarrassment and fluster, in the hearts of Tobirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha, subtly altering the once fiery relationship between them. Senju Jujien stood outside the Uchiha compound, his fingers clutching the hem of his robe, looking like a child who had done wrong, his face filled with unease and regret. The scene from yesterday still lingered in his mind. In a moment of uncontrollable emotion, he had embraced the sulking Uchiha ban, lowered his head and kissed him on the lips. He had intended to soothe the accumulated worry and reluctance in his heart, but he never expected that the proud and fierce Uchiha ban, caught off guard by this sudden act, would have reddened eyes and finally shed tears. The moment Ban shed tears, Jujien was completely stunned. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, tightening painfully. He was flustered and at a loss, never having seen Ban so vulnerable. The Uchiha leader, who was invincible on the battlefield, and always carried an air of pride, had reddened eyes and shed tears because of his kiss. Jujien's heart was filled with panic and remorse. He wished he could slap himself on the spot. He knew he had crossed the boundary between them and pushed the other to the extreme. All night Jujien tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the image of Ban, with tears in his eyes, his heart consumed by guilt. At the first light of dawn he could no longer stay still. With a heart full of anxiety, he rushed straight to the Uchiha compound, wanting nothing more than to apologize and make peace with Ban as soon as possible, fearing that if he delayed any longer Ban would completely ignore him. Familiar with the path, he skillfully avoided the guards of the Uchiha clan and headed straight for Ban's residence. All the way he rehearsed his apology in his mind, his palms sweating with nervousness. He knew Ban's temper all too well, proud and stubborn. This time he had gone too far, and winning forgiveness would likely take considerable effort. But he never expected that before he could even utter a word of apology he would encounter the most bewildering scene of his life. The door to Ban's residence was not tightly closed, leaving a narrow gap. Steam mixed with faint water vapor drifted out through the crack, carrying a scent of fresh grass and fire intertwined. Jujien halted his steps, thinking it would be too abrupt to push the door open directly. He raised his hand to knock, but just as his fingertips touched the wooden door he unconsciously applied a little force, and the already loose door gap widened slightly. The next second the scene inside the room burst into his view without reservation. In the spacious bathtub, warm water lapped over the chest. Long jet black hair hung wetly over the shoulders, and water droplets slid slowly along the smooth lines of the shoulders and firm waist, falling into the water, creating tiny ripples. Uchiha Ban had his eyes closed, his brows carrying a trace of lingering laziness, and anger clearly still brooding over yesterday's incident, as he soaked quietly in the bath. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Senju Jujien instantly froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell, unable to move. His mind went blank. His eyes stared straight into the room, his pupils slightly contracted and his cheeks quickly flushed, bright red spreading from his cheeks to his ears, even his neck turning a deep crimson. The thought of apologizing that he had been clutching earlier instantly vanished into thin air. His entire mind and eyes were filled only with the panicked, heart-racing scene before him. To go in was not an option. If he pushed the door open now, it would undoubtedly offend Ban once more. Given Ban's temperament, he would likely explode with rage and immediately start a fight. The apology and reconciliation he had intended would be completely ruined, and their relationship would only worsen. To retreat was also not an option. He had finally mustered the courage to come and make peace. If he slunk away in disgrace, it would not only show his guilty conscience but also make Ban even angrier, thinking he dared to act but not to take responsibility, lacking even the courage to apologize. Jujien maintained the posture of pushing the door, his body as stiff as a block of wood, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. His breathing suddenly became rapid, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, almost bursting through his ribs. The only sound he could hear was the thumping of his own heartbeat, drowning out everything else. He could clearly see Ban's thick eyelashes trembling gently in the warm steam. His usually sharp brows now carried a touch of softness, yet the innate pride still etched deep in his bones. Images of their time together on the battlefield, fighting side by side and opposing each other, flashed through his mind. He had seen Ban clad in armor, holding a fan, looking down upon the world. He had seen Ban with bold brows sparring with him. He had seen Ban with a cold face arguing over ideals. But he had never seen Ban so unguarded, so relaxed and languid. The guilt in his heart had not yet dissipated, and now an indescribable panic and flutter surged up. The two emotions intertwined, leaving the god of shinobi fearless on the battlefield, completely trapped in a dilemma. He dared not make a single sound, afraid of disturbing the person in the bath, and incurring his overwhelming fury. He could only stand, frozen cheeks, burning eyes, panic trapped between advance and retreat. Only one thought circled frantically in his mind: Senjujujian, this time you have really overstepped. Amidst the swirling steam, Uchiha Ban in the bathtub seemed to sense the movement outside. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The moment those scarlet xiaolunyan opened, they precisely locked onto the frozen figure outside the door. Their eyes met, and the air solidified completely, leaving only the thick awkwardness and the imminent eruption of fury. Jujian's heart leaped into his throat, every hair on his body standing on end. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was over. This time it was truly completely over. The moment Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, his scarlet Sharingan sharply contracted. The lethargy in his gaze instantly dissipated, replaced by overwhelming fury and mortification. The very air around him seemed to ignite, and a chilling murderous intent mingled with the steam swept forth. Senju Hashirama. The words were ground out between clenched teeth laden with extreme rage. Madara's hand slammed onto the edge of the bathtub, water splashing everywhere. His chakra surged violently, the aura of fire release already coalescing on the verge of eruption in the next instant. Hashirama was frightened out of his wits. His body, which had been frozen in place, finally reacted. Almost instinctively he stumbled backward, his back crashing heavily against the corridor pillar with a dull thud. He flailed his hands, squeezing his eyes shut, not daring to even glance sideways. His cheeks still burned fiercely, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Madara. Calm down. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to barge in. He stammered in panic, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. The apology he had prepared was utterly forgotten now. All he wanted was to pacify the furious Madara before he got incinerated by a fire-release jutsu. Steam continued to rise inside the room. Madara stared at the man outside the door, eyes shut at a loss, his chest heaving violently as he trembled with rage. Yesterday that sudden kiss had made him lose control and shed tears, leaving him filled with shame and fury. He had spent the entire night unable to calm down. Now, intending to take a bath to steady himself, he had been caught in such a private moment by this very same person. The double humiliation piled up, and he longed to rush out and tear Senju Hashirama limb from limb. The sound of water splashing reached Hashirama's ears as Madara rose from the bath. Hashirama's heart nearly stopped. He squeezed his eyes shut even tighter, muttering incessantly, I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. Madara, don't do anything rash. I came to apologize. Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have overstepped. I was wrong. The Senju leader, who on the battlefield was always composed and strategic, now looked like a flustered youngster caught red-handed, filled with nothing but fear and regret. He had known that coming here so abruptly would be rude, but he never expected to stumble into such a scene. This was not reconciliation, it was pouring oil on the fire. The faint rustle of fabric came from inside the room. Before long an icy sharp chakra pressed close. Hashirama could clearly feel Madara standing right in front of him, the anger radiating from him, almost devouring Hashirama. Clenching his fists, still not daring to open his eyes, he braced himself and continued apologizing. Madara, yesterday I was too impulsive and crossed the line. It was my fault for making you upset. I truly know I was wrong. You can punish me however you want. Just don't be angry anymore, okay? He was terrified that Madara would truly ignore him from now on. From their youth to fighting side by side, they were rival soulmates, each other's only kindred spirit. He could not afford to lose Madara. After a long silence, no attack came. Instead, a cold voice, still carrying residual anger, sounded. Senju Hashirama, how long do you plan to keep your eyes shut? At those words, Hashirama cautiously lifted one eyelid and met Madara's scarlet eyes, still blazing with fury. Madara was now fully dressed. His deep blue robe accentuated his tall, straight posture. His wet hair hung down his back, water droplets dripping from the tips. His brows were knitted in anger, but the tips of his ears were tinged with an unmistakable blush. Seeing that mixture of anger and embarrassment, Hashirama's guilt deepened. He unconsciously took half a step forward, his voice softening to an extreme gentleness. Madara, I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost control yesterday. Shut up. Madara cut him off sharply, his fingers turning white from gripping. Remembering the kiss yesterday, and the exposure just now, his eyes betrayed a flicker of panic amidst the anger. Who wants to hear your apology? Senju Hashirama, how dare you trespass into the Uchiha compound and look at what you shouldn't have? You're asking for death. As he spoke, Madara raised his hand to gather chakra, but Hashirama caught his wrist. Hashirama's palm was warm and firm, gripping tightly. His gaze was utterly earnest, filled with guilt and sincerity. Madara, I didn't mean to. I was just too worried about you. I couldn't sleep all night, so I came to apologize. I know I was out of line yesterday. You have every right to be angry. But don't cut me off completely because of this, okay? His eyes were too sincere, his panic and regret lay bare. Madara stared at his reddened ears and tense expression. The fire in his heart inexplicably stalled and his struggle ceased. The man before him was the one who had vowed with him to build a ninja village and protect peace, his rival through 2 lifetimes, the only one who could truly enter his heart. Yesterday's kiss had been too sudden, throwing him into disarray. The intrusion just now had only added to his shame and anger. Yet seeing Hashirama so helpless and terrified, the fury in his heart gradually subsided. Madara turned his face away, avoiding his gaze. His voice remained icy, but the murderous edge had dulled. Let go. No. Unless you forgive me, I won't let go. Hashirama was uncharacteristically stubborn, holding on to his wrist like a child begging for forgiveness. Madara, forgive me this once. I'll never recklessly cross the line again. Let's go back to how we were, okay? Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting light on the two of them. The steam had long dissipated, leaving only the awkwardness and hidden emotions in the room. Madara was silent for a long time, feeling the warmth on his wrist and hearing the anxious words. Finally he slowly turned his head, meeting Hashirama's tense eyes, and gritted out, Senju Hashirama, if there's a next time, I will not spare you. Hearing this, Hashirama let out a huge sigh of relief. His eyes lit up instantly, the panic dissipating, replaced by a joyful smile. Madara, does that mean you forgive me? Madara looked at his foolish expression, the blush on his ears deepening. He snatched his wrist back, turned away, and said grudgingly, don't get cocky. I just don't want to keep bickering with you. And about what just happened, if you breathe a single word of it, I'll raise the entire Senju compound. Hashirama nodded eagerly, promising solemnly, I won't say a word. Not even half a word. Seeing him so compliant, the last trace of anger in Madara's heart melted away. But remembering the scene from earlier still made his cheeks burn. He shot Hashirama a fierce glare, turned and walked back into the room, leaving behind a cold remark, what are you standing there for? Get in here. We'll settle this slowly. Hashirama watched his retreating back, touched his own still flushed cheek, and smiled wryly to himself. His rashness had earned him a temporary pardon, but it seemed the reckoning to come would not be so easily resolved. Still, as long as Madara was willing to talk to him, he would accept whatever punishment came. The waters of the endless valley flowed year-round with a gentle murmur, carrying the crisp chill of the mountain springs as they slowly lapped against the mossy stones along the bank. The setting sun bathed the entire sky and earth in a tender orange glow, while drifting clouds lingered languidly. The evening breeze brushed against the black hair streaming behind them, stripping away the fierce edge of their clashing blades on the battlefield, leaving only the tranquility and peace that belonged solely to this moment. This valley was the place where they had secretly met in their youth, a hidden corner they would brave even the blood feud between their clans to reach, defying everyone to keep their rendezvous. Qianshou Zhujian sat on the mossy stone, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yuzhibo Ban beside him. Ben tilted his head slightly, his slender fingers idly brushing the drooping blades of grass nearby. His brows were cold and noble, the inherent pride of the Yuzhibo clan etched into his very bones. Even sitting quietly, he exuded an air of inapproachability so aloof that others dared not draw near. But only Zhu Jian knew how tender and awkward a true heart lay beneath that cold exterior. Gazing at his beautiful profile, the long lashes casting faint shadows under his eyes, Zhu Jian's heart softened into a mess of warmth. From their first meeting by the riverbank in youth to their fateful confrontation on the battlefield, and then to their joint founding of Muyi, throughout the long years the one person he had always yearned for was none other than this one. He gently shifted closer to Ban, his shoulder almost touching the other's, his voice soft and tentative, as if afraid to disturb the person before him. Ban! Yuzhibo Ban did not turn his head, only replied indifferently, his voice cold and low. What is it? Zhujian's eyes curved into a smile, his gaze brimming with unreserved and ardent joy, looking straight at him as he asked softly, Ban, would you like a kiss? As the words fell, even the evening breeze seemed to quieten. Yuzhibo Ban's body stiffened slightly, and a faint blush crept almost imperceptibly to the tips of his ears, though it was hidden by the twilight. He abruptly turned his head, his cold eyes sweeping over the expectant Qianshou Zhujian, his brows furrowed in disdain and awkwardness. Drawing out his tone deliberately, he feigned aloofness. Who wants your kiss? Qianshou Zhujian, you are far too casual. His voice was stiff, carrying his habitual tsundere demeanor. Every word seemed like a rejection, yet only he knew that his heart was racing out of rhythm. The smile on Jujian's face gradually faded and the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. He said nothing more, merely looked quietly at Ban and slowly withdrew his body. All the joy and anticipation of a moment ago were gently scattered by that refusal. He lowered his eyes, his long lashes concealing every emotion, and a layer of silent desolation enveloped him. No more playful grins, no more proactive closeness. He just sat there in silence, uttering not a word. The only sound left was the flowing water, and the atmosphere gradually grew heavy. From the corner of his eye Yojimbo Ban caught the sudden change in his silence, and his heart tightened sharply. He had only meant to be habitually stubborn, too embarrassed to readily agree, never truly wanting to reject Jujian. But seeing the other fall into such quiet desolation, not even speaking another word, he inexplicably panicked. What he feared most was Jujian no longer being warm to him, no longer indulging him with gentleness. Ben pressed his lips together awkwardly, his fingers curling slightly, the turmoil within him growing more intense. He secretly glanced at the silent figure beside him, wondering in his heart, is he angry? Had he spoken too harshly, making him upset? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became, and his pride and coldness could no longer hold firm. Unable to resist the concern in his heart, Yojimbo Ban took a soft breath, set aside all his arrogance and awkwardness, and with a tone tinged with helplessness and panic reluctantly softened his stance, and whispered in compromise. All right. He turned to face the still silent Xianshou Shijian, the redness at his ears now more pronounced, and added grudgingly, his voice so light it was almost carried away by the wind. Kiss, you can have it. Upon hearing this, Jujian's eyes snapped open, and the dim light in them instantly rekindled with scattered starlight. All the melancholy of a moment ago vanished, and he looked at the person who spoke with such contradictory words. Ben turned his face away, unable to meet his gaze, the line of his neck taut, his whole being radiating embarrassment, yet he still leaned in slightly. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon their intertwined figures, transcending the hatred of sworn enemies, and outweighing all the conflicts in the world. The world knew of the Yojimbo's pride and coldness, that they were untouchable, but only Qianshou Jujian understood that this strongest of the Yojimbo in the ninja world would forever yield and soften his heart, again and again, only for him. Fate entangled them, love and hate interwoven, yet only tenderness and kisses belonged solely to them, year after year, never to be parted. The late spring sunlight filtered through the forest leaves, scattering into dappled patches of light upon the ground. The warm breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees brushed against Uchiha Madara's cold, stern profile. He had sought a secluded spot to rest. The moment his fingertips touched the fan at his waist, a faint rustle from not far away made him slightly furrow his brow. A few paces away on the grass a young couple of ninjas nestled together. The young man stood tall and straight, smiling as he let the girl beside him gently touch his firm abdomen. Their eyes and brows brimmed with unguarded affection and joy. As the girl's fingertips brushed against him, the young man chuckled softly, and wrapped his arm around her waist, a faint blush creeping up his ears. The scene was tender and sweet. Madara's gaze swept over them indifferently, then withdrew. There was no ripple in his eyes, yet the air around him unconsciously grew a few degrees colder. He had always disliked such cloying, intimate displays, finding them both tiresome and irritating. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his fingers unconsciously traced the fan handle as a chill of detachment emanated from him. But this subtle change in his expression was fully noticed by Senju Hashirama, who had been keeping an eye on him the whole time. Hashirama, sitting right beside Madara, had been resting with his eyes closed. Sensing Madara's gaze shift, he opened his eyes in turn, following his line of sight to the young couple's actions, then turning to look at Madara's tight jawline, his ever straightforward mind instantly concocted its own conclusion. In Hashirama's eyes, Uchiha Madara was always awkward, never willing to say what he truly thought, always wearing a cold mask. Yet the more he was like that, the more he hid thoughts that contradicted his words. He saw the brief lingering of Madara's gaze and took it as the aloof Uchiha clan leader being curious but too proud to look openly, let alone express his feelings like ordinary people. Hashirama scratched his head, a doting smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glint of mischief shining in his eyes. He leaned closer, his arm brushing against Madara's sleeve. When Madara turned to him with a look of confusion and coldness, Hashirama suddenly raised his hand and swiftly lifted the hem of his own shirt. The fabric slid upward, revealing his abdomen with smooth, defined muscles. Years of battle and training had forged a physique that was firm yet not exaggerated. Every line exuded power. His wheat-colored skin glowed faintly in the sunlight, carrying the unique strength and vibrant vitality of Senju Hashirama. Madara Hashirama said, his eyes curving with deliberate laziness and teasing. His tone was frank and straightforward, as if he found nothing improper. He even slightly arched his back, letting the other see clearly. You kept staring at them just now. Did you want to see this too? If you want to see, it's not impossible. His warm breath accompanied his words, drifting to Madara's ear. Madara's pupils contracted sharply. A flicker of shock passed through his cold eyes, then was swiftly replaced by intense astonishment and anger. The tips of his ears flushed crimson at a visible rate, and even his neck tinged with a faint pink. He abruptly turned his head away, avoiding Hashirama's gaze. His fingers clenched tightly, and his voice carried a hint of shameful anger, as if caught in the act mixed with a barely noticeable panic. Senju Hashirama. What madness has possessed you? Who would want to see that thing of yours? Though it was a reproach meant to intimidate, the slightly reddened ears robbed it of its usual sharpness, adding instead a touch of awkward shyness. Hashirama, seeing him so contrary, laughed even more heartily. He didn't lower his shirt but leaned in closer. Oh, don't be shy. Between us, what's there to hide? You were clearly staring at them just now, so I thought you were curious. I only found them noisy, not curious about such trivial antics, Madara retorted coldly, yet he still dared not turn his head back to look at Hashirama. His gaze fixed rigidly on the grass blades at his feet, but his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. His ears were filled with the chaotic pounding of his own heart, and even the warm breeze around him seemed to grow sultry. He had never imagined Hashirama would make such a blunt and abrupt move. Uchiha Madara, who was decisive and composed on the battlefield, now found himself at a loss. The image he had glimpsed, Hashirama's firm abdomen, his frank gaze, his words laced with laughter, all intertwined, throwing his mind into turmoil. Hashirama, seeing his tense back, knew that the proud clan leader was truly annoyed. He dared not tease further, slowly lowering his shirt and returning to his usual demeanor, but still leaned close to Madara, his voice softening with a coaxing tone. All right, I misunderstood. Don't be angry, Madara. But if you really want to see, you can tell me anytime, no need to be sneaky about it. Shut up. Madara cut him off sharply, the chill around him intensifying. Yet the red tips of his ears lingered, refusing to fade. A stone seemed to have been thrown into his heart, stirring ripples that spread endlessly, unable to settle. Not far away the young couple remained affectionate, but Madara no longer had any mind to notice them. His thoughts were entirely occupied by the image of Hashirama lifting his shirt moments ago, and those words spoken with a smile. He turned his head, looked at Hashirama's bright innocent smile, gritted his teeth, but ultimately said no more reproachful words. Yet the barrier of stubbornness within him had after all been quietly pried open a crack by Hashirama's straightforward and passionate act. The sunlight remained warm, and the forest breeze whispered gently, carrying the unique, subtle, and ambiguous atmosphere between the two, winding around them, lingering long. Madara kept his face cold, but he did not rise to leave. He simply sat there beside Hashirama, allowing the other's smiling gaze to rest upon him. The panic and anger in his heart gradually melted into a trace of indulgence that he himself did not even recognize. The moment Hashirama's words fell, two hurried footsteps echoed from the forest path. Uchiha Izuna, gripping a kunai, strode forward, followed by Tobirama Senju with an indifferent expression. The two had originally been worried about their respective elder brothers and came to check, never expecting to stumble upon such a jaw-dropping scene. Izuna had been muttering to himself, afraid that his elder brother and Hashirama Senju would start arguing or fighting again. But as he approached, he caught sight of Hashirama just lowering his robes, still bearing the remnants of unfinished actions. Combined with the words he had vaguely overheard, even without seeing the full picture, he could surmise 7 or 8 parts of it. In that instant Uchiha Izuna's mind went completely blank. His fair cheeks flushed a vivid red at an alarming speed, spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears and down to his neck, so red it seemed ready to bleed. He almost reflexively turned his face away, twisting it sharply to the other side, daring not to look at Hashirama or Madara for a second longer. In panic he raised his hands to tightly cover his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly, and his voice came out frantic and mortified, carrying full irritation to the point of stuttering. Tobirama Senju! How can your Senju clan be so licentious? In broad daylight, what a disgrace! Izuna's voice was shrill and urgent, filled with shame and anger. He kept his hands over his eyes, not daring to let go, while his other hand trembled as it pointed in Hashirama's direction, wishing he could vanish from the spot. Having grown up in the Uchiha clan, he was accustomed to decorum and had never witnessed such blatant behavior, especially from the Senju clan he despised most. He was so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The sudden rebuke made the atmosphere on the scene even more bizarre. Hashirama Senju's hand remained frozen mid-air, his smile stiffening instantly. He looked at the bristling Izuna with a bewildered expression, completely unable to understand how he had earned the label of licentious. Meanwhile Uchiha Madara, whose ears were already red from the earlier incident, furrowed his brow slightly at his brother's outburst. Yet there was no anger in him. The cold aura around him faded away, replaced by a hint of helplessness. He raised a hand to rub his brow, then turned to look at his bristling younger brother, his voice soft and gentle, carrying the unique affection of an elder brother devoid of his usual sharpness. Izuna, don't make a fuss. Those simple 5 words seemed to carry a calming power, instantly freezing Izuna's movements. He secretly peeked through the gaps between his fingers at Madara, his blush deepening, but he still stubbornly retorted. Brother, I'm not making a fuss. Their behavior is too improper. Madara looked at him, both embarrassed and flustered, feeling even more helpless, yet he still followed his words, speaking with a hint of protective indulgence. Hashirama was just joking, not intentionally causing trouble. Put your hands down, don't hurt your eyes. With that he turned to look at Hashirama Senju, his gaze carrying a hint of barely noticeable reproach but no blame whatsoever. Hashirama Senju immediately understood, quickly waving his hand and smiling as he explained to Izuna. It's a misunderstanding. I was just playing around with Madara, no other meaning. Izuna, don't take it to heart. But at that moment Izuna was not listening. He still kept his eyes tightly covered, afraid to let go, worried he might see something he shouldn't. In contrast, Tobirama Senju remained as calm and indifferent as ever. He leisurely walked to Izuna's side, his gaze calmly sweeping over his elder brother, and Uchiha Madara showing no surprise. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smirk. He looked at the tensed Uchiha Izuna, who was covering his face, and spoke in a clear, slow voice laced with deliberate teasing, each word hitting Izuna's sore spot. Licentious. It's just my brother's casual act. But you, Izuna, reacting so strongly. Could it be that you want to watch too? Tobirama Senju's voice was light yet firm, carrying a hint of cunning insight. One sentence sent Izuna's shame and anger to the peak. Izuna pressed his hands even tighter over his eyes, his face deepening to a darker red. He was so mortified he could barely stand, his voice carrying a tearful anger, as he shouted at Tobirama. Who wants to watch? Tobirama Senju, stop talking nonsense. I don't. The more he frantically denied, the more it seemed like a cover-up. His already flustered mind was completely thrown into chaos by Tobirama's teasing remark. At that moment Izuna was both embarrassed and furious, cursing the Senju brothers 1,000 times in his heart. He hated himself for coming at this exact moment to witness such a scene, and he hated Tobirama Senju for always being so sharp-tongued, hitting his weak spots with every word. Seeing his younger brother on the verge of tears, Madara quickly stepped forward and gently patted Izuna's back, his voice growing even softer. Alright, don't be angry. Tobirama's joke went too far. As he spoke, he turned to look at Tobirama, his gaze carrying a faint warning. Tobirama Senju gave a slight nod, his smile still lingering, but he did not continue his teasing. Hashirama Senju quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he said, Alright, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made such a joke, making Izuna feel wronged. As he spoke, he raised a hand to scratch his head, looking sincere. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting dappled light on the group. The breeze in the forest gently blew, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, dispelling the awkwardness. With Madara's comfort, Izuna gradually calmed down, but he still dared not remove his hands from his eyes. He could only sneak a peek through the gaps of his fingers, then quickly look away, his cheeks still burning. Madara looked at his adorable younger brother, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He reached out to ruffle his hair. Alright, don't be shy. We'll leave now so we won't disturb you here. Only then did Izuna slowly lower his hands, but he still avoided looking at Hashirama and Tobirama. He kept his head down, following behind Madara with hurried steps. Madara walked by his side, occasionally glancing back to make sure his brother was not blushing or bristling again. The affection in his eyes was almost overflowing. Hashirama Senju gazed at Madara's retreating figure, a rich smile spreading across his face. He called out in Madara's direction. Madara. Next time you want me to do something, just tell me directly. No need to be shy. Madara's steps faltered, the tips of his ears reddening again, but he did not turn back. He only coldly tossed out a word. Noisy. Then he pulled Izuna and quickly walked away. Tobirama Senju looked at his elder brother's expectant expression and shook his head helplessly, speaking softly. Brother Madara is naturally tsundere. Teasing him like this will only make him shyer. Hashirama scratched his head and smiled, saying, I know. I just think Madara looks cute when he's shy. The forest breeze continued to blow, carrying the unique, subtle and ambiguous atmosphere between them, intertwining around one another. Madara held Izuna's hand, his steps light, yet his heart still carried the tremor from Hashirama's earlier gesture. The redness at the tips of his ears lingered for a long time, but there was no displeasure, instead a sweetness he himself had not yet noticed was hidden within. The warmth of the forest cabin was infused with the bitterness of medicinal herbs. Uchiha Madara reclined by the bedside, his jet-black hair cascading over his shoulders. The usual coldness in his brows and eyes was still tinged with a faint lingering forbearance from the unhealed wound. During the battlefield skirmish, a blade had slashed across his inner thigh, leaving a wound that was both concealed and awkward. Unable to apply the medicine himself, he was ultimately brought back to the cabin by Senju Hashirama. "Don't move. The wound has just scabbed. If it tears it will hurt for a long time." Senju Hashirama crouched in front of the bed, his tone unusually earnest. His fingers held a cloth soaked in herbal ointment, and as he looked up at Madara, a tenderness he could hardly conceal lingered in his eyes. Madara frowned, his long legs slightly bent and apart. Forced by the pain of the wound, he could only allow Hashirama to work. The skin on the inner thigh was naturally delicate and sensitive, with a faint redness around the wound. When Hashirama's slightly cool fingertips first touched the skin, Madara's body stiffened abruptly, and the fingers gripping the hem of his robe tightened instantly. He said coldly, "Be gentler." "I know." Hashirama replied, his gaze focused on the wound as he gently applied the ointment with his fingertips. Yet whether intentionally or not, the pad of his finger would lightly rub and circle around the skin adjacent to the wound. Though it was merely the act of applying medicine, those delicate touches carried a distinct sensation, not forceful but like a feather brushing past, stirring every nerve in Madara's body to tense. Madara could clearly feel the warmth of Hashirama's fingertips as well as the subtle ridges of his finger pads. With each rub, the tips of Madara's ears gradually flushed with a faint red, and the hard line of his jaw tightened slightly. Madara turned his head away, not daring to look at the man in front of the bed. He could only stare rigidly at the forest outside the window, yet all his thoughts were concentrated on the touch on his thigh. Seeing the blush on Madara's ears, Hashirama's eyes flickered with a trace of slyness. Yet his movements remained gentle, and the rubbing pressure was always just right, either hurting the wound nor failing to make the man in front of him fully aware of the touch. He slowly finished applying the ointment, but his fingertips did not immediately withdraw. Instead, they lightly stroked the healthy skin nearby a few times. What had originally been only a dull ache from the wound was now replaced by these delicate, ambiguous sensations. Madara's body grew even more rigid, his cheeks gradually flushed with a burning red, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. The sensitivity of his inner thigh was fully aroused, and a restless heat rose from the depths of his heart. Uncontrollably, an unusual reaction began to stir. He clenched his fists abruptly, attempting to bring his legs together, but the movement pulled at the wound, causing him to grunt in pain. The blush deepened, spreading even to his neck, which turned a faint pink. Madara was both embarrassed and furious, his eyes flustered, unable to meet Hashirama's gaze. His heart was filled with unspeakable mortification, and he wished he could immediately rise and escape. Hashirama happened to look up, taking in the full picture of Madara's flustered, burning state. His gaze drifted downward, catching the subtle change between Madara's legs, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes feigned a look of innocent confusion. He withdrew his hand, gently pressing his fingertip against his own lips, and spoke in a tone tinged with puzzlement and innocence. "Madara, what's wrong? You're so red." Hashirama pretended not to understand, his gaze clear as he fixed on Madara's burning cheeks. His voice was slow, deliberately playing dumb. Then he leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice with a seductive gentleness. "And here. Does it feel uncomfortable?" Madara's heart raced with a sudden thud, nearly choking on his shame and anger. His eyes darted away, and his voice trembled with fury and humiliation. "Senju Hashirama. You're doing this on purpose." "I'm not." Hashirama blinked, his innocent expression becoming even more convincing. He reached out and gently pressed down on Madara's leg to prevent him from moving and aggravating the wound. His finger pad lightly rubbed against Madara's skin, his voice low and tender, each word hitting Madara's embarrassment. "I just saw that you seemed quite uncomfortable. If you need. Do you want me to help you?" That gentle, seductive question echoed clearly in the quiet cabin. Madara's face instantly burned scarlet, his entire body frozen in place. The coldness in his eyes was replaced by utter panic and shyness, all his usual sharpness gone. He wanted to curse, to push Hashirama away, but the restraint of the wound and the heat in his heart intertwined, leaving him unable to move. He could only let the man in front of him with the most innocent expression say the words that made his heart flutter and his shame deepen. The bitter scent of medicinal herbs still lingered, but the atmosphere in the cabin was already wrapped in ambiguous warmth. Hashirama remained crouched by the bed, holding Madara's leg, his gaze gentle and assured, silently waiting for his response. Madara turned his head away, his long hair covering his flushed cheeks, his fingers gripping the hem of his robe tightly. His breathing was rapid. After a long moment, he finally forced out a barely audible grunt from his throat, laced with utmost reluctance and compromise. The evening breeze swept across the eaves of the Uchiha compound, stirring a few crimson maple leaves. Uchiha Izuna leaned against the vermilion pillar, his deep blue clan attire accentuating his sharp and delicate features. He idly toyed with a kunai in his fingers, his gaze settling on Senju Tobirama as the latter approached, a sly, provocative smile curling at the corner of his lips. After several days apart, the second clan leader of the Senju appeared as composed and crisp as ever, his silver hair neatly tied back, his countenance stern, and an aura of aloofness surrounding him that kept others at bay. He walked steadily toward Izuna, each step carrying the unyielding poise unique to the Senju clan. A flicker of amusement glinted in Izuna's eyes. Usually the two were at each other's throats, exchanging sharp words or even crossing blades. A rare private encounter like this, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to tease his rival. As Tobirama drew near, Izuna abruptly straightened, stepped forward to block his path, tilted his head slightly, and with a mischievous glint in his eyes spoke in a tone dripping with undisguised mockery. "Oh, a few days gone and you've become so lackluster." Izuna's voice was clear, laced with deliberate scorn, the tail of his words rising slightly. Every syllable was a taunt. He looked Tobirama up and down, and seeing the other's expression remain indifferent, unruffled by the provocation, his interest only grew. He took another half-step closer, the distance between them shrinking until he could clearly smell the faint blend of herbs and fur on Tobirama. In the past, such a provocation would have instantly made them bristle for a fight. Izuna had already prepared for Tobirama's cold retort, and even mentally rehearsed how to counter. But this time Tobirama's reaction was completely unexpected. Tobirama halted, his gaze dropping to the boy, who looked up at him with defiance. His cool eyes rested on Izuna's spirited, proud brows. In those normally indifferent depths a faint, barely perceptible warmth flickered, not a trace of anger but rather a hint of indulgent helplessness. Izuna was about to speak again, to tease him, when Tobirama suddenly raised a hand. His long, slender fingers gently clasped Izuna's wrist, not with force but enough to immobilize him. Before Izuna could pull away or protest, Tobirama leaned in, his voice low and magnetic, whispering near Izuna's ear. "Is that so?" Those two simple words shattered the surrounding stillness, and Izuna's heart gave an unexpected lurch as a wave of inexplicable panic washed over him. He was about to frown and demand the hand be released, but the next moment Tobirama's action left him completely frozen. The hand on his wrist applied a slight pressure, drawing him closer. Before Izuna could react, Tobirama lowered his head and his cool lips gently brushed against the corner of Izuna's mouth. The fleeting touch was like an electric current, instantly surging through every one of Izuna's senses. Izuna's pupils abruptly contracted. He was utterly frozen, the hand playing with the kunai stopping midair. The mockery and provocation on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by stark shock and panic. His fair cheeks flushed crimson at a visible speed, spreading from his cheeks to his earlobes and down his neck. He was so red that his breath seemed to stop. He stared wide-eyed at Tobirama, who was inches away. His mind went blank, completely forgetting to struggle or scold. All that remained was the lingering cool touch on his lips and the tender smile clearly visible in Tobirama's eyes. Tobirama straightened up, his fingers still gently holding Izuna's wrist, not letting go. Watching the boy, flustered and lost for words, a faint clear smile tugged at the corner of his stern mouth. His voice was calm but resolute as he spoke again, each word clearly reaching Izuna's ears. "Come here and give me a kiss." It was not a question, not a tease, but a straightforward declaration that brooked no refusal. Izuna snapped back to reality, instantly bristling. He struggled to pull his hand free, his cheeks burning even more intensely, his voice trembling with shame and panic, even stammering. "Senju Tobirama! You insolent! Who would kiss you?" His words were drowned out by the frantic pounding of his own heart. His earlobes were scorching hot, and he didn't dare meet Tobirama's eyes. His mind was full of that sudden, unexpected touch. He was both embarrassed and irritated, but under Tobirama's gentle gaze even his anger seemed to weaken. He had never imagined that Tobirama, who was always so calm, restrained and rational, would make such an abrupt and bold move. A teasing provocation had elicited such a response, completely shattering his composure. Tobirama watched him bristle and blush, loosening his grip on Izuna's wrist but still not letting go. The amusement in his eyes deepened. His voice remained calm. "Weren't you quite talkative just now? Now you're shy." "I am not," Izuna retorted, immediately stiffening his neck but still not daring to look up. His voice was full of blatant contradiction. "You clearly ambushed me. That doesn't count." The evening breeze blew again, lifting their robes. The atmosphere under the eaves had long lost its initial hostility, replaced by shy, tangled intimacy. Tobirama looked at the boy, whose ears were red, filled with panic yet still stubborn in his words. He gently stroked Izuna's wrist, his voice softening with a unique tenderness. "Then let's do it again. This time you come to me." Izuna's cheeks burned even hotter at these words. He wanted nothing more than to turn and flee, but Tobirama held him lightly, making escape impossible. He bit his lip, full of chagrin, yet somehow deep down he didn't truly want to pull away. He could only let Tobirama hold his hand there in the quiet corridor, enduring this disarming tenderness, while a faint ripple unknown even to himself stirred in the depths of his heart. Twilight crept over the village built by the joint efforts of the Chiensho and Yuzhibo clans, painting the wooden corridors in warm shades of orange. What should have been a moment to stand shoulder to shoulder admiring the nascent village and envisioning the future was instead suffused with a taut tension, making even the breeze rustling the wind chimes under the eaves sound jarringly sharp. The dispute had begun in the afternoon, stemming from a trivial matter of village governance. Ben insisted on using absolute power to intimidate all directions, believing that only the Yuzhibo's Sharingan and iron-fisted methods could secure the fledgling village's foothold and eliminate every potential threat. Zhujian, however, was filled with a desire to protect and embrace, dreaming of a home without war where everyone could live in peace, unwilling to let slaughter and aggression define the village's foundation. The two were fundamentally different in temperament. One stubborn and fierce, never easily yielding on matters he set his mind to; the other seemingly gentle yet harboring an unyielding resolve that brooked no argument. Once they clashed, neither would concede. Amid the sharp exchange of words, the tacit understanding and shared purpose of their days fighting side by side vanished, leaving only a deadlock of conflicting opinions. Ban's tone grew colder, his brows and eyes sharp with defiance, every sentence a rebuttal to Zhujian's ideas, refusing to give an inch. After the argument, Ban simply fell silent, turning his face away from Zhujian, his aura suffocatingly heavy. A faint ripple of chakra emanated from him, and the Sharingan subtly spun in his eyes, carrying the anger of being contradicted. He was not one to bow his head even before Zhujian. The sharpness he had shown during their quarrel now dissolved into a silent resistance. Seeing Ban like this, the fire in Zhujian's heart inexplicably subsided, replaced by a mix of helplessness and amusement. He stepped forward, closing the distance abruptly. The warmth of his breath mingled with a faint scent of grass and wood enveloped Ban. Before Ban could react, Zhujian leaned in slightly, his hand moving with an undeniable force, instantly shifting the atmosphere of their standoff. Ben stiffened abruptly, a faint blush spreading across his cheeks, his ear tips heating rapidly. The coldness in his eyes gave way to a flicker of panic, yet he still glared at Zhujian with feigned strength, the pattern of his Sharingan glowing faintly red with a mix of shame and defiance. He tried to retort, to hurl back sharp words as before, but the restraint on his lips prevented him from forming complete sentences, leaving only muffled grunts, his entire body rigid. Watching Ban, who was clearly furious yet could only stare back with reddened eyes, unable to utter a single rebuttal, his usual eloquence and sharp tongue completely gone, Zhujian's lips curled into a faint smile. With deliberate mockery and a low coaxing tone he spoke slowly. "Not so fond of talking back now. Why are you silent when you're right here in my mouth?" That rising inflection carried a note of triumphant teasing piercing through all of Ban's tough facade. Ban's cheeks flushed even deeper, the color spreading to his neck. His once fierce eyes now held nothing but indignation, yet he had nowhere to flee, fixedly staring at Zhujian, his chest heaving slightly with emotion, utterly powerless against the man before him. He struggled with all his might, but Zhujian's grip was steady, leaving no room for escape. Ban's eyes grew hot with anger, the red glow of his Sharingan intensifying not from battle intent but from sheer humiliation and helplessness. He had never felt so disarmed. Before Zhujian, all his edges and stubbornness seemed to collide with soft yet resilient cotton, unable to strike back, forced to endure. "If you have the guts, take this off first." Ben finally found a gap and managed a trembling shout, his voice betraying his embarrassment. Gone was the confidence he had during their argument. All he wanted now was to escape this awkward and humiliating situation, his mind no longer on the village governance dispute, only on making Zhujian stop this teasing. Zhujian looked at Ban's reddened eyes and tense jawline, clearly furious to the core, yet still refusing to yield, maintaining that sundera and stubborn demeanor. The amusement in his heart gradually turned into a tender resignation. Instead of letting go immediately, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Ban's cheek, watching as Ban's body tensed up instantly. He whispered, "I'll let go, but promise me you won't argue anymore, okay?" He didn't truly want to embarrass Ban, but seeing Ban, who was fearless and everything else, become utterly flustered in this situation, he couldn't resist teasing him more than anything to put an end to this pointless quarrel. He never wanted to fight with Ban. They had carved their way through countless thorns and paid heavy prices to build this village. They should walk side by side, not stand against each other. At these words, Ban paused slightly, the anger in his glare fading, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. He knew well what Zhujian meant and understood they both cared for the village, but his innate pride prevented him from easily lowering his head. Yet being held in this position by Zhujian, all his stubbornness gradually crumbled. He could only turn his face away and let out a sulky grunt, a tacit acknowledgement to stop arguing. Seeing Ban relent, Zhujian slowly released his grip, the teasing in his eyes fading into nothing but tenderness and resignation. Ban immediately stepped back, wiping his lips with his hand, the flush on his cheeks lingering stubbornly. He shot Zhujian a fierce glare, but it lacked its earlier fire, more like a flustered, angry pout. Qian, you did that on purpose. Ben gritted out, his tone full of complaint yet without genuine anger. Zhu Jian scratched his head, flashing a simple smile, then gently took Ban's wrist and said earnestly, I don't want to fight with you. We promised to protect this place together. No matter our differences, let's talk it out properly and not make things unpleasant again, okay? The setting suns stretched their shadows long entwined together. The earlier quarrel and hostility eventually dissipated in the mutual understanding and bond between them. Ben looked at Zhu Jian's sincere eyes, and the last trace of stubbornness melted away. Though he didn't respond verbally, he didn't pull his hand free either, only turning his face slightly, his ear tips still conspicuously red. The red glow of his Sharingan faded, leaving only a gentle softness in his gaze. The sharp clashes of the past were ultimately no match for the years they had walked together, nor for the unique significance they held in each other's hearts. Bickering was never their norm, understanding and supporting each other formed the bond etched into their very bones. Like the sunset glow, even after conflict it would always return to warmth and togetherness. In the years to come they would still have disagreements, still have arguments. But no matter how fiercely they fought, the trust and care engraved in their bones would never change. After all, they were each other's only rival and each other's only confidant. When Uchiha Madara awoke, he felt an inexplicable wrongness all over his body, an oppressive weight on his chest that made him frown. As he looked down at the distinctly altered contours of his clothing and felt the softness of his own body, when he raised his hand, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He stumbled to the water's edge, and the face reflected in the surface was still the Uchiha's signature black hair and dark eyes, yet it bore an indescribable delicate beauty. The line of his jaw had softened, and the sharpness between his brows was tempered by a hazy veil of mist. What in the world is going on? His voice carried an unfamiliar clarity. Madara ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, inadvertently tugging at strands that were longer than usual. He suddenly recalled the bottle of water marked with a strange talisman that he had picked up on the battlefield yesterday. At the time he had dismissed it as some new trick of the Senju, and in a fit of defiance had drunk it. Just then familiar footsteps approached, accompanied by Izuna's worried voice. Nisan, are you awake? I was so scared when you collapsed yesterday. Madara's body froze. How could he face Izuna like this? What would his little brother, who had always followed him and looked up to him as an unshakable pillar, think when he saw him in this state? Panic coiled around his heart like vines. To make his scalp tingle even more, no sooner had Izuna's voice faded than another voice, steady yet laced with a hint of mockery, chimed in. Oh, my Madara finally deigns to wake up. I thought you were going to play dead to avoid yesterday's defeat. It was Tobirama, the second in command of the Senju, always at odds with him, with eyes so sharp they seemed to see through everything. Then a gentle yet authoritative voice spoke, soothing the agitated Izuna. Izuna, don't worry. Madara is probably just exhausted. Let's go in and see him. It was Hashirama, his best friend and his greatest rival. The man who had once lain with him on a mountaintop watching the clouds, dreaming of building a ninja utopia. The footsteps of the three drew closer, and Madara could almost picture their expressions. Izuna's worry, Tobirama's scrutiny, Hashirama's gentleness. Instinctively he curled up, trying to hide himself. Nisan, are you in there? Izuna's voice was already at the cave entrance. Madara took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was Uchiha Madara, the demon of the shinobi world. How could he retreat because of something so absurd? But when he thought about facing those three in this female body, the courage he had just mustered instantly deflated by half. How could he explain? Say he drank a strange bottle of water and turned into a woman. Would they believe him? They'd probably just think he'd lost his mind from the defeat. Especially that white-haired bastard. He would definitely seize this chance to mock him mercilessly. The cloth curtain at the cave entrance was gently lifted, and the first face to peek in was Izuna's, filled with worry. When Izuna's gaze fell on Madara, he froze, mouth slightly agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tobirama, who followed right behind, flashed a flicker of astonishment the moment he saw Madara, then a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the show. When Hashirama finally entered and saw Madara's form, he looked as if struck by lightning. The gentle smile vanished from his face, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere in the cave instantly became unbearably awkward and strange. Madara felt uncomfortable under their stares, his cheeks heating up uncontrollably. He instinctively turned his head away, avoiding their eyes, a surge of unprecedented humiliation and helplessness welling up inside him. Who are you? Where is my Nisan? Izuna finally found his voice, trembling with uncertainty. Madara's heart sank. Even Izuna couldn't recognize him. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Izuna, it's me, Madara. The familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached Izuna's ears and his eyes flew wide open, his face contorted with terror. Nisan. How did you become like this? Tobirama stepped forward, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Madara, his tone probing. Uchiha Madara, what is this all about? Don't tell me you used some forbidden technique just to beat the Senju. Madara whipped his head around, glaring at Tobirama. What nonsense are you talking? I, Uchiha Madara, would never stoop to such despicable means. But his anger paired with his current appearance lacked its usual intimidation and instead carried a certain charm. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, then looked away and cleared his throat. Then explain yourself. What is this form of yours? Madara opened his mouth but found he couldn't explain. He couldn't exactly tell them he had turned into this because he drank an unidentified bottle of water, could he? Just then Hashirama, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his voice cautious. Madara. Are you alright? Do you feel any discomfort? Hearing Hashirama's concerned words, Madara felt a warmth in his heart, but it was immediately drowned by a wave of overwhelming shame. What was good about him in this state? Madara suddenly stood up, pushing past Izuna, who was blocking the cave entrance, and rushed out. I'm fine. Don't follow me. He needed to be alone to think about what had happened and how he would face all this, and Izuna, Tobirama, and Hashirama, from now on. Watching Madara's fleeing figure, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna looked at each other in bewilderment. The cave fell into silence again, but this time each of their hearts was churning with complex emotions. Uchiha band's footsteps were both hurried and heavy, treading upon the stone-paved path of the Uchiha clan's compound. Each step bore an irrepressible restlessness and malice. The surrounding clansmen, upon seeing him, respectfully bowed their heads in greeting, yet could not help stealing glances upward. They felt that today's clan leader's aura was even more oppressive than usual, and deep within those scarlet Sharingans swirled a fury and bewilderment that no one could comprehend. He paid no heed to anyone's gaze, heading straight for his private chamber. The moment the door closed, he could no longer suppress the collapse within him. He raised his hand and slammed it fiercely against the desk beside him. A dull thud echoed as the sturdy wooden table instantly cracked. Yet this did nothing to relieve the gloom in his heart. Ben growled low, his voice brimming with resentment and fury. He could not understand, no matter how he tried. He had clearly dissipated completely into the world, so why had he time-traveled again? The moment he opened his eyes, he had returned to the point just after his rift with Xianshou Zhujian and his defeat. Again the same wretched predicament, after defeat. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his chakra stirring restlessly due to his emotional turmoil. Fate seemed to be playing its cruelest joke on him, dragging him back repeatedly to this most humiliating and suffocating era, making him relive the pain of shattered ideals and the rupture of a cherished friendship. Was this world deliberately targeting him, Uchiha-ban? Amidst the violent surge of emotions, a fragment of blurred memory suddenly flooded his mind. At the edge of his complete unconsciousness and fading awareness, there seemed to be a mechanical, emotionless voice that drifted lightly within his consciousness, leaving only a single clear sentence: 1 month. 1 month. What 1 month? Ben furrowed his brows tightly, struggling to grasp that fleeting piece of information, but he could not comprehend the meaning of that voice, nor did he understand what this so-called 1 month actually signified. Was it the duration of his stay in this world? Or the time limit of this absurd time travel? Full of confusion like tangled threads, it only made him more agitated, yet he had no clue. Just as he was trying to calm his mind and sort through all these changes, a sharp dragging pain suddenly struck his lower abdomen, without warning, making his body stiffen and his upright back instinctively bend. Ben groaned softly, pressing his hand against his lower belly. His expression darkened instantly. Throughout his life he had experienced countless battles, wounds from blade swords and chakra burns beyond number. Not even the most excruciating pain had ever made him frown. But this pain from his lower abdomen carried a strange, unfamiliar sensation of swelling and dragging, entirely different from any injury he had ever known. What was happening? His body bore no external wounds and his chakra was flowing normally. Why was his lower abdomen suddenly so painful? He forced himself to sit on the couch, his brows knitted tightly, trying to recall past memories to find the source of this pain. Fragments of memory slowly surfaced. Long ago, when he was still young, he had seen his mother occasionally clutching her lower abdomen with a pained expression. At those times she would always endure alone, and if he happened to see her, she would only vaguely say it was a pain that all women experienced, something called menstruation. Menstruation. Once this thought emerged, Ban's pupils abruptly contracted. He stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his face turning from cold to livid, then flooding with an unmistakable shock and embarrassment. He was Uchiha Ben, the pride of the ninja world, the clan leader of the Uchiha powerhouse, born to stand at the summit of the ninja world. He had always been decisive and ruthless, never showing a trace of weakness or timidity. Yet now he was to experience the pain of menstruation, something only women endured. Ridiculous. Too absurd. Time travel was bad enough, returning to the time of defeat was bad enough, but to suffer such a preposterous and humiliating thing on top of it all. The dragging pain in his abdomen came in waves, a swelling sensation spreading through him, making his entire body feel an indescribable discomfort. As powerful as he now felt a surge of helplessness. He had never understood the trivial matters of women, let alone how to cope with such pain. All he could do was grit his teeth, endure without showing any sign of abnormality, and dig his nails deep into his palms, using the sharp pain to forcibly suppress the discomfort in his lower abdomen. He was Uchiha Ben. Even in the face of such absurd changes, even in such an embarrassing situation, he must never show the slightest vulnerability. But the fury and frustration in his heart grew even more intense. The resentment of time travel, the humiliation of his situation, the physical pain, and the enigmatic 1-month deadline all pressed down upon his heart. Ben leaned against the couch, closing his eyes tightly, radiating an icy aura that warned others to keep away. Only endless irritation and rage remained in his heart. When would this sudden time travel and this inexplicable bodily change finally end? How was he supposed to endure this agonizing month? Uchiha Madara curled up on the tatami inside the room, a continuous dull ache in his lower abdomen. The soft yet piercing discomfort was far more tormenting than the wounds inflicted by blades on the battlefield. He had always been proud and unyielding, enduring all kinds of excruciating pain in the world, yet he was helpless against this uniquely female agony. His whole body tensed rigidly, his heart filled with humiliation and irritation. He frowned deeply, pressing his fingertips firmly against his abdomen, his mind uncontrollably recalling fragmented memories of his youth. Back then the clan was still peaceful, and there was a spoiled Uchiha cousin who always suffered like this during such times. Madara once happened to see her face pale with pain, yet she refused to stay still, proudly uttering a sentence. His cousin lifted her chin, her tone arrogant and domineering, clearly the same stubbornness as his current self. Why should I let my body control me? Let the body know who is the true master. The more uncomfortable it is, the less I should obey the rules and wrong myself. Madara suddenly snapped back to reality, a stubborn gleam flickering in his dark eyes. That's right. He was Uchiha Madara, a powerhouse above the ninja world who had never bowed to fate or compromised with pain. He could not be manipulated by a suddenly transformed female body or by mere menstruation. Why should this inexplicable pain torment him? Why should he cautiously avoid certain foods and endure the discomfort? Fate had deliberately targeted him, making him reincarnate again, returning to the humiliating moment of defeat, and even forcibly turning him into a woman to suffer this absurd anguish. That mysterious voice had only left a 1-month deadline. The road ahead was unknown, the humiliation unending. He absolutely could not allow his body to torment him recklessly. Since his cousin had dared to defy the rules of menstruation back then, he, Uchiha Madara, could certainly do the same. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging sour and swollen pain in his abdomen, and slowly propped himself up to stand. His brows and eyes were filled with proud defiance, and the stubbornness in his bones was fully aroused. Others said that during menstruation one should avoid certain foods, rest gently, and not touch cold, spicy, raw, or stimulating things, but he refused to believe it. The more forbidden, the more he wanted to taste them all. He walked slowly out of the room. The clan's rear kitchen was quiet and empty. Madara wore a cold, stunningly beautiful expression, his once sharp features softened but still carrying an intimidating pressure. He clearly remembered the things others repeatedly warned were absolutely forbidden during menstruation. The first thing he picked up was a jar of iced spring water. The cold sensation transmitted through the porcelain to his palm, and even the touch made his abdomen instinctively twinge. Ordinary women would avoid it, but Madara did not hesitate at all. He tilted his head back, and the icy, bone-chilling water slid down his throat into his stomach. In an instant the pain in his lower abdomen sharply intensified, a piercing agony spreading through his entire body. He let out a muffled groan but forcibly held it in, no trace of regret in his eyes, only stubborn defiance. Next was the spicy, pungent meat chili paste, its strong spiciness choking his throat. Others said that eating spicy food during menstruation would aggravate abdominal pain and cause excessive bleeding, yet he deliberately ate it in large mouthfuls. The burning spiciness spread through his mouth, intertwining with the cold pain in his abdomen, tormenting his entire body. There were also raw cold fruits, unheated cold food, greasy and heat-inducing roasted meat. All the things that were strictly forbidden he consumed, every single one without exception. With each item he ate, the discomfort in his body increased. The dull ache in his lower abdomen grew more intense, his body alternating between hot and cold, and an inexplicable weakness kept surging up, even causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. But Madara never stopped from beginning to end. Only one thought occupied his mind: he had to tame this inexplicable body. It was not the body controlling him, but him controlling the body. Why should he be bound by these tedious rules just because he became a woman? Why should a random mutation force him to endure and be humiliated everywhere? He had already been forced to reincarnate, forced to change his appearance, forced to endure unprecedented humiliation. Now even his own body was turning against him. The thought of having to face Izuna's innocent and puzzled gaze, Hashirama's complicated and unspoken stare, and being seen through and mocked by Tobirama only intensified the irritation in Madara's heart. His current appearance was already difficult to show to the three of them. If he were also rendered weak and miserable by menstruation, it would be the ultimate humiliation. Rather than carefully enduring the torment for an entire month, it was better to act recklessly and defy all rules. Let the body thoroughly remember that no matter what form it took, no matter what absurd changes occurred, the one who rules everything is always Uchiha Madara. The door was abruptly flung open and Hashirama Senju and Izuna Uchiha rushed in one after another, their hurried footsteps shattering the deathly silence inside the room. Following closely behind, Tobirama Senju merely leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his eyes tinged with undisguised amusement, as he leisurely scanned the room, showing no intention of stepping forward. In his view, Madara Uchiha had always been inherently arrogant, and now that he had become a woman and fallen into such an embarrassing predicament, it served him right. Witnessing the once dominant Uchiha clan leader in such a state of disarray was indeed a rare and amusing spectacle. The scene inside the room brought both men to an abrupt halt. Madara Uchiha was curled up on the bed, his usually straight spine now bent into a taut arc. Both hands clutched his lower abdomen tightly, his forehead covered in fine beads of cold sweat. His originally sharp brows were tightly furrowed and his lips were bitten white. Not a trace of the former pride that once dominated the ninja world remained, only an undeniable weakness and suffering. Having just transformed into a female body, he had recklessly consumed a pile of forbidden foods, amplifying the pain of menstruation to an unbearable degree. No matter how strong-willed he was, he could not withstand such piercing agony. "Ni-san!" Izuna Uchiha's face instantly changed as he rushed to the bedside, his eyes filled with unrestrained worry and panic. Since his elder brother had taken this form, his condition had been extremely poor. Now suddenly racked with pain and curling up, Izuna had no idea what was happening, feeling as if his heart were being squeezed. He wanted to reach out but feared hurting Madara, so he stood helplessly by, his voice trembling. "Ni-san, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Is your body acting up again?" He had never seen his elder brother so vulnerable. The Uchiha clan leader, once so indomitable and protective, was now utterly pathetic. Izuna's heart ached and raced, yet he was completely at a loss. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, upon seeing Madara in this state, instantly darkened his expression. The previous amusement and concern vanished, replaced by understanding and sympathy. Having witnessed female elders and sisters in his clan during their menstrual periods, he immediately recognized Madara's predicament. Thinking of Madara's current female body and his inherently rebellious nature, Hashirama knew he would refuse to rest properly, and would act recklessly, leading to such severe pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Hashirama moved slowly to the bedside, his movements gentle, unlike his usual carefree demeanor. Ignoring the wary and frantic Izuna beside him, he gently reached out. His warm palm covered Madara's hand, clutching his abdomen. Through the fabric he slowly and rhythmically stroked, his actions tender and careful, trying to ease the piercing pain with his own warmth. Madara was startled by the sudden warmth. His mind, clouded by pain, cleared slightly. He looked up, glaring at Hashirama, his eyes filled with anger and embarrassment. He wanted to scold but was too weak to speak, only gritting his teeth, his face flushed with shame. He never imagined that his most humiliating state would be witnessed by Hashirama, Izuna, and the ever-contrary Tobirama. A mix of shame and pain intertwined, making him wish to leap up and flee immediately. Just as Madara, both furious and humiliated, struggled to push Hashirama away, Hashirama suddenly leaned in, and catching him off guard, gently placed a soft kiss on his forehead. A gentle kiss carrying a trace of warmth, fleeting yet causing Madara to freeze completely, forgetting the pain and the struggle, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Hashirama straightened up, his eyes still brimming with heartfelt sympathy, while his soothing hand never stopped. Madara came to his senses, and the shock inside him transformed into raging embarrassment, but more than that, an inescapable question lingered. Why? Why, whether it was when they stood shoulder to shoulder watching the clouds as youths vowing to build a village together, or later when they fell out and faced each other on the battlefield, or now when he had traveled through time and become this embarrassing female form, did Hashirama Senju always kiss him without any warning? No matter which period of life Hashirama Senju always seemed to use such a method to shatter all his arrogance and defenses, plunging him into an awkward helplessness. He was Madara Uchiha, an equal rival to Hashirama Senju, not someone to be casually approached. Yet, in this moment of weakness, he lacked even the strength to resist. Tobirama, leaning by the doorframe, raised an eyebrow slightly, his amused gaze tinged with exasperation, silently condemning his elder brother's inappropriate intimacy. Izuna too stood frozen, staring at Hashirama's actions with wariness, yet unable to intervene due to his concern for his brother's health. Madara, still on the bed, stiffened in place. The pain in his lower abdomen seemed to have faded, slightly overshadowed by the sudden kiss, leaving only a heart full of doubt, shame, and a faint, unexplainable emotion that clung to his mind, refusing to dissipate. The atmosphere in the room was locked in a delicate and taut stalemate. Madara, still reeling from Hashirama's sudden kiss, was caught in a whirlwind of shock and indignation. The dull ache in his lower abdomen was momentarily subdued by this intense emotion as he stared blankly at the Senju before him, words failing him. Izuna stood frozen to the side, torn between concern for his brother's health and wariness of Hashirama's intimate gesture toward Madara. His hand instinctively rested on his weapon pouch, ready to pull the Senju away at any moment. Tobirama remained leaning against the doorframe, his sharp gaze sweeping the room, fixated on the interaction between Madara and Hashirama. A faint amused smirk played on his lips, yet his entire demeanor radiated a readiness to strike. Hashirama paid no heed to the onlookers. He continued to gently caress Madara's abdomen, attempting to soothe his pain with his warm, abundant chakra, his eyes brimming with undisguised concern. In that fleeting moment of silence, the previously closed door was violently flung open again. With an irresistible force, the door panel slammed against the wall with a resounding bang, shattering the stalemate in an instant. Every gaze in the room snapped toward the entrance. Even Uchiha Madara, who had been enduring silently, struggled to lift his eyes to the newcomer, a flicker of sharp wariness flashing in his gaze as he instinctively tensed his body. Standing at the threshold was a woman. Her posture was erect, her aura fierce and unbridled, rivaling any of the powerful figures present. When the others discerned her features, the room fell into a deathly silence so profound that every breath became audible. The woman bore the exact same eyes and facial contours as Uchiha Madara. The same jet-black hair characteristic of the Uchiha clan, the same cold and captivating demeanor. She was a mirror image, a perfect replica. The sole difference was a small, delicate vermilion mole beneath the left eye, which added a touch of softness and cunning to the already familiar face. Madara's pupils contracted sharply. His face, already pale from pain, lost every trace of color. He stared fixedly at the woman at the door, a tempest raging within him, an overwhelming wave of incredulous bewilderment. How could there be someone in this world who looked so much like him? He had grown up in the Uchiha compound with only Izuna as his closest kin. He had never had a sister. Who was this person before him? Was she a spy sent by an enemy? Or a genjutsu from the shinobi world? Madara forced himself to sit up, his chakra stirring restlessly. His Sharingan emerged uncontrollably, crimson eyes locking onto the intruder with intense scrutiny and hostility. Izuna instantly stepped in front of the bed, shielding Madara. A sharp chakra blade materialized in his hand as he glared icily at the stranger, his voice a harsh bark. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Uchiha compound?" Hashirama too shed his earlier gentleness, his expression turning grave. He moved forward to stand beside Madara, his warm chakra spreading silently, ready to counter any sudden threat. He was equally shaken, unable to comprehend why a stranger bearing such a striking resemblance to Madara had appeared. Only Tobirama, still leaning against the doorframe, grew even more vigilant. His gaze darted between the woman and Madara, chakra for the flying thunder god technique gathering at his fingertips. His mind raced, trying to deduce her identity and purpose. Every fiber of his being was on alert, unwilling to allow any suspicious person to threaten his brother, nor to give the Uchiha any opening. Despite the confrontation and scrutiny, the woman remained utterly unperturbed. She strode into the room with an unhurried grace, her eyes fixed directly on Madara lying on the bed, her gaze tender and intimate, devoid of any hostility. Seeing Madara's wary and bewildered expression, a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips. Her voice, clear and gentle, rang out in the silent room, yet it struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present stunned and rooted to the spot. "Brother, don't be so wary of me. I am your blood relative from another world. To be precise, I am your sister from another world." That single sentence detonated the entire scene. Uchiha Madara was petrified. The chakra he had been gathering instantly became chaotic. Even the pain in his abdomen was forgotten. His mind went blank, his eyes wide with shock. A sister from another world. He had never heard of such a thing, nor had he ever had a sister. This was nothing short of a fantasy. Uchiha Izuna's hand clutching the chakra blade jerked to a halt. He turned to look at his brother in disbelief, then back to the unfamiliar woman. His face was a mask of bewilderment. He was completely disoriented. He had always been his brother's only sibling. He had never heard of any other relative, let alone a sister from another world. What was happening? Hashirama Senju's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. The usually boisterous man was utterly stunned, his mind reeling with incredulity. He had no idea how to react. The existence of another world was already beyond belief, but Madara suddenly having a sister from that world was too sudden and too baffling for him to process. Tobirama Senju's usually composed expression finally cracked. A rare flash of extreme astonishment crossed his sharp eyes, then his face grew even more solemn. He had always believed in reason and logic, but what was happening before him defied all comprehension. A visitor from another world, a face identical to Madara's claiming to be his sister. Every detail reeked of the bizarre. He instantly became hypervigilant, his mind already calculating the woman's intentions and agenda. The atmosphere in the room turned profoundly eerie, a suffocating blend of shock, suspicion, wariness, and bewilderment pressing down on everyone. All eyes darted between Madara and the otherworldly woman, studying the two nearly identical faces, forcing themselves to accept this absurd and astonishing truth. Madara slowly came back to his senses, his gaze locked onto the woman who claimed to be his sister from another world. His crimson Sharingan quivered slightly, the turmoil of doubt and shock within him surging ever more intensely. Another world. A sister. Was this yet another farce brought about by this absurd transmigration, or was there a deeper truth hidden beneath? The shock within the room had not yet dissipated when Uchiha Chinchua stood there smiling brightly at Uchiha Madara, who lay on the bed with a pale face and curled up body. Her gaze slowly descended, landing on his hand tightly clutching his lower abdomen. The light-hearted expression on her face froze abruptly, and a flicker of unmistakable disbelief flashed in her eyes. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on Madara's abdomen, and her crisp voice blurted out without regard for the others in the room, "Nisan, are you having your period?" These words struck like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, instantly freezing the already tense atmosphere. Uchiha Madara's face flushed crimson, spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. Already tormented by pain and embarrassment, being so bluntly called out by his otherworldly sister made him so mortified that he wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. He abruptly raised his eyes, glaring at Chinchua with his crimson Sharingan, trying to scold her through gritted teeth, but the lingering dull ache in his lower abdomen choked his words. He could only grip the bedding tightly, his aura dropping to an intimidating low. Senju Hashirama, standing nearby, scratched his head at her words, looking somewhat awkward, and instinctively shrank back. After all, he had been the one attending to Madara earlier, though he hadn't given him any medicine, but having this awkward situation exposed so directly left him at a loss. Uchiha Izuna was completely bewildered. Though he had vaguely guessed that his brother was unwell, he didn't understand the meaning of period. He could only look at Madara's state, his heart filled with both worry and confusion. Senju Tobirama, leaning against the doorframe, furrowed his brows even deeper. The amusement on his face faded, replaced by a look of deep contemplation. He had some knowledge of trivial female matters, and now he finally understood the source of Madara's earlier embarrassment. His gaze toward Chinchua grew even sharper. Chinchua, however, paid no heed to the reactions of the others. Seeing Madara's flustered and angry expression, she was momentarily taken aback, then a look of understanding dawned in her eyes. She turned to Senju Hashirama and said with a hint of certainty, "Ah, it must be that Hashirama and I fed you something strange again, or messed around with something, right? Otherwise, niece, and you wouldn't be in so much pain." Having said that, without waiting for Madara's response, and ignoring the stares of the others, she walked straight to the bedside, gently pulled Madara's hand away from his abdomen, and softened her tone with the warmth unique to a close relative. "All right, Nisan, don't be stubborn. Let me rub it for you. It'll stop hurting." Her palm carried a gentle warmth unlike Hashirama's rough touch. Chinchua's movements were tender and practiced as her fingers slowly massaged Madara's abdomen. She also subtly infused a strand of gentle compatible chakra, soothing the chaotic energy within his body. Under Chinchua's touch, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. His tense body slowly relaxed, and the rigid expression on Madara's face unconsciously softened. Though he still felt awkward, he no longer pushed her away. The others in the room were utterly stunned, staring at the two by the bed without moving, their hearts filled with an indescribable shock. Izuna watched Chinchua, a stranger yet one who cared for his brother with such familiarity, and felt a mix of emotions. This sudden woman not only bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, but also knew his brother's condition intimately, skillfully easing his pain. The innate closeness between them was unmistakable and could not be faked. Senju Hashirama widened his eyes, watching Chinchua's practiced movements, and then Madara's rare relaxed state, filled with amazement. Senju Tobirama remained tense the entire time, his gaze fixed on Chinchua, his mind racing to piece together this bizarre chain of events. His whole body was on high alert. Time passed slowly. Outside, the sky gradually darkened and the golden hues of the setting sun spilled through the window lattice, casting a warm glow over the room. By the time Qingxue stopped her movements and straightened up, it was already evening. She rubbed her wrists, then turned to look at Uchiha Izuna, who was standing nearby. Her originally cool features instantly softened, her eyes brimming with affection and delight. She reached out her hand toward Izuna, her tone intimate and gentle. "My most beloved Otoro, come here and let your sister hug you. I wonder if you in this other world have missed me." These words made Uchiha Madara, still on the bed, freeze instantly. The relief that had crept onto his face was replaced by a darkening expression as a powerful, suffocating sense of being robbed of his family surged within him. He was Izuna's only older brother, having protected him since childhood. Izuna's heart and eyes had always been filled only with his eyes, but this sister from another world not only stole his identity as a brother but also openly claimed intimacy with his little brother, calling him Otoro with undisguised affection, clearly treating Izuna as her own brother. Madara clenched his fists, feeling both angry and stifled, but because Qingxue had just eased his pain, he couldn't vent his frustration. He could only darken his face and glare at the two. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, who had been silently observing, finally seized the crucial point. He stepped forward, his sharp eyes fixed on Qingxue, and asked in a cold, direct tone, "You mean to say that Uchiha Madara is your brother, and Uchiha Izuna is also your brother?" He had finally sorted out the relationships. This suddenly appeared otherworldly woman was simultaneously Madara and Izuna's sister. It was a complete subversion of common sense. Had it not been for her frank demeanor and her striking resemblance to Madara, he would never have believed such an absurd claim. Qingxue turned to look at Tobirama, winking playfully, her tone light and casual, something like that. "I suppose anyway they are all my family. Let me hug this adorable tsundere little brother. That's not too much to ask, is it?" As she spoke, she reached out to Izuna again, her eyes brimming with affection. Izuna stood frozen, looking at Qingxue, whose face resembled his brother's but whose eyes were incredibly gentle, then turning to glance at the frustrated Madara nearby. He was at a loss, feeling both wary of the stranger and inexplicably drawn to her with a sense of closeness. Uchiha Qingxue tightly embraced Uchiha Izuna, her heart brimming with joy as she felt the stiffness and awkwardness of the person in her arms. Just before releasing the embrace, she couldn't help but tiptoe and affectionately nuzzle the soft crown of Izuna's hair. Her fingertips gently pinched his flushed earlobe, her tone playful and overflowing with adoration. "Ah, how can you be this adorable? You must know in my world you were clearly a tsundere. Your lips said no hugs, but your body was honest, and you always obediently came over to let me hold you." Izuna was scorched by her nuzzling, his cheeks instantly burning crimson. He stepped back abruptly, instinctively hiding behind Uchiha Madara, leaving only a pair of moist, shame-filled eyes glaring at Qingxue. He had never been this close to anyone aside from his brother Madara. This woman from another world exuded a familiarity that left him at a loss, yet she bore the exact same face as his brother, making it impossible for him to harden his heart and distance himself. Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at his tsundere and shy demeanor. Her gaze slowly moved away from Izuna and fell upon Senju Hashirama nearby. The moment her eyes met Hashirama, the mirth in them slightly receded, replaced by a subtle warmth and familiarity. In her original world, this honest and sincere Senju clan leader, who was at odds with Uchiha Madara, was actually the rightful and loving husband of her brother Madara. They had quelled the clan wars together, founded Konoha together. By day they were leaders guarding the village side by side, by night they were lovers clinging to each other. Even when they bickered, the love in their eyes was never hidden. That was the most perfect bond she had ever seen, the kind she had always envied. Thinking of this, her gaze secretly shifted to Senju Tobirama, who was leaning against the doorframe, and a complex warmth surged in her heart. In that world, Senju Tobirama was always a cold-faced, taciturn tsundere. His heart and mind were completely full of her, yet he never spoke his feelings directly. He would silently take care of everything for her, step in front of her at the first sign of danger, and quietly prepare hot tea when she stayed up late writing. After much wavering, he finally set aside all his reserve, confessed his feelings to her, and they became husband and wife, living in peaceful stability. But looking at this world, a wave of loss instantly washed over her. In this world, Hashirama and Madara remained mortal enemies, former friends turned foes with clan conflicts. No possibility of union. Tobirama's gaze toward her held only cold scrutiny and wariness, not a trace of the tenderness and care that belonged to her. What saddened her even more was that she clearly sensed that in the fate line of this world, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were each other's destined bond. They seemed to clash, but in truth they were already intertwined by an invisible thread. And in the fate trajectory of this world she had no place at all. She was like an accidental intruder, watching her loved ones walk down paths completely different from those in her world, her heart filled with confusion and bitterness. Qingxue quickly suppressed the surging emotions within her, firmly hiding away the thoughts that should not be revealed. There was one enormous secret she must never expose. In her world she was the one who wrote explicit erotic stories about Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, filling the pages with the most intimate and unspeakable scenes. If the two people in front of her, especially the sharp-minded Senju Tobarama, ever found out, she would be utterly mortified on the spot, and would never have the face to stay here. She feigned composure and looked away, but the moment she raised her head she met Senju Tobarama's deep, sharp eyes. The man still wore that aloof, distant expression, arms crossed, but his gaze was like a blade, as if it could pierce through all her disguises and see through the secrets hiding in her heart. In his eyes there was insight, inquiry, and a faint trace of understanding which made Qingshue's heart tighten and an inexplicable thin layer of sweat break out on her back. This world Senju Tobarama was far too perceptive. Just a fleeting change in her gaze seemed to have laid bare all her hidden thoughts. She even suspected that he had already guessed most of her secrets about the other world, including her past with Tobarama, the relationship between Hashirama and Madara, and even the secret of her writings. Qingxue bit her lip and forced herself to stay calm. She stopped meeting his gaze and turned her attention to the interior of the room, deliberately ignoring the confusion and loss in her heart. She knew that the outcome of this world was already set. It had a bond between Tobarama and Izuna, entanglements between Hashirama and Madara, but no place for her. There was no need, and she could not tell everyone about the other world, especially Izuna. In her world, Izuna and Senju Itama were the only two lonely souls left in the village, one devoted to medical ninjutsu, the other steadfast in patrol and guard duties. They accompanied each other silently, protecting Konoha, living a peaceful life. Although such an ending was not perfect, it was still stable. There was no need to let this world's Izuna know and cause him unnecessary worry. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Uchiha Madara watched Qingshue's changing expressions with confusion and displeasure. Senju Hashirama remained oblivious, wearing a naive and bewildered look. Izuna, hiding behind Madara, secretly observed Qingxue, the wariness in his eyes gradually fading. Only Senju Tobarama kept his eyes fixed on Qingxue, taking in all her panic and pretense, his mind already piecing together every secret with clear understanding. Qingxue stood there forcing a smile, but a question lingered in her heart. In the same time and space with such similar people, why was there no trace of her in this world? Senju Tobarama's originally indifferent, scrutinizing gaze instantly tightened, sharp as a blade, locking directly onto Uchiha Qingshue's face, refusing to look away even for a moment. He slowly straightened his stance, his entire being exuding an undeniable pressure, an icy aura sweeping through the room, as if even the air itself had solidified. "You're sweating." A low, cold voice rang out, devoid of any fluctuation, yet carrying immense oppression, each word striking straight into the heart. "Is there something you're hiding from us?" Qingshue's body stiffened as she instinctively raised a hand to her forehead. Her fingertips touched a layer of fine, cold sweat, the icy sensation only deepening her panic. She had been so focused on concealing the secret of her otherworldly origin, her mind wound so tightly, that she hadn't even noticed the sweat, yet he had seen through it at a glance. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly. The other three immediately retracted all emotions, their expressions turning grave, and they directed their wary gazes sharply at Qingxue. Uchiha Madara pushed himself upright, his earlier eased expression darkening again. His crimson Sharingan shifted slightly, and the chakra around him stirred with a palpable alertness. He had already harbored doubts about this suddenly appearing sister from another world, and now that Tobarama had exposed the flaw, he directly classified her as a suspect, his gaze piercing as if trying to see through her. Uchiha Izuna immediately shed his earlier shyness and closeness, swiftly retreating to Madara's side. He quietly gathered chakra in his hands, his eyes fixed coldly on Qingxue. Even though a trace of inexplicable kinship lingered in his heart, when it came to the safety of his clan and his elder brother, he would show no mercy. Senju Hashirama too dropped his usual easygoing smile, his brows deeply furrowed, his expression stern. Though simple-hearted, he understood the gravity of the situation, and his gaze toward Qingxue now held a mix of scrutiny and concern. 4 pairs of eyes bore down on her, each carrying immense pressure. Qingxue felt her entire body go numb, cold sweat soaking her back, her legs trembling faintly. She struggled desperately to maintain composure, her mind racing to fabricate a plausible excuse. But facing Tobarama's all-seeing eyes, every lie stuck in her throat, unable to form a single word. This man was terrifying. Without asking a single question, he seemed to have already seen through all her thoughts, all the secrets she had carefully concealed. His icy gaze and blunt interrogation carried an overwhelming force, leaving no room for evasion. A wave of immense panic washed over Qingxue. She knew deep down she couldn't withstand such interrogation. Every person present was a top-tier shinobi in the ninja world. Even the seemingly simple-minded Hashirama, once serious, was far beyond her ability to handle. Under such collective vigilance and escalating pressure, she had no escape but to confess. And the only secret she could not reveal was that in another world she had secretly written explicit stories about Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Those indecent plots and intimate words, if the subjects themselves ever found out, she couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Madara's fury, Hashirama's embarrassment, Izuna's shock, just thinking about it made her wish she could vanish on the spot. Though they already knew about that other world, what did it have to do with this one? Yet now Tobirama's pressure grew heavier, everyone's gaze is sharper, and she could barely hold on. In her panic, only one thought remained: she had to reveal this hidden secret completely, perhaps to barely escape the current predicament. Her heart was both anxious and frightened, and a faint absurd hope even arose. She couldn't help but cry out in her mind, hoping that the Senju Tobirama from that other world, the one who stood by her, would sense her danger and follow the trail of the space-time jutsu to find her and rescue her. If he were here, he would never let others interrogate her like this, nor would he allow her to fall into such helpless isolation. I didn't. Qingxue barely squeezed out a few words, but her voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to convince even herself, sounding utterly feeble in the tense atmosphere. Senju Tobirama stepped forward, pressing closer, his pressure intensifying, his gaze sharp as a blade. It's better that way. Don't think of lying. Your eyes, your panic have already betrayed you. Qingxue was forced back step by step, her face pale, filled with despair and helplessness. She knew she could no longer hide it. That shameful secret was about to be exposed before everyone. The suffocating tension was almost unbearable. Uchiha Qingxue clutched her sleeve tightly, the cold sweat on her palms already soaking through the fabric. She wished desperately to hide the shameful thing in her hand. Yet the more she tried to conceal it, the sharper Senju Tobirama's gaze became. The next moment his eyes locked onto her clenched sleeve. His brow furrowed as he demanded coldly, "What are you hiding in your sleeve?" Qingxue's heart sank. Her face turned deathly pale as she instinctively pulled her arm behind her back, shaking her head frantically. "And nothing. Just some worthless scraps of paper." Her panic and evasion only confirmed Tobirama's suspicions. Before Qingxue could react, Senju Tobirama moved. His speed left only an afterimage. With a masterful use of space-time ninjutsu, he reached out and snatched at her in an instant. Qingxue didn't even see his movement. She only felt her wrist go numb, her tightly gripped sleeve torn open, and the stack of handwritten pages hidden within were yanked out by Tobirama. "Give it back! That's mine!" Qingxue screamed, trying to retrieve it, her face ashen, despair and panic in her eyes. But Tobirama had already stepped back, holding the pages securely, evading her grasp. "Worthless scraps of paper!" Tobirama looked down at the pages in his hand, his fingers pinching the yellowed sheets. His tone was cold and suspicious as his eyes first landed on the handwriting at the top. The paper bore delicate yet hurried script. The opening line bluntly named the two of them. Scanning further down, explicit, passionate, utterly unspeakable words filled the page before his eyes. Tobirama's usually stern expression froze the moment he read the content. His eyes, always calm, wise, and perceptive, widened abruptly. For the first time a crack appeared on his ever-composed face. His fingers trembled slightly, nearly dropping the pages. The tips of his ears reddened visibly, the flush spreading from his cheeks to his neck. He stood as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank, ceasing to function. He never imagined that the so-called secret would be such indecent writing, and the protagonist turned out to be his elder brother Senju Hashirama and his arch-rival Uchiha Madara. The other three in the room were also drawn by the sudden turn of events, instinctively looking at the pages in Tobirama's hand. Senju Hashirama was the first to react. He leaned over, his face full of confusion. But when he saw the content, his honest, simple face froze. His mouth hung slightly open, his eyes vacant, and he stood there dumbfounded, completely lost. Those direct and intimate words struck his heart like hammers, instantly making him understand their meaning. His ears burned bright red. He stood there helplessly, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. His mind went blank, leaving only overwhelming embarrassment and shock. Uchiha Madara had been on guard and angry, but as his eyes swept over the words and he realized they were about himself and Senju Hashirama, his scarlet Sharingan contracted sharply and his chakra instantly became chaotic. His body went rigid. His complexion shifted from livid to flushed to pale. His lips trembled, and for a long time he could not utter a single word. The proud and unruly Uchiha clan leader, who had always looked down upon the ninja world, was now trembling with shame. He wished he could vanish into thin air. The scenes described in those words made his scalp tingle even just reading them. He couldn't believe that this was written by the girl from another world standing before him. Beside them, Uchiha Izuna looked over in confusion. At first he didn't understand, but as he gradually grasped the meaning of the words, his face flushed bright red. He averted his gaze and panic stood there awkwardly, his ears turning completely red. He saw his brother's name and Senju Hashirama's on the pages along with those indecent words. He was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a mess, completely at a loss for how to react. He could only stand frozen, face flushed, at a complete loss. Chinchilla stood to the side watching the four of them collectively stunned and speechless. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Social death. Utter complete social death. This secret she had hidden for so long, this erotic manuscript she least wanted anyone to discover, was now exposed by Senju Tobirama in front of everyone, and the four main characters had seen it clearly. The room fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by their hurried, awkward breaths. No shouts, no accusations, no sound at all. Everyone was immersed in extreme shock and embarrassment, their minds completely blank, unable to process this absurd and shameful scene. Time seemed to stand still. The air of embarrassment permeated every corner, plunging everyone present into unprecedented awkwardness and speechlessness. In the dead silence, only the chaotic breaths of the crowd echoed within the room. Every gaze was glued to the manuscript in Tobirama's hands, as if even the wind dared not intrude into this awkward minefield. Tobirama Senju was the first to break free from his stupor, yet he remained frozen in his previous posture. His fingertips still trembled slightly as they clutched the stack of papers, the edges crumpled from his grip. He cast his eyes down upon the explicit words on the page, those brazenly lascivious phrases so direct they bordered on audacity. They burned his eyes like hot branding irons, forcing him to jerk his face away. The tips of his ears flushed crimson at a visible pace, spreading from his cheeks to his neck, even tinging his stern jawline with an unnatural rose. He suddenly crushed the manuscript as if trying to pulverize those shameful words in his palm. His Adam's apple bobbed violently several times before he managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice trembling with excessive panic, the trailing syllables quavering. What is this? This utterance seemed to shatter some invisible restraint, yet it made the atmosphere in the room even more delicate. Madara Uchiha was the first to recover, but he was even more mortified than before. He abruptly sat upright on the bed, his scarlet Sharingan glaring at the manuscript in Tobirama's hands, then shooting a vicious glance at the pale-faced Chinchilla. His chest heaved violently, but he was so flustered with shame that he could not utter a word. The scenes depicted in those words made his entire body tingle at the mere recollection. He wished he could tear off the roof and flee, but the very stack of papers was clutched by his greatest rival, making even his anger feel awkward. Why, you actually wrote this kind of thing? Madara finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, his voice both angry and embarrassed, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint pink. Tobirama Senju. Why are you looking at this? Hashirama Senju also finally came to his senses, his face full of bewilderment and embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head, his honest face marked by deep chagrin, his gaze darting between the manuscript and Madara. His mouth opened and closed, and finally he managed only. Chinchilla. How could you write this? This is too strange. Before he could finish he blushed himself, turned his head away, and dared not meet Madara's eyes, fearing to encounter those mortified irises. Izuna Uchiha was completely bewildered. He looked at the words on the manuscript, then at his blushing elder brother, then at the awkward Hashirama Senju, his mind a blank chaos. Although he did not fully grasp all the implications of those words, he understood that this was something not to be casually mentioned. He could only stand frozen, his ears reddening to the point of bleeding, and helplessly tugged at Madara's sleeve, whispering, Nisan, what is going on here? Chinchilla stood in place, her head lowered so deeply that she wished she could bury her face in her collar. She looked at the varied expressions of the four main parties, so mortified that her toes curled as if digging a hole in the ground. In her mind she wailed, it's over, completely over. Maximum social death. How did this get discovered? She steeled herself and explained in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I was just writing for fun. In my world you guys are like this. Before she finished she blushed herself, and dared not lift her head to look at the others. Tobirama Senju heard this, and abruptly raised his head, his sharp eyes filled with disbelief and an indescribable shyness. He looked at Chinchilla, then down at the manuscript in his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, his voice still carrying panic. Just writing for fun. You can write this kind of stuff casually. In all his life he had seen countless ninjutsu scrolls and tactical documents, but never such explicit private words, and written about his own elder brother and Madara Uchiha no less. How could he not be flustered? How could he not be embarrassed? And Tobirama paused, his gaze falling on the manuscript before quickly looking away as if afraid to see those words again. What do these things you wrote mean? With these words the atmosphere in the room grew even more awkward. Madara Uchiha abruptly turned his head, unable to answer. Hashirama Senju scratched his head, stammering without a word. Izuna, even redder, hid behind Madara, not daring to lift his head. Qingxue was even more ashamed, unable to raise her head, cursing herself 1,000 times in her mind. How could she have exposed the secret? What should she do now? Tobirama Senju, observing everyone's reactions, gradually understood. His face reddened further, and he abruptly shoved the manuscript back into Qingxue's hands, his voice carrying a hint of vexation. Don't ever write this kind of thing again. And don't let anyone else see it. Having said this, he turned his back to the crowd, his shoulders trembling slightly, clearly still not recovered from the embarrassment and shock. Qingxue hastily took back the manuscript, carefully folded it, and tucked it into her bosom, replying in a low voice. I understand. I won't write anymore. Once again silence filled the room, broken only by the varied breaths and the occasional awkward cough. The storm triggered by the exposure of the secret manuscript continued to ferment. Every person was immersed in the extreme awkwardness and shame, unable to calm down for a long time. And Qingxue knew in her heart that this farcical social death was bound to last for a very, very long time. Senju Tobirama forcefully shoved the scorching manuscript back into Uchiha Qingxue's arms, the crimson hue on his ear tips lingering for a long time. He abruptly turned around, his back to the others, striving to suppress the turmoil of shock and mortification churning within him. The usually composed and collected man still felt his fingertips trembling faintly, the explicit and lingering words on the paper echoing repeatedly in his mind, each phrase assaulting his cognition and tangling his once lucid thoughts into a chaotic knot. Uchiha Madara sat stiffly on the bed, his chest heaving violently, even his crimson Sharingan eyes tinged with red from excessive shame and indignation. He clenched the bedding tightly, his knuckles turning white, aching to unleash a ninjutsu on the spot to utterly destroy this heap of reputation-shattering material. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who dominated the ninja world, to have such private and disgraceful words written about him and to have them witnessed by his arch-rival Senju Tobirama, his best friend Hashirama, and his younger brother Izuna, was a humiliation and embarrassment he had never experienced in his life. He lacked even the courage to lift his head and face the others, only able to lower his face, radiating a heavy oppressive aura. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head, utterly at a loss, his honest face flushed red. His gaze darted around aimlessly, unable to meet Madara's direction, and he dared not even mention the manuscript's content. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but the words that came out were only an awkward dry cough. The ideals and bonds he usually spoke of endlessly were now reduced to silence, leaving him standing foolishly at a loss for what to do. Uchiha Izuna, his face completely reddened, hid behind Madara, only daring to show half his face. His eyes were flustered and shy, unwilling to look at the manuscript or listen to the conversation. His mind was a mess of confusion, feeling both shame and bewilderment at his brother's relationship with Senju Hashirama. He could only tightly grip the hem of Madara's clothes, remaining silent throughout. Qingxue hugged the manuscript tightly to her chest, her head buried so low that her cheeks felt hot enough to fry an egg. She wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. She could clearly feel 4 gazes fixed upon her, some filled with shame, some with embarrassment, and some with scrutiny, making her extremely uncomfortable. Hearing Senju Tobirama's cold yet embarrassed instructions, she nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice, her voice barely a whisper. I understand, I won't take it out again. As her voice fell, the room fell into a dead silence, broken only by the disordered breathing of everyone present. The awkward atmosphere permeated every corner, suffocating. Qingxue glanced at the crumpled manuscript in her arms, recalling her experiences in another world, and couldn't help muttering softly, her voice so low that only she could hear it. Yet, in the silent room, it reached the ears of everyone present. Although in my world the stories I wrote are already known to the whole world. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, instantly shattering the slightly settled atmosphere and sending the awkwardness soaring to an unprecedented peak. Senju Tobirama, who had been turned away, froze abruptly, then slowly turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief fixed on Qingxue. The crimson on his ear tips spread instantly to his entire face, even tinging his neck a faint red. He stared at Qingxue, his voice filled with shock, shame, and a hint of collapse, stammering. What did you say? The whole world knows. He could hardly believe his ears. Such private and indecent words were known to everyone in her world. Did that mean that his brother and Uchiha Madara's appearance had already been witnessed by the entire ninja world? This sense of shame doubled, crashing over him, shattering his usual composure, and leaving his eyes filled with chaos. Uchiha Madara, who had been sitting stiffly, shuddered violently at these words. He lifted his head abruptly, his crimson Sharingan eyes wide and fixed on Qingxue, his shame reaching its peak. His whole body trembled with rage, his voice shaking. Uchiha Qingxue. Say that again. The whole world knows. His pride as the Uchiha patriarch shattered into pieces at this moment. If it were only those in this world who knew, he might reluctantly accept it. But if in another world the entire ninja world and the whole world were reading these words, seeing him and Senju Hashirama in such a state, he would be utterly mortified, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Senju Hashirama, who had been awkward and flustered, was completely stunned, his mouth agape, his face shockingly red, his eyes filled with bewilderment and shame. His hand frozen mid-scratch stammered. The whole world knows. Then everyone knows about me and Madara. He couldn't finish the sentence, wishing he could find a crack in the ground. His usually honest expression was now replaced by sheer embarrassment. Uchiha Izuna, hiding behind Madara, was utterly stunned, his blush deepening to an extreme, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He never imagined that his brother's private matters would be known to everyone in another world. The shock left him frozen, in place, his breathing becoming cautious. Qingxue hadn't expected her subconscious mutter to be heard so clearly by everyone. She jerked her head up, panic in her eyes, and quickly waved her hands to explain. I didn't mean to. In my world you two are husband and wife and everyone loves reading about you. I just wrote it down. But this explanation did nothing to ease the tension, instead it made everyone even more embarrassed. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were filled with helplessness and shame, yet he had no way to vent. Uchiha Madara's chest heaved violently, but he was choked with shame and couldn't speak. Senju Hashirama kept grinning foolishly to hide his awkwardness, while Izuna completely lowered his head, unable to look up again. The embarrassment in the room reached its peak. Everyone was struck dumb by the news of the whole world knows, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Qingxue stood there wanting to cry, but having no tears, knowing that this time she had truly socialized herself to death with no way to recover. Hashirama Senju's feelings for Madara Uchiha were always unguarded and fervent, impossible to conceal and never intended to be. He loved Madara Uchiha with a passion that had etched itself into his very bones, filling his heart and mind until only this one person remained. This affection transcended clan feuds and the conflicts of the shinobi world. It was simply the desire to keep this person by his side, to see him at every moment, to have him securely within reach, nothing more, nothing less. From their encounter by the rivering youth, a bond that had transcended the hatred between their clans had taken root. It grew from a relationship of fierce rivals to comrades fighting side by side, and finally to a beloved whose heart held infinite tenderness. Hashirama had always been greedy. He was not content with merely building Konoha alongside Madara, nor with standing beside him merely as a clan leader. He yearned to bind Madara firmly to his side, to make Madara's gaze rest solely upon himself. After the founding of Konoha, matters were myriad. Though the Uchiha and Senju clans had allied, dealing with clan affairs and village construction inevitably required Madara to interact with other clansmen, even members of other families. Whenever this happened, a deep bitterness welled up in Hashirama's heart. His jealousy, impossible to hide, surged forth, even dimming the bright cheerfulness of his usual smile. He would feign nonchalance, walking over to Madara's side and subtly leaning and using his own body to slightly separate Madara from the speaker. His broad palm would casually rest on Madara's shoulder, an intimate gesture that brooked no refusal, proclaiming his presence. What was a perfectly normal conversation became in Hashirama's eyes a threat, demanding vigilance. He could not bear to see Madara's gentle expression toward others, his patience in speaking with them, or anyone drawing near to his Madara. Once an Uchiha clansman came to discuss clan matters with Madara. They stood under a tree, Madara's eyes slightly lowered, listening calmly to the report. The usual cold sharpness in his features softened noticeably. Not far away, Hashirama had been discussing construction plans with Tobirama. The moment his gaze caught that scene, it was fixed, and the jar of jealousy in his heart shattered completely. He ended the conversation abruptly, strode over with long steps, and stood directly beside Madara. Reaching out, he naturally wrapped an arm around Madara's waist, pulling him close. His look toward the Uchiha clansman carried a faint pressure, yet his tone remained faintly cheerful. Madara, we need your decision on the construction over here. Come with me first. Without waiting for Madara's response, he half-dragged, half-guided Madara away. His steps hurried until they reached a secluded corner, where he finally stopped. Madara frowned, slightly puzzled. Hashirama, what's the urgency? The clansman was still speaking. Seeing Madara's faintly displeased expression, Hashirama's jealousy deepened, yet he could not bring himself to be angry at Madara. Instead, he looked at him with a pitiful, aggrieved air, like a large dog whose food had been taken, his voice brimming with possessiveness. I don't want you to talk to others for so long. I want you to stay with me. Madara was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the Senju leader, who was usually towering and spirited, now showing such a vulnerable, obstinate mien, Madara's heart inexplicably softened, and his cold expression relaxed. Hashirama stepped forward, gently embracing Madara, burying his face in the crook of Madara's neck. His voice was muffled, heavy with dependence. Madara, I just want you by my side, nowhere else. Don't get too close to others, don't be so kind to them. The moment I see you talking to someone else I feel uneasy, so jealous. He was terrified of losing her, the wars of youth, the repeated confrontations. It had been so hard to win this shared existence. He had given everything to build Konoha, his greatest wish being to stay with Madara forever. In his heart Madara was unique, the one he fought to protect, and the one he wanted solely for himself. He had grown accustomed to Madara's company, to his presence. Even a brief separation, even a few extra words exchanged between Madara and others would plunge him into inexplicable unease, breeding an overflowing jealousy. You are my Madara, and you must stay only with me. Hashirama tightened his arms, holding even closer, his tone resolute and fervent, carrying the stubborn obsession and deep affection unique to youth. We built Konoha together. From now on, every day you will be by my side. You must not leave, and your eyes must not see anyone else. Madara leaned against him, feeling the warmth of his embrace, hearing his direct yet clumsy confession. The words he had intended to retort were swallowed back. He was always cold and hard, unskilled in expressing tenderness, yet faced with Hashirama's unreserved partiality and possessiveness, he could not muster any resistance. He gently raised his hand, returning the embrace, a silent acceptance of this obsessive affection. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering over the two figures locked in an embrace, warm and tranquil. Hashirama Senju's heart was filled with joy. As long as his Madara stayed by his side, as long as Madara's eyes held him, nothing in this world could compare to this tenderness that belonged to him alone. In this life his most persistent endeavor was to guard Madara Uchiha, to keep this person firmly by his side, to monopolize all his gaze and tenderness, and never let go. The morning chill seeped through the gaps of the paper door, and Uchiha Madara, clad in disheveled black garments, still felt a dull ache in his lower back from being restrained until the late hours of the night. His mind was entirely consumed by fury, leaving no room for trivialities. He hurried out of bed, his steps so rushed that he forgot even his shoes and socks, his bare fair feet pressing against the cool wooden floor. Last night Hashirama had been seized by another bout of groundless jealousy. Merely because Madara had spoken a few extra words about clan affairs with a fellow clansman, the man was consumed by jealousy, pestering him, relentlessly tormenting him in various ways, his possessive and domineering nature suffocating Madara. The more Madara thought about it, the more enraged he became. A simmering fury burned within him, and he could hardly wait to confront Senju Hashirama and have a heated argument with him. He strode out of the residence barefoot on the ground, the cool sensation spreading upward from the soles of his feet, yet it did nothing to quell the agitation in his heart. Lightening his steps, Madara quietly crept around to the depths of the courtyard. From afar he saw Senju Hashirama standing alone under a tree, his broad back turned, seemingly lost in thought, staring at something. Madara's intention was only to approach quietly, to first see what this man was leisurely doing, then suddenly shout and reproach, have a good fight with him, and vent the accumulated grievances and fury from being constantly tormented by jealousy. Holding his breath, he crept closer, his gaze fixed on Hashirama's back, his mind already rehearsing the words of their impending quarrel. But just as he took half a step closer, a warm shadow suddenly enveloped him from behind without a sound. Senju Hashirama, unbeknownst to Madara, had turned around and deliberately moved stealthily to circle behind him. The next moment a pair of strong warm arms abruptly tightened, firmly encircling his slender waist, pulling him into a secure embrace. The sudden closeness, the embrace, and the warm breath falling against his ear startled Uchiha Madara, causing his entire body to tremble violently, and his heart to leap in shock. His taut nerves snapped instantly, and a surge of instinctive panic mingled with the fury accumulated over the past days. Without a moment to react, feeling the familiar warmth of a chest against his back and his waist held fast, shock and humiliation blending, he instinctively raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed abruptly in the quiet courtyard. Uchiha Madara came to his senses, the tips of his ears tinged with red, both angry and flustered. His waist was still firmly held by the other, and his bare toes unconsciously curled. He looked up at the Senju Hashirama before him, his brows sharp and eyes full of fury. Senju Hashirama, can't you stop being so dramatic all the time? Hashirama, having been slapped, showed no anger whatsoever. Instead his eyes darkened as he looked down at Madara's bare feet, disheveled appearance, clearly having rushed out of bed just after waking to find him. The amusement in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a surge of intense jealousy and possessiveness. His fingers gently traced the waist of the man in his arms as he spoke in a low voice heavy with obsession and a hint of grievance. Madara, you came to find me without wearing shoes early in the morning just to have a fight. Or, are you deliberately trying to provoke my jealousy to make me punish you? Uchiha Madara, hearing these words, felt his face burning. Senju Hashirama, you are shameless, you are despicable, you are unreasonable. What if Tobirama and Izuna were to see this? Senju Hashirama murmured, his hand tracing Madara's waist. You! How dare you! Hashirama let out a low chuckle. What do I not dare? You clearly have the strength to resist, but you didn't. My enlightened, do you perhaps also love me? Don't exaggerate, Uchiha Madara said, awkwardly turning his face away. Senju Hashirama reached out and turned his face back. Please look into my eyes when you answer, Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed to be veiled in mist as he watched in shock as Senju Hashirama kissed him one kiss after another. The window lattice was half-shielded, dusk seeping through the paper window to cast a hazy warm glow. On the windowsill two overlapping shadows lingered, refusing to dissipate. A heavy plain-colored screen blocked most of the view but could not conceal the subtle movements behind it. Warm breaths intertwined, carrying an indescribable tenderness and abandon. The two were deeply immersed, oblivious to the world, forgetting even the passage of day and night, their eyes and hearts only for each other, utterly unaware of their surroundings. Uchiha Izuna had followed his elder brother's aura, his mind set on discussing clan matters with Uchiha Madara. He strode briskly into the courtyard, heading straight toward the house. Without a second thought, he pushed open the unlatched door. But the moment he lifted his gaze, his eyes fell directly on the screen. The screen was thin and translucent, silhouetting the two entwined figures behind it clearly in the dim light. Even without discernible features, he could instantly recognize his brother Madara and Senju Hashirama. The lingering shadows outside the window had not yet faded, and the movements behind the screen were plainly audible. Such intimate closeness struck Izuna's eyes like a sharp pain. His heart brimmed with resentment that his brother had been taken by someone from the Senju clan. From childhood, his elder brother had been his sole pillar, the pride of the Uchiha. Yet now he was so intimately close with their sworn enemy Senju Hashirama, disregarding Izuna's feelings and the grudges between the two clans. A surge of bitterness and fury welled up, flushing his already taut face crimson. Blood rushed to his head and he froze on the spot, his composure utterly shattered. His fingers clenched tightly, knuckles white, lips pressed into a cold line. His eyes churned with grievance, anger, and unwillingness, reddening uncontrollably. His breathing grew rapid, yet he could not move, forced to watch the shadows behind the screen filled with an unbearable suffocation. Just as Izuna stood frozen, his mind a maelstrom, a clear yet slightly mocking voice sounded beside him. Senju Tobarama had appeared at his side, tall and straight, his expression as indifferent and aloof as ever. Yet when he looked at Izuna, a hint of barely noticeable amusement gleamed in his eyes. He too had seen the scene behind the screen but showed no surprise. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the flushed, rigid Izuna, speaking slowly, his voice crisp and deliberately teasing. How are you blushing again? Senju Tobarama stepped forward, leaning slightly, his eyes locking onto Izuna's reddened eyes and burning cheeks. Watching his flustered, both angry and embarrassed expression, a faint smile traced the corner of his mouth. His tone grew more languid and teasing. Face so red? Could it be that you want my kiss too? These words exploded like a thunderbolt in Izuna's ears. Already thrown into turmoil by the scene behind the screen, his composure shattered. Now being teased so blatantly by Senju Tobarama, he was humiliated to the extreme. His cheeks burned as if they would bleed, his panicked eyes darted away, then glared stubbornly and angrily at Senju Tobarama, yet he could not utter a single complete sentence. Senju Tobarama! What nonsense are you spouting? Izuna barked, his voice trembling subtly. Shame and a trace of inexplicable panic intertwined, leaving him even more at a loss. He wanted to turn and leave, unwilling to see the scene behind the screen or hear Senju Tobarama's teasing. But his feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Seeing the smiling, pressing Senju Tobarama before him and recalling the oblivious pair behind the screen, Izuna felt his heart in chaos and swelling. The shattered feeling intensified. He was angry at his brother's partiality and embarrassed by Tobarama's blunt flirtation, caught in extreme distress. Senju Tobarama watched his bristling, flustered appearance, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He reached out and lightly touched Izuna's burning cheek. The cool of his fingertips against the heat made Izuna tremble. Whether I'm talking nonsense, you know in your heart, Tobarama said, his voice softer now with a hint of seduction. The look you gave that screen just now wasn't one of saying one thing and meaning another. Outside, the dusk grew heavier. The shadows on the window lattice still overlapped, and the movements behind the screen did not cease. Inside the room, however, the two had fallen into a different kind of standoff. Izuna, eyes reddened, both angry and embarrassed, could not escape Tobarama's gaze. His shattered heart and turmoil under Tobarama's teasing and proximity were completely thrown into disorder. The very matter he had come to discuss with his brother was long forgotten. Meanwhile, the two behind the screen remained immersed in their own world, unaware of the upheaval outside. Only the lingering tenderness in the room, along with the two agitated figures outside the window and before the screen, formed this twilight scene of extreme tension and ambiguous entanglement. On the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja World War, smoke and dust filled the air, and the clamor of battle rose and fell incessantly. The allied shinobi forces stood in a tense standoff against the formidable enemies resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, the situation poised on the brink of eruption. In this moment of extreme tension, a soft, golden light suddenly began to glow in midair, and a colossal screen slowly unfurled its flowing radiance, carrying a strange power that instantly suppressed the clamor of the battlefield. The gaze of every person present was involuntarily drawn to it. Even Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, who stood proudly on the battlefield after being summoned by the impure world reincarnation, all looked up at this unexpected phenomenon. The screen clearly revealed a forest clearing far from the chaos, and two familiar figures came into view, causing both Hashirama and Madara to freeze in surprise. In the image, Hashirama Senju was crouching, moving with extreme stealth, creeping sneakily behind Madara Uchiha. He craned his neck, peering around with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his fingertips raised cautiously as he approached Madara, holding his breath the entire time, terrified of alerting the man in front of him. Ahead of him, Madara Uchiha stood tall and straight as a pine, his dark hair drifting gently in the wind, an aura of aloof coldness surrounding him as he gazed into the distance alone. Yet as a peak powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, his perception was razor-sharp. Even though the movement behind him was almost imperceptible, he instantly sensed the anomaly. Whirling around, his scarlet Sharingan swept across the surroundings, but there was nothing, not even a single shadow. What the hell? Madara frowned, muttering under his breath as his chakra stirred silently. Just as he was about to spread his perception net to thoroughly investigate the disturbance, a faint ticklish sensation suddenly crept along his waist, spreading through his skin and jolting his entire body stiff. This impudent yet familiar aura could only belong to one person, Hashirama Senju. Madara Uchiha's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, the heat spreading from his cheekbones to the tips of his ears. His originally cold, fierce eyes were forced into a thin layer of moisture by the unexpected ticklishness, yet he still straightened his back, maintaining his dignity, though a hint of helpless embarrassment was unmistakable. He gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring at Hashirama, who had appeared out of nowhere, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "Hashirama Senju, do you want a beating?" Hashirama Senju grinned and withdrew his hand, scratching the back of his head, wearing an innocent yet matter-of-fact expression as he said, "I just wanted to see if Madara is still as ticklish as he was when we were kids." His blunt words, affectionate tone, and Madara's flustered and exasperated look plunged the present battlefield into an eerie silence. Hashirama Senju, resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the screen. His earlier worries about the war instantly vanished, and his pupils blazed with intrigue. Though his body was that of the impure world reincarnation, his consciousness was fully that of the awakened Hashirama from the Pure Land. Watching his alternate self's actions, countless memories of growing up with Madara flashed through his mind. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and a revelation dawned. So Madara had such a weakness, he was ticklish. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became. His gaze fixed on the Madara beside him, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation, completely forgetting the fourth great ninja war raging around him. His mind was consumed by the image on the screen, calculating whether this method could be used to restrain Madara, who was hell-bent on starting the war. Hashirama Senju, this alternate universe me is amazing. He actually found Madara's weakness. How adorable. Pale blue text appeared directly below the screen, revealing Hashirama's thoughts without reservation. The ninjas present looked at the first Hokage with expressions of complex bewilderment. Who could have imagined that the god of shinobi who once shook the ninja world would now ignore the entire war and focus only on teasing Madara Uchiha? Beside him, Tobirama Senju frowned deeply, his expression grave. He too was in the body of the impure world reincarnation, his consciousness clear and coherent. Watching his elder brother act so inappropriately, he immediately spoke coldly, and his thoughts appeared as words. "Tobirama Senju, brother. Wake up. This is the critical moment of the fourth great ninja war, and you're still wasting time on such trivial matters. More importantly, this mysterious screen can peer into another world and even read our thoughts. What kind of power is this? Is it a blessing or a curse for the ninja world? Have you thought about that at all?" Tobirama, always maintaining extreme rationality, had sensed from the moment the screen appeared that this power far exceeded the ninja world's understanding. It could display scenes from another world across time and space, and even read their inner thoughts, an extremely dangerous signal. He glanced warily around, his chakra circulating silently within his body, on constant alert for unknown threats. He was both helpless and furious at his brother's complete disregard for the larger situation. Hashirama called out, finally snapped back to reality a little. He sheepishly withdrew his gaze from Madara, but the smile on his lips was impossible to hide, clearly still obsessed with the scene he had just witnessed, paying no heed to Tobirama's warning. On the other side of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze, watching the first Hokage's behavior, and then glancing at the livid Madara beside him, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. His heart was a mix of helplessness and shock, his inner thoughts turning into a silent ellipsis. Minato Namikaze. Madara Uchiha stood still, his face alternating between red and black, his aura dropping to a terrifying low. His Sharingan narrowed with intense murderous intent as he glared at the Hashirama beside him. He had been proud and aloof all his life, sweeping through the ninja world without a single defeat, and had never been so humiliated. Now his alternate self had exposed such a private weakness, and the entire ninja world had witnessed it. Especially the Hashirama beside him, who looked far from satisfied, stoked his fury. His fist clenched with a cracking sound. "Hashirama Senju, try it if you dare!" Madara's cold warning was laced with menace. Hashirama quickly waved his hands, but the smile on his face remained and the probing look in his eyes didn't fade. "Don't be mad, Madara. I just think this is kind of nice." The screen still flickered in the air, the warm, playful scene from the other world forming a stark contrast with the tense atmosphere of the Fourth War. The originally strained battlefield because of this episode inexplicably relaxed a little. Tobirama Senju, watching his brother who had no sense of crisis, and then staring at the mysterious screen, felt his doubts and wariness deepen. He kept pondering the truth behind this unknown power, fearing that it might harbinger a crisis that could overturn the ninja world. The candlelight flickered within the room, stretching their shadows long. Hashirama Senju, who had been drowsily nodding off, barely lifted his eyes at the sound of the door opening. The moment he saw Madara enter, he instantly perked up. He was about to habitually put down his brush and greet him, but froze at the sight of Madara's attire, his eyes fixed in stunned admiration. On ordinary days, Madara wore loose clan robes covering himself completely, revealing only his tall, stern silhouette. But tonight this outfit was utterly different. The fabric clung to his body, the lines were sharp, the contours of his shoulders and waist fully visible, and the figure usually hidden beneath wide sleeves was entirely revealed. It softened his aura yet carried an undeniable commanding presence. The candlelight fell on his profile, making the tips of his ears flush slightly red, though his eyes still maintained a forced coldness. He had approached on his own initiative, yet his steps betrayed a hint of awkwardness. "Madara. Madara." Hashirama stammered, his brush clattering to the floor. He was now fully awake. "Why are you dressed like this today?" Madara Uchiha, uncomfortable under his gaze, felt his cheeks burn. But he clenched his teeth and stepped forward, forcing a cold tone. "What is it?" "Not allowed." "It is. It absolutely is." Hashirama nodded eagerly, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on him, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. "It's just a bit too beautiful." That blunt compliment made Madara's ears burn even hotter, almost igniting. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. He had taken the initiative to use this method to keep him here, yet he felt so ashamed he wanted to turn and flee. But remembering Tobirama Senju's smug face from that day, the endless pile of documents, and his own vow of just this once, he forced himself to stay. He could not lose. He could not show weakness before Hashirama Senju. And he could not let them laugh at him. Madara walked to the desk, pressed his hands on the edge, leaned forward slightly, and deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of hoarseness he himself did not notice. "Don't just stand there. Finish reviewing the documents." He did not call him Hokage-sama in the sweet tone Tobirama had suggested. Just this one sentence, not particularly soft, even carrying a trace of command. But to Hashirama's ears it was more effective than any sweet words. The man before him was close, his breath clear, his attire completely different from usual, and even his eyes hid a hint of uneasy tenderness. How could Hashirama resist? His mind went blank and he nodded repeatedly. I'll do it right now. I'll finish immediately." He quickly picked up his brush and opened the scroll, but his eyes were not on the paper at all. He kept stealing glances at Madara, losing focus, smiling foolishly. Madara stiffened, forcing calm as he stood by, hands behind his back, his fingertips clenched. "Focus," he muttered in a low reprimand. "Yes." Hashirama immediately sat up straight, but his brush paused over the paper, unable to write a single word. "Madara, with you standing here, I can't concentrate." Madara gritted his teeth. "Then you need to finish faster." In his heart he knew how absurd this outfit was, how contrary to his nature. He was Madara Uchiha, reborn, wielding the power of the six paths, a man the entire ninja world had to reckon with. And now he was wearing form-fitting clothes, trying to keep his beloved at work in a nearly ingratiating manner. Who would believe it? But he did it willingly, only for Hashirama Senju. Footsteps of two people sounded outside the window. Madara's eyes turned cold, instantly alert. He could not let Tobirama see this, or he would be under his thumb forever. Instinctively Madara stepped forward, pressed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, pulled him slightly toward himself, and turned to block the view from the window. The movement was natural yet carried an undeniable force. Hashirama froze, then his heart raced. He thought Madara was taking the initiative to get close, and he felt as if he were floating, his smile growing even more foolish. Madara, shut up and finish your documents, Madara whispered, his cheeks burning, but he deliberately leaned in close, speaking only for the two of them. When you're done, I'm yours. Those 5 words were more effective than any talisman. Hashirama Senju's eyes lit up, his focus sharpened, his hands steady. He no longer daydreamed or stole glances, but buried himself in furious reviewing, his speed astonishing. Outside the window, Tobirama Senju stood for a moment. Inside, only the rustling of brush on paper could be heard, quiet and efficient, with no sign of the usual laziness or slacking. Tobirama's brow relaxed slightly. Confirming that his older brother was finally behaving, he turned and silently left, his footsteps fading away. The troublesome person was finally gone. Madara breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. The shame and panic surged back. That move of his had been almost a last resort. The candlelight flickered, the room fell silent. Only Hashirama's focused figure remained, occasionally glancing up at him with eyes full of undisguised joy and affection. Madara stood by, watching his concentrated profile. The awkwardness gradually faded, replaced by a peace he had never known in either life. He did not need sweet endearments, did not need to lay down all his pride, did not need to love according to others' ways. He only needed to stand here, and this man would willingly settle his heart, behave, and bear everything for him. The regrets and resentments of the past life were slowly filled in this moment. When the last scroll was closed, Hashirama Senju immediately put down his brush, wrapped his arms steadily around Madara, and said softly, his voice full of contentment, "Madara, you are wonderful." Madara leaned into his embrace, his ears still burning, but he did not push him away. He only gritted his teeth and muttered stubbornly, "Don't think too much. This is just once. Just this once," to coax him into working to drive away Tobirama just for one night. But the man in his arms smiled with certainty, tightened his hold, and whispered in his ear, "I know." But he also knew that some things once started could never be stopped. The night was deep, the room was warm, and the entanglement of 2 lives finally sank completely that evening. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna stood face to face, locked in a heated dispute over clan regulations. The atmosphere stretched to its breaking point. Pressed relentlessly by Uchiha Izuna, Tobirama saw the stubborn provocation in the other's eyes and heard the sharp, piercing accusations. The emotions he had long suppressed surged beyond his control. The usually calm and meticulous man was now overwhelmed by fury and frustration. A complex turmoil churned in his red eyes, and he was actually angered into a bitter laugh. His voice, tinged with a reckless honesty, reached Izuna clearly. "Uchiha Izuna, you know what? I've actually always liked you." A light, unprepared confession, but it struck like a thunderbolt beneath the cherry blossom tree and in the hearts of all who watched beyond the light screen. Inside the screen, Uchiha Izuna froze completely, his once provocative and sharp expression instantly solidifying. He abruptly released Tobirama's sleeve, his crimson Sharingan still wide open. His cheeks reddened visibly, the blush spreading from his face to his ears and neck. He stood as if scalded, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He had imagined 1,000 responses from Tobirama, sharp rebuttals or a direct fight, but never something so straightforward and daring. The man who had always clashed with Senju Tobirama, regarding him as a sworn enemy, now had a blank mind filled only with the words, "I've always liked you." He was so flustered that he didn't know where to look, his panic a far cry from the arrogant demeanor of the Uchiha's second son. Even more astonishing, this sudden confession was not only heard clearly by the two but also by the Senju and Uchiha clansmen who were cleaning up the village and setting up homes. They all stopped, turning to stare at the cherry blossom tree, dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Not far away, Senju Hashirama, who was discussing the village's future plans with Uchiha Madara, also heard every word clearly. Hashirama's cheerful smile instantly froze. The moment Uchiha Madara heard Tobirama's confession, the air around him turned icy. His crimson Sharingan widened and a towering rage erupted from the depths of his heart. That was his most beloved brother, the Uchiha Izuna he cherished above all. How dare Senju Tobirama confess so openly, publicly humiliating his brother? Trembling with fury, Madara ignored the stares of those around him and roared in anger and disgust. "Senju Tobirama, you shameless wretch!" As he spoke, chakra erupted beneath his feet. He lunged toward the cherry blossom tree, clearly intent on teaching Tobirama a lesson for daring to covet his brother. Seeing this, Hashirama's face turned pale in alarm. Forgetting his shock at his brother's bold confession, he quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Madara's waist to stop him, afraid the newly founded Konoha wouldn't survive their clash. Resting his chin on Madara's shoulder, Hashirama spoke in a coaxing soft tone. My dear wife, don't be angry. Please calm down. Let's talk it out. Maybe Tobirama just lost his head and said something foolish. The words, my dear wife, made the surrounding clansmen gasp. They lowered their heads, struggling not to laugh, their eyes darting between Hashirama and Madara. Madara, trapped in Hashirama's embrace, heard the intimate and embarrassing nickname. His face darkened as he glared at Hashirama, his fury intensifying. Through gritted teeth he threatened. Senju Hashirama, if you dare stop me today, you won't touch me for a whole week. And don't even think about kissing me. At this, Hashirama stiffened his grip on Madara's waist, unconsciously loosening. He feared nothing more than Madara's genuine anger. A week without intimacy was the harshest punishment he could imagine. But he couldn't abandon his brother or his beloved. He held Madara even tighter, grimacing as he pleaded. No, Madara, I won't stop you. But don't hurt yourself over that fool Tobirama. Let's talk this through slowly. The chaos inside the screen escalated. Izuna still stood frozen, his face crimson, unable to speak, his eyes darting away from Tobirama, all his usual sharpness gone. Tobirama watched the mess his confession had caused, saw Izuna's blazing cheeks, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he stood his ground with a stubborn resolve. Madara struggled in Hashirama's arms, burning with rage, but Hashirama held him firmly, unable to move. Their tussle was filled with the playful bickering of young lovers. The surrounding clansmen remained silent, yet couldn't help sneaking glances, their faces a mix of shock and curiosity. Outside the screen, the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War had fallen into dead silence, and then it erupted into chaos. All the ninjas widened their eyes, disbelief written on their faces. Muffled whispers broke out as they looked at the impure world reincarnated Hashirama Tobirama, and the furious Madara, their gazes completely changed. Who would have thought that the legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama would call Uchiha Madara my dear wife, and plead so humbly? That the calm, taciturn second Hokage Senju Tobirama would actually like Uchiha Izuna and confess so boldly? And that Madara, the fierce protector of his brother, throwing out threats, had shed all his cold demeanor, as the shinobi no shinobi, revealing a more human side. The impure world reincarnated Senju Tobirama's face was as dark as a pot, his aura oppressively low. He wished he could crawl into a hole. That impulsive confession from his youth, a black mark on his history, was now being witnessed by the entire ninja world. All his reason and dignity were shattered in that moment. He glared at the screen, furious but helpless. Uchiha Madara, held in Hashirama's arms, watched his own furious self on the screen, heard Hashirama's my dear wife, and his own outrageous threat. His face flushed crimson. His rage shifted from Tobirama to the screen itself, and he desperately wanted to destroy the bizarre light screen, erasing the humiliating scene forever. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, watching his own fawning self on the screen with a silly grin. He felt no embarrassment, only a candid acceptance. His gaze at Madara was still full of affection, completely ignoring the stares of the other ninjas. Madara, look how wonderful that worlds us are, Hashirama said softly, oblivious to Madara's increasingly dark expression. Minato Namikaze stood nearby, watching the chaotic scene before him and the farce on the screen. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, filled with helplessness, utterly at a loss for how to react. The entire battlefield of the Fourth War, once tense with battle, was now thrown into disarray by this private confession and bickering from Konoha's founding days. The lofty, cold, and powerful legendary figures had all shed their halos, revealing these unexpected sides of themselves. Every ninja's worldview was shattered, yet they couldn't help but watch with fascination. The light screen still shone, revealing that youthful, bold time without reservation. The thrill of confession, the fury of a protective brother, the quarrels of lovers, all intertwined, becoming the most astonishing and unforgettable moment on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Slowly, several lines of golden embossed characters emerged on the center of the light curtain, crooked like a child's scrawl, yet carrying an undeniable proclamation. Yuzhibo Ban is mother, Qianshou Zhujian is father, right? Today let's talk about mom and dad's love story. Boom! The shinobi allied forces camp erupted into chaos. The shinobi forgot to dodge the tailed beast's ball, craning their necks in stunned amazement. The previous Kages, resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, crowded together. Reikijai's jaw nearly dislocated, and Wailuo's bangs shot up in shock. Mother! Father! Jinjiao and Injiao looked at each other, holding their gourd of sake. Does that mean Yuzhibo Ban is? Before they could finish, a murderous glare from Qianshou Feijian pinned them in place. The white-haired Hokage's fingers cracked loudly as his gaze swept wildly between his elder brother and that archenemy, finally fixing on Ban's instantly flushed face. From his earlobes to his neck, even the tips of his ears were dyed a suspicious crimson, as if he had been boiled in molten lava. Nonsense! Ban's roar shook several clouds. His Sharingan stared fixedly at the screen, but the slight trembling of his fingertips betrayed his panic. Which bastard dares? The screen suddenly lit up, cutting off his roar. The scene showed the Valley of the End in their youth. A black-haired boy splashed across the puddles toward the opposite bank, his red armor blazing like fire in the moonlight. Ban! We promised to build a village together. Qianzhou Zhujian's voice came through the screen, crisp with the unique brightness of youth. On the screen, Ban stood with his back to the camera, his shoulders heaving slightly. After a long moment he turned around, his eyes red-rimmed but stubbornly refusing to shed tears. The Qianzhou and the Yuzhibo, how could they? The next second Qianzhou Zhujian suddenly rushed over and hugged him. The two young boys embraced tightly amidst the roar of the waterfall. The spray soaked their hair but could not extinguish the light in each other's eyes. Pfft! Qianzhou Feijian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He looked at Qianzhou Zhujian beside him in disbelief. Big brother. You actually did such a thing to Ban? Qianzhou Zhujian was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, unconsciously scratching his hair with his fingers. The wood-release jutsu activated, uncontrollably sprouting several clusters of tender green leaves from his head. At that time, I just wanted to comfort him. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Ban, meeting the other's gaze. Ban's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. He abruptly turned his head away, but his earlobes were still red enough to drip blood. The images on the screen continued to flow. From their secret meetings during the Warring States period to planning the village blueprint together, and then to their first dispute over the village's philosophy. Every scene was terrifyingly detailed, even capturing the small daisy that Qianzhou Zhujian gave to Ban, and the detail of Ban watering it secretly while saying he hated it. So the first Hokage and Ban. Xiaoying covered her mouth, eyes wide. They were that close. Kakashi adjusted his slipping mask, his Sharingan switching back and forth between the screen and the two involved parties present. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems a lot of history has been hidden. Just then the screen suddenly went dark. A few seconds later a spotlight shone on the center of the image. It was the Hokage's office in the early days of Konoha's founding. A young Qianzhou Zhujian wearing his Hokage cloak was staring blankly at a map. Ben pushed the door open, holding a file, his face wearing its usual impatience. This is the Yuzhibo clan roster. Take a look by yourself. Ben threw the file on the desk and turned to leave. Qianzhou Zhujian suddenly stood up and hugged him from behind. Ben, don't go. Qianzhou Zhujian's voice was low and gentle. Let's build the village together, okay? Ban's body froze. After a long moment he softly uttered, in a voice barely audible. The next second Qianzhou Zhujian turned Ban's body around and slowly lowered his head. Their lips gently touched like two petals meeting in the wind. The scene froze at this moment with the panoramic view of Konoha in the background. Sunlight bathed them in a golden halo. The shinobi allied forces were completely petrified. Even the Ten-Tails stopped its roar, tilting its head to look at the screen as if stunned by this earth-shattering scene. Ban's face was already red enough to bleed. He abruptly raised his hand as if intending to shatter the screen, but his fingers stopped in midair and finally fell limply. He could feel the gazes from all directions, some shocked, some curious, and the one from Qianzhou Feijian that could almost flay him alive. Be big brother. Qianzhou Feijian's voice trembled as he looked at Qianzhou Zhujian, his eyes filled with the despair of, You actually did such a thing to my Yuzhibo clan. Qianzhou Zhujian was completely lost. He stood there, his mind blank, muttering incessantly. K-Kiss. Me and Ban. When did it happen? I don't remember. He unconsciously looked at Ban, meeting Ban's gaze filled with shame and indignation. Their eyes met in the air, then quickly separated as if electrocuted. The images on the screen gradually faded, leaving only one line of text. Next episode: Mom and Dad's married life. Stay tuned. The battlefield of the Shinobi World War fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at the slowly disappearing screen, then at the two legendary ninjas with vastly different expressions, their minds blank. No one knew how this war would proceed next, but everyone remembered one fact. Yuzhibo Ban was the mother and Qianzhou Zhujian was the father. At least that's what the screen said. The battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War was still immersed in the earth-shattering shock of the kiss scene that had just unfolded. A dead silence blanketed the entire area, with every gaze fixed on Edo Tensei Hashirama and Edo Tensei Madara, the air thick with an awkward yet ambiguous atmosphere. Uchiha Madara's face flushed crimson, nearly on the verge of smoking, the pattern of his Sharingan subtly distorted. His chakra seethed violently, almost stirring the dust around him, yet with countless eyes watching he could only force a stoic expression, gritting his teeth to suppress the shame and panic within, wishing he could tear apart the troublesome sky screen on the spot. Senju Hashirama remained in a daze, scratching his hair and muttering to himself, utterly unable to recall when he and Madara had shared such an intimate moment. He kept stealing glances at Madara, and each time their eyes met he would hurriedly look away. His would release sprouting leaves one after another atop his head. Senju Tobirama stood frozen, his face ashen to the extreme. His eyes reflected a collapse of his worldview, staring at his elder brother, then at the embarrassed Uchiha Madara, his mind churning with disbelief. The other shinobi, the past Kage, and the allied shinobi forces held their breath, their eyes wide, still processing the implication that Hashirama was the father and Madara the mother. Just as the deadlock reached its peak, the dimmed sky screen abruptly lit up again, light and shadow surging as new golden characters slowly emerged. Next episode, a daily episode of Mom and Dad, a grand misunderstanding at the doorstep. The moment the words appeared, another wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Everyone snapped to attention, even the Tentails calmed down, quietly gazing up at the screen. The scene shifted to a tranquil courtyard corridor in the early days of Konoha's founding, where sunlight softly spilled down, casting dappled shadows beneath the eaves. A young Senju Tobirama, clad in a cold-toned kimono, his brows sharp and icy, walked briskly with a thick stack of administrative documents in hand, intending to find his elder brother Hashirama to discuss clan affairs. At the other end of the corridor, Uchiha Izuna, dressed in his clan's attire, wore a taut expression with his usual sharp demeanor, also coming specifically to find his elder brother Madara to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan. The two met at the door of Hashirama's room. Their eyes locked, both wearing cold, distant expressions. They had always been wary of and disliked each other, and now standing side by side at the doorstep, the atmosphere instantly turned stiff and awkward. Neither spoke first, and in silent agreement they both raised a hand to push open the slightly ajar door to find their respective brothers. But before their fingertips touched the door, two distinct sounds clearly drifted out from inside, landing unmistakably in their ears. First came Uchiha Madara's voice, tinged with restraint, soft and stifled, carrying a trembling note of discomfort. No more. It hurts. Then Senju Hashirama's gentle voice followed, full of coaxing indulgence. No, darling, just hold on a little longer. You don't want to stay like this, do you? The moment those words fell, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna at the door were as if struck by a paralysis jutsu, their movements abruptly frozen, their raised hands suspended in midair, all the blood in their bodies seeming to congeal instantly. Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, the usually calm, stoic, emotionless face showed a look of utter shock and disbelief. His ears flushed crimson, then quickly turned ashen. The documents in his hand nearly slipped, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Countless scandalous images raced through his mind, leaving him stunned and incredulous. Beside him, Uchiha Izuna's reaction was even more intense. His entire body trembled, his face first blazed red, then paled. His eyes churned with shame, anger, and an indescribable, heartbreaking bitterness. This was his proud, never weak elder brother Uchiha Madara, who had never shown vulnerability. How could he be making such a soft, aggrieved sound in Senju Hashirama's room and being coaxed with such an intimate pet name? The two stood outside the door, their bodies rigid, cheeks burning, hearts pounding wildly. They glanced at each other, and saw the same panic, embarrassment, and the shocking images their minds had conjured. Despite their alarm and urgency, one wanting to protect his brother's reputation, the other wanting to drag his own brother back, either of them dared to push open that thin door. Both secretly feared that if they barged in they would witness something unbearable and mortifying. They stood frozen, trapped in a dilemma, lacking the courage to step inside. The crowd in the fourth ward watched, wide-eyed, suddenly erupting into chaos. Oh my God! That voice! It's so suggestive! No wonder Tobirama and Izuna froze. Anyone hearing that would think the wrong thing. Darling! The first Hokage actually called Madara that. Kakashi's smile deepened beneath his mask, his Sharingan gleaming with amused interest as he watched the scene, his eyes full of glee. Sakura and Shikamaru's group flushed, their eyes darting away, yet unable to tear themselves from the screen. The past Kage exchanged subtle glances, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. The reanimated Madara, witnessing this, turned red from his face to his neck, mortified and wishing he could sink into the ground. But under the spotlight of thousands he had to force a cold, hard demeanor, though his ears were completely crimson. Hashirama, however, blinked in confusion, then suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, blurting out naively, "Oh, I remember now. Back then Madara had a strained lumbar muscle and I was giving him a massage. I just pressed too hard and hurt him." But no one paid any attention to his words. The scene on the screen remained frozen on Tobirama and Izuna, stiff at the door, unable to push it open. Their bodies tense, eyes averted, their minds filled with the awkward misunderstanding they had imagined. And yet they never summoned the courage to open the door and reveal the simple truth of a mere massage. On the battlefield everyone stared at the screen, then at the mortified, flustered Madara, the innocent, confused Hashirama, and the ashen-faced darkly furious Edo Tobarama. They had already firmly engraved the bond of Mom and Dad, in their hearts, eagerly anticipating what unknown secrets of the past the screen would reveal next. The preceding scene of misunderstanding gradually faded away, and the sky screen rippled with a faint shimmer, as if loading new imagery. Tiny specks of light swirled across the luminous surface, instantly seizing the attention of everyone present. The allied shinobi forces and the reincarnated predecessors who had been murmuring among themselves fell silent in unison. They tilted their heads back toward the sky once more, their breaths softening, their hearts brimming with curiosity for the scenes to come. The lingering ambiguity of the earlier misunderstandings still clung to their minds, and no one wished to miss a single moment. Uchiha Madara's aura plummeted to an icy low. His crimson Sharingan eyes narrowed, feigning a cold and stern facade, yet his tense jaw and slightly flushed ears betrayed his inner turmoil. He glared at the sky screen, a vague unease rising within him, suspecting that the upcoming images would only deepen his embarrassment. Senju Hashirama, however, harbored fewer concerns. He scratched his head, a hint of naive anticipation in his eyes, wondering what past fragments the sky screen would reveal. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Madara, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Senju Tobarama meanwhile wore a grave expression. Before long the shimmering light on the sky screen coalesced, and the image unfolded in full clarity. The scene was once again the courtyard of the Senju estate in the early days of Konoha, bathed in sunlight with cherry blossom petals drifting in the breeze. In the image, Uchiha Madara stood in the courtyard discussing clan training matters with several Uchiha clansmen. His expression was earnest, his tone calm as he gave instructions, his fingertips lightly tapping the scroll before him, a composed demeanor befitting a clan leader. But not far away beneath the corridor, Senju Hashirama held a teacup, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Madara. His expression grew darker by the moment, and his usually gentle eyes were now filled with barely concealed jealousy. He watched Madara conversing cheerfully with the clansmen, even if it was merely routine clan affairs. The jealousy within him surged wildly, his fingers tightening around the teacup until his knuckles turned white. Though the two clans had long since allied, he simply could not bear to see Madara divert his attention to anyone else, not even the Uchiha clansmen. When the Uchiha clansmen bowed and withdrew, Madara had just turned around when Hashirama, who had been approaching, swiftly grabbed his wrist and pulled him without explanation toward the house. Madara frowned, a hint of irritation in his eyes, and struggled to speak. "Senju Hashirama, what are you doing? Let go!" Hashirama said nothing, his expression still grim. He pulled Madara into the room, closed the door behind him, sealing off all outside noise. He turned and pressed Madara against the wall, his arms braced on either side, trapping him within his embrace. He looked down at Madara, his jealousy unmistakable in his eyes. "Madara, you talked to them for so long," Hashirama said, his tone carrying a hint of grievance and an unyielding assertiveness. "Can't your eyes be only for me? It's just clan business. What's with your unreasonable jealousy?" Madara frowned and turned his face away, unwilling to look at Hashirama's jealous expression, yet a strange unease stirred within him. These words ignited Hashirama's jealousy entirely. He leaned down, his lips close to Madara's ear, his voice deliberately low, laced with a lover's possessive punishment. "It seems that without a proper lesson you'll never remember. Your attention must be solely on me." As his words fell, Hashirama's movements turned forceful with a hint of unyielding dominance. He gently pinched Madara's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze, his aura enveloping Madara, completely brimming with obsessive possessiveness. Madara instantly panicked, his cheeks flushing crimson. He struggled to push Hashirama away, but was firmly trapped in his grip. He could only grit his teeth and glare at him, his eyes filled with shame and indignation. He wanted to shout, to resist, but within the gentle yet jealous embrace of Hashirama he lost his usual sharpness. His entire body radiated an undeniable embarrassment, the tips of his ears burning red as if they might bleed. Seeing Madara like this, Hashirama's jealousy gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming fondness. His punishing touch became gentler, yet he still refused to let go, determined to make Madara remember that he was the only center of his universe. Outside the sky screen a dead silence fell. All the shinobi stared wide-eyed, their faces flushed red, their gazes darting in panic, yet they could not help stealing glances at the sky screen, too afraid to breathe. In the allied shinobi forces camp everyone's cheeks burned. The shock in their hearts had long turned into a routine of savoring the drama, yet the raw display of jealous punishment still struck a chord in their hearts. "First Hokage-sama is so possessive. Is this what they call punishment?" The reincarnated Madara, upon seeing this scene, turned completely red. His chakra seethed violently, and he wished he could destroy the sky screen at once. He glared at the image of Hashirama, burning with shame and fury. Senju Hashirama, however, stood frozen for a moment, then scratched his head and let out a goofy laugh, showing no guilt at all. Instead he appeared completely at ease, his gaze toward Madara growing even softer. Senju Tobirama shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight, his face pale. His worldview was shattered once again, but he could do nothing. Uchiha Izuna meanwhile broke down yet again, clenching his fists, his face full of anger at his elder brother's humiliation, yet he understood that this was the bond between the two. He could only turn away in frustration. The image on the sky screen gradually softened, freezing the two figures in their embrace. The cherry blossoms in the courtyard seemed to fade into the background, the entire frame filled with the obsessive yet tender bond between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. And everyone present had fully accepted the parents' bond setting. The looks they cast toward the two were filled with understanding and amusement. The bustling street was thronged with people, the evening breeze swirling the lights from roadside shops, shattering them upon the shoulders of passers-by. Uchiha Madara leaned against the mottled wall, one hand tucked into his sleeve, a few strands of his jet-black hair stirred by the evening breeze. His aloof and noble aura made passers-by unable to resist turning back for another look. Suddenly a casually dressed girl mustered the courage to step forward, her cheeks flushed. Her voice carried a mix of shyness and hopeful anticipation. Mr. Uchiha Madara, could I add you on WeChat? I want to chat with you more in the future. The moment her words fell, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. Madara's brow arched slightly, his narrow crimson eyes sweeping over the girl indifferently. Before he could even respond, his wrist was suddenly seized by a warm and powerful grip. The force was strong and unyielding, with an abrupt tugging sensation. The next moment he was dragged forward without any explanation. Madara stumbled, instinctively lifting his gaze to meet Senju Hashirama's eyes, which were filled with stubbornness and gloom. Hashirama's face was frighteningly dark, his usually gentle smiling brows were now taut. He exuded a low-pressure aura that kept others at bay, and the fingers gripping Madara's wrists were so tight they seemed to dig into his flesh. Along the way Madara was half dragged, half pulled forward, the scenery on the street flying past. He frowned, an inexplicable anger rising in his heart, along with a vague sense of awkwardness. He struggled a couple of times, but Hashirama's grip remained immovable, leaving no room for escape. He was forcefully taken all the way back to the residence they shared. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off all the noise and lights from outside. The room instantly fell into silence, leaving only the sound of their slightly ragged breathing. Madara abruptly shook off Hashirama's hand, stepping back half a step. His crimson eyes blazed with anger, his brows furrowed tightly, and his voice was filled with barely suppressed fury as he hissed. Senju Hashirama, have you gone completely insane? It was just a stranger asking for a contact method. He hadn't even given a reply yet, and Hashirama had already dragged him away so rudely and unreasonably, regardless of the occasion. That was simply too much. Senju Hashirama stood still, staring fixedly at him. His usually gentle eyes now churned with intense possessiveness, like twining vines wishing to bind the person before him tightly to his side, never to leave. He showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he took a step forward, gradually closing in on Madara. His deep voice carried an obsessive madness as he replied bluntly, "Yes, I am insane." He didn't stop until he had cornered Madara against the wall, leaving no retreat. His tall figure cast a shadow, forming an impenetrable cage, trapping Madara between himself and the wall with no space to escape. Hashirama lowered his eyes, his gaze landing on Madara's fair, slender neck. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the surging jealousy and possessiveness in his heart could no longer be restrained. He stared at that delicate skin, his tone carrying an unquestionable dominance, each word heavy and earnest. "Uchiha Madara, you can only be mine. No one else can get close, not even a chance." Before his words had faded, he lowered his head and bit down without hesitation on Madara's slender neck. Warm breath sprayed onto the skin. The next second a slight sting spread from the neck, carrying Hashirama's unique scent, invading his senses with force and dominance. Madara's whole body stiffened, as if all his strength had been drained instantly. His back pressed tightly against the cold wall, his body instinctively tensing up. The sensation on his neck was both unfamiliar and ambiguous, stirring an indescribable thrill that instantly sent a wave of panic through his heart. His eyes, originally blazing with anger, suddenly became misty. The usual arrogant and cold aura vanished, leaving only a trace of helplessness and panic. He instinctively raised his hand to press against Hashirama's chest, trying to push him away, but his strength was feeble, utterly ineffective. Faint gasps escaped from his lips. Madara's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor tinged with pleading. Stop it, Hashirama! Let me go!" He was not used to such intimate and domineering touch, nor to Hashirama's straightforward and obsessive possessiveness. The warm sensation on his neck continued to spread, disturbing his mind. His confidence to lose his temper gradually dissipated, leaving only the tension of panic and an inexplicable thrill. But Senju Hashirama, now consumed by his inner obsession, was unwilling to let go easily. He gently held that patch of skin, his movements both meticulously cherished and possessively declarative, refusing to release his hold. He knew that his possessiveness had long been embedded in his bones. He could not bear anyone showing kindness to Madara, nor could he bear the slightest possibility of Madara belonging to someone else. In his heart, Uchiha Madara had always been, and would always be, completely his alone. No one could covet him, no one could approach him. The soft light in the room cast shadows of their intertwined figures. The air was thick with intense and obsessive emotions, entwining them together inseparable. Madara's plea softly faded into the air, but only evoked deeper affection and possession from Hashirama, firmly imprinting this stubborn sentiment into each other's hearts. The space trembled violently as a colossal screen of light materialized out of nowhere, forcibly drawing everyone's gaze. It was a vision from another world, impossible to resist, compelling all to watch. What kind of jutsu is this? Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his chakra taut, yet he sensed no hostility, only the eerie fluctuations emanating from the screen. Uchiha Madara hovered in midair, his crimson Sharingan fixed on the screen as the skeletal framework of Susanoo flickered faintly around him. His voice was icy, dripping with disdain. A ridiculous parlor trick. Beside him, Senju Hashirama scratched his head with his usual guileless expression, though a glint of curiosity lurked in his eyes. The screen brightened and the scene abruptly shifted to an ancient, elegantly furnished chamber. Crimson candles flickered, casting a warm, hazy glow that stood in stark contrast to the bloodshed of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The next moment a deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. In the image, Uchiha Madara was bound to a bed with red ropes, his hands tied behind his back, a red cloth covering his eyes. His once proud figure was uncharacteristically disheveled, his robes slightly askew, revealing a faint flush on his neck. Before him, Senju Hashirama leaned and closed, his towering form completely eclipsing Madara, his expression burning with an intensity and obsession the shinobi world had never seen. Nothing left of the dignified god of shinobi. Madara, I've guarded you for 2 lifetimes. I will never let go again. Hashirama's voice was low and scorching, each word striking the silent room like a hammer. Konoha was built for you, peace was sought for you. I care nothing for status, stance, or gossip. I only want you. The moment those words were spoken, the Fourth War battlefield erupted. What? Naruto's eyes went wide, his sage chakra nearly dispersing. The first Hokage. Saying that to Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's Sharingan constricted violently, his pupils trembling as his chakra churned. Impossible. This can't be the people I know. Senju Tobirama's face turned ashen, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. His killing intent surged and his voice was ice cold. Brother. Harboring such indecent thoughts toward Uchiha Madara. Having always believed the Uchiha were evil by nature, witnessing his brother's obsession with Madara filled him with absurdity and fury. The reincarnated second Mizuki Hozuki Genjutsu let out a whistle, his face a mask of amused fascination. Whoa, parallel worlds sure are spicy. The god of shinobi and the Uchiha clan head playing such games. On the screen the scene continued. Madara, bound beneath the red ropes, stiffened, the tips of his ears burning red. Despite being blindfolded, his panic was palpable. He barked out a reprimand, his voice trembling with a barely perceptible edge. How dare you? I am the head of the Uchiha clan and you are the leader of Konoha. How can you entertain such absurd thoughts? If Izuna and Tobirama find out, the 2 clans will be at war. But Hashirama remained unmoved. Instead he chuckled softly, leaned in, and without any hesitation pressed his lips to Madara's, gentle yet forceful, carrying the obsession of 2 lifetimes of suppressed longing. Madara trembled, his bound wrists clenching, yet he did not truly struggle. Only a faint gasp escaped him, a surrender born from the collapse of his pride. Boom! The entire allied shinobi forces erupted into chaos, swept by shock, disbelief, and shattered worldviews. The first Hokage forcibly kissed Uchiha Madara. Is this still the benevolent, peace-seeking god of shinobi? And Uchiha Madara didn't strike back in fury. He seems embarrassed. The 5 Kage wore varied expressions. Terumi May gasped, covering her mouth. Anoki's bespectacled eyes widened. The Raikage's fists clenched audibly. Gaara remained silent, his eyes filled with shock. The former Hokage were collectively petrified. Minato Namikaze twitched, his face a mask of, "My worldview just shattered." The third Hokage stared blankly, finally murmuring, "The first Hokage was this kind of person." As for the reincarnated Uchiha Madara himself, his face was black as ink. His crimson Sharingan glared at the screen where his bound red-eared self was displayed, his chakra surging nearly out of control, the Susanoo's skeletal frame creaking. He was seething. Preposterous. What absurd parallel world is this? How could I be so undignified? What a mess of a parallel world! How could I ever be so undignified? Beside him Senju Hashirama, instead of looking embarrassed, rubbed his chin with a bright grin, even a hint of envy. Wow, the parallel world me is so brave! He actually said it and kissed him. He turned to the livid Madara, his eyes earnest yet tinged with grievance. Madara, I actually wanted to say that to you too. Shut up, Senju Hashirama. Madara bellowed, but the tips of his ears uncontrollably flushed pink. Amid the rage a trace of panic was barely concealed. Say one more word and I'll kill you right now. Shut up, Senju Hashirama. Madara roared, though the tips of his ears flushed uncontrollably. In his fury a hint of panic was barely concealed. Say one more word and I'll kill you right now. On the screen the image continued, broadcasting Madara's inner thoughts clearly across the battlefield. I have been reborn, plotting every step carefully, seeking only peace. But I never accounted for the depth of Hashirama's love hidden for 2 lifetimes. I fear Izuna's heartache, Tobirama's wrath, the village's turmoil. Yet I fear even more. Drowning in his tenderness, never able to escape. I fear Izuna's heartache, Tobirama's wrath, the village's turmoil. Yet I fear even more. Drowning in his tenderness, never able to escape. Senju Tobirama's face darkened, his gaze fixed on the screen, then darting to his oblivious brother. He gritted his teeth. Brother. You are utterly hopeless. In his eyes his brother had thrown away the dignity of the Senju clan and the stability of Konoha for Uchiha Madara. The final frame of the screen showed Hashirama holding Madara tightly, whispering in his ear. In this life I will only be with you. The white light slowly faded and the sky returned to normal. But the atmosphere on the Fourth War battlefield had completely changed. The shinobi now looked at Hashirama and Madara not with awe and wariness, but with shock, curiosity, and an indescribable sense of gossip. Naruto scratched his head, a look of sudden realization. So, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were like that. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze toward Madara now tinged with complexity. Perhaps he finally understood why Madara had left the Valley of the End with such a complicated expression. The reincarnated Madara trembled with rage but could not refute. He could only glare at the innocent-looking Hashirama, grinding his teeth. Senju Hashirama, remember this isn't over. Hashirama responded with a guileless grin, leaning in and whispering. Madara, how about we try it too? Get lost. A furious roar echoed across the battlefield, mingled with suppressed gasps and murmurs. A parallel world's profound love shattered the worldviews of everyone in the shinobi world and turned the atmosphere of the Fourth War increasingly bizarre. The lantern at the mouth of the alley swayed in the evening breeze, casting a flickering light that stretched Uchiha Izuna's shadow into a long, thin silhouette. He supported the staggering figure beside him, his knuckles widening with effort, and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Senju Tobirama, just how much did you drink? The man, half carried in his arms, let out a low chuckle, his alcohol-laden breath brushing against Izuna's ear, making him involuntarily tilt his head away. Tobirama's hand rested restlessly on his shoulder, his fingertips lightly grazing the skin of his neck, his voice husky, as if soaked in warm water. Not much. Just a few cups. A few cups. Izuna was almost too exasperated to laugh. A few cups and you can't even stand. Did Hashirama and Madara try to drown you? He tried to pull the man closer, but Tobirama turned the tables and pressed his entire weight against him. His scorching breath hit the back of Izuna's neck, carrying an unmistakable aggressiveness. Izuna struggled, but Tobirama only held him tighter, nearly pulling him into his embrace. Don't move. Tobirama's voice whispered close to his ear with a tipsy slur. Let me lean on you for a bit. Izuna's movements froze. In the alley there were only the swaying shadows of the lantern and the distant chirping of insects. He could clearly feel the steady heartbeat of the man behind him, as well as the warmth transmitted through the fabric. He gritted his teeth, but in the end he didn't push him away. He just cursed viciously. You're so heavy, you damn silver-haired jerk. When they finally reached the doorstep, Izuna freed one hand to open the door. Just as he touched the handle, a scorching heat pressed against his lower back. He was startled, and when he turned around he found himself completely enveloped in Tobirama's shadow. Those usually calm and sharp eyes were now veiled with a layer of mist, carrying a dazed aggression that fixed straight on him. 2. Tobirama. Izuna's voice unconsciously softened. What are you doing? Tobirama didn't speak, just stared at his lips and slowly leaned down. Izuna's heart instantly raced. He instinctively recoiled, but Tobirama reached out and grabbed the back of his neck, immobilizing him. The warm breath grew closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, Izuna abruptly turned, his head pressed against Tobirama's shoulder, and gasped. Senju Tobirama, you're drunk. And I'm drunk. Tobarama's voice carried a smile, but he didn't let go. So Izuna. Stay with me. Izuna's face flushed instantly. He could clearly feel Tobarama's gaze on the side of his neck burning like fire. He gritted his teeth and reached out to push Tobarama's face away, but Tobarama caught his wrist and gently pulled, causing him to crash into his embrace. Let go! Izuna, both angry and flustered, struggled to get up, but Tobarama pinned him against the door, immobilizing him. Tobarama's chin rested on his shoulder, his warm breath against his neck making him shiver. Not letting go. Tobarama's voice was low with a hint of stubbornness. Unless you kiss me. Izuna's face turned completely red. He turned his head away and said fiercely, Senju Tobarama, don't push your luck. But Tobarama seemed not to hear him. He just chuckled softly and slid his hands slowly up his waist. Izuna's body stiffened, and he reached out to stop his hand, his voice trembling. Don't move. I will if I want to. Tobarama's fingertips lightly tickled his side, watching his body tense instantly, and laughed even more. Izuna, you're so soft. Izuna's eyes reddened with anger, but he couldn't break free. He looked at Tobarama's misty eyes, feeling both angry and weak, and finally softened his voice. Stop it. Let's go inside first, okay? Tobarama paused for a moment, then slowly released his grip, but he still didn't let him go. He just took his wrist and followed him inside. Izuna closed the door and turned to see Tobarama leaning against the doorframe, his eyes fixed on him with a sticky, pleading look like a large dog begging for food. Izuna walked over in annoyance, poked his chest, and said, Stand still. I'll find you some clothes to change into. He turned to rummage through the wardrobe for clean clothes. Just as he stood on tiptoe, a warmth pressed against his back. Tobarama wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Izuna, you smell so good. Izuna's movements froze and he almost dropped the clothes in his hand. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and pushed him back. Stop it! Change your clothes first or you'll catch a cold. Not changing. Tobarama rubbed against his neck like a spoiled child. Unless you help me. Izuna's face burned again. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and glared at him. Senju Tobarama, don't go too far. But Tobarama just smiled at him, reached out, and pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. Those usually calm eyes were now filled with undisguised possessiveness, crashing straight into his gaze. Izuna's heart raced. He instinctively turned his head away, but Tobarama pinched his chin and turned it back. Look at me. Tobarama's voice was low with an irresistible force. Izuna, look at me. Izuna's breath stopped. He could only look at him helplessly. He watched as Tobarama slowly leaned down, his lips brushing against the corner of his mouth, and a kiss carrying the scent of alcohol landed gently on the corner of his lips, tentative yet unmistakably aggressive. Izuna's mind went blank. He even forgot to struggle. It wasn't until Tobarama's hand slipped under his clothes that he suddenly snapped back, pushed him away forcefully, and gasped. Senju Tobarama, have you lost your mind? Tobarama stumbled back a couple of steps from the push, but he wasn't angry. He just chuckled softly, his eyes carrying a hint of grievance. I haven't lost my mind, Izuna. I just want you. Izuna's heart pounded wildly. He looked at Tobarama, both angry and panicked, and finally said viciously, If you keep this up, I'll throw you out. Would you really? Tobarama stepped forward, cornering him against the wall again, and wrapped his arms around him. Izuna, you wouldn't. Izuna's face flushed red and turned pale. He looked at Tobarama's face so close that those misty eyes and the defenses in his heart began to crumble bit by bit. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Tobarama's collar, pulled him down, and bit him hard on the lip. Then he said fiercely, Senju Tobarama, don't you dare regret this. Tobarama's eyes lit up instantly. He let out a low laugh, then reached out and grabbed the back of his neck, deepening the kiss. The lantern outside still swayed, merging their shadows together into a warm, ambiguous amber glow. Izuna didn't know how Tobarama had led him to the futon. He only knew that Tobarama's kisses, burning with heat, traveled from his lips downward, sending shivers through him. He reached out and grabbed the bedding, his nails nearly digging into the fabric, but he still couldn't help shrinking into his arms. Izuna, say my name. Tobarama's voice whispered in his ear, seductive. Say my name. Izuna bit his lip, refusing to speak, but Tobarama bit his collarbone with a moderate force, making him gasp in pain and let out a low cry. Tobarama laughed softly as if he had been rewarded, and his movements became gentler and yet more aggressive. Senju Tobarama. Izuna's voice was tearful, both angry and ashamed. You bastard. I'm a bastard. Tobarama kissed the corner of his eye, licking away his tears. Only a bastard to you. Izuna turned his face away, not wanting him to see his reddened eyes, but Tobarama pinched his chin and turned it back. Tobirama looked at his wet eyes, his expression softening. He gently kissed his forehead, his voice hoarse. Izuna, I like you. Izuna's movements froze. He looked into Tobirama's eyes, those usually calm and sharp eyes now filled with unabashed love and possessiveness, and his heart instantly raced. He opened his mouth to say something, but Tobirama's kiss silenced him. Outside the window the sky gradually brightened. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the lattice and fell on the two embracing on the futon. Izuna was awakened by the sunlight. He stirred, his whole body aching, especially his waist, as if it had been run over. Just as he tried to move, the person beside him held him tighter, a sleepy voice whispering in his ear. Awake! Izuna's face flushed completely. Remembering what had happened last night, he felt both shame and anger. He punched Tobirama in the chest. Senju Tobirama, you bastard! Tobirama chuckled softly, caught his hand and pressed it to his chest, his eyes smiling. What now, you're cursing? That's not what you said last night. Izuna's face grew even redder. He turned away, refusing to acknowledge him, but Tobirama turned him back and kissed the corner of his lips, his voice incredibly gentle. Izuna, I like you. That wasn't just drunken talk. Izuna's heart skipped a beat. He looked into Tobirama's eyes, those usually calm and sharp eyes now filled with earnestness without a trace of jest. He opened his mouth to say something, but Tobirama spoke first. I know you might not believe me, but I'll prove it to you. Izuna looked at him, and the defenses in his heart gradually crumbled. He gritted his teeth, reached out, wrapped his arms around Tobirama's neck, and buried his face in his shoulder, muttering sullenly. Fine, you damn silver-haired jerk. Tobirama chuckled softly, tightened his arms around him, and pulled him into his embrace, as if he wanted to meld him into his very bones. Outside the window the sunlight grew warmer, merging their shadows together, inseparable. Izuna leaned against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling both angry and tender. He knew that from that drunken night on something had changed. The embers of the battlefield still smoldered on the screen, the scent of gunpowder mingling with the heavy weight of blood that pressed down upon the entire woodland. Broken trees lay askew, cracks crawling across the hard rocks. The earth-shattering clash had gradually subsided, leaving only the evening wind rustling through torn fragments of fabric. Senju Hashirama stood still, his broad shoulders tense and rigid. The vast chakra within him slowly receded, yet it could not conceal the profound weariness and bewilderment etched upon his brow. He lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on the chaotic dirt and stones at his feet, reluctant to lift his head and look at the person standing before him. Uchiha Madara stood not far away, his crimson Sharingan locked firmly onto him. The three tomo swirled with a light that was both cold and burning, brimming with grievance, indignation, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness that could not be suppressed. His battle robes were stained with dust and blood, his jet-black hair tangled by the wind. The unique chakra of the Uchiha clan churned darkly around him, carrying a piercing chill. He stepped forward, his footsteps slow yet distinct, each one seemingly treading upon the heart. Until he stood before Hashirama, close enough to see the other's long, dense eyelashes and the tightly pressed line of his lips. Madara lowered his voice, the tail end wrapped in suppressed hoarseness, repeating himself over and over with stubborn persistence. Senju Hashirama, how many times have I told you? When we face off, when we speak, when you look at me, you must look directly into the eyes of an Uchiha. But why won't you look? Word by word, it was not like a quarrel or a rebuke, but rather a question accumulated over countless days and nights. The softened tone was filled with the expectation that had fallen through. Hashirama's body stiffened slightly, his fingers instinctively clenching, his broad palms drawing together, but still he did not lift his head. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to speak, 1,000 words lodged in his chest, only to end in a heavy sigh. It was not that he dared not fight, not that he feared battle, not that he was afraid of any strong enemy before him, but he alone dared not look directly into those Uchiha eyes of Madara's. Those Sharingan eyes held the purest obsession, the promises made in their youth, the peaceful era they had once envisioned together, and all the subsequent differences, arguments, estrangements, and pain. As long as he raised his eyes, those memories would surge forth, the scenes of sparring in the forest, sharing their hearts and vowing to create a home together, as used, each one vivid and clear, making his heart ache. He feared seeing the disappointment in those Sharingan eyes, feared the coldness that had grown in their depths, feared seeing clearly the feelings that had been betrayed in Madara's heart. Both stood at the peak of the chaotic world, each other's confidant, each other's rival, the one who understood the other best. Yet they were forced apart by clan, by stance, by fate, step by step moving toward opposition. Madara gazed at his ever downcast eyes, the emotions in his crimson gaze growing more intense. His tone carried a stubborn sense of grievance. Others dare not look into the eyes of an Uchiha because they fear the power of the Sharingan and the clan's dojutsu. Then what about you? Senju Hashirama, what are you afraid of? You know me best, you understand my feelings most clearly, we used to be as one with no secrets between us. Others fear my eyes, but must you also avoid them, evade them, refuse to take a proper look? He leaned forward slightly, deliberately closing the distance between them, forcing him to face him, to lift his head, to look into his eyes. The red light of the Sharingan reflected on Hashirama's collar, burning and real. What I have always wanted is not your concession, not your pity, I only want you to look at me. Seriously, look into the eyes of Uchiha Madara. I've said it so many times, do you simply not remember, or are you unwilling? Hashirama finally moved slowly. He lifted his eyes inch by inch, his gaze hesitant and tentative, gradually meeting that pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. In that instant of eye contact, two powerful chakras trembled slightly. All the bonds of the past intertwined, every contradiction and reluctance condensed into that moment of mutual gaze. He saw the anger in those eyes, the loneliness hidden beneath stubbornness, the old feelings that had never truly faded. Hashirama's heart ached with bitterness, his voice low and hoarse, filled with helplessness. It is not that I am unwilling to look, but that I dare not. I fear that from your eyes I will see that we can never return to the past. I fear that once I see clearly the obsession in your heart, I can no longer fulfill it. I fear that with our opposing stances we will ultimately be unable to escape meeting on the battlefield. Madara looked at his honest gaze, and the coldness in his Sharingan faded slightly, leaving only a heavy melancholy. But as long as you are willing to look into my eyes, I am still willing to speak with you properly once more. As long as you are willing to face me, this bond is not yet completely severed. The wind still blew, the embers not yet extinguished. A pair of crimson Uchiha eyes and a pair of gentle Senju eyes finally met firmly. Setting aside stances, leaving aside clans in this moment, they were only the most familiar old friends to each other, making up for the regret of never daring to meet each other's gaze. Everyone simultaneously stopped their actions and looked up, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what past secrets this celestial screen would unveil. At the top of the celestial screen, a line of tender and graceful words slowly emerged, opening with an irresolvable melancholy, waking up deep in the night, dreaming of the village of childhood. The scene gradually unfolded, shedding the iron-blooded harshness of the battlefield, transforming into the peaceful wood-paneled bedroom of youthful days. Uchiha Madara jolted awake from his slumber, abruptly sitting up with a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, his long lashes scattered and lowered, unable to conceal the surging dampness in his eyes. The dream from moments ago had been vivid and real, entirely depicting the youthful companionship between him and Senju Hashirama, chatting side by side by the Naka River, free from discipline, disregarding clans, with only each other in open sincerity. Now awakened from the great dream, he was left alone, sleep-ridden, while scalding tears silently fell, drenching the pillow. The indomitable Uchiha Madara, a man of pride and iron will, was now unguarded, his eyes reddening and hot tears spilling in public. The subtitles slowly continued, only lamenting that in youth I was too dull to comprehend fate. Madara sat quietly, his fingers unconsciously gripping the bedding, his heart filled with prolonged regret. In the ignorance of youth, constant companionship was merely taken as that of a kindred spirit, and he mistook this mutual admiration for mere camaraderie, unable to distinguish whether the surging obsession in his heart was friendship or deeply buried affection. He hated that version of himself, too slow to recognize the stirrings of love, too blind to see the depth of emotion, having wasted the best years letting fate slip away silently amid his confusion. The scene shifted, the setting quietly changing. Grinding ink, dipping the brush, lifting the folding fan, each stroke painted three parts of regret. The camera fell on Senju Hashirama, his brows tightly knit, his eyes filled with helplessness and torment. He knew well the longing in his heart for Madara, yet he could not break free from the shackles of the Senju clan's destiny. The weight of family responsibility and clan enmity bound him like layers of chains, powerless to resist, forced to accept the marriage arranged by fate. Countless unspeakable thoughts and myriad regrets could only be hidden deep within his heart, turning into sorrow upon the paper. Immediately after, the scene cut to the stone monument by the Naka River, where the clear wind rustled, stirring Madara's black hair and robes. He stood alone before the monument, gazing at the place where they had once promised to converse freely, memories surging back. Just a fleeting turn of his mind recalled the drunken indiscretion of that year when affection broke through all barriers, the two drawing close, that kiss etched into the soul, intoxicating the lips, entrapping the rest of their lives. The warmth of the past remained vivid, yet now only the scenery lingered while the person was gone, leaving nothing but lingering melancholy. The song rose, emotions thickening. Today I drink a cup of sorrow's taste, not to leave until I am drunk. Within the celestial screen appeared the image of the two sitting across from each other, drinking, setting aside clan disputes and tribal antagonism, simply raising their cups to drink together, drowning their sorrows in wine. All their grievances, regrets, and attachments melted into the wine in their cups, wanting only to take advantage of this moment of companionship to get thoroughly drunk, escaping for a while the reality that was beyond their control. The next subtitle landed, and the scene instantly returned to the cruel warring states era. Tomorrow, outside the city gates, no matter who comes through fire and sea. War raged, blades clashed, the Senju and Uchiha were sworn enemies for generations, and the two stood on opposing sides forced to fight with all their might. Those private moments of tenderness dwarfed and fragile in the face of clan hatred. When the line "what the world says about right and wrong factions, I will not let go of your hand" lit up every ninja's breath caught. In the frame, Senju Hashirama firmly grasped Uchiha Madara's hand, palms touching with unwavering strength. They only wished to stay together, asking not about right or wrong, disregarding clans, ignoring worldly prejudices. But behind the two, the Senju clan members were full of resistance. The Uchiha clan members glared with opposition, both clans seething with anger, and 100 obstacles, public criticism, the world making things difficult, yet none could extinguish their original intention to be together. In this life love once, hate once, right and wrong entangled. If we meet again in the next life, I will still pair with you couple upon couple. The song was tender and sorrowful. Then Uchiha Madara's low husky monologue rang out, every word dripping with blood, weighty and forceful. If there is a next life, I will definitely marry you, Senju Hashirama. This is what you owe me. Obsession, bone-deep love and hate intertwined. The regrets of this life could not be fulfilled, so all hopes were entrusted to the uncertain next life. The final line of the song surfaced over the blue cloud mountain: flies the swallow. The celestial screen suddenly darkened, freezing on the battle at the Valley of the End. The wind howled, the mountains and rivers desolate. The former friends fought to the death, leaving only a tragic outcome. Senju Hashirama personally dealt Uchiha Madara a fatal blow, shattering all the bonds of the past. Madara stared at the man before him, his eyes filled with sorrow and unwillingness, and with utter disappointment spoke slowly: Hashirama, you have put the cart before the horse. The light of the celestial screen gradually faded, and the battlefield returned to silence. All the ninjas stood wordless, looking at the two men before them, finally understanding the burning history that spanned a lifetime, torn apart by fate, where love could not be attained, and where love and hate intertwined. After a moment of silence in the sky, a male voice, clear and steady with an unmistakable recognition, slowly spread across the heavens and earth, falling into everyone's ears. It was unmistakably the voice of Qianzhou Feijian, bearing the intonation and style from the founding era of Mai, extremely familiar. Yet the tender affection hidden within felt unfamiliar and incongruous, entirely unlike the disposition of the current reanimated Feijian. It was clearly another Qianzhou Feijian from a parallel world during the establishment of Mai. My name is Qianzhou Feijian. The calm opening words fell, and the present reanimated Feijian was suddenly taken aback, his brows furrowing instantly. His face was full of astonishment, his entire body frozen in place, never expecting that another version of his own private thoughts would be publicly exposed before heaven and earth. I seem to have fallen for my archenemy Yuzhibo Qianai. He can always easily disturb my emotions, throwing my heart into chaos, and then turn around and show me a soft, innocent smile, leaving my myriad feelings with nowhere to settle. As the words spread, the entire venue immediately erupted into commotion. Yuzhibo Ban's face suddenly turned cold and grim, his Xiaolunian constricted sharply and chakra faintly surged around his body, a mix of shock, anger, and bewilderment. He had lost his most beloved younger brother in this life, and now hearing that a Feijian from another world had feelings for Qianai, his heart was a mix of complex emotions. Qianzhou Zhujian also widened his eyes, first glancing at his younger brother who looked uncomfortable beside him, then looking at Ban's complex expression filled with disbelief. The monologue on the sky screen continued unhurriedly, slowly recounting the entanglements of the past. In that initial life and death duel, given the battle situation and my strength at the time, I should have taken the opportunity to slay the archenemy before me. That day I deliberately used a newly developed technique, intending only to intimidate him so that Qianai could see the power of my moves. From beginning to end I never truly had the intention to take his life. But emotion swayed actions and reason could not suppress instinct. My hand moved uncontrollably and my attack surged straight toward him. One step further, and I would have accidentally killed the archenemy with whom I had fought side by side for years. Immediately the image of the Warring States period emerged in everyone's minds, the era of endless conflict between the Qianzhou and Yuzhibo clans, the years of relentless warfare, and the vivid scenes of Feijian and Qianai as evenly matched rivals, each time fighting with all their might. Everyone believed they were mortal enemies, never expecting such different feelings hidden behind. Fortunately, Yuzhibo Ben arrived in time, unhesitatingly kicking me away, forcibly stopping the out-of-control attack, thus saving Qianai's life. Later the flames of war ceased, and Mai was established. Big brother Qianzhou Zhujian and Yuzhibo Ben came to know and cherish each other, confirmed their feelings, and came together. Upon hearing this, Zhujian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling uneasy, while Ban's expression was grave, remaining silent, allowing that otherworldly romance to slowly unfold on the sky screen. In that world Qianai was alive and well. He often quietly pulled me to hide in a secluded corner, and together we secretly watched the two of them. The scene at that time was chaotic and awkward. Chiranai was filled with indignation, grinding his teeth in hatred, almost unable to restrain his temper, all because he had stumbled upon Zhu Jian and been intimately entwined in the room, behaving affectionately. From childhood to adulthood I had never seen such an outrageous scene. It was the most terrible and embarrassing moment of my life. Everyone present was deeply shaken, never expecting that in a parallel world there would be such bizarre yet tender entanglements. Ever since Big Brother and Band confirmed their relationship and stayed together, Chiranai's anger had nowhere to vent. As he was in awe of Big Brother's strength and authority, he was utterly helpless and could only take out all his anger on me. Others saw him as full of hostility and targeting everyone, but in my eyes he was just a kitten throwing a tantrum. No matter how much he bristled and argued, I could not feel the slightest annoyance. After long periods of companionship and entanglement, feelings had long taken root and sprouted silently. Day after day of getting along, I completely fell for him, clearly and unequivocally loving this former archenemy. I often couldn't help teasing and joking, frankly expressing the feelings in my heart. Yuzebo Chiranai, you know you are really adorable, I like you. Every time he would instantly bristle, leaping up to argue and quarrel with me. It seemed to throw my mood into utter chaos, but in the end he would always hold back a smile, looking soft and adorable. Such a sight would make it hard for anyone not to be moved. Countless times I felt greedy, wanting to get close to him, to kiss him properly, to keep him firmly by my side. But I was clear in my heart, if I really dared to act like that, given Yuzebo Band's protective nature toward his brother, he would surely tear me to pieces without mercy. The courtyard was serene, the evening breeze rustling through the leaves filling the yard with a soft whisper. The two, who were usually inseparable, now sat in a tense, awkward silence, their relationship strained. Uchiha Madara had just returned from the border, war weary and covered in dust, making his way home in the twilight. Senju Hashirama, full of joy, had prepared warm tea and food, eagerly awaiting his return, hoping to rest and chat. But upon entering, Madara did not offer a single word of greeting. He ignored Hashirama's long wait and went straight to bed, falling asleep until nightfall. When he woke up, instead of showing any remorse, he eagerly pestered Hashirama with mischievous pranks, teasing and taunting him, leaving Hashirama both angry and hurt, his patience worn thin. Hashirama's face darkened. He ignored Madara's antics, refusing to respond, clearly upset. Madara, seeing this, thought it was just a minor quarrel and continued his usual behavior, completely oblivious to the fact that he had crossed Hashirama's line. As the night grew deep and the moonlight pale, Madara, having had his fill of fun, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, breathing steadily and defenselessly. Hashirama sat nearby, watching his sleeping face, still nursing a grudge. He thought to himself that he needed to teach this man a lesson, to make him consider his feelings in the future and not be so willful and neglectful. He pondered slowly. Madara was a formidable fighter, proud and unyielding. On the battlefield he never flinched at the sight of swords or blood, showing no fear in the face of death. Ordinary punishment would not affect him. What then did this arrogant Madara actually fear? Recalling their daily interactions, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Hashirama's eyes and a sly smile crept across his lips. He had an idea. He tiptoed softly, moving with utmost care so as not to disturb the sleeping man. He approached the bed, channeled his chakra and cast the precise hidden seal, firmly locking the chakra flowing through Madara's body, rendering him unable to summon any power. Then he took soft, non-abrasive binding cords and carefully tied Madara's wrists to the bedpost, securing them tightly but gently without causing any harm, only to restrict his movement. Throughout the process, Madara remained deeply asleep, completely unaware that he had fallen into a trap and been quietly prepared. After finishing, Hashirama stepped back, crossed his arms, and looked at the man, now securely bound and helpless, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he smirked inwardly. Madara, now it's my turn to take charge. Tomorrow will be a day you won't forget. See if you dare to ignore me or play pranks on me again. The night flowed quietly, moonlight streaming through the window. The night passed peacefully. The next morning the sun was bright, and warm rays filtered through the paper window into the room. Madara slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. Just as he tried to stretch and move his limbs, he suddenly realized he could not move. His wrists were tightly bound to the headboard, his chakra stagnant and blocked, unable to be summoned. He was completely restrained, deprived of all freedom of movement. After a moment of shock, Madara's expression changed drastically. He was startled and anxious, instinctively struggling fiercely, but the bindings did not budge, firmly holding him in place. He shouted angrily, his voice sharp and furious, filled with shock and indignation. Senju Hashirama! What are you doing? Let me go! Hashirama walked up slowly, his face no longer showing the hurt of the previous night. He was calm and composed, with a hint of mockery, staring at the flustered and angry man, speaking in a steady tone. Nothing much, just giving you a proper punishment. You ignored my feelings when you came back, just slept, and then played pranks on me without a care. As he spoke, Hashirama slowly leaned down, his gaze fixed on Madara's tense form, a playful smile spreading in his eyes. He spoke softly, each word clearly reaching Madara's ears. I'm suddenly curious. The fearless Uchiha Madara, is he ticklish? As the words fell, Madara's body stiffened, his expression shifting dramatically. His proud demeanor crumbled, replaced by a mix of embarrassment and anger. He struggled even more violently, his Sharingan flaring up, but with his chakra sealed it was useless. The once lofty and invincible powerhouse, now trapped and facing unexpected punishment, was completely thrown off balance. Early in the morning, Senju Tobirama had set off with Uchiha Izuna on official business outside the village, leaving the courtyard utterly still and silent with no one else coming or going. This bedroom was a private chamber that Hashirama had carefully chosen and meticulously tended, secluded far from the village's main thoroughfares, a place that rarely saw visitors even on ordinary days. Hashirama had specifically reinforced the walls and ensured the doors and windows were perfectly sealed, crafting an exceptional soundproofing that would keep any commotion within from reaching the outside. No one would ever barge in to disturb them. The entire house had become a small secluded world exclusive to the two of them, private, safe, and utterly free of worries. A chakra seal firmly locked every meridian in Uchiha Madara's body, preventing even a shred of chakra from flowing. His wrists were bound securely to the headboard with soft restraints, leaving him unable to break free or move. Completely deprived of control over his limbs, he could only sit upright against the headboard, his face a storm of fury and panic as he glared at Senju Hashirama before him. The grievances and displeasure accumulated from the previous night still lingered in his mind. Now that his scheme had succeeded, Hashirama's face was adorned with a composed, mischievous smile, with no trace of the earlier dejection or hurt. He paced slowly at ease and unhurried, his aura gentle yet with a mischievous certainty hidden in his eyes fixed intently on the immobilized Uchiha Madara. Stop wasting your strength struggling, it's useless, Hashirama said, his tone leisurely gentle yet carrying an unarguable certainty. Tobirama and Izuna have both gone on missions, they won't be back anytime soon. I've carefully planned this place out long ago. No one will come and the soundproofing is perfect. No matter what happens, no one will notice. He stepped closer, leaning down to look at Madara, whose expression was tense and dark, his smile deepening. Madara, remember, the day's punishment has only just begun. You'll just have to wait quietly and obediently to receive it. Uchiha Madara's chest heaved, a mix of anger and shame. Trapped by such restraints, his pride felt utterly out of place. His Sharingan spun repeatedly, yet with his chakra sealed he could not activate even the simplest ninjutsu or genjutsu. All his power was locked away, leaving only his unyielding spirit with nowhere to go. He gritted his teeth and snapped, his voice seething with fury. Senju Hashirama, you're being utterly unreasonable. All this over a trivial matter, and you dare to trap me like this? Untie me now. Immediately. Yet such a fierce reprimand, when it reached Hashirama's ears, carried no intimidation at all. It sounded more like a petulant tantrum, only adding to his amusement. This is no trivial matter. Hashirama shook his head gently, his tone serious and stubborn. You returned from battle, your eyes filled only with exhaustion, and you collapsed into sleep. When you woke, instead of spending time with me properly, you only thought of tormenting me with pranks, completely disregarding my feelings. You've been negligent time and again, and gentle words have done nothing. So the only way is to discipline you properly, to make sure you remember. He extended his hand, his fingertips hovering just above Madara's waist, not yet descending. The mere gesture made the usually fierce and unyielding Uchiha Madara tense up instantly, his back straightening as he instinctively recoiled, a flicker of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes. This was a man who faced countless armies and grievous wounds on the battlefield without flinching, yet his only weakness was this kind of delicate lingering touch, the relentless ticklish sensation. It was a secret vulnerability he guarded well, known to almost no one. You fear nothing, you are invincible in battle, and your nature is proud and unbending. Ordinary methods simply cannot rein you in. Hashirama watched him feign composure, while clearly trembling with tension, his smile growing richer. Since that's the case, I'll use the very thing you fear most, slowly and thoroughly. We have all the time in the world, no one around, completely isolated. The long quiet day is more than enough for me to settle accounts with you, to reclaim every instance of your willfulness and neglect. Madara, frantic and humiliated, struggled repeatedly, but the bindings remained firm and the seal unyielding. All his resistance was in vain. He knew full well that in this soundproof, secluded room with his chakra sealed, he had fallen completely under the other's control, unable to escape, unable to break free. The long punishment had only just begun. In the quiet room, bathed in warm sunlight, undisturbed, the proud and rebellious Uchiha Madara could only submit to stillness, waiting for this gentle yet tormenting discipline to descend upon him. And Senju Hashirama, his mind full of plans, was determined to use this entire day to wear down his pride, to make him remember never to neglect him again. Uchiha Madara's wrists were firmly bound to the headboard, the chakra seal utterly immovable. All his formidable power could not be mobilized, and even his most piercing dojutsu was rendered useless. His entire body was taut, his back ramrod straight. The usual air of arrogance and disdain for all was long gone, his brows and eyes now brimming with shame and panic, his frame trembling uncontrollably. Senju Hashirama stood by the bedside, his expression tender, yet a playful glint danced deep in his eyes. His movements were languid, every measure exquisitely precise. He never used excessive force, instead deliberately lingering on the most ticklish spots across Madara's body, testing slowly, his touches gentle and lingering. The relentless itch spread in waves, seeping through his skin and creeping into every limb, fraying his composure and leaving him utterly limp. At first Madara clung to his pride, grinding his teeth and enduring in silence, barking out reprimands in a tone full of resentment and fury, refusing to show any sign of weakness. But this soft torment was far more agonizing than a physical blow. There was no pain, only an unyielding, maddening itch that clouded his consciousness, shattered his defenses piece by piece, and wore down every last shred of stubbornness. Before long Madara could bear it no longer. The rims of his eyes grew red, his breath ragged, his struggles weakening, his tense body gradually relaxing, clearly overwhelmed. He moved his lips about to lower his stance and admit fault, to utter words of surrender, an apology, begging only for Hashirama to cease. Yet, every time he reached this critical juncture, Senju Hashirama precisely anticipated his actions, as if he had long memorized all his patterns, deliberately setting him up. Before the apology could leave his lips, Hashirama leaned forward, gently pressing his hand over Madara's mouth, firmly sealing his words. The gesture was gentle, yet carried an unyielding force. With his lips sealed, all of Uchiha Madara's words were trapped in his throat. The complete apology, the aggrieved complaint, the bashful plea, all unable to escape, only muffled against his lips, squeezing out fragmented soft whimpers, indistinct, pitiful, and utterly mortifying. He furrowed his brows, shaking his head incessantly, his shoulders trembling lightly. The sharpness of his Sharingan faded, replaced by an expression brimming with grievance and helplessness, his eyes glistening, wholly devoid of the commanding aura of the Hokage's nemesis. The more he longed to confess his fault, the more secure the restraint on his mouth became. All he could do was let these fragmented whimpers swirl in his throat, echoing softly in the sealed, silent room. Seeing Madara in this state, Hashirama's heart melted into a pool of tenderness, yet the smile on his face did not diminish, nor did his hands cease their motion. He maintained that gentle rhythm, unhurried, steady. He was doing this deliberately, waiting until Madara could no longer hold out and truly surrendered, and also blocking his apology, preventing him from uttering those words so easily. In his view, if he let Madara apologize so easily, the punishment would lose its effect. Madara would surely forget it the moment he turned around, and would still neglect him and play pranks as before. Only by wearing down his sharp edges and sealing his words, leaving him helplessly emitting soft whimpers, could he make him remember this feeling deeply, so that in the future he would learn to restrain himself and properly consider Hashirama's feelings. Madara struggled in vain. His chakra was sealed, his limbs bound, his mouth firmly blocked. He could neither advance nor retreat nor resist. He could only passively endure this protracted, agonizing punishment. All his shame and fury had no outlet, turning into a series of soft, indistinct whimpers. The lofty pride he usually displayed was thoroughly ground down by this gentle method. Hashirama gazed at the reddening tips of his ears, his ragged breath feeling the warmth and softness of the lips beneath his hand. He slowed his movements, yet still refused to release his hand or his hold. The long day was not yet half over, and the punishment was far from finished. He wanted this man to remember well the consequences of neglecting him, and to etch this unique intimacy between them deep into the core of his heart. In this closed chamber no one knew what transpired within, only the alternating muffled sobs accompanied by the warmth and playfulness of the room causing this deliberate penance to linger on slowly, endlessly. In the sealed Hokage's office, warm light filtered through the window lattice, falling upon the bowed figure of Chiensho Jujian at his desk. Yuzhibo Ban knelt before the desk, his long hair clinging to the sweat-damp nape of his neck. The tips of his ears burned crimson, and even the skin behind them flushed a delicate pink. He hung his head, black gloves scraping against his temple. Through the strands of hair escaping from his fingers, the halo of his Sharingan had long faded into nothingness, leaving only a watery gleam, a far cry from the commanding Uchiha clan leader of usual days. Lord Hokage. He gritted his teeth, his voice kept low, yet the tail end trembled uncontrollably, carrying a hint of lingering breathlessness. I was wrong. Behind the desk, Chiensho Jujian lifted his eyes, the tips of his fingers still holding half an unread document. His gaze held no ripple of emotion, he merely gave a soft his tone as flat as if listening to a subordinate's report with no intention of stopping. Ban's shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. Just now when Zhu Jian had gripped his wrist, brushed his fingertips over the old scar on his arm, then slid to his waist, Ban had nearly struggled free. But his chakra was sealed, his body bonelessly weak, leaving him at the mercy of Zhu Jian's fingers as they traced the most ticklish spots, teasing him until tears nearly spilled. "What did you do wrong?" Zhu Jian finally set down his brush, leaning forward slightly. The wide hem of his robe swept across the floor, producing a faint rustle. His gaze settled on the reddened corners of Ban's eyes, his tone still gentle yet carrying a pressure that brooked no evasion. Was it coming back from the border battle and crashing straight to sleep, or waking up and playing pranks? Ban's face burned even hotter, nearly burying itself in his chest. He knew he was in the wrong. That day the border war had just ended, he was bone-tired and only wanted to collapse into sleep. When he woke and saw Zhu Jian still frowning over documents, a sudden wind took him. He hid Zhu Jian's seal and added a little something to his tea. He had thought it was just a joke, never expecting Zhu Jian to actually get angry, trapping him in the office, and using this method to settle accounts. All of it. He murmured, his voice muffled as if something were caught in his throat. "I shouldn't have neglected you, nor should I have played pranks. Lord Hokage, please don't." Before he could finish, Zhu Jian's fingertips lightly tapped his knee. Ben flinched as if burned, jerking back yet daring not truly retreat. He could only stiffen his back, tears finally brimming in his eyes. He was never one to show weakness, yet at this moment being handled in such a way by Zhu Jian shattered all his pride, leaving only a heart full of shame and a yearning to beg for mercy. "Don't what?" Zhu Jian raised an eyebrow, his fingers shifting forward again, about to reach Ban's waist. "Ben, I haven't heard enough yet." "Don't touch there." Ben blurted out, his voice carrying a frantic, tearful edge. He looked up at Zhu Jian, eyes red-rimmed, the pattern of his Sharingan disrupted. "I truly know I'm wrong. I'll never do it again, Lord Hokage. Please stop. I don't dare anymore." Zhu Jian, watching him in this state, angry, anxious, ashamed, and frightened, finally couldn't hold back a laugh. He withdrew his hand, leaned back into his chair, and softened his tone. "Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Why drag it out till now?" Ben collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and even the knuckles of his clenched fists were white. He knew Zhu Jian wasn't really angry, but this torturous punishment was harder to endure than a severe wound on the battlefield. Each wave of ticklishness hooked his heart, making even his apology stumble and falter, leaving not a shred of Uchiha dignity. "Will you dare again?" Zhu Jian handed him a clean cloth, watching him wipe his sweat with amusement dancing in his eyes. Ben took the cloth and roughly wiped his face. His ears were still red, but he shot Zhu Jian a glare, his tone carrying a trace of lingering irritation yet bereft of its former fierceness. "I won't dare." He looked down at his reddened wrist, then at the smiling Qianshou Zhu Jian behind the desk, and felt a strange mix of embarrassment and an inexplicable warmth. In the past, when they fought side by side, they were evenly matched rivals, the only soulmates for each other. But at this moment, being handled and teased by him like this was a unique intimacy between them. "Lord Hokage," he paused, lowering his voice, a hint of awkwardness in his tone, "next time, don't use this method." Zhu Jian nodded with a smile, reached out to ruffle his hair, his gesture impossibly gentle. "All right then, Ben will have to behave properly from now on, and stop making me angry." Ben turned his face away, not answering, but the tips of his ears quietly reddened once more. Many years after the founding of Konoha, the village elders gathered in a tea house, chatting and growing ever more certain of a secret no one dared speak aloud, that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi who shook the ninja world, was from beginning to end an utter devotee of Uchiha Madara. The seeds were sown in the chaotic Warring States era. At that time the Senju and Uchiha were mortal enemies, locked in endless slaughter. Whenever members of the two clans met, they only turned their blades on each other. But no one could have imagined that Hashirama, the greatest genius of the Senju clan, would conceal his clan identity, and secretly go to a mountain stream valley just to meet the young Uchiha Madara. In others' eyes, every Uchiha was arrogant, cold, and stubborn, formidable enemies to be wary of at every turn. But in Hashirama's heart, Madara was the most brilliant, the most gentle, and the most understanding soulmate in the world. In the days when they skipped stones together, and talked freely about their dreams, Hashirama yielded to Madara in everything. Madara complained that his hand seals were too complicated and his jutsu names too verbose. Thereafter, whenever Hashirama performed techniques, he simplified all movements, no longer chanting elaborate technique names, and did everything the way Madara preferred. When Madara frowned in displeasure, Hashirama immediately stopped his joking and straightened up obediently. When Madara showed a smile, Hashirama would be happy for the whole day, even sweeping away the gloom of his clansmen's serious injuries. Tobirama Senju had witnessed this since childhood and gnashed his teeth in anger every time, always complaining that his elder brother was favoring outsiders with only Uchiha Madara in his eyes and heart, completely forgetting the generations of blood feud between the two clans. The contrast was even more striking on the battlefield. When facing any formidable enemy, Hashirama was decisive and awe-inspiring. His would release unstoppable, never showing the slightest mercy. But when facing Madara alone, he always held back his strength. What seemed like fierce combat was actually filled with evasion and protection. He never truly intended to harm him in the slightest. Others fought only for victory and survival. Only Hashirama wanted to use the battle as an excuse to spend a few more moments with Madara. After each confrontation, he would always sidle up to Madara and gently persuade him to set aside conflicts and build a peaceful village together, completely ignoring the astonished looks from his own clansmen. Later, when the two clans formed an alliance and Konoha was established, Hashirama insisted on recommending Madara as the first Hokage. In his eyes, Madara's vision, boldness, and foresight made him far more suitable to lead the village than himself. This favoritism was open and unabashed. Tobirama strongly opposed, and the elders also remonstrated, but Hashirama's stance was firm. No matter how they tried to persuade him, his original intention never wavered. Whatever Madara wanted or valued, Hashirama would do his utmost to present it to him. As long as Madara could be at ease and content, he was willing to yield all glory and power. When Madara was misunderstood by the entire village and slandered by rumors, most people stood by idly. Only Hashirama always stood before him, defending him and supporting him, shielding him from criticism. When the Uchiha clan was met with suspicion and ostracism, Hashirama showed favoritism and tolerance everywhere, striving to smooth over all injustices. When everyone else resisted and alienated the Uchiha, only Hashirama wholeheartedly accepted everything about Madara, his clan, his obsessions, and all his persistence that the world could not understand. In the battle at the Valley of the End, the world saw only a life-and-death duel and a bitter falling out. But those who knew Hashirama well understood that he could never bear to harm Madara from beginning to end. That great battle was a struggle under utter helplessness, a painful tug-of-war over diverging ideals. Hashirama would rather endure all the torment himself than truly take Madara's life. Even when they had come to the point of armed conflict, the one he still cared about most in his heart was none other than the young Uchiha Madara, who had once shared dreams with him. After Madara's departure, Hashirama etched this obsession even deeper into his bones. He guarded Konoha, guarded the dream they had once shared, worrying day and night, longing every moment. Others advised him to let go of the past, but he could never forget. His heart was filled entirely with Madara's image. The god of shinobi, usually magnanimous and gentle, would immediately darken his face and defend Madara without any mercy if anyone spoke ill of him. The entire ninja world could see clearly that Hashirama Senju's tenderness and partiality had always belonged exclusively to Uchiha Madara. He could embrace all things in the world and show compassion to all creatures, but only for Madara did he harbor a leniency, concern, and obsession that no one else could match. In the end, there is no need for repeated testimony from others. From their youthful meeting by the stream to a lifetime of tangled bonds, Hashirama Senju was always the most unwavering devotee of Uchiha Madara. This sentiment transcended life and death, and never changed. The evening breeze in the courtyard was gentle, cherry blossoms drifting slowly onto the bluestone ground. The bonfire burned softly, casting long shadows of the four figures onto the wall. The turbulent times had briefly ceased, a rare moment of leisure. On a whim, Senju Hashirama gathered the other three to play a game of truth or dare. They quickly set the rules, shake wooden sticks to decide the loser, who must obediently comply without cheating or shirking. Round after round the atmosphere grew lively, filled with laughter and jokes. When it was Uchiha Izuna's turn to draw, he picked up a short wooden stick and turned it over. It read, "Dare." Everyone's eyes converged on him, waiting to see how he would handle the challenge. Senju Tobirama folded his arms, a mischievous glint in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he slowly spoke, his tone assertive and with a hint of deliberate provocation. "My challenge is simple. Go to your Aniki and ask him sincerely if I no longer depend on you. Does that count as growing up Aniki?" Those words precisely struck at the heart of the Uchiha brothers' usual dynamic. Izuna's body stiffened, his ears instantly turning red as he awkwardly glanced at Uchiha Madara beside him. He was stubborn and reserved by nature, relying on his elder brother for everything in daily life, never daring to speak such heartfelt words openly. Now, being forced to do so in front of everyone, he felt deeply embarrassed and mortified. Madara also looked up at his younger brother, his deep eyes filled with tenderness, quietly waiting for him to speak. Izuna shuffled over to stand before Madara, clutching the hem of his clothes, his voice lowered. He repeated the words Tobirama had instructed, not loud but each word clear. "Aniki, if I no longer depend on you, does that count as growing up?" All those present fell silent. Tobirama had expected that given Madara's usual domineering and protective nature he would only give a perfunctory reply or make a few jokes, never seriously answering such a sentimental and vulnerable question. But the anticipated scene did not occur. Uchiha Madara gazed at his uneasy, anxious little brother, his expression turning serious, shedding his usual sharpness. His tone softened and he spoke each word with solemnity and deep affection. "If you think that way, then it means your Aniki hasn't loved you enough." He paused, then sighed softly as if blaming himself, and added, "It's also because your Aniki is useless that you've come to think this way." Izuna abruptly looked up, his eyes instantly growing hot, his heart both warm and aching. All his restraint dissipated, and he silently leaned against Madara's side. Tobirama was taken aback, never expecting Madara to give such a gentle answer. For a moment he put away his playful intent. After several more rounds it was Senju Tobirama's turn to draw, and as luck would have it he also got a dare. Izuna, who had just been teased, immediately brightened up, seeing a chance to return the favor. He promptly copied the exact same challenge, his tone carrying a hint of vengeful glee. "It's my turn to set the challenge. Go to your elder brother and ask him the exact same question. No slacking, no half-heartedness." Tobirama was resigned, but he accepted the loss and walked over to Senju Hashirama, who was standing nearby laughing and watching the fun. He stood before Hashirama, his expression calm, his voice steady without any hesitation. He recited the words with composure. "Big brother, if I no longer depend on you, does that count as growing up?" Just a moment ago Senju Hashirama had been all smiles and relaxed, but his grin instantly froze. His expression shattered, his eyes wide with incredulous shock as he stared at his younger brother. His voice was a mix of surprise and grievance. "Tobirama, when have you ever depended on me?" At those words the scene fell silent, then scattered laughter rippled through. Hashirama's face was full of grievance as he looked at Tobirama, his eyes sincere and helpless. In his heart his younger brother had always been calm, independent, meticulous, and reliable. From childhood to now it had always been Tobirama who organized everything, clearly cleaned up his messes, planned and strategized for him, and protected the entire Senju clan, dependable in every way. It was already fortunate that he didn't depend on Senju Tobirama. All along it had been he who unconsciously depended on Tobirama. He had never seen Tobirama rely on him, let alone imagine that Tobirama would struggle with the question of whether not depending on him counted as growing up. Hearing this, Tobirama's brow twitched, but he remained silent, not immediately responding. He had never been good at expressing vulnerability, accustomed to being calm and composed, bearing all burdens alone. He had long hidden the word, dependence, deep in his heart, never revealing it. Others only saw his strength and capability, but he alone knew that deep down he had always been sustained by the steady warmth of his big brother. Izuna observed the stark contrast between the two pairs of brothers. He quietly leaned against Madara and chuckled softly, marveling at how the same words, when received by different elder brothers, could elicit completely opposite reactions. Madara gently patted his shoulder, his eyes full of adoration radiating warmth. The bonfire still flickered, the evening breeze gentle. The four people of different temperaments sat together with no war, no conflict, no clan rivalry, only the hidden brotherly affection within the game of truth or dare, a tender warmth that filled the entire courtyard. The warmth of the bonfire in the courtyard still lingered as the night was steeped in gentle pale moonlight. The lively atmosphere of the truth or dare game from earlier gradually settled down. Senju Hashirama was sitting nearby, rolling up his sleeves while chatting and laughing, while Uchiha Madara bent down to tidy up Izuna's slightly disheveled collar. The tender image of the two brothers from moments ago still lingered in their minds, and the atmosphere was relaxed and peaceful. During the previous dare Izuna had thoroughly gotten the better of Tobirama. The question had left Hashirama both bewildered and aggrieved, while the whole crowd was filled with laughter. Tobirama was utterly speechless in rebuttal, throughout silently accepting the loss. At this moment he stood still for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible slyness hidden in his eyes, then turned and walked nonchalantly toward the wooden table where the tea snacks were arranged. On the table were arrayed exquisite Japanese-style confections, soft and chewy wagashi, sweet and refreshing mochi, and delicate fluffy cakes, a dazzling variety. Tobirama selected a white porcelain plate, carefully picking and arranging the sweets, stacking them neatly. The colors were warm and pleasing, looking sweet and delicious, whetting one's appetite. Others only thought he was easing the mood by deliberately fetching snacks to share, and no one suspected any hidden motive. He carried the plate full of treats and walked slowly back to the group, stopping directly in front of Uchiha Izuna. He raised his hand and set the porcelain plate down steadily, his expression calm, showing no trace of anything unusual, and said in a flat tone, "I teased you earlier, so I owe you one. These snacks are for you as an apology." Izuna looked up at the plate. The sweets were exquisitely shaped, and a faint fragrance drifted to his nose. He then glanced at Tobirama, whose face was completely calm and unruffled, showing none of the teasing and competitive demeanor from earlier. His heart was filled with suspicion. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes full of wariness, and blurted out distrustfully. "Did the sun rise from the west? Senju Tobirama, since when have you been so kind?" After the earlier confrontation, Izuna was already on guard against him, knowing full well that this man was meticulous, and never did anything without purpose. This sudden show of goodwill must have an ulterior motive. Though his words were full of suspicion, in truth his stomach was slightly empty. Looking at the sweet and soft treats, he wasn't exactly craving them, but he wasn't averse to them either. After all, they were just ordinary sweets. Even if there was some trick hidden, it couldn't cause much trouble. With this thought in mind, Izuna stopped hesitating, reached out, picked up the most appealing-looking piece, and slowly brought it to his mouth. Madara watched quietly from the side, taking it as a common joke between the younger generation, and did not interfere. Hashirama also watched with a smile, assuming the two were settling their earlier minor dispute. But the next instant an intense scorching spiciness exploded in his mouth. The burning heat rushed from the tip of his tongue straight to his throat, overwhelming his entire palate, completely catching him off guard. It was not a light, subtle hint of spice, but a domineering, fierce, and lingering heavy heat that instantly seared his throat, making his eyes redden abruptly. Izuna's whole body stiffened, his movements abruptly halted. His brows furrowed tightly, his face changing drastically. Instinctively he covered his mouth, wanting to spit it out, but forced himself to endure it for the sake of dignity. He had always detested spicy food, even a tiny bit of heat was unbearable. Now, with his mouth full of intense spiciness, it was both choking and drying, his throat burning as if on fire, so uncomfortable that his eyes immediately filled with tears. No longer caring about restraint or politeness, nor about his elder brother's presence, and disregarding any sense of propriety, Izuna angrily and urgently growled at Senju Tobirama. "Ah! Senju Tobirama, you bastard! You deliberately set me up!" Furious and aggrieved, he kept blowing out air to relieve the heat in his mouth while glaring at Tobirama, his eyes filled with indignation. His whole face was flushed red, the tip of his nose tingling, both spicy and angry, a picture of vexation yet vividness. Senju Tobirama watched his furious and flustered appearance, and the smile he had been suppressing finally spread across his face. His eyes were filled with the delight of success, no longer able to hide his mischievous intent. In a slow, teasing tone he said, "Just a matter of reciprocity. When you messed with me earlier, you didn't go easy on me. It's just a different flavor of snack, nothing too much." Uchiha Madara, seeing this, felt both exasperated and amused. He quickly raised his hand to offer a cup of clear tea, furrowed his brows, and gently soothed his younger brother. Then he turned to look at Tobirama, his gaze carrying a warning but without real anger. Hashirama, watching from the side, burst into laughter, waving his hands to mediate, chuckling that the two were equally matched, and neither should hold a grudge. Izuna took the tea and gulped down several mouthfuls, finally managing to suppress the burning spiciness in his mouth. Still he glared at Tobirama indignantly, silently marking this debt in his heart. Having known each other since youth, they had fought side by side through chaotic times, from the ravages of war to the establishment of Mai. They were already the ones who understood each other best in the world, the closest of confidants. In daily life they were accustomed to teasing and joking with each other, laughter and banter being the norm. On this rare idle day, Ben, finding himself with nothing to do, conceived a mischievous idea to tease Zhujian. A sly and playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Turning his head to look at Zhujian beside him, he spoke in a slow, teasing tone, "Hey brother, I suddenly remembered. Didn't I owe you $100 before?" As he finished speaking, Ban deliberately leaned forward slightly, slowly closing the distance between them. The space between them shrank inch by inch, and the warmth of their breaths subtly mingled. A playful glint danced in his eyes, carrying a deliberate hint of provocation. Half jokingly, half seriously, he continued, "A debt is meant to be repaid, but I'm too lazy to move right now, and I don't want to bother with a transfer. How about I give you a kiss and that'll settle the $100? What do you say? A pretty good deal." As he spoke, Ban tilted his head upward and slowly leaned toward Zhujian's lips. His movements were languid, his demeanor bold and unbridled, clearly aiming to see Zhujian flustered and embarrassed. Just as the distance between them shrank to mere inches, their noses almost touching, on the verge of fulfilling the playful promise, Ban suddenly halted. He jerked back half a step, creating distance. He raised a hand to rub his nose lightly, a nonchalant smile on his face, as if the person who had just leaned in so intimately and threatened to kiss the debt away was not him at all. His tone was casual and easy. "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I've already transferred the $100 to you. Make sure to accept it quickly, don't delay." Having said that, Ban deliberately averted his gaze, pretending to be casually admiring the scenery around them while secretly watching Zhu Jian's every move, waiting for him to accept the money and take the cue to let the jokes slide. But Zhu Jian remained silent throughout, watching his antics calmly. His face betrayed no emotion. He neither responded nor argued, simply watching Ban's feigned composure. When the money arrived, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He raised his hand and directly reversed the $100 transfer, his movements swift and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Seeing the money return, Ban was momentarily startled. The casual smile on his face faded slightly. Thinking Zhu Jian might have missed it, he transferred it again. But within moments the transfer was returned once more. This happened 2 or 3 times in succession. Now truly unsettled, Ban's composed and teasing demeanor vanished completely. His voice tinged with obvious panic, he urged hurriedly, "Hey, come on Zhu Jian, just accept it properly. It's such a hassle to keep sending it back and forth." As he spoke, he tried to initiate the transfer again, fully believing that Zhu Jian was just being stubborn and would accept it after a few more persuasions. But no matter how many times he transferred, the $100 always came back exactly as sent. Zhu Jian remained silent, repeating the refund action without a word of explanation, his stance unwavering. Panic completely seized Ban. He stood frozen, at a loss, as usual, proud and dominant aura dissipating. His eyes were filled with helplessness, unable to fathom why Zhu Jian was so adamant about refusing the money. He could only gaze at him, anxiously waiting for him to speak. After a long silence, Zhu Jian finally spoke, his low, warm voice carrying a hint of amusement and a triumphant playfulness. He said slowly, "I'll stop teasing you. I'll accept it." Hearing this, Ban's heart instantly settled. He let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing as the tension melted away. He couldn't help muttering under his breath with a mix of relief and a touch of pride, "It's just $100 after all. No need to settle it with a kiss. That's too much. I knew you couldn't bear to do it. You were just trying to scare me." Convinced that the little joke had ended and the storm had passed, he secretly rejoiced that he wouldn't have to fulfill that intimate promise. His demeanor was relaxed and carefree, completely unaware of the deeper meaning in Zhu Jian's eyes and the unspoken thoughts still lingering. But just as his words faded, a substantial transfer suddenly popped up, a clear sum of $1,000, catching him completely off guard. The smile on Ban's face instantly froze. He was utterly stunned, his pupils contracting, slightly frozen in place, unable to react for a moment. He looked at Zhu Jian in bewilderment, his voice full of shock and confusion. "Hey, what's this $1,000 for? Why did you suddenly transfer so much?" Before he finished speaking, Zhu Jian stepped forward, slowly approaching him. His pace was unhurried, his gaze resolute and burning with intense determination, advancing step by step. Seeing Zhu Jian's figure drawing closer, Ban's relaxed state shattered instantly. Panic flooded through him, and he instinctively backed away, waving his hands frantically, his voice urgent and flustered. Don't come closer. Don't you dare come over here." He kept retreating, stepping backward, full of caution and panic. But before he could steady himself, another transfer arrived and the number on the screen jumped directly to $1,500. The sum of $1,500 was glaringly conspicuous. Zhu Jian still said nothing, but he didn't stop moving, steadily closing in on him. The affection and obsession in his eyes were now direct and scorching, no longer concealed in the slightest. The gentle breeze still meandered through the forest, while the interlaced shadows of the trees cast a hazy, lingering atmosphere, enveloping the surroundings into an intimate, tender little world. Zhu Jian watched Ban retreating step by step, flustered and at a loss. His usually gentle eyes were now filled with a thick, unadorned affection, devoid of any trace of teasing or jest, leaving only a resolute stubbornness. With steady steps forward, leaving no room for the other to dodge or back away, he closed in within a few strides and in one fluid motion raised his hand to gently press the person against the sturdy, thick trunk of a tree. The hard, rough bark pressed against his back, leaving no retreat. Ban was completely trapped between Zhu Jian and the tree trunk, with no escape whatsoever. In the next moment, warm, slender fingers gently lifted Ban's chin with a tenderness that brooked no resistance, firmly holding his face in place. The fingertips, radiating warmth, traced the delicate contour of his jawline, the sensation tangible and clear. Before the bewildered, dazed Ban could pull himself together from the immense turmoil and gather his thoughts, Zhu Jian leaned in, and in that moment of his stunned confusion and utter disarray, firmly pressed his lips against Ban's. This kiss was sudden yet fervent, and tender, devoid of any hint of jest or pretense, filled with long-hidden sincerity. In an instant it was as if a brilliant cascade of fireworks exploded in his mind, lights flashing and roaring without end. Ban instantly froze, as if all the blood in his body had suddenly congealed. His mind went blank, all thoughts, panic, and excuses were washed away clean by this unexpected kiss, leaving only a dazed confusion. In the midst of his daze, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures behind a nearby tree. Yuzhibo Qian'ai stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, his usual lively and willful demeanor completely gone. Qianqiu Feijian furrowed his brow, his figure paused, his face etched with disbelief, his whole body radiating astonishment. Ban's mind buzzed, he was utterly thrown into chaos, a frantic cry surging in his heart. How dare he? Did he just kiss him so openly, and without restraint, right in front of Qian'ai and Feijian? What was going on? Even in his most reckless moments before, he had always shown restraint. How could he be so unbridled today? 1,000 thoughts whirled chaotically in his mind, flustered and embarrassed, his ears and neck burning red, his whole body tense and at a loss. But Zhu Jian paid no heed to his myriad reactions nor to the expressions of the two bystanders. He ignored the panic and shyness in Ban's eyes and simply indulged in this intimacy, following his heart, kissing slowly and gently, tenderly and lingeringly. One hand firmly held his waist, the palm warm and the pressure just right, securely encircling him in his embrace. The hand on his waist was particularly restless, sometimes gently stroking, sometimes slowly kneading, the movements languid and delicate. Ban was naturally ticklish around his waist, even a slight touch would normally make him flinch. Now being caressed so gently and persistently, and in such an intimate and awkward situation, his whole body felt numb and weak, both embarrassed and ticklish, as if his strength was being slowly drained away until even the force to resist and push back gradually faded. Time passed by second, long and lingering. After half an hour, Ban was already short of breath, his breathing ragged and rapid, his body limp against the tree trunk. He was almost exhausted, his limbs weak and powerless, and he barely had the strength to lift his eyes and meet Zhu Jian's gaze. Yet Zhu Jian's hand still remained steadily on his waist, not moving an inch. Every now and then an inadvertent light brush would send a subtle shiver through him, his ticklish instinct uncontrollable, and faint muffled groans hidden in his lips only to be swallowed up entirely. Qian'ai, who had already recovered from his shock, looked helpless and awkward, turning his head away, unwilling to watch further. Feijian's face darkened, his eyes filled with resignation and helplessness, knowing that once his elder brother had set his heart on something, no one could dissuade him. Trapped in his embrace, Ben was both embarrassed and weak, his mind dazed, his body limp and powerless. He could only let the person before him hold him securely, let this openly revealed deep affection completely envelop and cover him, leaving him no way to escape. Qianqiu Zhu Yan likes me. The lingering warmth in the forest had yet to dissipate, and the air still held the breath of the tender intimacy that had just passed. Yuzhibo Ban was utterly drained, leaning limply against the rough tree trunk, his shoulders and back rising and falling slightly. His breathing remained uneven and unsteady, his cheeks flushed with a lingering blush, his eyes veiled with a misty haze. His whole body was soft and weak, the strength to even lift a hand nearly drained away. The long, tender embrace had consumed all his vigor. The lingering warmth of the palm's caress still clung to his waist, and the aftermath of ticklish sensations coiled through his limbs, sending fine tremors at the slightest movement. He was trapped in a state of shyness and softness, utterly stripped of his former commanding, arrogant demeanor, as a peerless powerhouse, leaving only a docile, pliable posture. Senju Zhujian lowered his head to gaze at the person in his arms, seeing him so utterly spent and unable to support himself, and his heart brimmed with boundless tenderness and pity. He no longer sought to prolong the closeness, unwilling to make him endure further strain. His gaze was gentle and affectionate, filled with an unbreakable depth of emotion. He bent down slightly, his movements tender and steady, careful not to use too much force and hurt the one in his arms. His arms securely encircled Ban's back and the crook of his knees, and with a smooth motion he lifted him in a princess carry. The lift was steady and fluid, without the slightest jolt or sway, holding the person completely and properly embraced. Ben, taken by surprise at being lifted, instinctively trembled slightly, and raised his hand, weakly grasping the fabric at Zhujian's shoulder, his fingertips tightening gently. His body pressed close against the broad, warm chest, clearly feeling the steady, powerful heartbeat, solid and reassuring. The originally flustered and restless emotions gradually calmed down. He leaned his head slightly into the hollow of Zhujian's neck, his long eyelashes drooping gently, concealing the myriad emotions in his eyes. He was too shy to look up at his surroundings, let alone at Qian'ai and Feijian, who were still standing nearby. The public intimacy moments ago had already embarrassed him to the extreme, and now being held in such a solemn, tender princess carry made his ears burn even hotter. He even breathed lightly and softly, quietly lying in the embrace, no longer struggling or resisting. Zhu Jian stood still with the person in his arms, lowered his head and asked softly, his tone gentle and consultative, full of accommodation, "Shall we rest in your bedroom or sit in the study?" Hearing this, Ban's lips moved slightly, his breath faint, his voice carrying a trace of lingering hoarseness, lacking strength, as he replied in a low voice, "The study will do." Those two simple words were docile and obedient without a hint of the usual argumentative or defiant demeanor. Having received the response, Jujian said no more, steadily tightening his arms to hold the person more securely. He turned and walked with composed, unhurried steps toward the direction of the residence, his pace neither fast nor slow, his stride steady and firm. Each step was stable and solid, careful not to jostle or startle the powerless person in his arms. Behind them, Yuzhibo Qianai had long been watching with a complicated expression, both annoyed and resigned. Gazing at the two figures leaning on each other, as they receded into the distance, he helplessly pursed his lips but ultimately did not step forward to disturb them. Senju Feijian's face was calm and composed, his brows slightly furrowed. Having long seen through his elder brother's steadfast intentions, he knew that no matter what he said now it would be futile. He could only stand silently in place, saying nothing, and let the two leave. Along the way they passed through the lush courtyard and skirted the flower entry corridor, the scenery slowly receding. The warm sunlight fell upon the two, outlining a soft interdependent silhouette, the atmosphere quiet and tender. Jujian's embrace was warm, his steps steady, moving with utmost care and tenderness throughout the journey, pouring all his gentleness into the person in his arms. Ben lay quietly in the broad, warm embrace, letting the other lead him forward. His entire body relaxed, all defenses and sharp edges completely withdrawn. The tip of his nose was filled with the clean, steady scent unique to Jujian, bringing a sense of peace and security. The earlier panic, shyness, and embarrassment gradually faded, leaving only a heart full of tranquility and an indescribable tenderness. His limbs were still sore and weak, so he let himself go completely, relying entirely on the person before him, allowing him to lead the way to the study. Before long they arrived at the study door. Jujian raised his hand and gently pushed open the door. Inside, the room was clean and elegant, with simple and tidy furnishings filled with a rich, scholarly atmosphere. He walked slowly into the room, still not putting down the person in his arms. Carrying Ban, he approached the soft daybed by the window, his movements gentle and unhurried, every action filled with reverence. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, spilling a pool of warm light across the floor, making the study seem even more temperate and serene. Jujian stood before the daybed, lowering his head to gaze at the languid, docile expression of the person in his arms. The emotion in his eyes was fervent and sincere, tenderness, almost overflowing. Having carried him in a princess hold all the way without disturbance or jolt, he used only his full gentleness to protect the utterly exhausted Yuzhibo Ben securely in his arms, bringing him into this quiet, elegant study. The remaining time in this tranquil space they would accompany each other, slowly savoring the warmth. Sleep. Senju Jujian gently kissed Yuzhibo Ben. This time I won't be as foolish as in the last life, Ben. Hashirama carried Madara away, their figures gradually merging into the shadows deep within the courtyard, leaving only Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama beneath the veranda. The scenes he had just witnessed were still vividly etched in his mind, his brother being treated with such intimacy, and even carried off horizontally in front of everyone. Izuna's chest felt tight with indignation, his face contorted into an ugly grimace of displeasure. His whole expression was twisted with resentment and anger, as if he had swallowed a bellyful of grievances, every inch of him radiating discontent. He turned his head sharply to glare at the Senju Tobirama beside him, his voice brimming with grievance and dissatisfaction. He spoke with a heart full of fury, every word carrying irritation. How could your brother be so casual? In front of so many people to treat my brother like that, without the slightest regard for propriety, throwing all dignity to the wind. His voice was filled with the anger of defending his brother, his brows tightly knitted. His eyes were filled with disapproval of Hashirama's actions, staring furiously at Tobirama, waiting for an explanation. Senju Tobirama stood still, his expression cool and composed, his usual indifferent features showing little fluctuation. Watching the angry Izuna before him, a hint of mischievous amusement quietly crept into his eyes, shedding his usual cold sharpness and adding a touch of lazy playfulness. He slightly raised his eyes, fixing his gaze on Izuna, his tone light and deliberately provocative, as he slowly countered. What? Jealous just by looking? Or do you want to try it yourself? A rhetorical question fell abruptly, direct and ambiguous, instantly unsettling Izuna's mind. Izuna's ears burned crimson, and he hurriedly turned his face away, flustered and embarrassed. He waved his hands in denial, his voice flustered and awkward. Don't tease me with such words. Who wants to try that? Stop talking nonsense. He was thin-skinned by nature and couldn't withstand such straightforward teasing. His whole demeanor became uneasy, and he only wanted to escape this ambiguous atmosphere. But before he could step back, Tobirama had already moved, his figure steady as he approached him step by step. His pace was unhurried, his presence spreading steadily, carrying an inescapable pressure that shortened the distance between them inch by inch. Izuna's heart tightened, panic surging within him. He instinctively took several steps back, his flustered voice calling out repeatedly. Hey, wait, stop. Don't come any closer. Stay right there. His panicked voice trembled slightly, his hands and feet at a loss. The sharp and willful spirit that once animated him had vanished, leaving only shyness and panic as he retreated step by step, desperate to create distance. Tobirama did not stop his advance, still moving steadily forward, his gaze locked on Izuna's flustered and evasive expression. The smile in his eyes deepened and his voice was low and gentle, carrying familiar tenderness and understanding, as he slowly spoke. We've been together for so long, and yet you still blush so easily. His words were soft and heartfelt, exposing the truth of their intimate bond, stripping away all pretense, filled with familiar warmth. As he spoke, Tobirama had already reached Izuna, gently trapping him between the pillar and himself, leaving no room for escape. He lowered his gaze to look at the flushed brows and eyes of the man in his arms, his expression serious yet tender with persistent affection, and softly proposed. Don't linger here. Come with me to my laboratory. It's quiet there, no one will disturb us. We can take our time. Izuna's whole body tensed, his cheeks burning, his heart pounding wildly. All the words of resistance died on his lips, turning into shallow breaths, no longer able to refuse or argue. Tears mingled with blood between our lips, as if we loved each other through life and death. Secluded from the world year-round, Senju Tobirama's laboratory lay far from the clamor of the residents, and the flow of clan traffic, its four walls shutting out all external noise. The windows were tightly shut, leaving only soft, even daylight within. Various ninja tool blueprints, experimental vessels, and technique manuscripts were arranged neatly, each item placed with precision. Every corner exuded Tobirama's usual meticulous, calm, and methodical demeanor. The air carried a faint, pleasant scent of herbs and paper, quiet and peaceful, devoid of any disturbance. It was the perfect place for a tranquil conversation, a quiet exchange of confidences. After guiding Uchiha Izuna safely into the laboratory, Tobirama casually closed the door behind him, completely cutting off the outside world. The tender image of Hashirama embracing Madara as they departed in the courtyard still lingered vividly in both their minds. Izuna's emotions had not yet settled, he still bore a faint trace of the shy embarrassment from moments ago. He stood quietly taking in the familiar laboratory setup. Tobirama slowed his usual brisk pace, shedding the focused intensity he wore while researching techniques. His expression was calm and composed as he turned to look at Izuna beside him. In a tone that was natural and casual, as if bringing up a long-buried thought, he began slowly. Have you noticed something deeply hidden? Izuna snapped back to attention, instinctively tilting his head. His dark eyes brimmed with confusion, long lashes fluttering faintly. He looked at Tobirama with a puzzled expression and asked softly, What is it? What have you discovered? In his impression, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had always acted boldly, their interactions straightforward and unrestrained. Arguments and quarrels were the norm, they joked without reservation, acting with openness and ease. There seemed to be nothing they needed to hide deliberately. He could not imagine what hidden secrets they might possess. Tobirama walked slowly to the table, sat down composedly, and adjusted the spread-out technique manuscripts. Lifting his gaze to the bewildered Izuna, his expression serious and resolute, he spoke in a steady, clear voice, laying out his long-held observation and judgment. I have come to realize that my brother and Madara have always been from the very beginning pure and sincere in their hearts, true, undiluted love. At these words Izuna froze, his confusion deepening. His brows furrowed slightly as he pressed. Why do you say that? They bicker, joke freely, and act boisterously all the time. How could that be seen as pure love? In Izuna's eyes his brother was arrogant and strong-willed, always following his own desires without ever deliberately accommodating others. Hashirama was cheerful and rough, treating others with warmth and impulsiveness. The two interacted with unrestrained freedom, laughing and playing without a care. This seemed far removed from the reserved, introspective, and pure-hearted image of a person devoted to a single love. He found it hard to agree with Tobirama's claim. Tobirama, unhurried and methodical, began to unravel his painstakingly detailed observations one by one. Consider this: in the tumultuous years of youth, when the two clans were locked in mortal conflict, generations of warfare had bred deep-seated enmity. Others prioritized their own positions and the urge to kill, but my brother and Madara, setting aside racial barriers and ignoring clan grudges, genuinely regarded each other as bosom friends and confidants. They cared not for bloodlines nor for opposing stances, they valued only each other's character and mutual understanding. That initial intent was already pure and untainted, free from any calculation of gain. As they grew older, each shouldered the heavy responsibility of clan leadership, bearing the fate of their entire people. Positioned at the heart of power, they had to consider clan dignity, maintain their faction stance, and every word and action was scrutinized by countless eyes. Though they held each other dearest in their hearts, filled with genuine affection, they could not openly express it or stay together without reservation. Trapped in high positions bound by circumstances, they could only conform to the world's gaze, pretending to be wild and carefree, using playful bickering as a shell to conceal the sincere, tender feelings within. In daily life they seemed to tease and mock each other, often arguing and refusing to yield, but in critical moments they always protected each other without hesitation. Others saw only their noisy discord and reckless behavior, but no one realized that those seemingly casual, unrestrained acts were deliberate disguises. They dared not reveal their deep affection openly, nor let others glimpse their vulnerable, true hearts. Instead, they wrapped their unwavering, devoted, and unchanging sincerity in a boisterous, flamboyant exterior. Just now in the forest you witnessed it firsthand. My brother treated him with tenderness at every step, cherishing and accommodating him, his eyes full of Madara. Madara appeared flustered and evasive, shy and awkward, but in truth he had already given his whole heart. They never adorn their feelings with ostentatious embellishments or play cunning tricks. Their affection is clean, open, and steadfast. From beginning to end it is the purest, most sincere sentiment, a genuine, undiluted love at heart. Tobirama finished this thorough analysis, each word orderly and every sentence fitting the facts, laying bare the years of interaction and emotional disguise of the two men. Uchiha Izuna listened quietly, his expression shifting from initial confusion to gradual emotion and finally to complete astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief and he stood frozen, unable to speak for a long time. He replayed every word of Tobirama's in his mind, recalling the countless moments from childhood to the present between his brother and Senju Hashirama. The details he had overlooked now surfaced, forming a coherent thread. After a long while Izuna slowly came back to himself, pupils slightly dilated, face full of shock. In a voice thick with incredulity he asked softly, "So, all these years of their wild, argumentative, unrestrained behavior, seemingly without a care, was it all deliberate disguise? Hiding the truest, most sincere feelings deep inside, never revealing them easily?" Tobirama nodded slowly, his expression resolute, his gaze calm. "Occupying such positions there are always considerations. This pure true heart can only be treasured, protected by a mask. This pure sincerity must be carefully guarded, using disguise to shield the core." The laboratory fell silent. Soft daylight spread across the room as the two stood facing each other. Now they both saw through the boisterous exterior of the pair who had walked side by side for half a lifetime, glimpsing the genuine devotion beneath. They understood that under layers of pretense lay a pure, unwavering affection that had persisted from youth to the present unchanged. The laboratory was steeped in a tranquil stillness, the windows closed, filtering out all external clamor, leaving only the gentle sunlight spilling softly over the wooden desks and scrolls. The faint bitterness of medicinal herbs and the elegant aroma of ink and paper lingered in the air, wrapped in a profound quietude. The echoes of the discourse on Hashirama and Madara's unspoken feelings had just settled, their resonance still floating in the atmosphere. Uchiha Izuna remained ensnared in immense shock, his heart surging endlessly. He replayed his elder brother's demeanor over the years, recalling the arguments, banter, and playful daily moments, all of which were now revealed as a disguise concealing deep affection. He stood frozen in place, a dazed astonishment lingering in his brows. It took a long while before he slowly came back to his senses. He gently turned his head, his long lashes lowering, then lifting his clear eyes fixed on Senju Tobirama beside him. His tone carried a residual haze as he spoke softly. "Why did you choose to lay all this out for me, unraveling the secrets they've hidden for so many years, and explain it in such detail?" His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of naive curiosity, as he quietly awaited a reply. Senju Tobirama stood upright, having shed his usual cold rationality when analyzing others. His normally sharp and aloof features gradually softened, the tense aura around him completely relaxing. Gone was the stern aloofness of studying techniques, instead there was a genuine, almost shy warmth. He no longer circled around the topics of Hashirama and Madara, resolved to abandon all indirectness, and in the calm and peaceful atmosphere openly reveal his own feelings. His gaze settled steadily on Izuna's face, his eyes earnest and sincere, devoid of any jest or teasing. His tone was gentle and tender, every word heartfelt, stripped of all dominance, leaving only a cautious inquiry. "I told you all this to use their unspoken thoughts as a way to speak of my own heart." He paused, then took a small step forward, closing the distance between them, his posture humble and gentle. He spoke solemnly. "I want to hold your hand. May I?" That straightforward and earnest request, spoken in the quiet laboratory, was both tender and weighty. Taken completely off guard, Izuna froze, the lingering astonishment replaced instantly by shyness. The tips of his ears flushed crimson, the color spreading down to his neck. The earlier panic from when Tobirama had cornered him in the corridor stirred again. His heartbeat suddenly raced, thumping wildly against his chest, leaving him flustered, unsure where to place his hands or feet. In the past he would have retorted, deflected with awkwardness, but now, faced with Tobirama's sincere and earnest inquiry, No teasing, no coercion, only heartfelt honesty. All excuses died on his lips. He couldn't utter a single word. He lightly gripped the hem of his robe, his eyes downcast, unable to meet Tobarama's earnest gaze. His heart was a mix of embarrassment and warmth. Knowing that they had long shared mutual affection and had been intimate companions in the past, the solemn and gentle confession still made him uncontrollably shy. Seeing Izuna blushing and silent, Tobarama did not urge or press him. He stood quietly, patiently waiting for a response. He understood Izuna's shyness and reserve, unwilling to force him with strength. He simply wanted to await his willing consent in peace. The laboratory was filled with a prolonged stillness, warm light enveloping them both, the atmosphere tender and affectionate. After a long while, Izuna slowly lifted his eyes. They were misty with a faint sheen of moisture, his face flushed. His gaze toward Tobarama had softened considerably. He gently bit his lip, not uttering a word, but slowly raised his hand, his fingers slightly unfurling, and quietly extended it in Tobarama's direction. The movement was light and shy, carrying silent consent and acceptance, the gentlest of answers. A faint warm smile instantly spread across Tobarama's eyes, clear and mellow, a rare sight. He slowly reached out, his movements tender and reverent, and firmly grasped the hand extended toward him. Palms pressed together, warmth merged, slowly seeping into every limb, bringing a sense of calm and solidity. No further words were needed, the clasped hands spoke of mutual understanding. In this secluded, empty laboratory they had seen through the pure love hidden beneath others' disguises. Now, facing each other openly, they held the warmth meant for them in their grasp, savoring this undisturbed moment of serene beauty. They went to fight. The battle ended, the smoke cleared. Inside the My Grand Hall, lamps burned brightly, candlelight flickering, casting warmth throughout the room. This campaign against the peripheral rebel forces was led by Yuzhibo-ban. He planned strategies, charged into battle, broke enemy formations, and swept all before him with overwhelming momentum. With minimal casualties he achieved a resounding victory, glorious and awe-inspiring, shaking the four corners of the land. The entire clan held a grand victory feast. Civil and military officials gathered, guests filled the seats, toasting and laughing boisterously. Everyone praised Yuzhibo-ban's extraordinary combat prowess, his fierce and decisive killing style, and how he was invincible on the battlefield, a true battlefield azure, his brilliance shining far and wide, intimidating all directions. At the center of the banquet, Qianshou Zhujian sat in the main seat, his expression relaxed, his eyes gentle. He looked at the joyful scene, his heart filled with pride and delight for Ban. Just now Ban had returned to camp. After days of battle he was physically and mentally exhausted, unable to bear the lively socializing. He leaned against a soft couch nearby, closed his eyes, and fell asleep, his breathing steady and long. He had completely shed the fierce killing edge of the battlefield, leaving only a peaceful, relaxed demeanor, utterly unaware of everything happening around him. Everyone toasted and praised Ban, extolling his combat ability and prestige, their voices of admiration never ceasing. But people's hearts are different. There were always some who harbored narrow jealousy, unable to bear Ban's growing reputation, and even more fearful of the deep bond and powerful alliance between the two. A clan member from a side branch, holding a wine cup emboldened by alcohol, sidled up to Zhujian and spoke with a sour tone, deliberately provocative, lowering his voice as if making casual conversation. "Lord Hokage, forgive my forwardness. Your lover's martial prowess is unmatched in the ninja world. Everyone calls him the Ashura of the shinobi world, invincible in battle. And you are the god of the shinobi world, revered by all. Now he has won battle after battle, his prestige growing day by day. If this continues, his influence may overshadow yours. Do you not feel even a trace of apprehension or concern in your heart?" These words were filled with the intent to sow discord, deliberately magnifying the two's status and fame, attempting to create a rift and drive a wedge between Zhujian and Ban's feelings, insinuating that Ban's achievements might overshadow his lord and that his ambitions were unpredictable. The moment the words fell, Qianshou Zhujian, who had been gentle and smiling moments before, suddenly darkened his expression. All warmth vanished from his eyes, his gentle demeanor dissipated, and the aura around him turned cold. The majesty of the god of the shinobi world instantly spread, pressing down heavily. The nearby laughter and chatter unconsciously faded, and the atmosphere instantly froze. He raised his eyes to look at the clan member who was stirring up trouble. His gaze was cold and sharp, without a trace of warmth. His tone was slow, but each word was forceful, resounding with determination. "You should always remember clearly, Yuzhibo-ban is first and foremost Yuzhibo-ban, an independent, vivid, and irreplaceable person. Only secondarily is he my lover, my boyfriend." He would never allow others to measure Ban by fame and power, nor to define their relationship with worldly gains. Even more, he would not tolerate anyone maliciously speculating or slandering Ban's true heart. At this point Zhujian paused, his expression growing colder, his face dark and almost stern, the pressure around him intensifying. He spoke each word deliberately with undisguised warning and intimidation. "If you continue to speculate recklessly, sow discord, and spread rumors, I won't hesitate to cut out your tongue." There was no superfluous threat, yet it was more terrifying than any harsh words. As the Hokage, he had the confidence to protect his beloved and his own heart. Anyone who dared to maliciously slander, ban, or undermine their relationship would never be tolerated or forgiven. That clan member was shaken by the stern authority, his body stiff with fear, his face turning pale. He hastily lowered his head, daring not to utter another word. He quickly bowed in apology, and slunk away to the side, no longer daring to speak any gossip. On the soft couch nearby, Yuzhibo-ben slept peacefully, his long eyelashes still, his face calm and serene, still immersed in his dreams. He was completely unaware of the undercurrents and verbal confrontation happening beside him. 2 days of battle had exhausted his energy. At this moment he only cared for rest, completely unaware that Zhujian had already erected a solid barrier for him, blocking all malicious slander. But those present who knew Ban's temperament understood well if Ban were awake and heard these provocative and defamatory words, learning that someone was deliberately driving a wedge between him and Zhujian. Given his fierce, proud, and protective nature, he would not waste a single word on argument. The Ashura of the shinobi world never uses empty words to reason. He would simply strike directly, smashing this troublemaker with ill intentions into pieces, crushing all malice with absolute power, and protecting his bond with Zhujian. One side slept in silence, untouched by the clamor, the other stood firm to protect the relationship, facing the threat with authority. The hall's lamps illuminated the two figures. Zhujian, with the authority of the Hokage and the sincerity of his heart, shielded Ban from all rumors and criticism, guarding this pure and steadfast bond. All the world knows that two powers stand together, the god and the Ashura rely on each other. Only each other is the home of their hearts. No matter who tries to sow discord, this steadfast and profound bond cannot be broken. You and I, two entwined stars in the same galaxy. The vast river of stars unfurls endless night without bounds, the boundless azure sky spreading an infinite dark blue. Countless stars drift and sink, each following its predetermined orbit, moving in their own paths, never interfering with one another. Only two stars, dazzlingly bright and equally matched, belong to the same galaxy, sharing the same expanse of sky. Year after year they revolve together in mutual orbits, spin intertwined from the moment of their first meeting in youth, bound tightly by fate, never to be separated. Senju Hashirama is a star like a warm sun, his light and heat enduring, his heart embracing mountains and rivers, his nature generous and sincere. A gentleness that soothes the scars of war, he is the warm radiance relied upon by the world and the center of all hearts. Uchiha Madara is a star like a sharp cold, his edge fierce and chilling, pride etched into his bones and marrow. His spirit is stubborn and unbending, his aura of violence can trample the chaos of the world. He is the cold light that inspires awe and shakes the 8 directions. One warm, one cold, one soft, one hard, one benevolent, one flamboyant. Clearly their temperaments are vastly different, their natures distinct, yet they are born into the same fateful galaxy, their destinies intertwined, life and death bound together. Since their chance encounter in the mountains, as used, the two solitary stars broke free from the shackles of clan envy, crossed the chasm of bloodline hostility, and recklessly drew close, knew each other, and opened their hearts. In that turbulent era the two clans fought ceaselessly, all men were swept away by hatred, struggling and fighting only for clan interests. Only they, setting aside their identities, laying down their positions, treated each other with true hearts. They watched the dawn and dusk over the mountains together, chatted about their ideals, and spoke freely of the peaceful home they wished to build. Two lonely stars over the long years slowly drew their orbits closer, beginning to revolve around each other. They each had their own trajectory, their own direction of spin. As the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama had to shoulder the livelihood of the entire clan, bear the expectations of his people, act with the overall situation in mind, endure and yield, sheathe his edge and support a realm with benevolence and tolerance. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Madara had to protect his clansmen, defend the clan's dignity. His nature was stubborn and fierce, unwilling to bow or show weakness, relying on his unyielding pride and formidable combat power to uphold the glory of the Uchiha. Each performed their duties, bore heavy responsibilities, strove vigorously in their own orbits, held fast to their true hearts, and lived as the pillars of their respective clans. But no matter how independent their spin, it could not resist the pull of fate, nor the deep-seated attraction. They forever revolved around each other, their hearts acting as mutual gravity, their souls drawing each other. When encountering trouble, they always looked to each other first. In times of crisis, they would always rush to each other's side without hesitation. No need for many words, no need for extra promises, a single glance could read all the thoughts in each other's hearts. Quarrels and bickering were ordinary, stubborn confrontations were the norm, as if they were incompatible in every way. But outsiders did not know that those arguments were the disguise of concern, those stubbornness were the outer garment of deep tenderness. Just as the movement of stars has its own laws, outsiders cannot interfere, cannot unravel. Others could not understand their bond, could not fathom their affection. They recklessly speculated, casually provoked, trying to drive them apart with power, fame, and positions. But two stars in the same galaxy were already tightly entwined, their orbits merged, their hearts united. The gossip of the outside world, the prejudice and suspicion of the mundane were but a gentle breeze brushing the river of stars, stirring not a single ripple. Their fate was written in the destiny of the starry river, their entanglement was an instinct engraved in the depths of their souls. Year after year, through cold and heat, through war and turmoil, through the changes of the world, through storms and hardships, the two stars always remain tightly together. You revolve around me, I accompany you as you move forward. Spin preserves each one's character, revolution maintains the deep affection of togetherness. No need for deliberate binding, no need for forced retention, innate bond, fate connected. The world calls them the twin heroes of the ninja world, rival destinies, evenly matched opponents. But only they themselves know that each is the sole companion in the vast galaxy, the lifelong destination. A god and an azure, a warm star and a cold star in the same galaxy, sharing the same destiny. Endless revolution, ceaseless spin, life after life, forever entangled, year after year, only this one person. The river of stars remains unchanged, the orbits do not shift. The two stars standing side by side in their own exclusive galaxy, entwine year after year, accompany each other from dawn to dusk with fate as the rope, deep love as the covenant, guarding each other for eternity, never to part again. Yellow sand mingled with the smoke of gunpowder swept across the shattered battlefield. Broken walls and ruins were stained with layers of blood. The wind howled over the devastated land, carrying the scorching heat left by the clash of ninjutsu. All around was the aftermath of war, but this small patch of ground was isolated by solidified chakra, creating a private space. The clamor of battle was sealed off, leaving only their intertwined breaths and burning passion. Fujian was not nearby, and the allied soldiers dared not approach from afar. The widespread flames of war became the backdrop for their tender intimacy, and the vast world was their own private cage of warmth. Ben pinned the person beneath him steadily, his strength measured perfectly. He could firmly restrain Fujian, making him unable to move even a fraction, yet without causing real harm, a display of restrained yet fierce possessiveness. His long, powerful fingers pinched Fujian's cheeks tightly, slightly pressing to outline the soft flesh, forcing Fujian to look up and meet his gaze. His brow was full of victorious provocation, his eyes swirling with arrogant pride, every expression proclaiming his certainty of victory. After the fierce struggle just now, Fujian's strength was exhausted. The once unparalleled power of the Qianshu was now unable to break free from the hold, leaving him at Ben's mercy. Ben leaned down, his warm breath brushing over Fujian's reddened ear. His tone was lazy yet arrogant, every word carrying a stinging pride. Your power is nothing more than this. The words fell and his lips slowly curled into a wild, uninhibited smile. That smile carried the unique arrogance and obsession of Yuzhibo Ben, hiding the exhilaration after a long confrontation and also wrapped in an inseparable tender affection. After years of warfare and a lifetime of rivalry, he could finally suppress Fujian without restraint, keeping him within his control, no longer needing to confront him head-on, no longer needing to fight to the death. His fingertips still pinched Fujian's cheek, the action carrying a familiar aggressiveness. He slowly opened his mouth, revealing the thoughts long hidden in his heart, his tone casual yet weighty. Before becoming a Jinchuriki, I still want to spar with Fujian. He paused, his gaze deepening as he recalled countless entanglements and the separations and reunions of the past. He added another question, gentle yet probing, like a lover who after a quarrel and a nominal separation turns back to question her husband, tender and stubborn. It's been so long, have you found someone better than me? Both were confessions of the heart, both carried deep obsession, but the two sentences concealed entirely different states of mind. The former was passion, still burning pride, undiminished, the persistence of a martial artist who only wanted to fiercely compete with his destined rival and beloved. It was the pure expectation of a contest between the strong on the battlefield. The latter was shedding his edge, letting go of opposition, removing all identity shells to become only a lover full of longing for the past, with unease and greed begging for exclusive favor and exception. One stood at the peak of the battlefield harboring the obsession of victory and defeat, the other was trapped in old love, entangled in gains and losses of love and hate. The difference in their minds was clear at a glance. Fujian, his face pinched and unable to move, looked at the face so close before him. Gazing into those eyes that were both proud and affectionate, all past disputes and opposition dissolved, leaving only a heart full of tenderness. After several futile struggles, he simply relaxed his body and fell into Ban's embrace, a helpless yet indulgent smile spreading in his eyes, allowing the other to do as he pleased. The heavens and earth were their tent, the mountains and rivers their canopy, with the widespread flames of war as backdrop. The sounds of slaughter around them gradually faded into the distance. This couple entangled for a lifetime cast aside the identities of Hokage and the chieftain of the Yuzhibo, abandoned factions and stances, shed all chains, and embraced each other passionately amid the chaos of the battlefield. Ban's movements carried a strong tenderness, every touch full of attachment. There was no fierce conflict, no cold killing intent, only the warmth and longing of a reunion after a long separation. No need to care about others' gazes, no need to bear the heavy responsibilities of family and nation. At this moment they were simply lovers who only had each other in their hearts. No need for company, no need for external comfort. Such mutual dependence and intimate embrace to Ban was never bitter, and there was no trace of fatigue. As long as Zhu Jian was by his side, as long as he could keep him firmly by his side, even if he was in the chaotic Fourth War, even if he bore endless fate, he felt at peace and full of joy. All loneliness and wandering found their best destination at this moment. In the tranquil and restrained study of the Senju mansion, warm yellow candlelight flickered and danced, casting a soft, gentle glow upon the wooden furnishings. Rows of bookshelves stood tall, neatly filled with ancient texts and scrolls. The scent of ink mingled with the faint fragrance of wood permeating the entire room. The windows were tightly shut, sealing off the sounds of the courtyard, enclosing this private and tranquil space. Uchiha Madara stood before the desk, originally intending to discuss with Hashirama the matters of future coexistence between their two clans. His expression was cool and dignified, carrying his usual air of pride and arrogance. He had been speaking calmly just moments ago, when suddenly Senju Hashirama stepped forward slowly. In his palm he held a bundle of soft, smooth, light-colored thin rope, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Yet his eyes were no longer the open and ardent look of before, they were filled with a heavy obsession and blazing affection as he steadily closed in. Madara's heart tightened instantly, his entire body tensing, his brows furrowing sharply. Filled with vigilance and shock, he instinctively stepped back half a pace, his voice rising abruptly with obvious panic and confusion. "Senju Hashirama, what are you doing?" Hashirama did not answer. Instead, a deep smile lingered in his eyes. He did not stop moving, steadily pressing forward, his imposing aura slowly enveloping the other. Seeing the rope in the other's hand, clearly meant for binding, Madara grew even more panicked, his brows furrowing tighter. His voice was urgent and incredulous. "Wait, what are you doing with that rope?" In the sealed study there was no way to retreat. Hashirama's tall and broad frame had already gradually blocked all his escape routes. Madara's expression flustered, shedding his usual composure as a strong man. His voice carried a hint of helplessness as he kept retreating backward. Hey! Don't come any closer! Don't come near me!" Before his words even died down, Hashirama was already in front of him. Without giving Madara a chance to resist further, his warm hand gently brushed against the front of his robe, his fingertips carrying a burning heat as they slowly moved. The folds of the garment were slowly stirred, and even through the fabric his skin could feel that touch, both forceful and tender. Madara shuddered, his entire body freezing in place. Then he struggled forcefully, his cheeks instantly flushing a light red. Embarrassed and anxious, his voice trembled with panic, both angry and flustered. "What are you doing, taking off my clothes? Stop! Let go!" He desperately turned his head to dodge, trying to pull away, his mind full of resistance. But Hashirama was determined. He leaned and closed, his warm breath brushing against the ear, and in the next moment he was about to press a tender kiss. Madara was flustered and at a loss, forcefully turning his face away, the corners of his eyes turning red. In a mix of shame and anger he raised his voice to stop him, his volume involuntarily increasing. "Don't kiss me! Don't touch me! Let me go!" Hashirama firmly encircled him in his arms, his movements restrained yet resolute, unwilling to exert any force that would cause pain, only wanting to hold on to the one he longed for. "You tease me but won't let me touch him." The candlelight cast their intertwined shadows. The two clan leaders who once clashed fiercely now in the sealed study shed all their identities and armor, leaving only undeniable deep affection and relentless tenderness, letting their emotions overflow and entwine in the quiet night. The closed study shut out all sounds from the outside. The flickering candlelight cast two overlapping figures on the wooden wall, the shadows lingering tenderly, devoid of any trace of the sharp edges of the two clan leaders. Senju Hashirama steadily trapped Uchiha Madara against the desk, his arms forming an impenetrable wall, cutting off all possibility of struggle or escape. His fingertips still gently gathered Madara's collar, his movements tender yet carrying an unyielding certainty. There was no rough force, only a stubborn determination to keep the one he cherished right there. The clothes, which had been loosened from the earlier struggle, hung open messily, revealing a small patch of cool skin. The candlelight fell upon it, painting a warm, soft glow. Madara was still desperately turning his head to dodge, his shoulders and back constantly shifting. His ears and the corners of his eyes were already flushed red, both embarrassed and angry. His voice came with slight gasps from the struggle, still trying to maintain his pride but unable to hide the panic and softness in his tone. His repeated refusals had failed to stop the other. Now he was firmly trapped in the embrace. It seemed as if all his strength had been drained by the surrounding warmth, making it impossible to struggle any further. Hashirama lowered his head, his nose nearly touching the other's temple, his warm breath covering Madara's cheek and neck in layers. Gazing at the other's irritated, flustered, and resistant demeanor, his eyes were filled to the brim with the affection he had suppressed for years, unable to hold back the surging desire in his heart. The intimacy that had been dodged earlier was slowly made up for with gentle and precious movements, shedding his usual roughness, full of cautious tenderness. Madara's body suddenly trembled, frozen stiff for a moment, then his tense limbs involuntarily began to relax. His mouth still refused to yield, and he muttered small protests with suppressed anger, but his tone had long lost its earlier firmness, leaving only shyness and helplessness. His proud brows and eyes slowly lowered, long lashes trembling, slightly concealing the chaotic emotions within. The sharp edges of his pride gradually softened in this tender embrace. The roll of soft thin rope was casually placed aside on the desk by Hashirama, now completely forgotten. It was never truly meant to bind or restrain, it was merely a pretext to keep the one before him who always wanted to pull away from leaving. To lay bare before him all the feelings he had hidden for half a lifetime, feelings he could not speak of due to their identities. Hashirama raised his hand, his broad palm gently stroking Madara's back, slowly soothing along his spine, his movements tender and lingering, smoothing away the tension and unease again and again. He gradually softened all his intensity, leaving only heartfelt sincerity earnestly responding to this unique affection between them. Madara's struggles gradually weakened, he no longer desperately dodged or resisted. His stiff body quietly leaned a little closer into the warm embrace. All the rifts between clans, opposing stances, and long-standing conflicts under the sealed study and flickering candlelight vanished into smoke, leaving no trace. At this moment there was no wariness of Senju Tobarama, no entanglements of clan conflict, nor any worldly constraints of rules. Only two people who longed for each other, shedding all armor and identities, letting their emotions entwine freely. The candlelight swayed quietly, the room filled with the scent of ink mingling with warmth, sealing this bond that transcended grudges firmly in the deep night, calm and enduring, never to part. The snow fell gently like a kiss from Hashirama Senju, landing on Madara Uchiha's eyelashes. Madara had witnessed countless snowfalls in his lifetime. He had seen the snow at the Valley of the End crimson-stained as it blanketed the battlefield. He had seen it burden the eaves of the Uchiha compound on winter nights, and on the year the Senju and Uchiha declared peace, the snow fell upon the corpses of the war, masking the smoke and hatred. Yet he had never seen snow like this, snow landing on Hashirama Senju's eyelashes, on his warm palms, and on their intertwined fingers, carrying the warmth of mortal life, impossibly soft. Hashirama's kiss was gentle, laden with cautious reverence, like snowflakes brushing against the skin, cool at first, then quickly thawed by body heat. Madara's fingers clutched Hashirama's coat, knuckles white, his breath losing its rhythm. Snowflakes caught on the tips of Hashirama's hair, melting into tiny droplets that slid down his cheek. Instinctively Madara reached out to wipe them away, but as soon as his fingertips touched Hashirama's skin, Hashirama seized his hand and pressed it against the side of his own neck. Hashirama's voice was low and husky, carrying the nasal quality of a snowy day. "I've waited so long for this day." Madara's heart skipped a beat. He recalled many years ago by the Nanha River, when they were still youths, standing opposite each other across the raging currents. Yet, in the moment they lifted their heads, they saw the light in each other's eyes. Back then Hashirama had looked at him with the same helpless tenderness, and said, "Madara, let's be friends." But at that time all he could do was tighten his grip on his blade, and sneer, "The Uchiha and the Senju are born enemies." The snow fell heavier, blanketing their entwined figures like a soft white veil. Hashirama's arm encircled his waist with a force neither too strong nor too weak, carrying a gentle that allowed no refusal, drawing him into an embrace. Madara's breath was stolen entirely, his lips and teeth filled with Hashirama's scent, the fragrance of the forest in Konoha mixed with a faint, uniquely Hashirama Senju essence. "Hashirama." Madara's voice was muffled, trembling with the aftermath of the kiss. "You, MMPH." Hashirama chuckled softly, deepening the kiss. Snowflakes melted on his lashes, turning into droplets that fell upon Madara's cheek, indistinguishable from tears or melted snow. Madara's hands slowly loosened from clutching Hashirama's coat, sliding up to wrap around his neck, his fingers unconsciously stroking through Hashirama's long hair. He remembered that Hashirama's hair was always soft like willow branches budding in early spring. Whenever Madara was angry, Hashirama would come close, rubbing his cheek with the ends of his hair like an affectionate oversized dog. Back then Madara would always push him away in annoyance. But now, He only wanted to hold him tighter still, as if doing so could reclaim all the time they had lost. The snow fell on the scarf. The red scarf, warmed by Hashirama's body heat, brushed against Madara's cheek, carrying a gentle comfort. Madara gazed at the eyes so close before him, eyes that always brimmed with laughter, now reflecting only his own figure, as if filled with starlight. Madara Hashirama's fingertips gently traced his cheek, the gesture impossibly tender. Let's never separate again, okay? Madara's Adam's apple bobbed and his eyes suddenly grew hot. He recalled the final battle at the Valley of the End when he lay fallen in the snow and Hashirama red-eyed held him, calling his name over and over. Back then he hated him, hated his naivety, hated his betrayal. But even more he hated himself for failing to walk with him toward the future they had promised. In the many years that followed he had walked alone in the darkness, nursing a broken obsession, believing he had long forgotten what warmth felt like. But until this moment, held in Hashirama's arms, enveloped by his warmth, soothed by his kiss, he realized he had never forgotten. He had never forgotten that Hashirama Senju was the one and only exception in his life. Madara's voice was low, carrying a faint tremor of suppressed tears. He turned his face away, unwilling to let Hashirama see his reddened eyes. Who would want to leave you? Don't flatter yourself. Hashirama laughed softly, pulling him closer, his chin resting on the top of Madara's head, gently rubbing. All right, I won't be presumptuous. As long as Madara doesn't leave me, that's enough. The snow continued to fall, accumulating into a thin layer on their bodies. Hashirama's coat was large, wrapping Madara entirely, like a warm cage that kept all the wind and snow at bay. Leaning against Hashirama's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, Madara suddenly felt that winter could be so warm. He recalled long ago, on a snowy night in the clan compound, sitting alone on the rooftop watching the endless snowfall, and thinking that if only one day there could be someone before whom he wouldn't need to stay vigilant, or hide behind the pride of the Uchiha, someone who would just hold him and say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Back then he thought that idea was too extravagant, too naive. But now that person was right beside him, holding him, kissing him, saying, "Let's never separate again." Hashirama Madara's voice was muffled, buried in the hollow of his neck. Why did you do that back then? He was referring to what happened at the Valley of the End, their rift, the past he thought could never be mended. Hashirama paused, tightening his embrace around Madara, his voice carrying a heavy sigh. I thought it was for your own good. I thought that if I died, the village would protect you, protect the Uchiha. But later I realized I was wrong. What I thought was protection was actually pushing you into the abyss. He paused, looking down at Madara in his arms, his eyes filled with remorse. Madara, I'm sorry for making you walk such a long road alone. Madara's eyes turned completely red. He raised his hand and struck Hashirama's chest hard, his voice choked with tears. You bastard. Hashirama Senju, you're nothing but a bastard. Yes, I am a bastard. Hashirama agreed, letting Madara hit him, only holding him tighter. So Madara, punish me. Punish me by making me stay by your side for the rest of my life, alright. Madara stopped. He looked at Hashirama, at the tenderness and guilt in his eyes, at the way his reflection filled that gaze, and suddenly smiled. It was the first time in a long while that he had smiled so freely, so unguarded, like a child who had finally found a home. Fine. Madara reached up, hooked his arms around Hashirama's neck, and took the initiative to press his lips against Hashirama's, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. Then you'll never be able to escape for the rest of your life. Hashirama's eyes lit up. He took the lead, deepening the kiss. The snow that fell on their intertwined lips melted quickly from their body heat. The blizzard around them seemed to vanish, leaving only each other's breaths, the beating of their hearts, and the soft rustle of falling snow like a gentle song. They had missed too much time, endured too much betrayal and separation. Yet now, amidst the falling snow, they had finally come together. Leaning against Hashirama's chest, watching the endless snow, Madara suddenly felt that all the waiting, all the pain had been worth it. As long as the person beside him was him, as long as Hashirama Senju was still there, nothing was truly too late. Hashirama lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss to Madara's forehead, whispering, Madara, it's snowing. Let's go home. Madara responded, tightening his arms around Hashirama, burying his face in the crook of his neck, feeling his warmth. Home. The snow continued to fall, covering their footprints in a fresh layer before long. But their steps remained together, step by step, moving toward their future. The warm future they had promised each other, where they would be together. In the 3rd year since Konoha's founding, the autumn light was soft and warm, and the village was blanketed in a riot of red leaves. The entire village was bustling with preparations for the grand wedding of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The clan elders each took charge of their duties, decorating the hall, checking ceremonial vessels, arranging seating, and the lively clamor spread through every street. In the secluded ceremony ground of the rear courtyard, only Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna remained, working together to lay down red felt-arranged sacrificial vessels and tidy up the remaining wedding decorations. Izuna held a roll of bright red wedding silk in his hand, his expression sullen and his brows tightly knitted. His movements carried a hint of vented frustration as he pulled the silk taut, his heart filled with a stifling sense of incomprehension. With no one else around, he bluntly voiced his thoughts, his tone full of defiance and stubbornness, muttering under his breath to vent his discontent. "I really don't understand what my brother is thinking." He paused, his work turned to Tobarama beside him, his crimson Sharingan restrained with emotion, brimming with reluctance. "Marriage has always been about one side submitting to the other. No matter how you argue or calculate, Senju Hashirama should have been the one to marry into the Uchiha clan. My brother is the Uchiha clan head, holding the entire clan together in terms of status and achievements. Why should he be the one to accommodate the Senju? And now it's just an ordinary wedding with no regard for proper customs or dignity. The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel." Izuna's thoughts were straightforward and obstinate. In his eyes, his elder brother stood above all, deserving to be revered. He should have made Hashirama set aside his Senju clan leader status, marry into the Uchiha clan, and thus give the Uchiha their due honor, to repay his brother's years of sacrifice. In front of outsiders he would never have said such things. But facing Tobarama, who was always by his side and entangled with him in every way, he had no need to pretend. He simply poured out his grievances. Tobarama was carefully placing the jade cups for offerings, his movements steady and composed. His expression remained his usual cool restraint. He didn't look up, his fingertips precisely adjusting the position of the vessels, unhurried. Only after Izuna finished his torrent of complaints did Tobarama slowly raise his eyes. His deep black gaze fixed on Izuna, his tone calm yet carrying an undercurrent of profound meaning, stripped of his usual office strictness and layered with a subtle tenderness. "You've been so preoccupied with their wedding that you've forgotten one thing." He slowed his steps, came to stand before Izuna, closing the distance between them. His usually cold aura softened, and his voice dropped low, audible only to the two of them. "If we count carefully, it seems the two of us haven't yet formally settled our status or made a private pact." Izuna stiffened at the words, the indignation on his face melting away. The tips of his ears quickly flushed crimson, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace. His fingers gripping the wedding silk tightened abruptly, his heartbeat thrown into disarray. He had been so consumed with defending his brother's honor that he never considered his own situation. Caught off guard by Tobarama's blunt confession, he didn't know how to respond. He awkwardly turned his head away, unable to meet his gaze. Why are you suddenly saying this? We're busy with the wedding preparations right now, no time to think about such things," Izuna said, putting up a brave front, his tone betraying his panic as he forced himself to stay calm. Tobarama saw through his pretense. Step by step he approached calmly, leaning down slightly until his eyes were level with Izuna's. His gaze was deep and earnest, without a trace of jest. "Other people's ceremonies, no matter how lively, are still theirs. Now that they are fulfilled, it's our turn." Around them red leaves drifted down, blanketing the ground in warm hues of the setting sun, isolating them from the clamor of the front courtyard, and leaving only the two of them in a quiet world. Tobarama raised his hand and gently took the crumpled red wedding silk from Izuna's grip. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Izuna's hand, the cool touch sending a slight tremor through Izuna's body. Without any unnecessary preamble or lengthy explanations, Tobarama directly stated the agreement, his tone firm yet filled with an irresistible gentleness. "With all the chaos today and too many eyes here, it's not convenient to say much. After tonight's affairs are done, once everyone has dispersed, meet me at the usual place." He paused, looking at Izuna, who was flustered yet putting on a brave front. A faint smile flickered in his eyes, and he slowly added, "We'll follow the old ways and properly carry out that experiment of ours. We'll make up for all the unspoken promises and the status we owe each other." Izuna's heart was a mess of panic and turmoil, but he still refused to admit defeat. Yet he could no longer find words to refute. He knew that the usual place Tobarama referred to was the hidden spot where they often met away from others, and the experiment was an intimate pact known only to the two of them, something no outsider could ever know. He turned his head away, putting on a proud air, but secretly relaxed his tense shoulders. He let out a low muffled hum as an answer, no longer stubbornly fixated on Madara and Hashirama's marriage. The resentment and discontent in his heart had already been scattered by Tobarama's assured invitation. Seeing his tacit consent, Tobarama said no more and resumed tidying the scene, his movements methodical. Izuna silently stepped forward to help his mind in turmoil, the heat on his face refusing to subside. The anger he had felt earlier on behalf of his brother had all transformed into a hidden thrill and anticipation deep in his heart. From the front courtyard, laughter and cheers drifted over red silk dancing in the air, the culmination of Madara and Hashirama's wedding. Yet in this quiet backyard Tobirama and Izuna had already made their private pact. They only awaited the fall of night when they would head to the usual place and complete the experiment that belonged solely to them, to settle the long entangled feelings between them properly and openly into their final haven. The wedding ceremony of Hashirama and Madara was drawing to a close and guests were gradually departing. The clan stewards were busy tidying up the remnants of the wedding hall with the lingering scent of red silk and incense still permeating the air. The clamor slowly faded, leaving only the quiet and gentle night. Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Hashirama, returned to the bridal chamber where everything was comfortably arranged. On the other side, Senju Tobirama had slipped away early, heading alone to his private laboratory where he usually studied jutsus and stored numerous secret techniques. Tonight he did not arrange spell runes or count potion scrolls. Instead, he had tidied up the room beforehand, making the space quiet and private. He stood silently under the lamp waiting for the one who had promised to meet him. He had agreed with Izuna earlier that day that once the wedding night matters were settled they would meet at their usual spot. During the long wait, Tobirama's expression remained cool and composed, yet there was a faint, barely perceptible warmth of anticipation hidden in his eyes, completely free from the sharpness and coldness he displayed in clan affairs or battles against enemies. As the night deepened, footsteps finally sounded slowly outside the door. Uchiha Izuna hesitated as he pushed open the laboratory door, and the moment he stepped inside his entire body froze. The room was lit with soft lamplight, its arrangement completely different from the usual cold and silent laboratory. Every corner was carefully decorated with tender affection, filled with an intimate and affectionate atmosphere between lovers, soft and ambiguous, stripped of the laboratory's chill, leaving only the aura of whispered secrets. Izuna's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading from his face to the tips of his ears, even tinting his neck a faint red. He stood awkwardly by the door, feeling uneasy whether to advance or retreat. His hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes and his eyes darted around in panic, utterly unable to meet Tobirama's gaze. Embarrassed, his voice grew soft, carrying a gentle breathiness full of shyness. "Did you arrive early? Have you been waiting long?" After saying this, his gaze swept over the thoughtful and tender arrangements in the room, making his heart burn with even more shame. He muttered softly, revealing his feelings with the pure shyness of a young man. "Why did you prepare all this for no reason? It's so embarrassing." In the past on the battlefield he was so arrogant and sharp, his Sharingan activated, decisive in killing, never showing any weakness. But in front of Tobirama in this tender private space all his sharpness was put away, leaving only a soft and shy demeanor. His heart was in turmoil, flustered and uneasy. Biting his lower lip, he ventured in a trembling, hesitant whisper. "Did you set it up like this on purpose? These toys enclose you, you're not planning to use them on me, are you?" As his words fell, Izuna lowered his head even further, his entire face bright red. His whole body radiated shyness and restraint, even his breathing became light. His heart was full of embarrassment, yet also concealed a hint of anticipation. Tobirama looked at him like this, his cool features gradually softening. He stepped forward slowly, his stride steady, the cold aura around him completely fading, leaving only the gentle tolerance reserved for him alone. He did not tease deliberately nor press forward step by step. He simply stopped in front of Izuna, his gaze earnest and affectionate. "I know you're too reserved to openly express your feelings in public." Tobirama's voice was low and gentle as he spoke slowly. "Their ceremony tonight has concluded perfectly. The time that belongs to us is just beginning." He raised his hand, his movements gentle and restrained, simply straightening Izuna's slightly rumpled collar with proper measure and full of care. "There is no other intention. I just want to give you a piece that belongs only to us. No need to worry about clan conflicts, no need to care about others' gazes, just be ourselves." Izuna felt a release in his heart. The blush on his face had not yet faded, but he was no longer so tense and strained. Lifting his eyes to look at Tobirama, who was so close, he saw the earnestness and cherishment in his eyes. Those flustered feelings gradually dissipated, leaving only a heart full of warmth. "There's no need to make it so embarrassing," Izuna still insisted stubbornly, but his tone was soft and warm, without a trace of his former sharp edges. Tobirama nodded slightly, a faint smile rippling in his eyes, a gentle expression meant only for Izuna. "I just want to treat you well. In the past we were opposed on the battlefield, clashing with each other, missing too many peaceful times. Now that the two clans are reconciled and the marriage is settled, I only want to slowly make up for the tenderness I owe you." The lamp in the laboratory flickered softly, the night quiet and long, isolating all the clamor and celebration outside. There were no improper actions, only the lingering affection of gazing at each other, and the mutual commitment to be together. The blush on Izuna's face had not yet faded, but he no longer looked away. He stood steadily beside Tobirama, allowing this warmth that belonged only to the two of them to quietly envelop him. "Remember to be gentle later." The bashful and uneasy demeanor of Quan Nai had not escaped Fei Jian's eyes. That Uchiha youth, usually so fierce and relentless on the battlefield, never yielding an inch, now had crimson ears, his brows and eyes sheathed in softness, leaving only a gentle shyness. This stark contrast struck deep into Fei Jian's heart. Fei Jian gazed at him quietly, his mind involuntarily brimming with myriad fragmented thoughts, all solely about Quan Nai's countenance. He thought of how Quan Nai would put on a brave face in daily life, how he would pout with furrowed brows when sulking, and how his features would subtly soften after being soothed by Fei Jian. Each scene unfolded in his heart. The second head of the Senju clan, normally composed and restrained, rarely showing emotion, now found his thoughts churning, unable to maintain his usual cool detachment. A warm flush slowly crept up to his earlobes, spreading along his jawline, even tinting his usually steady and dignified face with a faint blush. He averted his gaze, slightly calming his turbulent emotions, then turned and walked slowly toward the storage cabinet. Inside the cabinet were no exotic or gaudy items, only a maid costume he had privately prepared, crafted from soft fabric to Quan Nai's measurements. The material was warm and comfortable, perfect for wearing during moments of leisure. Fei Jian took out the garment, held it in his palm, and turned back to look at Quan Nai. His tone shed its usual sternness, gaining a soft, tender quality laced with cautious anticipation. "Quan Nai," he said in a low, gentle voice, a hint of shyness in his own tone that he himself did not notice, his face still flushed. "I prepared this according to your measurements. I always felt that you would look especially sweet and adorable in such attire." Quan Nai, still lingering in his residual shyness, seeing Fei Jian also blushing, the usually cool and restrained person revealing such a state, grew even more flustered and uneasy. He stood frozen, eyes slightly wide, his scarlet sharingan gently constricted, filled with embarrassment and confusion. He clutched his clothes tightly, his cheeks burning, so ashamed that he could hardly find anywhere to rest his gaze. Stuttering, he said, Why are you blushing too? Normally you act as if nothing bothers you. Just a few words, is it worth this?" Uchiha Quan Nai had always been proud, showing vulnerability only in front of his elder brother Madara, and remaining strong and competitive before others. But faced with the blushing, heartfelt Fei Jian, all his hard shells gradually fell away, leaving only the pure shyness and flutter of a young man. Fei Jian stepped half a pace forward, maintaining a respectful distance without encroaching. He gently handed the garment to him, his gaze earnest and sincere, devoid of any mockery or teasing. "Others are naturally not worth my effort. But with you many thoughts can no longer be hidden. In the past we fought on the battlefield as mortal enemies, clashing at every turn. I never imagined that one day we could stand together, peacefully lay down our defenses, and quietly share our feelings." He lowered his eyes, his tone soft and earnest. "In my eyes this calm and gentle version of you is already lovely enough." Quan Nai looked at Fei Jian's flushed brows and eyes, then at the warm textured dress, and the panic in his heart gradually faded, replaced by a warm, soothing feeling. He knew that Fei Jian was meticulous and always acted with caution, never crossing boundaries, keeping all his feelings hidden with restraint and reverence. Yet his mouth still carried a hint of stubborn defiance, unwilling to yield easily. "Who wants to be sweet? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I should be fierce and strong. I need authority, not a docile appearance." Despite his words, his actions were remarkably honest. He slowly reached out and took the soft garment. At the moment when his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Fei Jian's cool ones, both paused simultaneously, then each averted their gaze slightly, the redness on their ears deepening. "Only you would have such wild fancies," Quan Nai muttered softly, his tone gentle, devoid of any sharpness. "But since you specially prepared it, I'll accept it for now." Fei Jian saw him accept it, and a faint tender smile rippled in his eyes. The flush on his face gradually faded, returning to a semblance of composure, yet still brimming with warmth. "Don't force yourself. If you don't like it, you can tell me any time. I just want to give you all the gentleness I can imagine." Fei Jian saw him accept it, and a faint tender smile rippled in his eyes. The flush on his face gradually faded, returning to a semblance of composure, yet still brimming with warmth. "Don't force yourself. If you don't like it, you can tell me any time. I just want to give you all the gentleness I can imagine." The spring sunlight filtered through the cherry blossom trees of Leaf Park, falling upon Uchiha Madara's face, which was etched with impatience. He leaned against the tree trunk, hands in his pockets, his tone so cold it could almost freeze into ice. "Hashirama, stop fooling around. I don't have time to waste with you." Senju Hashirama looked at his rejecting expression, his gaze pausing on the screen-like options for a moment before finally selecting Summary Execution. The next second he stepped forward, seized Madara's wrist, and pinned him against the rough trunk of the cherry blossom tree. Madara's pupils contracted sharply, his earlobes instantly flushing a delicate red. For the first time those always proud black eyes showed panic. Hey! Senju Hashirama! What are you doing? This is a park. Before he could finish, Hashirama leaned down and silenced him with a kiss. Madara's struggles gradually softened and the others embraced. The hands that had been pushing against Hashirama's chest unknowingly turned into clutching his collar. Cherry blossom petals fell in a flurry, landing on their intertwined figures. Madara let out a muffled groan, the blush on his cheeks spreading all the way to the tips of his ears, his breathing becoming ragged. When Hashirama released him, Madara was still dazed. His lips were red from the kiss, and his eyes were hazy as he glared at the other, unable to utter a harsh word. He could only bite his lower lip fiercely. Are you crazy? Hashirama let out a low laugh, his fingertip brushing over Madara's reddened eye corner. Madara, you rejected me. I had to use this way to make it impossible for you to refuse. Madara turned his face away, but Hashirama grabbed his chin and turned it back. Those usually cold eyes were now filled with a watery gleam and a hint of embarrassment that couldn't be hidden. Next time you do this, What will you do? Hashirama deliberately leaned in, his voice low and husky. If you reject me again, I'll summary execute you again until you agree. Madara's face turned completely red, even his earlobes burning hot. Finally he could only give a reluctant hum, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I understand. The wind carried cherry blossom petals drifting slowly down between them. Madara turned his face away but didn't pull his hand from Hashirama's grip on his wrist. His fingertips unconsciously traced the lines of the other's palm, his voice still carrying a lingering hoarseness. Senju Hashirama, this is coercion. Hashirama smiled even more gently, his thumb gently stroking the skin of Madara's wrist. I just don't want to be rejected again. Madara paused, his earlobes reddening further, but finally he didn't look away. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the cherry trees, casting dappled shadows on his face. Those bright black eyes held a light softer than the spring sun. Then next time, no messing around in a place like this. Then Madara, you agree to go on a date with me? Hashirama deliberately pressed his fingertips, lightly tickling his wrist. Madara shuddered at the touch, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger, but still nodded, his voice barely audible. A gust of wind blew and the cherry blossoms on the tree rustled down, landing on their clasped hands and on Madara's reddened hair tips. Hashirama held his hand and walked slowly along the park path. The sunlight fell on Madara's lowered eyelashes like a sprinkle of gold dust. Madara didn't pull his hand away again, only occasionally turning his head to glare at Hashirama, but quickly looking away, the redness at his ears lingering for a long time. Hashirama. He suddenly spoke, his voice low. We're already married, why use the word date? Hashirama stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him, but Madara had already turned away, leaving only his reddened ear tips swaying in the wind. Hashirama let out a low laugh, tightened his grip on Madara's hand, and together they walked along the cherry blossom-covered paths, slowly heading into the depths of spring. The two walked in silence, only the soft sound of cherry blossoms falling on their shoulders and the warmth of their intertwined palms. On the edge of the battlefield, where the smoke had yet to fully dissipate, Senju Hashirama was bending down to comfort the frightened villagers of Konoha, his broad hand gently patting a child's back, his expression unusually gentle. He had just concluded a minor skirmish, his robes still stained with dust and faint traces of blood, yet he retained the unique composure and magnanimity of the first Hokage. The surrounding murmurs gradually subsided, only to be shattered by a sharp, venomous voice that pierced straight through the silence and struck directly at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. You only secured your position as the leader of Konoha through despicable means. You are nothing but a hypocrite, utterly unworthy of ruling over the ninja world. The speaker was a remnant ninja from the defeated side, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Taking advantage of the other's relaxation, he spewed abuse without restraint, every word filled with slander and contempt for Hashirama. He assumed that Hashirama, known for his gentle temperament, would not resort to violence even when insulted, so he grew bolder and more reckless, a torrent of foul language pouring forth. Senju Hashirama paused for a moment, his aura momentarily stagnating, yet he did not give in to anger. He slowly straightened up, his brows slightly furrowed, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He was about to speak and reason with the man, hoping to resolve the matter through logic, for he never wished to incite unnecessary bloodshed. But before he could utter a single word, an overwhelming, suffocating surge of chakra erupted beside him. Uchiha Madara had somehow already positioned himself in front of Hashirama. His black chakra billowed like a tangible force, and his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, his eyes seething with volcanic fury and murderous intent. The very air around him seemed to freeze under the intensity of his rage. The surrounding ninjas instantly turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and even breathing became a struggle. Madara had never tolerated any slander against Senju Hashirama. In his heart, Senju Hashirama was the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, a comrade in building Konoha, the unparalleled powerhouse of the ninja world, and his beloved. No one was worthy of speaking ill of Hashirama, let alone hurling such vicious insults. The ninja who had insulted Hashirama did not even have time to react. He saw only a dark figure rapidly closing in. Uchiha Madara's movement was so swift that it left afterimages in its wake. He did not employ any jutsu, nor did he activate the Susanoo. He simply gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and with earth-shattering fury drove it straight into the man's face. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a dull, clear crack of bone that echoed across the entire field. The ninja did not even have a chance to scream. His body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the distant rock wall. The rock face instantly fractured into countless cracks, with rubble raining down. When the dust settled, the man lay lifeless among the debris, utterly devoid of vitality. A single punch had ended his life. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the ninjas remained frozen in fear, not daring to make a sound lest they provoke this terrifying demon. Uchiha Madara slowly withdrew his fist, his knuckles stained with a trace of blood. He paid it no heed, his crimson Sharingan scanning the crowd, his killing intent still thick, as if warning everyone this was the price of defaming Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama looked at Madara's back, shaking his head helplessly. Yet there was no reproach in his eyes, only a faint, barely perceptible indulgence. He stepped forward, gently patted Madara's shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Madara, why get angry over someone like that?" Uchiha Madara turned around, the killing intent in his eyes gradually fading. When he looked at Hashirama, his tones still carried lingering fury. "No one is allowed to insult you." Those 5 simple words conveyed the utmost protection he had for Hashirama. In this world, only Senju Hashirama held a place in his heart. He would never tolerate even a single insult against him, preferring to personally eliminate every offender rather than let Hashirama suffer the slightest grievance. The wind swept across the battlefield, dispersing the lingering murderous intent. Madara stood beside Hashirama, his aura still intimidating, yet he firmly shielded Hashirama behind him, as if guarding the most precious treasure in the world, allowing no one to violate it even by a hair's breadth. The night had fallen deep, and the Leaf Village had long shed its daytime clamor. All was silent save for the soft rustle of evening wind threading through the garden foliage. 2 adjacent bedroom doors stood tightly shut, a single barrier separating the 2 who lay on their beds. Senju Hashirama tossed and turned for most of the night, unable to close his eyes. The bedding was wide and soft, yet it felt hollow, lacking the familiar warmth and scent. He lay in discomfort, his heart heavy with a suffocating ache. Ever since a trivial quarrel a few days prior, Uchiha Madara had made it clear that he intended to distance himself. During the day he spoke sparingly, treating Hashirama with cold detachment. At night he simply took his bedding and moved to the next room, insisting on sleeping separately. At first Hashirama thought Madara was just throwing a temporary tantrum. A few soothing words and a night's rest would restore their harmony. But as days passed, Madara's attitude showed no sign of softening. His gaze was placid, devoid of the former warmth and indulgence. Every interaction was measured, polite to the point of being a stranger. Now Senju Hashirama was utterly panicked. He sat up, gazing through the hazy moonlight that seeped in through the window, staring at the tightly shut door of the next room. His heart was a mix of grievance and unease. Marriage was indeed different. Before they had fought side by side, never apart, sharing the same bed at night, conversing without reservation. Now, after a mere dispute, Madara was pushing him away like this. The more he thought, the more bitter he felt. A flood of wild conjectures filled his mind. Had he done something wrong? Was Madara tired of him? Would they forever dwell in this cold indifference? Unable to contain himself any longer, Hashirama gently lifted the cover, stepped barefoot onto the cool wooden floor, and crept softly to the door of the adjacent room. His fingertips touched the door edge, easing it open a crack. Seeing that the room's lamp was already extinguished, with only moonlight tracing the slender silhouette on the bed, he slipped cautiously into the room and moved silently to the bedside. Uchiha Madara was not deeply asleep. The vigilance honed by years of warfare had never left him. The faint stirring beside him had barely begun when he was already awake. Yet he was too lazy to move, maintaining his supine posture, feigning slumber to see what the other would do. The next moment a warm body gently pressed against him, slipping into the bedding with practiced familiarity. A long arm reached out, firmly encircling his waist. The whole being nestled softly against his back, carrying the cool breath of the night, yet offering all its dependence. Warm breath brushed the nape of his neck, accompanied by a slightly aggrieved soft tone that murmured, "Wife, have you stopped loving me?" Uchiha Madara's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence he merely let out an ellipsis, offering no response, either refuting nor acknowledging, allowing Hashirama to hold him. Receiving no reply, Hashirama grew even more panicked. His cheek pressed tightly against Madara's back, his voice laden with deep disappointment, a tearful whine stretching the pleading tone long and pitiful. So you really don't love me anymore. After marriage you've become completely cold to me. He tightened his arms, holding even closer, as if afraid the other would push him away again. His long lashes fluttered, brimming with grievance. Before you indulged me in everything. No matter how busy you talk with me, and you never slept apart from me at night. Now you won't speak much to me, you insist on separate rooms, and you frown at me every day. No matter what I do, you're unhappy. Every day I see your cold expression, and my heart aches unbearably. I can't muster the energy for anything. I've reflected for a long time, but I still don't know what I did wrong. You won't tell me, nor will you forgive me. You just keep ignoring me like this. Hashirama rubbed his head against Madara's spine, his tone pitiful and full of lament. Is it that after spending so long together you find me boring? Will you always treat me like this from now on? Without your warmth I can't sleep at all. I toss and turn every night, suffering endlessly. Every word of his confession was filled with insecurity and deep attachment, pouring out all the grievances accumulated since their marriage. Uchiha Madara finally turned around slowly. By the moonlight he looked at the man in his arms, face full of disappointment, eyes rimmed red, and saw his pitiful state. He felt both annoyed and helpless, yet the cold hardness in his heart gradually softened. He raised a hand, his fingertips gently brushing the top of Hashirama's head. His tone carried a hint of impatience, but the tenderness was undeniable. Don't let your imagination run wild. Hashirama looked up at him, his moist eyes full of hope. Then why have you been cold to me and insisted on sleeping apart? Madara let out a light sigh, saying helplessly, I simply wanted you to reflect on your own faults. Who said I meant to keep ignoring you? You're impulsive, reckless, and every time I have to clean up your mess. I was just tempering your character. Upon hearing this, the grievance on Hashirama's face dissipated greatly. He quickly snuggled even tighter into Madara's arms, acting spoiled. I know I was wrong. From now on I'll truly mend my ways and never make you angry again. Please don't ignore me anymore, don't sleep apart. I really can't do without you. Seeing his clingy, obedient demeanor, Uchiha Madara's temper completely vanished, and he nodded helplessly in agreement. With the affirmation, the heavy stone lifted from Hashirama's heart. His brows regained their smile, and he nestled contentedly in Madara's embrace, feeling the familiar warmth, secure and fulfilled. Never again would he be separated from Madara. Night after night they would sleep in each other's arms, year after year they would be together from dawn to dusk. The afternoons in my village were always basked in a lazy warmth by the sun, and even the wind carried a hint of languor. Qianqiu Feijian stood in Yuzhibo Qianai's room, his fingertips still bearing the scent of ink from the scrolls he had just organized. Qianai's outer robe had been caught on the corner of the desk while he was organizing the materials, pulled askew, and the collar had slipped loosely down to his shoulder, revealing a small patch of cool pale skin. Feijian frowned, reaching out to straighten his collar for him. The gesture was not particularly gentle, even carrying a hint of businesslike efficiency. Don't move. Your clothes got caught. Qianai unusually did not bristle. He sat obediently, letting himself be fussed over, his voice soft and tinged with the nasal tone of someone who had just finished reading a complicated scroll. Feijian, a little to the right, okay? The thread is pulling a bit, it hurts. All right. Feijian's fingertips paused, then adjusted the force in the direction he had indicated. As his fingers brushed against the side of his neck, Qianai couldn't help but flinch, letting out a soft It was that very sound that Yuzhibo Ban, who had just returned from the training ground and was passing by the door, happened to catch. Ban's footsteps abruptly halted, his knuckles turning white from clenching. The soft cooing voice of his own younger brother, coupled with the suggestive phrase, a little to the right, and the image of Qianqiu Feijian's perpetually unserious face that always seemed to lean in close to Qianai, Yuzhibo Ban's blood pressure instantly skyrocketed to the top of his head. Qianqiu Feijian. Ban practically burst through the door, charging in, the wooden handle of his war fan creaking under his grip, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Are you out of your goddamn mind? How dare you touch my brother? Both people in the room were stunned by the shout. Feijian's hand was still frozen in place at Qianai's collar, his movements halted midair, and he turned his head with a bewildered expression. What have I done to your brother now? Qianai's face instantly flushed bright red, both embarrassed and anxious. He slapped Feijian's hand away, not even bothering to fix his clothes, and scrambled to his feet to block Ban. Big brother. You're mistaken. It's not what you think. Misunderstanding. Ban's gaze swept over Feijian's hand, still suspended in midair, then fell on Qianai's loose collar. Furious veins bulging on his forehead, he said, I saw him pulling off your clothes with my own eyes and heard you telling him to move to the right, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding. Chian-ai nearly choked looking at the "I already know you two are up to something" expression in his brother's eyes, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. He wanted to explain, but the words stuck at his lips. He couldn't very well say in front of Feijian. "He was just helping me fix my clothes that got caught." Could he? How embarrassing. Feijian, however, caught on, looking at Ban's expression as if he wanted to devour him, and then at Chian-ai's red face he couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. That laugh was nothing short of a provocation in Ban's eyes. "Qianqiu Feijian, you still dare to laugh?" Ban was so furious, he nearly activated Susanoo. "Today I'm going to skin you alive." Chian-ai quickly grabbed Ban's sleeve, his eyes turning red with anxiety. "Big brother, don't be impulsive. It really isn't what you think." While blocking Ban, he frantically signaled Feijian to run with his eyes, his lips moving to form the words, "You go first, in a moment my brother is going to kill you." Feijian raised an eyebrow. Instead of running, he stepped forward, shielding Chian-ai behind him, and lifted his chin at Ban. "No way, I'm staying with you." Chian-ai nearly got mad enough to laugh. What was he trying to prove at a time like this? His brother, when angry, was someone who would even scold his own father. Frustrated and helpless, he lowered his voice and hissed at Feijian. "Stop messing around, Feijian. Run quickly. In a moment my brother will beat you to death." But Feijian acted as if he hadn't heard. Instead, he reached out and took Chian-ai's wrist, saying to Ban with a half-smile, "Yuzabo Ban, keep your own eyes in check and don't read into everything you see." Ban was trembling with rage at his words, his hand shaking as he gripped the war fan. "What am I reading into? You did something dirty and you're afraid of being called out." With that, he shoved Chian-ai aside and charged at Feijian, brandishing his war fan. "Ban, stop." Just as the fan was about to strike Feijian's face, Qianqiu Shijian's voice came from the doorway. The next second, a green wood-style vine suddenly shot out from the ground, precisely wrapping around Ban's waist and forcibly yanking him back. "Jujian." Ben was stunned, turning to see his husband standing at the door with a helpless expression, still maintaining a hand seal. Jujian strode over, wrapping his arms around Ban's waist and pulling him into an embrace, whispering soothingly into his ear. "All right, Ban, don't be angry. I heard everything at the door just now. It's a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Ban was still fuming, struggling to break free from Jujian's arms. "Jujian, don't stop me. Today I have to teach that arrogant brat a lesson." Chian-ai watched his brother being firmly held by Jujian, unable to move, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He collapsed into a chair, covering his flushed face, utterly mortified. Feijian watched the farce, a smile curving his eyes. He walked over to Chian-ai, reached out to straighten the collar he hadn't fixed earlier, his fingertips lightly brushing his neck. "All right, Chian-ai." Chian-ai stiffened at this sudden tenderness, jerking his head up to look at him, a mix of wariness and irritation in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Feijian didn't say a word, just raised an eyebrow at him, then took his wrist and turned to walk out the door. "Hey! Qianqiu Feijian! Let me go!" Chian-ai struggled, but Feijian's strength was astonishing. He couldn't break free at all and could only be half dragged, half pulled out of the room. Behind them, Jujian was still soothing the bristling Ban. "Ben, listen to me explain. Chian-ai's clothes got caught on the corner of the desk just now, and Feijian was just helping him straighten them. There really wasn't anything else. Does straightening clothes require being that close? Does it require saying a little to the right?" Ban was still pouting, but in Jujian's arms his anger had unknowingly dissipated. He just turned his face away with a hint of stubbornness. "I don't care. That Feijian guy definitely has ulterior motives towards my brother." Jujian gave a helpless smile, tightening his arms and holding him closer. "Even if it's ulterior motives, it's mutual affection, Ban. Look at Chian-ai's reaction just now. It didn't seem like he dislikes Feijian." Ban's face instantly darkened. "I don't want my brother to be with someone from the Qianqiu family. Especially that sinister Feijian. But Feijian is sincere towards Chian-ai." Jujian looked down at him, his eyes so tender they could melt. Just now when Chian-ai told him to run, he didn't. Instead, he protected Chian-ai, which shows he's not the kind of person who shirks responsibility. Ban was left speechless, letting out a muffled grunt. He buried his head in the crook of Jujian's neck, inhaling the familiar scent of wood style and sunshine, and the last of his anger finally dissipated. "Even so, I won't let Feijian off easy. If he dares to bully Chian-ai, I'll be the first to make him pay." "All right," Jujian agreed with a smile, planting a kiss on the top of his head. "Whatever you say." Izuna was pulled along by Tobarama, gripping his wrist, the palm's temperature scorching hot, burning through the thin fabric, unsettling his mind. He struggled all the way but could never break free from that steady, powerful hand. Until he was dragged into Tobarama's private room, the door closing behind him in an instant. He abruptly pulled back his hand, retreated 2 steps, and stood with his hands on his hips, fuming, his eyes still holding traces of lingering panic and annoyance. "Senju Tobarama, have you lost your mind?" Izuna's voice carried a hint of exasperation. The stray hairs on his forehead were slightly tousled by the wind, making his usually cold and beautiful face appear more vividly angry. "In that situation just now, why didn't you run? When my brother loses his temper, he disregards all reason. If he truly attacks, no matter how many strategies you have, you might not be able to withstand his perfect Susanoo." He knew his elder brother too well. Uchiha Madara was fiercely protective of his younger brother. That misunderstanding had already ignited Madara's fury. If not for Senju Hashirama arriving in time to stop them, it would have surely been a fight to the death. Yet this man before him, instead of dodging or avoiding, insisted on pulling him away, practically putting himself in danger. Tobarama turned to close the door, lifted his hand to lock it, his movements unhurried. Then he leaned lazily against the cold door panel, his gaze fixed directly on the flustered Uchiha youth before him, watching him with reddened ears and brows full of charming annoyance. He couldn't help but let out a low laugh, his clear, cool voice slowly spreading through the quiet room. "Run! I've done nothing wrong, why should I flee?" His brows lifted slightly, his red eyes filled with a glint of amusement completely devoid of the sharpness he had shown Madara just moments ago, leaving only a tenderness and certainty that belonged solely to Izuna. "You're still laughing?" Izuna, even more irritated by his nonchalant demeanor, clenched his fists and strode forward, reaching out to push against his chest, wanting to shove him away and escape this unsettling atmosphere. But as soon as his wrist touched Tobarama's clothing, the other man grabbed it firmly, and with a slight tug, Izuna was pulled into a warm, solid embrace. Tobarama tightened his arms, locking him securely in his embrace. As he lowered his head, his warm breath brushed past Izuna's ear, and his clear voice, carrying a faint scent of grass and wood wrapped in warmth, slowly sounded in his ear. "Izuna." This call, low and magnetic, carried an unprecedented seriousness, instantly making Izuna's entire body stiffen, forgetting even to struggle. "Just now when you told me to move a little to the right, Madara indeed misunderstood," Tobarama said softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness yet hiding a barely perceptible indulgence. Izuna then came to his senses, recalling the scene of his brother's misunderstanding. His cheeks instantly flushed crimson, spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears, even his neck blushing a faint pink. He struggled desperately, trying to push away from Tobarama's embrace, using both hands and feet, but unable to budge him an inch. His voice was both embarrassed and angry. "How dare you say that? If you hadn't been so slow insisting on straightening my collar, how could my brother have gotten such a misunderstanding? It's all your fault. I was slow." Tobarama raised an eyebrow, tightening his arms to bring them even closer, looking down at his reddened brows and eyes, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "It was clearly you who was disheveled, unaware that your clothes were caught on the corner of the table. At the slightest touch you couldn't help but let out a soft cry. In that scene with that tone, anyone would misunderstand. When did I make such a sound? I was just hurt from being pulled." Izuna, both embarrassed and anxious, his face burning hot, saw that this man was still pressing on. In his panic, he directly raised his hand to cover Tobarama's mouth, preventing him from saying any more words that made him feel ashamed, his eyes full of flustered indignation. The palm of his hand felt the softness of Tobarama's lips and the warmth of his gentle breath. Izuna's fingertips trembled, instinctively wanting to withdraw his hand, but Tobarama took the opportunity to firmly grasp it. Tobarama moved his hand away, looking down at the person in his arms, watching his reddened eyes and panicked gaze. All traces of teasing in his eyes dissipated, leaving only a profound, unyielding seriousness. "Izuna, this is not a whim." These simple 8 words carried immense weight, causing Izuna to freeze in shock, instinctively looking up at him. He met Tobarama's silver-gray eyes, which were usually cold and sharp but now were filled with tenderness, clearly reflecting his own figure, as if the entire world was contained within, with no one else. "Since long ago, through countless battles on the battlefield and numerous arguments during the founding of Konoha, I have never wanted to be only your rival and opposition." Tobarama's voice was low and solemn, each word clearly reaching Izuna's ears. "Just now when Madara misunderstood and lashed out at you, it wasn't that I wasn't afraid of him, I simply couldn't run. If I had run, leaving you alone to face his fury and his accusations, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Izuna's heart skipped a beat, then began to pound wildly, his chest filled with indescribable emotions. Panic, palpitations, and a trace of long-buried emotion. Did he truly hate Senju Tobarama? The answer had long been no. The mutual admiration on the battlefield, the daily confrontations, the attentive care during interactions, and the way he had unhesitatingly stood in front of him just now, those accumulated moments had long taken root in his heart, making it impossible for him to tell whether there was more hostility or the hidden concern beneath that hostility. Izuna. Tobirama sensed his softening, his voice growing even gentler, filled with firm determination. I know your brother has always been hostile to the Senju clan and will not easily agree to us being together. But I will not let go, I never have. Izuna's throat tightened. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, refute, resist, but in the end not a single word came out. The surging emotions in his heart had already blocked all speech. Tobirama looked at his dazed expression, his flushed cheeks and panicked eyes, and his heart softened. He couldn't help but lower his head slightly and gently kiss his forehead. That kiss was as light as a feather, yet carried full solemnity and cherishment, landing on his brow and also on his heart. Don't think about it, Tobirama murmured softly, his tone carrying an unshakable certainty. Anyway, this time you won't be able to escape. Izuna snapped back to reality, his cheeks even redder. He raised his hand and lightly beat on his chest, but the force was as gentle as a tickle, without any harm, leaving only full coquettishness. Who wants to be with you? Who wants to stay by your side? Don't take matters into your own hands. Before he could finish speaking, Tobirama had already lowered his head, gently silencing his unfinished words. The moment their lips touched, Izuna's entire body stiffened, all words and struggles coming to an abrupt halt. Outside the window, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, streamed through the window lattice into the room, and fell on their intertwined hands. The light and shadows were dappled, exquisitely gentle. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of grass and wood, interweaving and entwining with the unique cool aura of the Uchiha. Though they were scents of rival clans mixed together, they were unexpectedly harmonious, so gentle that one could drown in them, never wanting to part again. In the Hokage's office of my village, Senju Hashirama, who usually sat upright and handled official business with meticulous care, was now absent from his seat. The desk was still cluttered with unprocessed documents, their ink still wet. When Yuzhibo-ban pushed the door open and entered, this was the sight that greeted him. His deep xylonia narrowed slightly, and a faint chill instantly emanated from his entire being, as if the air itself had frozen. He knew his beloved all too well. Usually appearing calm and reliable, the moment he got involved in gambling he would neglect everything. Despite repeated warnings against wasting money at the casino, he always let it in one ear and out the other, sneaking out whenever Ban was not paying attention. "Qianshou Shujian, you'd better not let me catch you," Ban murmured under his breath, his tone filled with restrained fury, his fingertips unconsciously clenching. Without a second thought, he almost instantly concluded that this forgetful fellow had definitely sneaked off to the casino at the corner of the village again. Thinking of how Zhujian would lose all his money at the casino, and then shamelessly come to him for money to pay off debts, Ban's anger surged uncontrollably. His usual cool aloofness and dignity were completely replaced by rage. He turned and strode quickly toward the casino, his oppressive aura causing villagers on the road to step aside, not daring to breathe. At this moment the casino was noisy and chaotic, filled with swirling smoke. Qianshou Zhujian was squeezed at the gambling table, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the dice on the table. He completely forgot that he was still the Hokage, forgot that Ban was waiting for him at home, and kept muttering his hopes of winning, utterly lost in the moment. Suddenly, without any reason, a chill ran down Qianshou Zhujian's back. A familiar and terrifying aura instantly enveloped him, making his hair stand on end. The chips clutched in his hand nearly fell to the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and he sensed an ominous foreboding. Just as he was about to turn around to see what was happening, before he could react, a hand with formidable strength viciously grabbed his ear. It hurts. The sudden pain made Qianshou Zhujian instantly bristle. Ignoring the surrounding gamblers who were all watching, he immediately cried out in agony, his tone full of pleading. "Honey, take it easy. It's killing me. Let go, hurry. There are so many people watching, it's so embarrassing." The surrounding gamblers had long been attracted by the commotion, craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Seeing the usually dignified Hokage being grabbed by the ear and begging for mercy, their eyes were filled with mockery. Embarrassing. Yuzhibo-ban was even more enraged by his words, tightening his grip on the ear and yelling. "When you sneaked off to the casino, why didn't you think about being embarrassing? How many times have I told you not to touch gambling? Which time did you take it to heart? Qianshou Zhujian, you've really become capable." Ban's voice was icy and furious, completely disregarding the stares around him. He dragged Zhujian by the ear toward the exit of the casino, showing no intention of letting go. Qianshou Zhujian grimaced in pain, and could only obediently follow Ban's footsteps outside. As he walked, he kept begging for mercy. The once mighty and towering first Hokage was now pathetic and aggrieved, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. All the way, Ben dragged him by the ear back to their residence. Qianshou Zhujian hung his head like a child who had done wrong, not daring to look at Ban's expression. He knew in his heart that he had truly angered him this time, and was waiting to receive a harsh lesson. As soon as they entered they saw Qianzhou Feijian sitting upright in the living room holding a document in his hand seemingly focused on business, but he had long heard the commotion at the door. He looked up at his brother who was being dragged by the ear with a pained expression, and then at Yuzhibo-ban who was brimming with anger, and had a gloomy face. At first his face was expressionless, his eyes calm and unruffled, but after a few seconds a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes and a slow smirk curved at the corners of his mouth revealing a knowing mischievous smile. When Ban dragged Zhu Jian into the living room and let go ready to scold him, Qianzhou Feijian slowly put down his document, looked at the furious Ban, and said with a hint of deliberate suggestion, "Yuzhibo-ban, I know you're angry, but dealing with a man like my brother simply losing your temper and scolding him is useless. Why not try gentle persuasion?" Gentle persuasion? Yuzhibo-ban frowned slightly, mulling over the 4 words, his face full of confusion. Clearly it was the first time he had heard this term and he didn't understand its meaning for a moment. He had always been straightforward and hot-tempered, venting his anger directly. When dealing with Zhu Jian's mistakes he had always reprimanded and taught him bluntly, never considering any gentle approach. Seeing Ban's puzzled look, the smile in Qianzhou Feijian's eyes deepened, but he didn't explain much. He simply dropped the line, "Just try it works every time with my brother," then stood up, took his documents, and left the living room, even closing the door behind him, leaving Ban to ponder on his own. Yuzhibo-ban stood still, repeatedly thinking about Qianzhou Feijian's words. Gentle persuasion. His gaze inadvertently swept across the direction of the wardrobe, and he suddenly remembered that Zhu Jian had once casually mentioned that a certain piece of clothing would look great on him. At the time he had dismissed it as just a random tease from Zhu Jian and hadn't taken it to heart. A sudden thought flashed through his mind: could this be what gentle persuasion meant? He walked silently to the wardrobe, found the clothing that had been stowed away. It was a light-colored kimono with a soft design that made one's features appear even more gentle. The fabric was soft, and it was a style specially selected by Zhu Jian. Ban looked at the clothes in his hand, the tips of his ears slightly reddening. The usually aloof and proud person rarely showed a hint of hesitation. But when he thought of Zhu Jian's incorrigible gambling addiction, he gritted his teeth and put on the garment. After changing into the clothes, Ban looked at his completely different reflection in the bronze mirror. The fierce aura around him seemed to be smoothed by the soft fabric, losing some of his usual sharpness and dominance, gaining a rare gentleness. He deliberately calmed the anger in his heart, walked slowly to the bedside in the bedroom, and sat down. He casually picked up a book, opened it, and pretended to read calmly, quietly waiting for Qianzhou Jian to enter. Not long after, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Qianzhou Jian entered with his head down, dawdling in. His heart was still pounding, thinking about how to apologize to Ban to avoid a scolding. But the moment he looked up and saw the bedside, he froze instantly, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly agape. He was completely dumbfounded, his mind blank, and even the apology words he had prepared were forgotten. Yuzhibo-ban, who usually wore sharp attire and exuded a powerful aura, was now dressed in that soft, light-colored kimono. His jet-black hair loosely fell over his shoulders, his profile softened, and he quietly leaned against the bedside reading a book. The warm yellow light bathed him, stripping away all his edge and fierceness, leaving him breathtakingly beautiful, impossible to look away from. Qianzhou Jian was completely stunned, unable to move his feet, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. There was no trace of the previous anxiety about his mistake, his eyes were full of the gentle Ban before him. He completely forgot about his earlier sneaking off to the casino and Ban's anger. Yuzhibo-ban looked up at the frozen Qianzhou Jian, put down his book, and spoke in a tone devoid of his usual roar, instead carrying a faint, deliberately slow gentleness, yet with a hint of imperceptible threat. "Come here." Qianzhou Jian finally snapped out of his daze and walked to the bedside, step by step, his eyes glued to Ban, his cheeks uncontrollably flushing, his heart beating so fast it almost burst out of his chest. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Ban asked softly, without any anger, just looking at him quietly. Seeing Ban so gentle, Qianzhou Jian's heart was filled with guilt and remorse. He nodded quickly, his tone sincere and somewhat flustered. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked off to the casino, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I won't go anymore, really I won't." In the past, if Ban had lost his temper and scolded him, he might have thought of coaxing and playing tricks to get by. But facing such gentle persuasion, seeing Ban's rare tenderness, he was filled with nothing but self-reproach, wishing he could immediately correct all his previous mistakes. Yuzhibo-ban looked at his sincere, repentant expression, a hint of a hardly noticeable smile flashing in his eyes, but his voice still maintained a gentle tone. "Remember what you said today. If there's a next time, it won't be such a simple persuasion." Qianzhou Jian nodded frantically, his eyes fixed on Ban without blinking, silently vowing in his heart not just the casino, but from now on he would absolutely obey every word Ban said and never make him angry again. Meanwhile, outside the door, Qianshou Feijian listened to the calm conversation in the bedroom, his mischievous smile growing more pronounced. He shook his head helplessly, silently sighing to himself that when dealing with his hopeless elder brother, gentle persuasion was indeed the most effective. Yuzuru-ban had used the right tactic. The warm lamp softly illuminated the room. Uchiha Madara, still clad in that soft light-colored kimono, leaned against the headboard. His previously calmed emotions began to stir once more as he looked at the obsequious Senju Hashirama before him, his brows slightly furrowed. Senju Hashirama had already cast aside the earlier restraint of admitting his mistake. Gazing at the empty spot beside the bed, he rubbed his hands together, a silly yet indulgent smile spreading across his face. He shuffled to the bedside, his voice soft and pleading, dripping with cajolery. "Darling, I've sincerely apologized and promised never to go to the casino again. So tonight, can I sleep on the bed with you?" As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, fixed on Madara with eager anticipation. He had shed all the dignity of the first Hokage, looking like a large obedient dog waiting for its owner's approval, hoping Madara would nod in agreement. Without waiting for Uchiha Madara's consent, Senju Hashirama's heart leaped with joy, taking his silence as tacit agreement. He bent down gleefully, intending to lie on the bed, overjoyed at the thought of snuggling up to his beloved for a good night's sleep. But the moment his body touched the edge of the bed, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. Without any courtesy, he raised his foot, and with a gentle push against Hashirama's waist, kicked the unprepared Senju Hashirama off the bed. A dull thud echoed as Senju Hashirama crashed onto the soft carpeted floor. Dazed, he looked up at Madara by the bedside with bewildered eyes, his lips pouting in grievance, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Strangely, even after being kicked off the bed, Senju Hashirama didn't think of the pain or anger. Instead, he inexplicably touched the spot where Madara had kicked him, his nose seeming to linger on a faint, pleasant fragrance. He froze, a thought involuntarily crossing his mind. Strange, why are Madara's feet also fragrant? The moment this thought surfaced, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but blush to the tips of his ears. His gaze drifted toward the person on the bed, and his earlier grievance melted away. He felt that his darling was perfect in every way, even her kicks left no room for complaint. Uchiha Madara watched him sitting on the floor, looking foolish and distracted, and veins bulged on his forehead. The anger that had yet to subside flared up again. He spoke coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and irritation. "Senju Hashirama, what are you daydreaming about? Stop pretending to be ignorant." Recalling the miserable experiences of past nights, he grew angrier, his brows twisted with impatience. "And you dare to talk about sleeping together? Every night you're restless, and eventually you end up lying on top of me, heavy as a boulder, making it hard to breathe and impossible to turn over." Thinking of those sleepless nights crushed under Hashirama's weight, Uchiha Madara's glare grew colder. He pointed at the door, his tone resolute and domineering. "I'm telling you, don't even think about it. You made a mistake and you still want to sleep comfortably in bed. Get out of here right now. Sleep wherever you like, just don't be an eyesore in front of me." Senju Hashirama finally snapped out of his daze. Hearing Madara's scolding, a look of guilt appeared on his face. He scratched the back of his head and muttered defensively, "I didn't mean to do it in my sleep. Next time I'll be careful, I promise I won't crush you. Just forgive me this once, okay?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab the bedding, trying to climb back onto the bed, his eyes pleading for mercy. But Uchiha Madara was not swayed. Seeing that he still refused to leave, he raised his foot again, pretending to kick, and said even more sternly, "Don't try that with me. You said the same thing last time, and what happened? Senju Hashirama, are you leaving or not? Don't be like that, darling." Senju Hashirama resorted to pleading, staying seated on the floor, looking up at Madara with pitiful eyes. "I promise tonight I'll be perfectly still, just hold you quietly and sleep, no crushing, no messing around." He knew Madara was soft-hearted when faced with shameless cajoling, and usually he would give in. But today was different. Madara was truly furious about his gambling, and the memory of sleepless nights only added fuel to the fire. He showed no sign of relenting. "I'll say this one last time, get out." Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold, his Sharingan faintly stirring, and an oppressive aura emanated from him. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama realized Madara was genuinely angry, and dared not continue his antics. Dejectedly, he stood up, turning back every few steps to look at Madara in bed, his face full of reluctance and grievance. He muttered under his breath, "Why so harsh? I really have changed. Even if her feet are fragrant, it's no reason to be this mean." His voice grew too soft for Madara to hear, but Madara saw his reluctance, and frowned even deeper. "Hurry up and leave." Senju Hashirama shuddered, dared not delay any longer, and walked toward the door with hesitant steps. At the door he turned back and flashed a placating smile at Madara. "I'll sleep in the next room. Don't be angry, darling. I'll behave well tomorrow." With that he reluctantly closed the door, and the room finally fell silent. Uchiha Madara gazed at the closed door, still bearing a hint of anger on his face. Yet for some reason recalling how Hashirama had looked so foolish when kicked off the bed and that faint murmur his ears inexplicably tinged with red. He snorted, pulled the covers over himself, but secretly vowed that if Hashirama messed up again he would not let him off easily. In the next room Senju Hashirama lay on the futon, his mind filled with the image of Madara lifting her foot and that faint fragrance. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling both aggrieved and sweet. He silently resolved not only to quit gambling but also to break the habit of crushing her in his sleep so that he could soon return to the bed and sleep soundly beside his darling. Rain pattered against the window lattice. It was a summer night in Konoha. Senju Hashirama sat on the veranda, a tea bowl pinched between his fingers. Amid the rising steam, Uchiha Madara's shadow stepped out from the moonlight. He wore a new purple outfit, a gift from a merchant in the village, said to be called divine armor. The shoulder guards were spiked, but the fabric at his waist was deliberately cut open, revealing a sliver of skin that gleamed coldly under the lamplight. Madara reached up to touch the horn ornament on his forehead, a hint of subtle pride in his voice. "Well, Hashirama, isn't this outfit pretty cool?" Hashirama's tea bowl clattered against the table, spilling a few drops of hot water onto his hand, making him flinch. Clang. Tobirama sat at a desk not far behind him, typing on his keyboard without looking up. His gaze swept past the flashy purple and he silently picked up his mug, the one printed with a small bristling Uchiha Madara. "Madara." Hashirama's voice grew tight, his ears burning red as he swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the exposed waistline. "Why are you dressed like that?" "What do you mean? Dressed like that?" Madara frowned, tugging at the fabric at his waist. As his fingers brushed against his skin, Hashirama's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. "They said it looked good, so I wore it." He stepped forward, closing the distance until he stood before Hashirama, looking down at him with a slightly upturned, alluring gaze. "What, don't you think it's attractive?" Hashirama's face reddened further. He jerked his head away, yet couldn't resist sneaking glances at Madara, especially the lines of his shoulders and waist molded by the outfit, and the gloved hands with their distinct knuckles. His mind was a chaotic whirl, leaving only one thought spinning: damn, he's seducing me. And no, Hashirama's voice came out hoarse. He cleared his throat, trying to mask his composure. "It looks nice, but it's a bit too flashy." "Flashy is good." Madara snorted, leaning in closer until he was almost pressed against Hashirama. He raised his gloved hand and lightly traced his finger along Hashirama's jawline, his tone dripping with casual allure. "Hashirama." Hashirama's breath caught for a moment. He could smell the faint pheromones of the cedar scent unique to the Uchiha mingled with the dampness of rain and the warmth of Madara's breath near his neck. He instinctively recoiled, but Madara's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, immobilizing him. "What's scared?" Madara's voice dropped low, threaded with amusement. His thumb brushed over Hashirama's lips, soft and warm, making his fingers pause for a moment before sliding down nonchalantly, tracing his neck and stopping at his collarbone, pressing gently. "Hashirama, do you want it?" The words struck Hashirama like a bolt of electricity. He jerked his head up, meeting Madara's crimson eyes shining with mirth. In those eyes he saw his own flustered, longing reflection, a rabbit caught by its tail. I don't." Hashirama's defense was weak and futile. His hand unconsciously grabbed Madara's wrist, fingers trembling but unable to push him away. "No." Madara raised an eyebrow, his other hand sliding down along Hashirama's collar, tracing his chest and eliciting a shiver. "Then why are you blushing? Your heart is pounding so fast. What are you thinking about?" Hashirama's breathing grew more erratic. He stared at Madara's face so close to his, at the reddish tips of his ears, at the mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly realized, this bastard was doing it on purpose. "Madara." Hashirama gritted his teeth, grabbed the wandering hand, pulled the man into his arms, and with a swift motion pinned him down on the tatami mat of the veranda. Caught off guard, Madara let out a soft gasp. He lay on his back on the tatami, the purple outfit crumpled and skewed, the shoulder guard tilted to one side, revealing a large expanse of pale skin. He looked up at Hashirama looming over him. Those usually gentle eyes now held a dark, turbulent intensity, like a deep ocean reflecting his own image clearly. "Senju Hashirama, what are you doing?" Madara's voice carried a hint of panic, but it wasn't real anger. He raised his hand to press against Hashirama's chest, but without much force, almost like an invitation. "What do you think?" Hashirama's voice was gravelly. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against Madara's neck, inhaling the addictive cedar scent. "You dress like this, come tease me. Madara, do you think I can hold back?" With that he leaned down and captured Madara's lips. Unlike his usual gentleness, the kiss was punishing, heavy and urgent, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Madara's lips were soft, faintly minty from the candy he always ate. Hashirama sucked greedily, his tongue prying open Madara's teeth and intertwining with his. Madara's hands instinctively tightened, clutching Hashirama's collar, letting out small muffled whimpers. Hashirama's knee pressed against his waist, and the skin beneath the fabric burned with heat, making his entire body go limp. Hashirama's hand slid down Madara's waist, pausing when it reached the open cut of the fabric. Then with a mischievous intent he slipped inside, finding warm skin. Hashirama. Madara's body jerked violently. He bit down on Hashirama's shoulder to stifle his voice, but still soft moans escaped through his fingers. Hashirama paused, looking down at the man in his arms. Madara's face was flushed like a ripe apple, the corners of his eyes red and long lashes wet like rain-soaked butterfly wings. His chest heaved with rapid breaths, the veins in his neck pulsing visibly. Madara. Hashirama's voice softened. He bent down and kissed the reddened corner of his eye. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Madara looked away, but Hashirama caught his chin with his fingers, forcing him to meet his gaze. His eyes darted away, the tips of his ears burning crimson. Finally he let out a muffled Hashirama let out a low chuckle, tightening his arms and pulling Madara closer. He kissed his forehead. Idiot. Madara's face grew even redder. He raised his hand to punch Hashirama's chest, but Hashirama caught his hand, interlacing their fingers and pressing them against the tatami. Still causing trouble. Hashirama arched an eyebrow, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Madara's face instantly turned scarlet. He jerked his head away, but Hashirama silenced him with a kiss. The veranda was bathed in dim lamplight, the rain still falling, pattering against the window lattice with a soft rustle. Tobirama sat at the desk nearby, typing expressionlessly. But when he heard the low laughter of his elder brother drifting from the veranda, he silently turned up the computer's volume and raised his mug to hide his face. The Madara printed on the mug seemed to be blushing too. After an unknown stretch of time, the rain stopped. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a clear glow over the veranda. Hashirama held Madara leaning against the veranda pillar. He tidied Madara's disheveled clothing, his fingers brushing over the fabric at his waist. Softly he said, "Don't wear this kind of outfit again." "Why?" Madara leaned against him, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he had just cried. He looked up dissatisfied. "Isn't it good looking?" "It is beautiful," Hashirama said, bending down to kiss the top of his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. "So beautiful that I don't want anyone else to see you in it." Madara froze for a moment, then turned away, but the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. He nestled deeper into Hashirama's arms, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and whispered then, "Only you can see it." Hashirama smiled, tightening his arms and holding him closer. The moonlight bathed the two of them, impossibly gentle. Their shadows on the veranda clung together, inseparable. Tobirama's computer screen dimmed. He stood up, glanced at the pair on the veranda, then silently turned and went back to his room, closing the door behind him. On the table, the mug with Uchiha Madara's image seemed to have curled its lips into a smile. The night was still long, the moonlight perfect, and their story continued. The wind at the Valley of the End still carried the lingering scent of gunpowder, with broken rocks and shattered wood scattered across the ground. The two who once stood shoulder to shoulder had finally carved the deepest rift upon this land. Yet deep within Uchiha Madara's heart there remained a hidden stubbornness known to no one, a fixation unique to Senju Hashirama, an obsession he himself was reluctant to admit. Recently Madara had stumbled upon a soul technique never mastered by anyone before, named the Charm Art. This technique did not possess the earth-shattering power of ninjutsu, yet it could silently stir the most hidden emotions within one's heart, arousing the tremors buried in blood and bone. The more one cared for a person, the harder it was to resist this enchantment. He stood before Hashirama, his body devoid of any fierce surge of chakra. Stripped of his usual cold arrogance and brutality, his eyes churned with the unique crimson of the Uchiha clan, yet they did not ignite the icy killing intent of the Sharingan. Instead they were wrapped in a faint, inscrutable, lazy smile. Senju Hashirama had just ended a fierce skirmish with fine beads of sweat still clinging to his brow. His bright red battle armor was stained with dust, outlining his broad and sturdy frame. His long hair was messily plastered against his neck, adding a touch of rugged wildness to his appearance. Seeing Madara suddenly retract his sharpness, a nameless unease crept into his heart. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden jutsu tool in his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. "Madara, what are you up to now?" In the past Madara would either respond with cold silence, or strike directly, but today he was too anomalous. Madara did not answer. Instead he slowly stepped forward, advancing toward Hashirama one step at a time. The distance between them shrank continuously, and their breaths gradually intertwined. Hashirama could even distinctly smell the faint cool fragrance unique to the Uchiha clan on Madara, mingled with the sense of grass and gunpowder, a scent that inexplicably made his heartbeat fall out of rhythm. He instinctively wanted to step back, but his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. It was not a binding from a jutsu, but being locked firmly by Madara's deep dark eyes. Within them there was no hatred, no battle intent, only a thick, unbreakable tenderness imbued with fatal allure, making it impossible for him to look away. Just as Hashirama's mind was wandering, Madara raised his right hand. That hand, which had always held a sword, formed seals and stirred up storms of blood, now reached toward Hashirama with unprecedented gentleness. The tips of his fingers first brushed lightly against the skin of Hashirama's neck. The cool touch instantly stiffened Hashirama's entire body. The skin on his neck bristled with goosebumps, and his previously steady breath suddenly became rapid. His skin, still warm from battle, upon contact with Madara's cool fingertips, felt as if a subtle electric current ran from his neck through his whole body, turning him rigid. Madara's movements were slow, deliberate, with teasing and enchantment. His right hand without pause slid downward along the sleek lines of Hashirama's neck. The fingertips traced the collarbone, brushed over the warm chest, then slowly descended, eventually coming to a gentle stop at Hashirama's waist. Even through the thick, heavy red armor, the tips could still feel the taut muscle lines beneath. Throughout it all, Madara did not speak a single word. He merely lowered his eyes, his gaze heavy and fixed upon Hashirama. The charm in his eyes grew more intense, a dominance and laziness unique to Uchiha Madara, infusing the power of the charm art silently into every fiber of Hashirama's being. There was no fierce assault, no direct words, yet this silent touch unsettled Hashirama more than any attack ever could. Senju Hashirama had roamed battlefields all his life, faced countless dangers, and remained unflappable against the strongest foes. But now, being touched so closely by Madara, stared at so silently, his mind went blank, all thoughts drained away. In an instant, blood rushed to his face. His wheat-colored skin turned visibly red, spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears and his neck, even the veins at his neck burning hot. He stared wide-eyed at Madara, so close, his lips moving as if to say something, but no sound came out. His heart pounded wildly in his chest as if trying to burst through his ribs. The thumping sound was exceptionally clear in the silent air, and his breathing grew heavy and ragged. "Madara! You!" Hashirama barely managed to squeeze out 2 words, but his voice was hoarse beyond recognition, laced with a panic and helplessness he himself had not noticed. He could clearly feel the temperature of Madara's fingertips. The cool touch transmitted through the red armor still carried an extreme enchantment, tightening every nerve in his body. The deepest emotions in his heart were fully stirred. Those feelings of care and reluctance toward Madara that he usually suppressed deliberately now erupted, completely intertwining with the power of the charm art, instantly overwhelming all his reason. Seeing him like this, Madara's smile deepened. He gently rubbed his fingertips at Hashirama's waist, still not uttering a word. He wanted to, in the most silent way, watch this man who had been entangled with him for a lifetime lose his composure and his measure for him. He knew Hashirama too well, knew that this seemingly carefree and simple-minded man, though seemingly strong, had no resistance when it came to him. Even clad in heavy red armor, he could not hide the surging emotions within. Hashirama felt his whole body burning, his mind dizzy, his heart racing nearly to the point of suffocation, his strength seemingly drained away, his legs weak. If not for his strong willpower, he would have collapsed to the ground. He could feel the enchantment in Madara's eyes, the allure that struck straight into his heart. Yet he did not want to resist, and he could not resist. The person before him was Madara, his lifelong rival and his only lifelong friend, a presence carved into his bones, indelible. The flush on his face grew deeper, almost as if it would bleed. Hashirama dared not look directly into Madara's eyes anymore, yet his gaze was locked fast, unable to move away. He could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerating, his breathing quickening, his blood surging wildly, and even his chakra turning chaotic. That extreme throbbing and panic left him almost breathless. Only one thought remained in his heart: if Madara kept looking at him like this, kept treating him like this, he would probably hand over even his life to this man. Seeing him on the verge of losing control, Madara finally spoke slowly, his voice low and magnetic, full of enchantment, each word striking Hashirama's heart. "Hashirama, this is a new soul technique I learned, the charm art." That simple sentence made Hashirama tremble all over, and his already shattered mind completely collapsed. He finally understood that Madara's anomaly today, his touch, his silence, all were due to the soul technique. Yet he wished he had never known, because he was clear, even without the charm art, he had never had any resistance against Madara. You bastard!" Hashirama's voice trembled, his cheeks blushing as if about to bleed, his eyes full of panic yet also carrying an undeniable indulgence. He wanted to push Madara away to regain his usual calm, but his body would not obey, instead growing stiffer under Madara's touch. The throbbing in his heart grew stronger, nearly devouring him. He looked at Madara's face so close that those crimson eyes filled with a smile, and felt that his heartbeat, his breath, even his whole heart, were already firmly controlled by the man before him. The wind at the Valley of the End continued to blow, tangling their long hair together, as if narrating the bond they could never sever in a lifetime. Madara's right hand still rested at Hashirama's waist through the red armor, neither advancing nor withdrawing. He just looked at him quietly, a blend of enchantment and stubbornness in his eyes with the certainty of triumph. Hashirama leaned against the broken stone behind him, entirely limp, his face flushed crimson, even his breath scalding hot. He looked at Madara before him, at this man he both loved and hated, whom he could never let go of in his life, and his heart was left with nothing but endless throbbing and surrender. He had lost completely and utterly. Without Madara needing to do anything more, just this silent touch, this gaze full of enchantment, had already shattered his defenses. Not only did he not resist the charm art, he was even willing to sink into it, willingly offering everything he had, including his life, to Madara. Seeing him fully succumb, a triumphant smile curled at the corner of Madara's mouth. He pressed his fingertips slightly, gently pulling Hashirama's waist closer, his palm against the rigid surface of the red armor, bringing the distance between them even nearer. "Hashirama, you will never escape!" The low words echoed in the air. Hashirama closed his eyes, let out a long, deep breath. The flush on his cheeks had not faded, but in his heart, he had already accepted his fate. Yes, from the moment he met Madara, he had never thought of running, and he could never escape. Even if it meant being completely bewitched by this charm art, even if it cost him everything, he would accept it gladly. Uchiha Madara had merely changed into a plain white cotton undergarment. The fabric was as soft as clouds, hanging loosely on his shoulders and neck. The collar slipped down half an inch, revealing a small patch of cold pale collarbone, and a faint, almost invisible red mark on the side of his neck, a bite left by Hashirama last night. Under the moonlight it shimmered with a delicate glow. He was adjusting the hem of his garment, his long hair falling to cover most of his profile, revealing only a sharply defined jaw and tightly pursed in lips. His usually proud and cold silhouette was softened by the supple fabric, taking on a touch of ethereal beauty. Senju Hashirama had just returned from outside the courtyard. From afar he spotted the figure under the veranda, and his steps came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible thread had tripped his feet, even his breathing slowed. The lanterns under the veranda had not yet been lit. Moonlight filtered through the wisteria blossoms at the eaves, scattering in fragments over Madara. The white fabric stirred by the wind clung to his waist, outlining the taut and smooth lines of his body. Hashirama's gaze seemed scorched, yet it clung stubbornly, refusing to look away. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and even his fingertips trembled. A tempest of thoughts surged within him, burning hot, seeping through his veins into every limb, so erotic. I love it too much. He had never imagined that an ordinary undergarment worn by Madara could ignite his blood into a raging fire. Madara had always favored dark, form-fitting combat attire, stiff fabric that wrapped around his sharp edge like a drawn blade, cold and untouchable. But now this white fabric was like a soft mist wrapping around his hard bones, revealing the warmth that lay hidden beneath the usual arrogance, the human temperature. If only Madara could belong to me forever. The moment this thought surfaced, Hashirama couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a predatory heat spreading in his gaze, and even the smile on his lips carried a hint of sweet triumph. Oh no, he already belongs to me. He is my legally wedded wife, Senju Hashirama's wife, one through the peace of the entire ninja world, mine alone. He took a few steps forward, his footsteps as light as possible, afraid to disturb the figure under the veranda. Madara hadn't yet noticed his approach. He raised a hand to tuck his long hair behind his ear, revealing a clean ear tip and the faint red cartilages that Hashirama had kissed red. Hashirama's gaze fell on that red mark, his breathing grew heavier, and his heartbeat quickened. Madara's skin was very pale, cold white like snow that never melts, yet it blushed so easily. Last night every place he had kissed left a faint red mark from the side of the neck down, hidden beneath the fabric. Now stirred by the wind, Madara seemed to feel an itch, shifting his shoulder slightly, causing the fabric to slip further, revealing a hint of the contour of his shoulder socket. Hashirama's gaze was nailed to that patch of skin. His mind uncontrollably began replaying the scenes of last night. Madara pinned beneath him on the tatami, the corners of his eyes flushed, biting his lip to stay silent, yet trembling all over from Hashirama's kisses, even his fingertips quivering. Those hands that could unleash the great fire annihilation now could only clench the hem of his garment, the fabric wrinkled like his chaotic heartbeat. Hashirama. Madara finally sensed the gaze behind him, turned his head to look, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. His voice was still hoarse with sleep, low like a feather brushing against Hashirama's heart. His eyelashes were long, casting a small shadow under his eyes. Moonlight fell into his eyes as if holding scattered stars, yet carrying a hint of coldness, contrasting sharply with the soft fabric he wore. Hashirama's throat tightened. He took 2 more steps, nearly pressing against Madara, and reached out to gently grasp his wrist. Madara's wrist was slender with distinct bones. The hand that usually wielded the gunbai was now held in his palm, warm with a slight sheen of sweat. "What are you looking at?" Madara frowned, trying to pull his hand back, but Hashirama held it tighter. Hashirama said nothing, only looked down at him, his gaze moving from his collar to his lips and finally settling on his eyes. His gaze was too hot, like burning fire. Madara felt uncomfortable under his stare, turned his face away, but Hashirama reached out and pinched his chin, forcing him to turn back and look at him. "Madara." Hashirama's voice was low with a hoarse edge and a smile he couldn't hide. "You look very good in this outfit." Madara's ears reddened instantly. He tried to frown, but Hashirama's fingertips gently brushed the corner of his mouth, a gesture of delicate tenderness mixed with an undeniable possessiveness. "Cut it out." He turned his face away, but Hashirama kissed the corner of his mouth, lightly biting it, leaving a faint red mark. "I mean it." Hashirama's kisses trailed down from the corner of his mouth, landing on his neck, gently nibbling the marks from last night. "I love you so much." Madara's breath instantly became ragged. He tried to push Hashirama away, but Hashirama caught his wrist, pinned it above his head, and pressed him against the veranda pillar. The white fabric was pulled out of shape, the collar slipping further down, revealing more skin that burned under Hashirama's gaze. "Hashirama, we're under the veranda." Madara's voice carried a hint of panic and a softness he himself didn't notice. He tried to turn his face away, but Hashirama held his chin, forcing him to look at him. "What are you afraid of?" Hashirama's nose brushed against his ear, his breath hot. "It's only us here." His hand slid up from Madara's waist, fingertips lightly tracing the skin beneath the fabric. Madara's body instantly tensed as if struck by an electric current, a faint blush spreading over his entire body. He bit his lip, refusing to make a sound, but Hashirama's kisses made him go weak, unable to stand, leaning against the pillar as Hashirama's hands roamed over him. "Madara." Hashirama's voice was low with a seductive edge and a triumphant smile. "You're mine, aren't you?" Madara's eyelashes fluttered. He looked at the heat in Hashirama's eyes and the possessiveness that couldn't be hidden. His throat moved, but no sound came out. Hashirama's kiss landed on his collarbone, lightly biting, leaving deeper marks as if claiming ownership. "Answer me." Hashirama's hand stopped at his waist, gently pinching. "Are you?" Madara's breathing was completely disordered. He looked into Hashirama's eyes, the eyes that were always filled with smiles, but now they were like burning fire, ready to devour him whole. He looked away, but Hashirama held his chin, forcing him to look at him, leaving no room to dodge. "Yes." His voice was very soft, with a hint of trembling and a dependence he didn't even realize. "I am yours." Hashirama's eyes lit up instantly, like a child getting candy, the smile in his eyes almost overflowing. He lowered his head and kissed Madara's lips with burning heat and an irrepressible affection, kissing until Madara went limp, even his fingertips trembling. The wind under the veranda blew gently, the fragrance of wisteria blossoms fell over the two of them, moonlight stretched their shadows long, tangled together, never to be separated. Hashirama's hand slid down along the fabric, gently pinching his waist. Madara's body trembled, biting his lip, letting out a soft whimper. Hashirama's kisses fell on his neck over and over, as if to carve his mark into his bones, so that he would always remember that he was Senju Hashirama's person, his legally wedded wife, the only one he wanted in this life. "Madara." Hashirama's voice was hoarse with a greed he couldn't hide. "Tonight you're not allowed to sleep." Madara's ears turned red as if about to bleed. He looked at the heat in Hashirama's eyes and the determined smile turned his face away, but Hashirama kissed his ear tip, lightly biting his breath, burning hot. The moonlight under the veranda remained gentle, the fragrance of wisteria drifted in the wind, the white fabric was wrinkled like Madara's chaotic heartbeat. Hashirama's arms wrapped tightly around him as if to press him into his own bones, never letting go. He looked at Madara's flushed eye corners and his swollen kissed lips, the thoughts in his mind surged violently, so erotic, so loved, if only Madara could always be like this, belonging only to me. But the next second he couldn't help but smile, a gentle smile spreading in his eyes. "He is already mine, my wife alone, one through the peace of the entire ninja world, will never leave me." He lowered his head and kissed Madara's lips with a tenderness and possessiveness that couldn't be dissolved, kissing until Madara went limp, unable to stand, leaning in his arms as Hashirama led him toward the inner chamber. Tonight's moonlight was beautiful, the fragrance of wisteria was soft, and his Madara was also soft. Senju Hashirama looked down at the person in his arms, the smile in his eyes so tender it almost overflowed, his mind calculating with a sharp clatter. Tonight he would make sure Madara remembered clearly who could melt him into his bones, who was his only husband. The person in his arms let out a soft hum, snuggling deeper into his embrace like a docile cat. The usual proud edges faded away, leaving only a soft warmth held tightly in his arms, never to escape. Today is the day of the wedding between Qianshou Feijian and Yuzhibo Qian'ai. Since the chaotic era ended and my village was founded, the two who were destined to be sworn enemies managed to transcend the grudges of generations, enduring countless days and nights of testing and mutual hesitation, and finally resolved to spend their lives together. When the news spread, the entire village stirred with considerable waves. Some marveled at the wonder of fate, while others sighed that the century-old conflicts between the two clans were gracefully concluded by such a marriage. In the courtyard of the Yuzhibo clan's grounds, Yuzhibo Ban stood quietly under the corridor, his fingers unconsciously stroking the fire fan at his waist. The autumn wind stirred his long black hair, and his expression still bore the usual cold aloofness and nobility, exuding an aura of formidable, unapproachable strength. Not far away, Qian'ai was clad in the meticulously tailored wedding attire. The traditional Yuzhibo robe with dark patterns made his features appear even more gentle, shedding the sharpness of youth, and tinged with a faint shyness and tenderness. He would occasionally lift his gaze toward the village entrance, anticipation hidden in his eyes, waiting for Qianshou Feijian, who would come to fetch the bride. Watching his younger brother like this, Ban's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. To be honest, he truly felt a bit displeased. Since childhood, Qian'ai had always followed behind him his most beloved younger brother, the most brilliant genius of the Yuzhibo clan, who should have been able to follow his own desires, live in peace and comfort without having to accommodate anyone. But of all people, he had to fall for Qianshou Feijian. He was the younger brother of Qianshou Shujian, the second in command of the Qianshou clan, known for his meticulous mind and decisive ruthlessness in battle, having clashed with the Yuzhibo countless times on the battlefield, opponents who had tasted each other's blood at the edge of the blade. Even though my village was now established, and the two clans coexisted peacefully, the mark of sworn enemies etched into their bones could not be so easily erased. Ben felt deep down that Feijian's temperament was too cold and rigid, his mind deep, and he always weighed pros and cons, not as easy to get close to as he appeared on the surface. He could not help but secretly worry, fearing that Qian'ai might suffer grievances in the future, that Feijian might not understand tenderness, and that the past grievances between the clans would become an invisible barrier in their future relationship. The thought that his younger brother, whom he had protected since childhood, would now belong to another person, leave the Yuzhibo clan grounds, and spend the rest of his life with Qianshou Feijian, left Ban's heart feeling as if stuffed with a wad of cotton, suffocating with an indescribable discomfort and reluctance. He instinctively frowned, and the air around him grew heavier. "Why are you standing here looking so unhappy? Today is Qian'ai's joyous day." A warm, familiar voice sounded from behind. Qianshou Zhujian walked over, slowly, dressed in formal attire, his expression carrying a gentle smile. He had long since married Ben. The two had set aside years of conflict, guarding my village and each other, living a stable and content life. Zhujian naturally noticed the undisguised discomfort and displeasure in Ban's eyes. He stepped forward and stood gently beside him, following his gaze toward Qian'ai not far away. Ben cast him a faint glance, his tone carrying a hint of sullen stubbornness. "There's nothing to be happy about." Zhujian let out a low laugh, raised his hand, and gently patted Ban's shoulder, his tone warm and patient. "I know what's on your mind. You can't bear to part with Qian'ai, and you have reservations about Feijian, right?" His thoughts laid bare. Ban did not deny it, but only pursed his lips and remained silent. "I understand your feelings," Zhujian said, gazing at the falling red maple leaves, his tone slowing. "If it were me, if a close relative were to marry a former sworn enemy, I would also feel uneasy. But you must understand that feelings are never determined by clan grudges." Ben lowered his eyes, his fingers tightening slightly. "Feijian's temperament is a bit cold, and he is rigid in his ways, not good at soft words, but he has a kind heart, takes responsibility, and is always serious enough toward those he cares about," Zhujian said earnestly. "Over the years I've watched him and Qian'ai interact. On the surface they always bicker and compete, but in truth they hold each other in their hearts and care for one another. The joy in Qian'ai's eyes cannot be faked." Ben looked up and saw Qian'ai not far away, his brows smiling, full of anticipation. Yes, he could see it. In the past, Qian'ai's eyes always held sharpness and pride, his only wish being to follow Ban and revitalize the Yuzhibo clan. But ever since he got together with Feijian, his features had become softer, more down-to-earth, and the smile in his eyes was more genuine than ever before. That unmistakable love and happiness were clearly written on his face. As an elder brother, all he had ever wished for was that Qian'ai would be safe and happy, spending the rest of his life in peace and contentment, no longer trapped in war, no longer burdened by the clan's responsibilities, and able to live freely with the person he loved. Even if he still felt displeasure and discomfort, as long as Qian'ai was truly happy, then all the reluctance seemed to gradually fade away. Just then the sound of lively wedding music came from the village entrance. Qianqiu Feijian, dressed in the formal attire of the Qianqiu clan, stood tall and straight, his expression cool and clear, shedding his usual solemn tension, and a rare hint of softness appeared in his features. Leading the wedding procession, he walked step by step toward the Yuzhibo clan grounds, his gaze piercing through the crowd and immediately landing on Qian'ai. The moment their eyes met, Qian'ai's ears turned slightly red and he gently lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help lifting. Feijian walked up to him, his tones still calm but carrying full solemnity. "Qian'ai, I've come to take you." Qian'ai nodded gently, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Watching the two standing side by side, a perfect match in talent and beauty, the stifling displeasure in Ban's heart gradually dissipated. He let out a soft sigh and his tense brows slowly relaxed. Well, it was over. The past grudges and the battles of the chaotic era had all turned a page with the establishment of my village. Now the two clans were at peace, loved ones were well, and his younger brother had found a true partner. What else was there to hold on to? Zhu Jian turned his head to look at Ban, whose expression had softened, and said with a smile, "Come, let's go over and give them our blessings." Ben nodded slightly, suppressing the last trace of discomfort, and walked forward together with Zhu Jian. As the already married elders and the leaders of the two clans, they stood before the crowd, their gazes resting on Feijian and Qian'ai. Ben spoke first, his voice steady, having shed the earlier gloom, carrying the solemnity and expectation of an elder brother. "Feijian, I entrust my only brother to you. In the years to come, if you dare let him suffer even a trace of grievance, even though the two clans are now at peace, I will never forgive you." His tone was threatening, yet full of the protection and affection of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Feijian's expression was solemn, and he nodded slightly. "Brother Ban, rest assured. In this life I will protect Qian'ai completely, never leave nor forsake him, remain true to my original heart, and uphold the vow of marriage." Zhu Jian, standing beside them, also smiled and offered his blessings. "Congratulations to you both for finally becoming a couple. In the years to come in my village, may you grow old together, safe and sound, and never part. May the bond between the two clans through your marriage become even stronger and more enduring." Qian'ai looked up at his elder brother, meeting the deep tenderness and reassurance in Ban's eyes, his heart warming, and he whispered, "Brother, I will be fine." Ben saw the genuine happiness in his eyes, and finally a faint curve appeared on his lips, the last traces of displeasure completely vanishing. As long as his younger brother could continue to be this happy, transcending clan barriers, and holding on to the one he loved, then all the worries and regrets were trivial. The autumn wind blew, red maple leaves danced in the sky, and the festive music lingered above the courtyard. Ban and Zhu Jian stood side by side, quietly watching the two, receiving everyone's blessings, their eyes full of peace. They had long since joined hands and lived in tranquility, and now they witnessed the younger generation crossing the chasm of sworn enmity to embrace a tender marriage. The peaceful life in my village, the well-being of the clan, the beloved by their side, and the happiness of family — this was perhaps the most perfect destination after the chaotic era.